Report of Philip. Mary wasted no time trying to produce an heir.
While Mary appeared to be smitten by Philip, the same could not be said for him. He knew that the marriage was a political arrangement. In a private letter, one of his trusted aides, the king realizes fully that the marriage was made for no fleshly consideration, but in order to cure the disorders of this country and preserve the Low Country.
In fact, neither Philip nor any of the Spaniards in his court seemed particularly fond of England or Queen Mary. They constantly complained about the weather and how ugly they found the British people. One of Philip's advisors even wrote, "The Queen is not at all beautiful. Small and rather flabby than fat, she is of white complexion and fair, and has no eyebrows. She is a perfect saint, and dresses badly."
Despite being repulsed by his new bride, Philip performed his princely duties, and by September 1554, Mary was pregnant. Her due date was scheduled for the week of May 9th.
Mary's pregnancy was met with celebration throughout the country and within the court. Announcements were made all across Europe. A beautiful nursery was built for the heir-to-be. But by the end of May, there had been no birth.
Mary's belly began to recede. A few weeks later, it became clear that the Queen was not, in fact, pregnant, and never was.
Mary had endured a false pregnancy. The symptoms of her swollen belly and break in her menstrual cycle had likely resulted from an ovarian cyst or any of her lifelong gastrointestinal illnesses.
The false pregnancy was a devastating blow for Mary, one from which she never recovered, physically or mentally.
The false pregnancy had set off something in Mary. Something she had likely repressed her entire adult life, and it sent her into a dark, depressive tailspin that would shape the future of her reign.
Coming up, Mary's health rapidly declines, her marriage unravels, and her leadership takes a dark, tyrannical turn. Now back to the story.
By mid-1555, 39-year-old Queen Mary was in poor health and even poorer spirits. The results of her false pregnancy were devastating, both physically and mentally. Unfortunately, her husband Philip was only going to exacerbate Mary's health problems.
In August 1555, Philip left on a diplomatic mission to France. Within weeks of his departure, there was a great deal of gossip about Philip's behavior abroad. Rumor had it that Philip was philandering all over France.
Alone in England, Mary wallowed in her misery. She concluded that the only way to cure her depression was to devote herself even more fervently to the one constant in her life, Catholicism. But instead of simply finding solace in the Bible, Mary's beliefs took on an extreme fanatical tone.
After a lifetime of struggle, repressed grief, and rage, Mary seems to have snapped. Her behavior came to resemble her father's, unpredictable and autocratic. The woman who had displayed such remarkable poise began acting out in the most gruesome ways possible.
Although Mary had publicly promised to let her subjects practice their respective Christian faiths in peace, several Protestants had been secretly arrested for so-called acts of heresy. At the beginning of her reign, Mary had been content to simply throw the offenders in jail. But now, that wasn't enough.
One of Mary's first victims was Margaret Polly, a Protestant who denied that the Bible made specific reference to the Roman Catholic Church. Although this wasn't a particularly serious offense, Margaret had committed it at the worst possible time. On July 18, 1555, she was burned alive in a gravel pit.
This act undoubtedly gave Mary a sense of power that she felt was lacking after her false pregnancy, health issues, and virtual abandonment by her husband. In her increasingly unstable environment, the only thing keeping Mary grounded was, unfortunately, burning Protestants alive.
Soon, Mary's behavior drew scorn and confusion from a populace that had always embraced her. With Protestants being set on fire all over England, many began to see them as martyrs instead of heretics.
But it was the conflagration of one specific man that would completely turn the tide of public opinion. Mary's mortal enemy, Thomas Cranmer.
Since September 1553, the former Archbishop of Canterbury had been languishing in the Tower of London. During that time, he made 6 recantations for his various transgressions, from promoting Protestantism to conspiring to have Mary killed. After 3 years in prison, the 66-year-old Cranmer would make his final recantation. Afterward, he would finally be burned at the stake.
Cranmer had been Mary's arch-nemesis since Mary's youth. Although the burnings of Protestants had become increasingly capricious and illogical, this one held special significance to her. In fact, aside from her ascension to the throne, this may have been the most important moment of her life.
But as Thomas Cranmer stood on the pulpit with a mischievous look upon his face, it became clear that this would be no ordinary recantation. Instead of apologizing or groveling, Cranmer launched into a monologue, recanting his previous recantations. He declared that Protestantism, not Catholicism, was the one true Christian faith. He said that when he faced the fire, his hand would be burned first, because it had signed the blasphemous recantations. And he finished by declaring, "As for the Pope, I refuse him as Christ's enemy and Antichrist with all his false doctrine."
Moments later, Cranmer was pulled from the stage and dragged to the execution area. True to his word, as the flames engulfed his body, he thrust his hand into the fire, shouting, "Unworthy right hand."
What should have been Mary's most satisfying act of revenge turned into another betrayal, and one that left the general public cheering for her mortal nemesis.
As Thomas Cranmer burned to death, the rest of the country was soaked with rain. Lots of it. Mary's rule had been marked by an unusually storm-filled winter that decimated crops and caused starvation across England. And although this particular phenomenon was hardly Mary's fault, it was one more thing that began turning her subjects against her.
With her public and personal life imploding, by the end of 1556, Mary more or less experienced a total mental breakdown.
The next March, Philip finally returned to England. News of his arrival seems to have lifted Mary's spirits.
Unfortunately, he was only back long enough to ask for British help in the Holy Roman Empire's war against France. After a great deal of convincing, the Royal Council agreed, and on July 6th, Philip was off to France.
It was the last time he and his wife would ever see one another.
Mary's decision to support her husband's war put her at direct odds with the Pope. The Pope made it explicitly clear that he wanted to negotiate a peace treaty with France and to avoid war at all possible costs. But Mary had sided with her husband rather than the Holy Father.
As a result, the Pope publicly rebuked Mary. Her life had appeared to hit rock bottom until the bottom fell out.
In January 1558, Mary sent word to Philip that she was 6 months pregnant. No one in the royal court had the heart or courage to tell the 41-year-old queen what she almost certainly knew. It was another false pregnancy.
On March 30th, believing herself to be nearly due, Mary drafted her will. She stipulated that the kingdom would go to her heir, and Philip would serve as regent until the child was of ruling age.
By May, not only was there no child, but it appeared that Mary herself was not long for this world. She was constantly ill and growing weaker by the day. Since it was clear that Mary wouldn't produce an heir, her council decided that her half-sister Elizabeth would ascend the throne upon her death. Philip would lose any claim to England.
Shortly before midnight on November 16th, 1558, Mary was read her last rites. The next day, she died at age 42. She had been in power for only 5 years.
Few wept over Mary's passing, and just 6 hours after her death, Elizabeth was proclaimed queen. She would go on to become one of England's most beloved rulers.
Elizabeth's reign would ignite a cultural renaissance and solidify Protestantism as the official religion of England.
Mary's death was an undignified end for an intelligent, talented woman who had overcome extraordinary obstacles. Rather than being immortalized for her perseverance or integrity, it was the burning of the 300 so-called heretics that earned her her enduring nickname, Bloody Mary.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll begin our next season traveling back to ancient Rome to explore the reigns of Emperors Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero.
Among the many sources we used for these episodes, we found Mary Tudor, England's first queen, by Anna Whitelock, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Parcast and Twitter at Parcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Anthony Valsic, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
Listeners, you don't want to miss Incredible Feats, the all-new Spotify original from Parcast. Host Dan Cummins free-falls straight into the weirdest, wildest achievements of all time. New episodes air every weekday. Search Incredible Feats and follow free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Ancient Rome was one of the great triumphs of human civilization. There were engineering marvels like giant temples, stone aqueducts, and extensive road systems. Romans established many of the roots of modern democracy and the postal service. And of course, they had chariot races and gladiator battles.
At its height, the Roman Empire encompassed over 1.7 million square miles and governed more than 100 million people.
To control such wide swaths of land and people, rulers had to be strong, decisive, and at times brutal. For many centuries, a collection of kings and senators shouldered the job. But then, one man consolidated power and forever changed history. Julius Caesar.
Julius Caesar is considered Rome's first dictator, but his rule was short-lived. After only 4 years, he was assassinated by Marcus Brutus on March 15, 44 BCE.
After Caesar, the Roman Republic fell into civil war and chaos, until Caesar's adopted son and great-nephew Octavian took control and became Emperor Augustus in 27 BCE.
From that point on, Augustus set out to create a dynasty from his blood and the blood of Caesar. He ruled for 40 years with the hope of passing on the imperial crown to his family. But his heirs died before they could take the throne.
When Augustus himself died in 14 CE, he left the empire to a series of emperors who were either too damaged, too young, or simply unprepared for the pressure of the position.
As William Shakespeare wrote in the play Henry IV, uneasy is the head that wears a crown, and amongst Roman emperors there were many uneasy heads.
To cope with the pressure, Augustus's descendants turned to executions, sexual depravity, torture, and debauchery. The crown turned ordinary rulers into tyrants, and tyrants into dictators, until they nearly destroyed Rome.
Welcome to Dictators, Parcast Original. I'm Kate.
And I'm Richard. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
This season, we're time warping back to ancient Rome, where we'll dive into the notoriously violent and depraved reigns of Emperors Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero. All three men were related by a complex family tree of blood and adoption that can be traced back to Emperor Augustus and Julius Caesar before him.
Today we'll kick off this deep dive into the Roman Empire with the rise of Tiberius. From his childhood in exile to his awkward adolescent years in the shadow of Emperor Augustus, Tiberius was an unlikely leader. Many Romans assumed he would never ascend the throne. Once he descended into madness and depravity, they wished he hadn't.
Next week, we'll chronicle Tiberius's final years in power, and we'll try to understand what triggered him to retreat to the island of Capri, where he built palaces of sexual perversion and dungeons of torture.
Coming up, Tiberius's fraught childhood.
The legacy of Roman Emperor Tiberius is one of a monster. Ancient Roman historians documented Tiberius's torture chambers, orgies with young boys, and other sexual perversions. But Tiberius's wickedness oftentimes overshadows the fact that for well over a decade, he was considered a measured and moderate ruler.
From the year 14 CE to about 31 CE, Tiberius ruled Rome with an even hand. Senators respected his thoughtfulness and wisdom. He encouraged freedom of speech and a fair legal system. And where Augustus had spent lavishly on temples and wars, Tiberius introduced fiscal responsibility. Instead of building monuments to himself, Tiberius repaired old temples and roads. He strengthened the Roman military while reining in wasteful government spending.
Sadly, Tiberius's accomplishments during that first decade and a half paled in comparison to the horrors of the last 6, when he withdrew from the public and became the monster he's known as today.
To understand the tragic unraveling of Tiberius, we need to start from the beginning. In Tiberius's early years, he didn't aspire to be an emperor, dictator, or even a political leader. Like many other Romans at the time, he wasn't expected to survive childhood.
On November 16th, 42 BCE, Tiberius was born to a prominent Roman family. Even though Tiberius's 16-year-old mother Livia was considered an extraordinary beauty, Tiberius emerged a misshapen baby. He had a protruding forehead, sunken chin, and a prominent hooked nose, even by Roman standards.
But Tiberius's parents didn't have time to worry about the infant's appearance. He entered the world in a period of great conflict in the Roman Empire. 2 years before Marcus Brutus, and the Republic collapsed into civil war.
Mark Antony, who was Caesar's co-consul, and Octavian, who was Caesar's great-nephew and adopted son, led a military campaign against Brutus and his co-conspirators.
The pair succeeded in defeating Brutus and the uprising. But soon, Mark Antony and Octavian were locked in their own struggle for power. As Caesar's co-consul, Mark Antony claimed he was the most qualified to rule.
On the other hand, Octavian believed he was the rightful heir to the throne, since he was descended from Caesar. With the two men at a stalemate, a new civil war erupted across the Republic.
The conflict forced Roman citizens to choose sides once again. Many, like Tiberius's father, swore allegiance to Mark Antony, but Octavian dispatched his soldiers to hunt them all like traitors. As a result, Tiberius's first years were spent on the run with his parents.
At times, Tiberius's mother, Livia, had to hide Tiberius in blankets to prevent his cries from giving away their hiding place.
Thankfully, their exile didn't last long. In 45 BCE, with Mark Antony on the run, Octavian controlled the city of Rome and a majority of the Republic. He decided to grant amnesty to Mark Antony's supporters, allowing young Tiberius and his family to return to the capital. They were safe from retribution from the uprising, but they soon faced a new threat.
When Octavian laid eyes on Tiberius's mother, Livia, he fell madly in love. She was now 19 years old and one of the most beautiful women in the realm. The fact that Livia was already married and pregnant didn't matter to Octavian. He decided that he had to have her.
At the time, it was common practice for nobility to take other men's wives. But 4-year-old Tiberius didn't know that and couldn't understand why his mother was being taken from him.
On January 19th, 38 BCE, 3 days after Livia gave birth to Tiberius's brother, she officially married Octavian. Young Tiberius stood in the back of the temple as his father was forced to give Livia away at the ceremony.
Through tearful eyes, Tiberius watched the strange, powerful man kiss his mother. He looked to his father for help, but Tiberius Sr. couldn't look him in the eye. It was a profound moment for the little boy. He realized that life was uncertain, fickle, and one's fate could change in the blink of an eye.
It was a lesson that would haunt him forever, and it may have planted a seed of madness that would lay dormant for decades, until it was too late.
Meanwhile, things only got worse for Tiberius. The day after the wedding, he and his father were banished from Rome, along with Drusus, Livia's newborn baby. For the next 5 years, the little family lived in exile until 33 BCE, when Tiberius Sr. died of natural causes. 9-year-old Tiberius was forced to perform the eulogy at his father's funeral.
In the first decade of his life, Tiberius experienced sadness and heartbreak on a deep existential level. For the rest of his life, he was described as withdrawn, introspective, and morose.
But at least the little boy found a new home. After the death of Tiberius Sr., Livia convinced Octavian to allow her sons to return to Rome, and Octavian reluctantly welcomed the young boys into his home as his stepsons.
Life in Octavian's palace was a confusing one for Tiberius. He went from living in exile to a lavish mansion with fountains and gardens.
Meanwhile, it wasn't a particularly welcoming environment. In Roman society, stepchildren were more accepted than in many cultures. But the emperor didn't have much time for the boys. He was still occupied with fighting Mark Antony, who had been a thorn in his side for over a decade.
Care for the boys fell to Livia and her squadron of servants.
And Livia was starting to entertain big dreams for her boys. She wanted them to grow up to be important leaders in the empire, either senators or military generals. So she made sure they were given comprehensive education in rhetoric, literature, diplomacy, and military tactics.
The boys were accompanied in their studies by Octavian's daughter Julia and nephew Marcellus. The four children played and learned together as relative equals, which meant that though Tiberius was the oldest, he was frequently ridiculed for his appearance by Julia and Marcellus.
Livia did her best to shield Tiberius. Even though he was a strange-looking child, he was hers, and she vowed to give him the best life that she could. Whenever Octavian was around, she urged him to involve Tiberius in government affairs. And eventually, her pleas worked.
On August 13th, 29 BCE, a great celebration was held in Rome for Octavian's victory over Mark Antony. After a final naval battle in Actium, Antony had committed suicide. So, Octavian and his soldiers marched through the streets of Rome to much cheering and adulation.
Over the next 3 days, there were feasts, games, parades, and gladiator matches. For most of the festivities, 12-year-old Tiberius watched with Livia, Drusus, and the rest of his extended family. But then, on the evening of the second day, something unexpected happened.
Octavian requested that Tiberius accompany him, along with Marcellus, in the final triumphal procession the next day. Tiberius was speechless. At first, he thought it might be a practical joke. He wondered why Octavian would want his misshapen stepson to join him in the celebratory ride.
But Livia assured Tiberius that Octavian chose him because he saw great things for him in the future. That evening, she helped him pick out his best clothing and jewelry.
Then, on the morning of August 15th, Tiberius joined Octavian and Marcellus in the imperial stables. Tiberius swung his leg over one of the pristine white horses and joined his stepfather. Tiberius rode on Octavian's left and Marcellus on the right.
For Tiberius, it didn't matter which side he was on. The entire event felt like a dream. He never imagined that he would see an imperial triumph, let alone ride next to the emperor. The procession lasted several hours and was excruciating in the bright Roman sunshine.
But Tiberius stood tall. He rode proudly and carried himself well. It was his first taste of the imperial spotlight, but it wouldn't be his last.
Coming up, Tiberius jockeys for supremacy with Emperor Augustus's children.
Listeners, I have a surprising treat for you. You know you can find love in a bar or on an app. Why not a podcast? In Blind Dating, the new Spotify original from Parcast, we're expanding the places you can meet your match with a twist you'll never see coming. Every Wednesday, YouTuber and host Tara Michelle introduces one hopeful single to two strangers in a voice-only call. Through a series of illuminating games and questions, the trio finds all the sweetness and awkwardness of a first date, minus the distraction of appearances. But once our hopeful single chooses their match, the cameras are turned on, and it's either butterflies or goodbye. Blind Dating airs weekly with new episodes every Wednesday. You can find and follow Blind Dating free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Now back to the story.
On August 15th, 29 BCE, 12-year-old Tiberius rode in his first Roman triumph. For a self-conscious boy with bad skin and a misshapen head, it was both terrifying and exhilarating. Of course, there were people who pointed and called him names, but that motivated him to stand taller.
After the festivities, Tiberius was officially a public figure in Rome. Imperial sculptors carved marble statues of the boy. The artists downplayed Tiberius's forehead and nose, though many statues still hint at the boy's awkward appearance.
The statues were a great honor for Tiberius, but he didn't let it go to his misshapen head yet. At this point in his life, he had few reasons to think he would ever be emperor.
Roman citizens already considered Octavian's nephew Marcellus as the next emperor. He was handsome, athletic, and of course he shared Octavian and Julius Caesar's blood. Octavian even promised Marcellus his daughter Julia's hand in marriage.
As a consolation, Octavian promised 12-year-old Tiberius to the daughter of one of Octavian's most important generals, Marcus Agrippa. But according to Roman custom, Tiberius would have to wait until he was at least 14 years old to finally marry.
In the meantime, Octavian tasked the boys with learning as much as they could about military affairs. They practiced with swords and spears, and they learned how to handle horses on long voyages. Then, the following year, the boys were given a more significant responsibility.
In 28 BCE, Octavian allowed Tiberius and Marcellus to accompany him to the region of Cantabria in present-day Spain. The region was in revolt against the empire. Octavian used the opportunity to teach the boys about leading armies, as well as his goal of expanding the empire as far as possible.
During the voyage, Tiberius soaked up as much knowledge and experience from Octavian as possible. He watched how his stepfather interacted with his soldiers, and noted that Octavian inspired both their respect and their fear.
The journey was nearly half a year long. When they arrived back in Rome, there was much fanfare, not only for their safe return, but also because the Roman Senate bestowed unprecedented powers on Octavian.
In 27 BCE, Octavian was named emperor for life and given the title Emperor Augustus. But emperor for life doesn't mean much if life is cut short.
In the winter of 23 BCE, Augustus fell ill from fever. At the time, fever usually carried a death sentence. With rudimentary medical care, many people never recovered.
So, Augustus and his advisors made a hasty plan for succession. At 19 years old, Marcellus was still too young to rule. Since Roman senators had to be at least 25 years old, Augustus wanted his nephew to meet that requirement before ascending to the throne.
As a result, Augustus enlisted the help of one of his best friends and powerful military generals, Marcus Agrippa, a man who also happened to be Tiberius's future father-in-law. Augustus entrusted stewardship of the entire empire to Agrippa until Marcellus was mature enough to take over. At that point, Agrippa would step aside.
Marcellus didn't like the plan, but he did not dare oppose his dying uncle and emperor. Even if he had, however, it wouldn't have made any difference. In an ironic twist of fate, Augustus recovered from his fever. He maintained control of the empire, and a few short months later, Marcellus fell ill with fever and died.
Augustus was heartbroken. Not only had his nephew and son-in-law died, but now he was without a suitable heir to take the throne.
After elaborate funeral processions and offerings, Augustus turned to securing a new heir. He did have stepsons, Tiberius and Drusus, but Augustus's priority was creating a dynasty from his and Julius Caesar's bloodline. Tiberius wouldn't do.
And since his widowed daughter Julia was still alive, he decided to marry her to his best friend and lieutenant, Agrippa.
Even though Agrippa was 24 years older than Julia, they didn't waste any time. They bore Augustus two grandsons, Gaius and Lucius.
With that, a great weight was lifted from Augustus's shoulders. Now he had everything settled in case he died, with two grandsons in the care of his trusted new son-in-law, Agrippa.
Meanwhile, while Augustus and Agrippa obsessed over the imperial succession, Tiberius did his best to forge his own path in Rome. He took what he'd learned by Augustus's side in Cantabria and was working hard at building up a military career. Still an introspective boy, he spent many hours alone, practicing with weapons and horses. And in 20 BCE, it paid off. Augustus appointed his 22-year-old stepson to lead a military operation into Armenia.
Tiberius led a contingent of soldiers to the eastern regions of the empire to help the brother of the current king, Tigran, seize power. Tigran had been living in exile in Rome and was now a strong ally of Augustus. Tiberius's mission was to place a crown on Tigran's head without bloodshed, and he succeeded.
When he returned to Rome, there was great celebration. He had executed his first mission as a military leader beautifully, and now it was also time for him to be married.
In 19 BCE, Augustus officially approved of 23-year-old Tiberius's wedding to Agrippa's daughter, Vipsania. Unlike many arranged Roman marriages, Tiberius and Vipsania actually loved each other. They had known each other for almost 10 years. Even though Tiberius wasn't handsome, Vipsania cared for him deeply.
The fates seemed to finally be shining on Tiberius. Not only did he find a wife who loved him for who he was, and a successful military career, Augustus appointed him as an apprentice senator.
But the military part often took precedence in Augustus's Rome. In the fall of 19 BCE, Tiberius once again accompanied the emperor on a series of military campaigns. First, they headed into the Germanic region. The following summer, they went to Gaul. But then, tragedy struck yet again.
In 14 BCE, Augustus's son-in-law Agrippa died. It was a devastating moment for Augustus. Agrippa was his best friend, and now his imperial bloodline was in danger once again.
His grandsons were still too young to rule if he were to suddenly die. So this time, Augustus turned to his adopted son, and now his most trusted military general, Tiberius.
Tiberius was commanded to divorce his wife Vipsania and marry Augustus's daughter, Julia. This way, as Julia's husband, Tiberius would be bound by honor to protect Augustus's grandsons.
Now Tiberius had his devastating moment, one appallingly similar to the injustice that he had witnessed when his father had to divorce Livia. He had to forsake the woman he loved, who loved him unconditionally. Worse still, Vipsania was pregnant with their first child. It was another lesson in the cruel, dispassionate nature of imperial politics.
And to top everything off, Tiberius now had to concern himself with Julia.
Even though they had grown up together in the same home, Julia did not care for Tiberius. She still saw him as the ugly stepbrother who came to live in her home.
But Tiberius and Julia's childhood squabbles didn't matter to Augustus. He needed a strong man to protect his grandson. So, in 11 BCE, Tiberius and Julia married.
Shortly after the wedding, the new couple had a baby, in infancy. Even worse for Tiberius, however, was Julia's lascivious behavior. She enjoyed numerous affairs with Roman men and subjected Tiberius to constant embarrassment.
So Tiberius spent more and more time on distant military operations. At least his soldiers respected him, and the work gave him an opportunity to push the empire even further north.
Starting in 12 BCE, Tiberius and his Drusus spearheaded a massive military expansion into the region of Germania. But being out in the field meant that Tiberius received news days late, which might make it too late.
One crisp autumn morning in 9 BCE, 33-year-old Tiberius was awoken by a rider. The messenger nearly leapt off his horse to the ground at Tiberius's feet.
The man told Tiberius that his brother Drusus was injured in a riding accident in the northern German regions. Drusus's horse reared and landed on his leg, crushing his finger.
Tiberius immediately saddled his best horse. He chose a guide to ride with him, and they set off immediately at a gallop. They rode day and night across hundreds of miles of mountains and valleys, through what is now northern Italy, Switzerland, and into Germany.
Almost a week later, Tiberius arrived just in time at Drusus's camp. He found his younger brother and best friend barely clinging to life. Tiberius tried to comfort Drusus in his final hours, and he held his hand as he slipped into death. It was another devastating blow to Tiberius.
The next day, Tiberius started the long journey back to Rome with Drusus's body. Tiberius walked the entire way in front of the casket as a show of respect and mourning.
Back in Rome, Emperor Augustus honored Drusus with grand funeral processions. Throughout the ceremonies, Tiberius held a place of honor at Augustus's right hand, along with Augustus's young grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, who are now 11 and 8 years old respectively.
Even though the boys were young, Tiberius already sensed their burgeoning struggle for the throne. So, in 6 BCE, 36-year-old Tiberius made one of his first imperial power plays. He asked Augustus for permission to take a sabbatical on the Greek island of Rhodes. Augustus refused. In his opinion, there were no vacations for emperors and their lieutenants. They had more provinces to conquer and subdue.
So Tiberius went on a hunger strike. He didn't eat for several days and vowed to commit suicide by starvation if he was forced to return to fighting. Finally, Augustus backed down, perhaps at the behest of Tiberius's mother Livia. Augustus agreed to allow Tiberius to retire to Rhodes.
Historians have debated Tiberius's motivations for the self-imposed exile. Some think it was to avoid the shame of being married to Julia, who continued to have affairs around Rome. Others believe it was to prove to Augustus that he was more important to the empire as a senator than a military general. He wanted a career change.
And many are convinced it was to let Augustus spend some time with Gaius and Lucius and realize they weren't ready to rule.
Either way, Tiberius spent almost 7 years on Rhodes. There, he read books and practiced rhetoric with Greek scholars. He listened to music and entertained friends at lavish banquets.
More importantly, some historians also believe that Rhodes was the origin of the sexual perversions that would become such a fixture in Tiberius's later life.
But they wouldn't take over for now. In the year 2 BCE, Tiberius received an unexpected message from Rome. Augustus had discovered Julia's affairs, banished his daughter to an island, and annulled her marriage to Tiberius.
The following year, in 1 BCE, free of the shame of Julia, Tiberius sent a letter to Augustus. He requested permission to return back to Rome, and Augustus agreed, on the condition that Tiberius remain out of politics.
At this point, Augustus's grandsons were old enough to ascend the throne if he were to die. In essence, Augustus didn't need Tiberius as a lieutenant or babysitter anymore.
So in 2 CE, 44-year-old Tiberius finally returned to Rome. The homecoming was bittersweet. He was able to see his mother and family. He was free of the stress of military campaigns and imperial business. But suddenly, he was thrust back into the spotlight.
Later that year, Augustus's youngest grandson, 19-year-old Lucius, was killed in battle on the way to Hispania, present-day Spain. It was a tremendous blow to Augustus and the empire, but at least there was still one other grandson in line for the throne, until the ultimate tragedy struck.
In September of 3 CE, 23-year-old Gaius was shot by an arrow. He died of his wounds a few months later on February 21st, 4 CE.
Augustus's worst nightmare came true. He had planned for years to build a dynasty, and his heirs kept dying. First his nephew Marcellus, now Julia's children. There was only one glimmer of hope for the empire.
Tiberius's nephew Germanicus, named for Drusus's brave conquests in the Germanic regions, could trace his family tree on his mother's side back to Julius Caesar. So Germanicus became Augustus's only option for passing on the empire to Caesarian blood.
The only problem was that 19-year-old Germanicus was too young to take the throne. So, once again, Augustus returned to scheming, looking for a way to secure his dynasty. For him, it didn't matter how far he expanded the empire's borders. If he couldn't bequeath the land to his blood, to Caesar's blood, it was all for naught.
Augustus's first move was to call 46-year-old Tiberius out of retirement. More importantly, on June 26th, 4 CE, Augustus officially adopted Tiberius as his son. It was a significant moment for Tiberius, who had always felt like the unwanted stepson.
As part of the deal, Tiberius agreed to adopt Germanicus, his own nephew. Even though they were already family, the adoption assured Augustus that Tiberius would shepherd and protect the empire until Germanicus was mature enough to take the throne.
The order of succession was in place once again, and just in time.
This time, tragedy struck Augustus directly, and Tiberius found himself standing by his adopted father's deathbed.
Though the two men had experienced plenty of conflict over the years, Augustus embraced his adopted son. He knew Tiberius was his only hope for the dynasty.
With some of his last words, he made Tiberius promise to rule wisely and pass along his teachings to Germanicus, who would eventually take the throne.
Then, on August 19th, 14 CE, 75-year-old Augustus died of natural causes. One of the greatest empires in human history now belonged to one man, Tiberius.
Coming up, Tiberius reluctantly ascends to the throne.
Now, back to the story.
On August 19th, 14 CE, 55-year-old Tiberius knelt by the deathbed of his adopted father, Emperor Augustus. When Augustus stopped breathing, Tiberius became the most powerful man in the Roman Empire.
Tiberius's mind flooded with conflicting thoughts and emotions. Augustus was his emperor, his adopted father, his stepfather, and father-in-law. When Tiberius was a young boy, Augustus had hunted his family and nearly killed them. Then Augustus stole Tiberius's mother.
And now, Tiberius stood at the man's side, holding his hand. Augustus was both his ticket to wealth and riches, and the roots of most of the trauma in his life.
It was a moment that Tiberius had never imagined. Always the ugly duckling of his household, he had generally shunned titles and the spotlight.
But there was no escaping the spotlight now. A few days later, the Senate read Augustus's will. It stated, "Since cruel fate has torn me from my grandsons Gaius and Lucius, let Tiberius be my heir."
In some ways, it was a final jab at Tiberius. Augustus reminded everyone that Gaius and Lucius had been his first picks. Tiberius was merely the consolation prize.
But Tiberius didn't hold a grudge. In a sense, he understood the old man's disappointment. After all, he didn't expect to become emperor either.
Over the course of the next week, Tiberius held massive funeral rites for Augustus. He performed the eulogy along with his son Drusus, whom he had named after his brother. And at the end, the Roman Senate conferred the greatest title of all upon Augustus. He was now a god.
In the days and weeks that followed the death of Augustus, Tiberius moved quickly to consolidate the dynasty. Augustus had left instructions for his last remaining grandson, one of Julia and Agrippa's sons, to be murdered. The boy was the runt of the litter and considered an unacceptable heir.
The last obstacle was Augustus's daughter and Tiberius's former wife, Julia. She had been living in exile for close to 12 years, but even outside of Rome, she was still a liability to the empire.
If Julia were to have any more children, there could be further claims to the crown. Also, as the blood of Augustus, she could be kidnapped and used as a hostage for ransom.
So Tiberius decided to kill her.
In the days that followed, Tiberius was called before the Roman Senate to officially be named emperor. Though Augustus had wrested all power from the Senate, they still existed and held some symbolic power. The senators made grand speeches in favor of Tiberius.
And on September 17th, 14 CE, 54-year-old Tiberius was named Emperor of the Roman Empire.
According to the historian Tacitus, the next 12 years of Tiberius's reign were considered the good years. It was a period of stability and moderation for Rome, and it appeared for a time that Tiberius wished to restore the virtues of Julius Caesar's Roman Republic.
To do this, Tiberius strengthened the Senate. Unlike Augustus, whose word was generally considered final, Tiberius encouraged senators to disagree with him.
He also advocated for freedom of speech and the press, though these principles were limited mainly to Roman nobility. He undertook public works projects to protect the city from flooding, and after years of meager corn crops, he tried to stabilize corn prices to help citizens.
In 15 CE, as a show of respect for his hard work, the Senate proposed giving Tiberius the title of Pater Patriae, which literally means Father of the Fatherland. It was considered the most significant title for a living person in Rome.
In spite of the honor, Tiberius refused. He gave a rousing speech to the Senate that he did not want such titles.
But this just endeared Tiberius to his senators further. He was clearly a wise and humble leader.
Tiberius's rapport with Roman citizens was less cozy. He was seen as aloof and bookish, and he didn't help his public image by canceling gladiator events and suspending the theater, which were popular among citizens.
Meanwhile, Tiberius's disdain for the Roman people was likely due to his perception that they ridiculed his appearance. He had always battled self-consciousness for his head, nose, and chin, but as he aged, he also suffered from skin ailments. In his later years, many people described him as having pustules and rashes on his face.
Which may also be the reason that starting in 16 CE, 57-year-old Tiberius began to prepare for his retirement. Not only did he want to escape the public eye, he already sensed his own mortality.
These preparations involved transferring many of his decisions to an ambitious and crafty man named Sejanus.
Sejanus was the head of the Praetorian Guard, the elite group of soldiers who protected the Roman emperors. Sejanus had served under Augustus and was a trusted, skillful soldier. Over the years, Tiberius and Sejanus became close friends.
As a show of respect and trust, Tiberius even arranged a marriage between his son Drusus and Sejanus' daughter.
And then Sejanus became even more important to Tiberius when once again the emperor received tragic news.
In early November of 19 CE, a message arrived from Egypt. Germanicus, Tiberius' nephew, adopted son, and heir to the empire, was dead. make matters worse, there was rampant speculation that 29-year-old Germanicus had been poisoned.
Immediately, Tiberius assigned Sejanus to protect Germanicus's family. The slain heir's sons, 13-year-old Nero, 11-year-old Drusus, and 7-year-old Caligula, were now the only surviving blood of Augustus and Caesar. And Tiberius had vowed to Augustus to protect the dynasty at all costs.
Unbeknownst to Tiberius, many in the empire thought Sejanus was involved in the murder of Germanicus. In fact, Sejanus's plan for seizing control from Tiberius was just beginning.
But for now, Tiberius retained the crown. He assured the Senate, "I shall always be true to myself, not shall I ever change my ways, as long as I am of sound mind."
Little did the Roman Senate or Tiberius know that in a few short years his soundness of mind would be gone, the empire would be in danger, and he would be considered a monster of torture, executions, and sexual depravity.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll chronicle the final years of Tiberius's reign. After years of protecting Augustus's dynasty from power struggles, murder, and assassinations, Tiberius succumbs to the dark descent into madness.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other podcast originals for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals like Dictators for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound design by Anthony Balsick, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Adam De Silva, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. Remember to follow Blind Dating for a dash of romance and rejection. YouTuber Tara Michelle hosts, and she's thrilled to help hopeful singles meet their match once they've survived the hot seat. Follow Blind Dating free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Due to the graphic nature of this episode, listener discretion is advised. This episode contains discussion of sex with children, murder, and torture that some people may find disturbing. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
On June 16th, in the year 32 CE, the sun shone brightly on the Roman island of Capri. Turquoise water lapped at its shores. But for most of the inhabitants of the picturesque island, it was not a day at the beach.
73-year-old Emperor Tiberius had demanded another opulent pool party. His servants rushed to gather jugs of wine, exotic fruits, and other luxuries. But most of all, they knew Tiberius craved one thing: young boys and girls.
Tiberius's trusted servants and bodyguards scoured nearby villages for children and transported them to the emperor's island. There, they gave them two strict rules.
First, never stare at the emperor's misshapen head or his skin covered in lesions. And second, do whatever the emperor wants. In particular, the emperor was enamored with young boys and girls swimming through the archway of his legs, tickling his genitals.
For Tiberius and his young guests, the party continued into the evening. Servants lit oil lamps around the swimming pool and the stone grottos. There, in the flickering shadows, Tiberius and his guests had orgies.
Of course, the children had no recourse. Tiberius was their emperor. If they refused his advances or those of his noble guests, they were banished. Or worse, they were taken to a balcony overlooking the Mediterranean 1,000 feet below and thrown over the side.
It was a scene of grotesque decadence painted by the historian Suetonius that became synonymous with Tiberius's final years of rule. He was no longer just an emperor or even a dictator. He was a legend, a monster. We work with animal parts. We don't kill the animals, but let's say.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original by Parcast. I'm Kate.
And I'm Richard. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals by Parcast for free on Spotify. To stream Dictators for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
This season, we're time warping back to ancient Rome in the early 1st century. There, we're exploring the notoriously violent and depraved reigns of Emperors Tiberius, Caligula, and Nero.
Today we're chronicling the last years of Tiberius's reign. After close to a decade of stable and moderate leadership, Tiberius faced tragedy in his life. In quick succession, he lost Germanicus, the realm's next emperor, and Drusus, his son. Grief-stricken and paranoid, Tiberius left the empire in the hands of his trusted bodyguard, Sejanus. He retreated to the island of Capri, where, according to his worst historical critics, he immersed himself in debauchery and sexual perversions. There, he transformed from an emperor into a tyrannical monster.
The depravity is coming up. Stay with us.
In the final days of October in the year 19 CE, a Roman messenger arrived from Egypt. The rider brought an urgent dispatch to 60-year-old Emperor Tiberius. His nephew and adopted son, Germanicus, was dead at the age of 33.
Tiberius was reportedly devastated. In the 10 years since he adopted Germanicus, he hadn't always been enamored with the soldier. At times, some historians say, he'd felt threatened by Germanicus's popularity and worried that he might stage a rebellion. But he had raised Germanicus as his own son. He had vowed to protect him. Now, the boy was dead. Germanicus's death, however, meant far more than the loss of a family member.
Germanicus was Tiberius's heir. 5 years earlier, Tiberius had promised his legendary predecessor, Emperor Augustus, to pass the Roman Empire on to Germanicus, who could trace his family tree back to Julius Caesar.
Now, with his heir gone, Tiberius faced a dilemma. Who would ascend the throne when he died? At 60 years old, Tiberius knew all too well that he could fall ill or become injured at any moment. Over his 6 decades, he had personally witnessed the brevity and unpredictability of life in the Roman Empire.
His father had died at the age of 52. His brother succumbed to a broken leg at the age of 29. And now, Germanicus's life had been cut short early, perhaps by poison.
Tiberius knew his own end was coming, sooner rather than later. So, he had to prepare the empire for that reality. And to Tiberius's credit, the empire was already in a stable economic and administrative position. Over the last 5 years, he had shepherded a period of moderate and restrained rule.
Unlike his predecessor, Emperor Augustus, Tiberius didn't build elaborate temples to himself. Instead, he chose to fix aging temples and roads. He strengthened aqueducts and helped create a system of grain distribution to benefit Roman citizens.
Where Augustus undertook costly wars of expansion, Tiberius strengthened military bases at the edges of the empire and expanded the realm through diplomatic treaties.
While Augustus was a spendthrift, Tiberius was a frugal emperor. As a result, Tiberius grew the Roman treasury by billions of gold coins.
With the treasury and empire in a strong administrative position, all that mattered now for Tiberius was picking the next ruler. So he turned to Germanicus's sons, 13-year-old Nero Caesar, 11-year-old Drusus Caesar, and 7-year-old Gaius Caesar, whom everyone called Caligula.
Unfortunately, the boys were still too young to rule. In Roman tradition, they needed to be at least 18 years old, but they represented the most direct ancestral line back to Julius Caesar, the great dictator of the Roman Republic.
As a result, Tiberius's sole priority for the next decade was protecting the boys until one of them was ready to take over.
Unfortunately, Tiberius at 60 years old was in no shape to be watching over teenage boys, so he assigned the task to two of his most trusted men, his 32-year-old son Drusus and his 38-year-old bodyguard Sejanus.
Drusus was an able leader who had supervised Tiberius's military for several years, but he was plagued by a quick, mercurial temper. He was rumored to lash out at people who disrespected him, including his wife, Livia.
Sejanus, on the other hand, was a calm, measured leader. As head of Tiberius's elite Praetorian Guard, he was the most highly trained soldier in the empire.
Unlike Drusus, Sejanus was born into the lower class of Roman society. He was an equestrian by birth, which meant that he could never become emperor. However, what Sejanus lacked in pedigree, he made up for in appearance and charm.
He was naturally handsome and charismatic. He inspired fear in his military enemies and was respected amongst his soldiers. He was also popular with many Roman citizens, especially the women.
Historians hypothesize that Tiberius envied Sejanus's military and sexual prowess, which explains why Tiberius was blind to the potential conflict of interest between Drusus and Sejanus.
But for now, it seemed like a smart decision to entrust Rome's heirs to Drusus and Sejanus. And with his plan for succession settled, Tiberius began to prepare himself for retirement.
He was tired after years of being surrounded by scheming politicians, and he wanted out. So, in the spring of 21 CE, 63-year-old Tiberius decided to test the waters by taking a sabbatical from Rome. He left the day-to-day operations in the hands of Drusus.
Then he traveled 200 miles south from Rome to the region of Campania. There, in charming seaside towns, he lounged on beaches, drank wine, and tried to forget about Rome.
It was on that trip that Tiberius discovered an isolated island called Capri. Tiberius fell in love with the quaint winding streets and lush green gardens. But as a naturally cautious man, he was also drawn to the island's defenses, specifically its 1,000-foot cliffs.
For Tiberius, Capri seemed like the perfect retirement home. A fortified rock castle surrounded by the turquoise moat of the Mediterranean.
But while Tiberius was scouting for a place to retire in peace, there was trouble brewing back in Rome. Even though Drusus and Sejanus had been allies for years, traveling and fighting side by side for the empire, they were now at odds.
As the son of the emperor, Drusus considered himself Tiberius's sole representative in Rome. In his mind, Sejanus was simply a bodyguard for Germanicus's sons. On the contrary, Sejanus thought he was Tiberius's representative. He was the strongest soldier in the empire. He was widely beloved and had the backing of the powerful Praetorian Guard.
To be fair, much of the confusion was Tiberius's fault. Even though he left the realm in Drusus's hands, he frequently spoke of Sejanus as his partner. He commissioned statues of Sejanus, so the Roman Senate and citizens received conflicting messages.
In the later months of 21 CE, the power struggle appeared to be too much for Drusus. He was stricken with fever and nearly died. Luckily, he recovered and continued to administer the empire for a time.
The tension simmered on for close to 2 years. Then, in 23 CE, they boiled over once again.
With the Roman sun beating down on the Palatine and Forum, Drusus addressed the Senate. He said, "A stranger was invited to assist in the government while the emperor's son was alive."
To add insult to injury, Drusus reminded Sejanus to mind his position. He was a lowly equestrian who could never be a Roman nobleman.
Sejanus countered that if Drusus were capable of leading the empire, Tiberius wouldn't have had to invite a stranger to assist.
At that, Drusus's notorious temper flared. He struck Sejanus in the head.
It took all of Sejanus's willpower not to strike Drusus back. No matter how much Tiberius respected Sejanus as a soldier, Roman law dictated that if an equestrian injured a nobleman, he would be arrested and likely executed.
With all eyes of the Senate watching him, Sejanus swallowed his pride and took the abuse. As a cunning soldier, he knew his revenge was not to be had on the battlefield of the Roman Forum. He would exact his revenge when Drusus was least expecting it.
In the days that followed, Sejanus set his sights on Drusus's wife Livia and his 4-year-old son Gemellus. There were already rumors that Livia was unhappy in her marriage. Romans speculated that she had been on the receiving end of Drusus's temper, just like Sejanus.
So, while Drusus was attending to imperial business, Sejanus began courting Livia. She quickly fell for his battle-hardened body and charm. But Sejanus was crafty. He didn't just convince Livia to have an affair. He convinced her of a complicated plan to advance her own political interests.
Sejanus explained to Livia that Drusus and Tiberius didn't care about her or her son Gemellus. As far as Tiberius and Drusus were concerned, the only children who mattered in the empire were Germanicus's boys, 17-year-old Nero Caesar, 15-year-old Drusus Caesar, and 11-year-old Caligula.
So, even though Gemellus was the true grandson of the emperor, he would never ascend the throne. Sejanus cleverly convinced Livia that if she allied with him, they could eliminate Drusus and eventually put Gemellus on the throne.
For Livia, Sejanus's plan was intoxicating. It was every Roman woman's dream to either be married to the emperor or to be the emperor's mother. This was her chance. So over the summer of 23 CE, Sejanus and Livia put their plan into action.
While Sejanus and Livia plotted in Rome, 64-year-old Tiberius lounged by a swimming pool near the Mediterranean Sea. As far as he knew, the Roman Empire was running smoothly in his absence. The treasury was full, and his new strategy for succession seemed to be going according to plan. But then, on September 14th, 23 CE, he received a tragic message.
His 36-year-old son Drusus was dead.
Coming up, Tiberius descends into madness after the death of his son. Hi, listeners! To celebrate our favorite month, Parcast Network is releasing a slate of new shows leaning into all things spooky and spine-tingling. And now, we're bringing you an original series called Superstitions, featuring the origins and impacts of our most unusual beliefs and the stories of those who dare to defy them. Every week on Superstitions, hear a new drama that illustrates the eeriness and unlocks the mysteries of humanity's strangest codes of conduct. Like holding your breath while passing a cemetery so you don't wake the dead and make them jealous, or carrying the foot of an animal known to have an evil eye, or using iron to keep away the devil. They may seem mystical or even completely illogical, but one thing is certain: you ignore them at your own risk. You can find and follow Superstitions free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. To hear more Parcast shows, search Parcast Network in Spotify's search bar and find a growing slate of spooky October programming to enjoy.
Now, back to the story.
September 14th, 23 CE was one of the worst days of Emperor Tiberius's life. The 64-year-old head of the Roman Empire had just lost his only child, Drusus.
Tiberius had survived many tragedies during his 6 decades. He witnessed the death of his father in exile, the excruciating final days of his brother after a horse accident, and he stood vigil at the deathbed of his mentor and previous emperor, Augustus.
Those events paled in comparison to losing his 36-year-old son. It was a moment that defined the rest of Tiberius's life. It dredged up deep-seated traumas and existential angst, and it underscored a common refrain of existence for Tiberius: he was alone, and there was nothing he could do about it.
Besides the personal loss of Drusus, Tiberius evidently learned once again that the best-laid plans of emperors were useless and inconsequential against fate. He had witnessed a similar pattern with his predecessor, Emperor Augustus.
Early in Augustus's reign, the emperor had planned to pass the throne to his nephew, but that boy died. Then he hoped to give it to his grandsons, but they too were killed or stricken by disease.
Now the story was repeating itself. No matter how much he planned, the empire was always in jeopardy.
In the days that followed, Tiberius returned to Rome for his son's funeral. There were mournful processions and prayers in temples. Finally, Tiberius placed the young man's ashes in the mausoleum of Emperor Augustus.
Throughout the funeral ceremonies, Tiberius was accompanied by one man, Sejanus. For years, Sejanus had been one of his most trusted advisors. Now, with Drusus gone, Sejanus was the only one.
Unbeknownst to Tiberius, however, the man who was comforting him during his time of sorrow was the same person who had masterminded Drusus's death.
Many ancient Roman historians were surprised that Tiberius didn't suspect foul play. Poisoning was a common practice in ancient Rome. 4 years earlier, Germanicus was supposedly poisoned. So it would have been a natural assumption to make about the death of Drusus.
The fact that Tiberius didn't suspect poisoning either meant that he truly believed Drusus died of natural causes, or he didn't have enough proof to say anything publicly.
Still, after Drusus's death, Tiberius became increasingly paranoid and erratic. He believed that people were out to get him. He swung from being an isolated recluse to litigating every insult or verbal slight from Roman citizens.
To root out treason and rebellions in the empire, Tiberius instituted a new system of laws, in which citizens called delatores could report seditious behavior to the Senate. The reporting citizen received a percentage of the fines.
In essence, Tiberius created a system of paid informants, which resulted in countless lawsuits and fueled his own paranoia. Most of the time, Tiberius stayed out of the decisions. But in the early months of 25 CE, his troubled mind got the better of him.
Several of Sejanus's delatores brought a case to the Senate that involved a historian named Cordus. In one of Cordus's recent books, he spoke ill of both Sejanus and Tiberius.
First, Cordus described the statue of Sejanus as a monstrosity to the empire. And second, Cordus said one of the conspirators against the great Julius Caesar was the last true Roman.
Even after years of advocating for free speech, Tiberius took offense to Cordus's words. Besides the direct affront against his lieutenant Sejanus, Cordus implied that Tiberius was not a true Roman. Tiberius argued to the Senate that this amounted to treason. Before the Senate could punish Cordus, however, the writer starved himself to death.
Even without a final legal judgment by the Senate, the results were clear. Tiberius's once stable reign was slipping away. He was officially becoming a paranoid tyrant, and Tiberius's increasing paranoia made him easy prey for Sejanus.
Sejanus stepped up his plan to take over the empire, this time by setting his sights on Vipsania Agrippina, the widow of Germanicus and adopted daughter-in-law of Tiberius.
Agrippina was a powerful and well-liked princess. She had accompanied Germanicus on many of his military campaigns, so she was seen as a fearless Roman woman. She was also the mother of the heirs to the throne, Nero Caesar, Drusus Caesar, and Caligula.
Sejanus probably thought if he could sow conflict between Agrippina and Tiberius, perhaps Tiberius would disavow her sons from the throne and choose Livia's boy Gemellus instead. So, Sejanus set about fomenting a civil war within Tiberius's family. First, again according to Suetonius, Sejanus convinced Tiberius that Agrippina was actively plotting to overthrow him. It's important to note here that Suetonius, the historian who documented this period most famously, is notorious for stretching the truth. Some of the following may be fabricated.
Sejanus pointed to Agrippina's popularity amongst Romans. He said that it was only a matter of time until she amassed enough power to remove Tiberius and install one of her sons. Even though that was Tiberius's eventual plan, Sejanus knew that it would anger Tiberius that Agrippina was overstepping her authority.
Besides being a bug in Tiberius's ear, Sejanus cleverly worked the other side of the conflict. He had informants embedded amongst Agrippina's friends and confidants. There, he planted suspicions that Tiberius was attempting to poison her.
Sejanus's agents whispered that Tiberius never wanted Agrippina's sons to be emperor, and he was vying to kill all of them. Ironically, it was Sejanus who was trying to do that, but at the time, Agrippina didn't realize the truth.
So, in the springtime of 25 CE, Tiberius and Agrippina were pitted against each other. According to some historians, one of the most dramatic clashes occurred at a dinner party hosted by Tiberius.
As servants circulated with trays of decadent food, Agrippina refused to eat. She was suspicious that Tiberius would use the opportunity to poison her.
Conversely, Tiberius watched his daughter-in-law refusing to eat his food. At one point, Tiberius even personally offered her an apple, but she refused it. Not only did this offend Tiberius as a host, it also fed into his suspicions of Agrippina's potential plot against him.
The entire scene was a stroke of genius for Sejanus, who sat back and watched Tiberius and Agrippina attack each other.
In the weeks that followed, Tiberius is said to have fixated on the dinner party. He couldn't shake the thought that his own daughter-in-law would refuse his food.
However true it is, this particular story underscores how much Tiberius detested life in Rome. It's clear he longed to return to the island paradise of Capri, far away from temperamental princesses and all the political schemes of the empire.
Once again, according to Suetonius, Sejanus seized the opportunity to advance his plan. He agreed with Tiberius that Capri was the best place for him. But this time, Sejanus didn't want it to be temporary. Sejanus set about convincing Tiberius to retire to Capri forever.
To accomplish this, Sejanus supposedly convinced Tiberius that if Agrippina was trying to kill him, Capri would be the most difficult place for her to attack. From the 1,000-foot cliffs, Tiberius could see ships coming from miles away. In Rome, on the other hand, Tiberius was an easy target. There were too many roads and alleys. There were spies and sycophants. Sejanus argued that if Tiberius stayed in Rome, he'd likely be dead within the year.
And in a masterstroke of manipulation, Sejanus didn't only target Tiberius's paranoia, he also appealed to Tiberius's fragile ego.
Sejanus flattered Tiberius with reports that Rome was in better condition now than it had been during the reign of the great Augustus. The treasury was rich, the roads and temples were fixed. Since Tiberius was so skilled at leading the realm, of course he could do the same from Capri.
Then, to conclude his appeal, Sejanus reminded Tiberius that Germanicus's boys would be safe in his care. Who better to care for them than the head of the Praetorian Guard?
Sejanus's words were a salve to Tiberius's wounded soul. He had been trying to retire for over a decade. From time to time he had left Rome temporarily, but he had always returned.
In the final months of 25 CE, however, Tiberius decided to follow Sejanus's advice, or his private whims. It's unclear which. Whatever the case, he wouldn't be budged. He was going to leave Rome permanently.
Coming up, Tiberius's madness spirals out of control on Capri.
Now back to the story.
In the year 25 CE, 66-year-old Tiberius officially retired from Rome. He still retained the title of emperor, and most decisions in the realm remained his sole purview. But his lieutenant and partner, Sejanus, was in charge of the day-to-day administration.
Much speculation surrounded Tiberius's reasons for retirement. Many historians pointed to the fact that Tiberius never wanted to be emperor in the first place. When he was finally thrust into the position, he spent years trying to escape.
Even when Tiberius tolerated the job of emperor, he hated the politics and rumor mill of Rome. From a very young age, Tiberius suffered at the hands of the Roman political machine.
When he was an infant, his parents were forced into exile for their political views. When they were finally allowed to return, Emperor Augustus stole Tiberius's mother for his wife.
During Tiberius's adolescence, Romans ridiculed his awkward appearance. Even after he became emperor, Tiberius was frequently slandered by Roman citizens. They disliked his bookish, prudish ways, especially his policies against gladiator games.
But Tiberius wasn't only concerned with the Roman public. Since the death of Drusus, he was breaking down mentally and physically. His behavior was more and more capricious. He reacted to the slightest verbal insult.
Besides Tiberius's mental state, his physical appearance worsened too. In his later years, his skin developed a prominent rash and became covered in pus-filled sores.
At least according to Suetonius, a notable gossip. His book, The 12 Caesars, written in 121 CE, is both an extremely valuable source of information about Roman life and generally unreliable in its level of detail. Most of the following narrative about the end of his life is questioned by other, more contemporary historians, especially because Suetonius had his access to official archives taken away as he began his project.
According to Suetonius, Tiberius was convinced that the sun and salt water of Capri would help alleviate his conditions, and if not, it would at least shelter him from further embarrassment. So with a panoply of reasons to leave Rome, Tiberius's servants organized an imperial caravan to rival the Roman army.
There were carts and chariots full of builders, stone masons, craftsmen, and cooks. Sejanus led the way along with a heavy contingent of Praetorian Guard. It was an awesome sight to see.
The caravan wound slowly out of Rome, down the coast, toward the southern reaches of the empire.
One of Tiberius's first stops on the long journey to Capri was a small coastal town called Sperlonga. There, Tiberius planned to host a lavish dinner party for his companions.
Also in the city of Sperlonga, Sejanus demonstrated once and for all his bravery and commitment to the emperor.
It was a balmy evening in the late summer of 25 CE. Tiberius welcomed his distinguished guests to a villa set into a hillside above the Mediterranean. The dining room was a rock cave lit only by oil lamps.
For the first time in years, Tiberius felt like he could relax and enjoy life away from Rome. There were servants with endless clay jugs of wine and many trays of exotic fruits and meats.
But suddenly, in the middle of dinner, part of the cave collapsed. People screamed and ducked for cover. Chaos engulfed the party.
As the dust settled, everyone realized that Sejanus had leapt to protect Tiberius from falling rocks. The head of the Praetorian Guard had shielded the emperor with his own body and risked his life to protect him.
The story of Sejanus's bravery spread quickly. After that, Tiberius considered Sejanus his best friend. Of course, unbeknownst to Tiberius, Sejanus was concocting traitorous schemes at every turn.
After the incident in the cave, Tiberius and the imperial caravan eventually boarded ships and completed their journey to the island of Capri.
Sejanus helped Tiberius get settled on the island. He entrusted some of his best soldiers to protect the emperor. Then he readied to return to Rome.
For Tiberius, it was a bittersweet goodbye. Sejanus was the only person he trusted in the empire. He was sad to see him go, but he was also thankful to have him as his proxy in Rome. Without Sejanus, Tiberius would be stuck in the capital, dealing with the Senate. Of course, without Sejanus, Tiberius' son Drusus might still be alive as well.
As Tiberius waved to Sejanus' departing ship, he turned to the task at hand. He needed to build Capri into the paradise he had always wanted. Over the next few years, Tiberius built numerous villas on the island. One in particular was his favorite. Perched atop one of the highest hilltops, the elaborate mansion and fortress was called Villa Jovis, or Villa of Jupiter.
There, 1,000 feet above the Mediterranean, Tiberius and his guards were able to see any approaching vessels. It was a perfect vantage point for a paranoid emperor.
Inside the villa were luxurious apartments for Tiberius and his guests. There were offices for imperial business. Even though Sejanus handled most administrative duties in Rome, the Senate still required Tiberius to rule on significant legal matters, executions, and issues of the Roman treasury.
When the few items of business were complete, Tiberius returned to his leisure activities. He and his guests enjoyed gardens, bathhouses, and swimming pools.
Modern scholars contend that the scandalous stories about Tiberius on Capri were exaggerated, but ancient Roman historians chronicled orgies and sexual perversions that they were afraid to even describe.
According to the historian Suetonius, Tiberius transformed into a heavy-drinking party fiend on Capri. Tiberius decorated Villa Jovis with erotic paintings and constructed a library of sexual texts to motivate shy guests.
He frolicked with young boys and girls in bathhouses and swimming pools. He hosted orgies in the gardens overlooking the Mediterranean.
Even Tiberius's religious activities on Capri frequently involved sex. Suetonius chronicled a ceremonial offering to the gods at which the emperor became enamored with one of the young acolytes. Before the ceremony was over, Tiberius kidnapped the boy and his brother and raped them.
Days later, when the boys accused the emperor of the act, Tiberius ordered their legs broken. Sadly, the boys were some of the lucky ones.
Suetonius also described a young woman who was brought to Tiberius's bed. When she refused his advances, he accused her of treason, and she was executed.
Other guests who displeased Tiberius were imprisoned or starved. The worst offenders were taken to a balcony overlooking the sea called Tiberius's Leap. There, they were thrown off the 1,000-foot cliff onto the rocks and sea below.
Tiberius's life in Capri was a violent mixture of paranoia and sexual frustration, and it played right into the hands of Sejanus. As long as Tiberius was scared to return to Rome and was occupied with an endless supply of young boys and girls on Capri, Sejanus could pursue his plan to consolidate power.
Back in Rome, Sejanus went to work. First, he relocated much of the Praetorian Guard from around the empire to the capital. That would allow him to easily subdue any uprisings or revolts. It also served as an intimidation tactic against the Senate or any other individuals who might stand up to him.
With the backing of the Praetorian Guard, Sejanus began unilaterally choosing political appointees and governors. He appointed his family and friends to prized positions throughout the realm.
If the Senate objected, Sejanus requested that Tiberius write letters praising him as his socius laborem, Latin for his partner in work.
Then, with control of the Senate secured, Sejanus once again turned his sights on Agrippina and her family. He systematically hunted down and executed her supporters.
Sejanus was careful not to target Agrippina directly for fear of angering Tiberius, but he believed if he could weaken her enough, perhaps she would lash out at Tiberius.
And meanwhile, Sejanus executed perhaps the crowning achievement in his plan to take over Tiberius's reign. He seized control of the imperial messenger service. By personally overseeing all of the messages going to and from Capri, he was able to manipulate most of the information to and from Tiberius.
For close to 6 years, Sejanus became the key link between Tiberius and Rome, and thus became the emperor's puppet master. But he wasn't able to stop all messages from getting to Tiberius.
In the early months of 31 CE, Tiberius received a secret communique through a trusted servant. It contained news that would rock the empire.
The letter outlined how Sejanus and Livia had poisoned Tiberius's son Drusus. It went on to detail Sejanus's plan to eliminate Drusus and Tiberius in order to put Gemellus on the throne.
Tiberius was speechless. He shook with rage. For years he had called Sejanus his partner, his bodyguard, and his best friend. But now, Tiberius realized it all had been a ruse to manipulate him. If he couldn't trust Sejanus, who could he trust?
For Tiberius, it was the final straw that sent him down a dark path to madness. He plunged into a deep, self-loathing depression for the remainder of his life.
But in the meantime, Tiberius realized he had to take action. Sejanus was plotting to overthrow him, and the future of the Roman Empire was in jeopardy.
He had to act now, or it might be too late. Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we return with Tiberius's attempt to rescue Rome from the clutches of Sejanus, and we dive deep into the reign of his adopted grandson, Caligula.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals by Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler. Sound design by Anthony Valsic, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Adam De Silva, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
Hang a horseshoe above your door, keep a rabbit's foot in your pocket, and follow Superstitions free on Spotify. Listen every Wednesday for the surprising backstories to our most curious beliefs and thrilling tales that illuminate the mystical eeriness of our favorite superstitions.
Due to the graphic nature of this dictator's reign, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of murder and sexual situations that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
In early March 37 CE, Emperor Tiberius was faced with the most critical decision of his entire reign, choosing a successor. The 77-year-old had led the Roman Empire for 22 years, and the end was near.
But he couldn't decide who should take his place. His teenage grandson, Gemellus, or his 24-year-old adopted grandson, Caligula.
Making difficult decisions was always a problem for Tiberius. It was evident to all that he had no desire to lead Rome. Instead, he preferred the sexual perks that came with the position of emperor.
And eventually, he came up with a brilliant way to avoid even this crucial choice. He would let the gods decide who should be the next emperor.
Tiberius sent a message to both boys and told them to come and see him at once. Whoever walked through the door first would officially be declared his heir. It was perfect.
As Tiberius waited in his chamber, he heard a knock on the door and looked up. To his complete and total disappointment, it was Caligula.
Through gritted teeth, Tiberius embraced his adopted grandson and officially declared him heir to the throne. A viper was about to be unleashed on the people of Rome.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Today we continue our discussion of the Julio-Claudian dynasty with Caligula, one of the most infamous Roman emperors in history. He ruled from 37 CE to 41 CE. Throughout that reign, he was known for his cruelty and insanity.
This week, we'll follow the rise of Caligula. We'll discuss how Caligula grew up in his father's shadow and came to be imprisoned by Emperor Tiberius in Capri. But the young man didn't just get out of captivity. He made it to the seat of the emperor, where many Romans hoped this relative unknown would do some good.
Their hopes were quickly dashed. Next week, we'll examine some of the more outrageous stories associated with Caligula once he assumed power, including the construction of a 3-mile floating bridge and his failed campaign to conquer Britannia. He thought these foibles were his right. He saw himself as a god. But an assassination plot proved just how wrong he was.
Coming up, we'll dive into the rise of Caligula.
Caligula. The name alone conjures images of a man consumed by madness, cruelty, and excess. For thousands of years, the world knew Caligula as one of the quintessential examples of Roman overindulgence. He was made all the more infamous in the 1979 erotic historical film that bears his name.
Many modern historians confirm these general ideas. Caligula was a murderous, selfish, and paranoid tyrant. However, historians have also suggested that the ancient writers exaggerated Caligula's evil.
This historical slander was most likely due to the fact that Caligula didn't live up to the standards set by his father, the great Roman general Germanicus.
Caligula was born Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus on August 31st, 12 CE. His mother was Agrippina the Elder, granddaughter of Augustus Caesar. At the time of Caligula's birth, Augustus was in the final 2 years of his reign.
About a year after Caligula was born, Germanicus was appointed commander of the Roman legions in the Rhine. So for the first several years of his life, Caligula grew up amongst soldiers, and in many ways, the stage was set for Caligula to follow in his father's footsteps.
The Roman soldiers found themselves entertained by the young Caligula, who Agrippina the Elder dressed like a legionnaire. He quickly became the pet of the troops.
As part of his soldier's uniform, the young boy wore the standard Caligae boot. This led to the nickname Caligula, or Tiny Boots. The name stuck with him for the rest of his life, much to Caligula's annoyance.
This quaint portrait of family life amidst the army was interrupted in 14 AD, when the unpopular Tiberius became emperor of Rome. In response, soldiers in the Rhine legions threatened to mutiny. The only way Germanicus could stop them was if he met the following demands: an increase in pay, shorter terms of service, and for Germanicus to declare himself emperor.
Fearing his family's safety, Germanicus acquiesced to pay the increase and cut back service length. But these moves only increased the calls for Germanicus to become emperor,
which Germanicus would not do. Instead, he promised to take his soldiers on campaign against the Germans. According to historian Stephen Dando Collins, Rome traditionally battled the Germans every year between March and October. In recent years, however, there had been a decrease in fighting.
Germanicus promised his men more money and eternal glory. And for the next 2 years, they got what he promised. Germanicus and his men crushed various Germanic tribes.
One of his most significant victories came at the Battle of Edista Viso in 16 CE. 80,000 Roman soldiers defeated 50,000 Germanic troops. The battle put an end to a 3-year campaign, earning Germanicus and his men fame and glory back in Rome.
But in the process, it made Germanicus an enemy of his adoptive father, Emperor Tiberius.
To Emperor Tiberius, Germanicus's victories represented the soldiers' attempt to usurp power. Tiberius was convinced that Rome's troops were more loyal to Germanicus than their emperor, and he wasn't wrong.
But Tiberius knew that he couldn't simply kill Germanicus. Such an act might inspire a rebellion. Instead, he recalled Germanicus to Rome, where he could keep an eye on him. To sweeten the return, he promised to give Germanicus a triumph, the Roman celebration for a victorious military commander. And Germanicus wanted to make his triumph a family affair.
In May 17 CE, 4-year-old Caligula returned to Rome in style. He stood beside his hero father and siblings in a chariot showered with cheers. Behind them was the parade made up of Germanicus's legions.
As Caligula rode through Rome's streets and did laps around the Circus Maximus, the triumph was seared into his memory. It felt so good to be adored.
However, Caligula's time in Rome only lasted a few months. At the end of the summer, Germanicus was appointed commander-in-chief of a conveniently distant region. He, a pregnant Agrippina the Elder, and the young Caligula headed to the Middle East.
Once they established their home base in Antioch, Syria, Germanicus toured throughout the eastern portion of the empire. He island hopped in the Aegean Sea, rode through the rolling hills of Armenia, and sailed up the Nile to see the pyramids. After 2 years, he returned to Antioch.
And that's precisely when trouble started brewing.
The governor of Syria was a man named Gnaeus Piso, and he wasn't too thrilled that Germanicus was now in the region as his superior. Germanicus technically outranked Piso, so Piso did everything he could to assert his authority.
In January 19 CE, Germanicus traveled to Egypt. The region had recently experienced famine, and the commander needed to survey the damage. When he returned to Syria, he discovered that Piso had reversed all of the orders he had given to the army legions and surrounding cities.
Although it is unknown precisely what those orders were, Germanicus was understandably livid, so much so that he banished Piso from his court.
That October, Germanicus suddenly and violently fell ill. He quickly assumed that Piso had somehow poisoned him. This fear was reinforced when he discovered that Piso's wife was friends with a known Syrian poisoner.
But before Germanicus could seek justice, he succumbed to his illness and died. The 7-year-old Caligula, the loss of his father, a hero of Rome, was devastating.
For the rest of his life, wherever Caligula went, the memory of his father followed.
In the years following Germanicus' death, Caligula lived with his mother and 3 younger sisters, probably in Rome. It was during this period when Caligula's sexual depravity was said to have originated. When Caligula was around 15, he was caught in bed with his 12-year-old sister, Julia Drusilla.
This episode has long been considered the evidence for stories of Caligula's rampant incest. However, modern historians believe it may have actually originated from ancient anti-Caligula propaganda.
Of the 6 ancient historians who chronicled Caligula's life, Suetonius is the only one who wrote about Caligula in bed with Drusilla. And while other ancient historians had bad things to say about Caligula, Suetonius is especially severe, so much so that his narration is unreliable.
In fact, during his teenage years, Caligula was probably best known not for his depravity, but for his love of singing and dancing.
The reason Caligula was allowed to continue living with his mother and sisters was that Emperor Tiberius never considered him a threat. Though at times Tiberius was wary of Caligula's older brothers, he found the artistic young Caligula somewhat whimsical.
But not everyone shared this belief. Some within the emperor's council believed that all of Germanicus's family posed a threat to the throne, and that threat needed to be eliminated.
The man leading that charge was Lucius Aelius Sejanus.
As we discussed in our episodes on Tiberius, Sejanus was the prefect or commander of the Praetorian Guard, the private bodyguards of the royal family. Since becoming prefect, Sejanus had his eye on the throne, and he would do whatever he could to get there.
That included eliminating rivals, like Germanicus's family.
Sejanus's first target was Caligula's mother, Agrippina the Elder. He went about using his influence to isolate her, that included banishing her family and friends, or to prosecuting them on absurd charges. And his tactics worked. Plus, even better for Sejanus, Agrippina believed that it was Emperor Tiberius who was responsible.
At the same time, Sejanus manipulated Tiberius into thinking that Agrippina was angling for power for herself and her sons. Whether or not Agrippina actually plotted to usurp Tiberius, the rumors made Agrippina persona non grata throughout the Roman aristocracy.
Things finally came to a head in 28 CE. By now, Tiberius was off on the island of Capri, and Nero Germanicus, Caligula's eldest brother, was named heir. But at the same time, Sejanus had total influence over 68-year-old Tiberius. And for whatever reason, he decided this was the year to initiate his final strikes.
Sejanus ordered house arrest for both Agrippina and Nero Germanicus. A year later, both were tried before the Senate on trumped-up charges of treason and homosexuality.
The Senate declared both defendants enemies of the state and banished them from Rome. Nero Germanicus was sent to live on the island of Pontia, while Agrippina made for the island of Ponditaria. When Agrippina arrived, she received a whipping from a guard, and in the process, went blind in one eye.
For Sejanus, the plan to remove Germanicus's family was going perfectly. Only two people stood in his way: Caligula's other brother, Drusus Germanicus, and Caligula himself.
But just as Sejanus plotted his move against Caligula, Emperor Tiberius made a shocking and unexpected announcement. 18-year-old Caligula was now going to live with him on the island of Capri.
Many saw the move as the sign that Tiberius was sparing Caligula's life. In reality, it turned out to be much worse.
Caligula was now Emperor Tiberius's prisoner.
Coming up, Caligula lives as Tiberius's prisoner on Capri.
Hi, listeners! To celebrate our favorite month, Parcast Network is releasing a slate of new shows leaning into all things spooky and spine-tingling. And now, we're bringing you an original series called Superstitions, featuring the origins and impacts of our most unusual beliefs and the stories of those who dare to defy them. Every week on Superstitions, hear a new drama that illustrates the eeriness and unlocks the mysteries of humanity's strangest codes of conduct. Like holding your breath while passing a cemetery so you don't wake the dead and make them jealous, or carrying the foot of an animal known to have an evil eye, or using iron to keep away the devil. They may seem mystical or even completely illogical, but one thing is certain: you ignore them at your own risk. You can find and follow Superstitions free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. To hear more Parcast shows, search Parcast Network in Spotify's search bar and find a growing slate of spooky October programming to enjoy. Now, back to the story.
When Caligula's father died in 19 CE, it allowed the family's enemies to swoop in and eliminate them. The lead architect for this purge was the commander of the Praetorian Guard, Sejanus. For a decade, Sejanus worked on acquiring power while eliminating Caligula's brothers and mother.
But before Sejanus could take out Caligula, Emperor Tiberius decided he wanted the 18-year-old to live with him on the island of Capri.
The move occurred in 30 CE, and by all accounts, including those written by Caligula's harshest critics, the young man's 6 years on Capri were tantamount to hell.
Tiberius forced Caligula to either watch or perform some of the more depraved acts we discussed last week, including sexual activities with young girls and boys.
He watched the torture of boys and their forced participation in gladiatorial games.
And, of course, he witnessed Tiberius's infamous pool gatherings.
It's also likely that Tiberius sexually abused Caligula.
Not surprisingly, Caligula hated Tiberius. He detested the insidious acts of torture and sexual abuse committed by the aging emperor.
However, Caligula knew that if he voiced such displeasure, he would likely be exiled, or worse, killed. So Caligula began acting and feigned approval of Tiberius's nefarious actions.
In return, Tiberius gleefully believed that he was grooming a monster to be his heir. Allegedly, Tiberius once proudly said, "I'm nursing a viper for the Roman people."
Tiberius couldn't have been more right.
While Tiberius was having fun on Capri and ignoring his duty to govern, Sejanus was looking to finally solidify his power in Rome, roughly 160 miles northwest. First, Sejanus convinced Tiberius to take out Caligula's final brother, Drusus. A short time later, Drusus Germanicus was accused of plotting against Tiberius and thrown into prison.
Next, Sejanus sent a guard to Caligula's other brother, Nero Germanicus, on Pontia. The story goes that the guard simply showed Nero a noose. Refusing the noose would have likely resulted in a painful death. So, Nero hung himself.
Soon, News of the death reached Caligula on Capri, but instead of publicly mourning Nero's loss, Caligula kept his tears to himself. He knew that Sejanus would be looking for any excuse to question his loyalty to Tiberius and have him killed too.
But fortunately, Caligula's grandmother also realized what Sejanus was doing and decided to step in to save her family.
In the spring of 31 CE, Caligula's grandmother Antonia sent Emperor Tiberius a letter claiming that Sejanus was making moves against him. Tiberius trusted Antonia immensely. If she sent the letter, then the accusations must be true. Despite the fact that this was an almost unbelievable betrayal, after years of what he'd thought was collaboration and friendship, Sejanus needed to go.
In October, Tiberius secretly appointed 52-year-old Naevius Cordus Macro as the new prefect of the Praetorian Guard, and almost immediately used him to take out Sejanus.
On October 18th, 31 CE, Macro went to the Senate and delivered a letter from Tiberius to be read aloud. It began with a few kind words praising Sejanus, but then the message suddenly turned into a critical hit piece, and it ended with a call for Sejanus's immediate arrest.
After an intense debate, the senators finally agreed to follow Tiberius's orders. Sejanus was shackled and thrown into prison. That very evening, Lucius Aelius Sejanus was strangled to death.
His 10 years of plotting and machinations were all for naught.
It is hard not to imagine that Caligula was relieved to hear that Sejanus, the man who was the architect of his family's ruin, was dead. However, it didn't mean that Caligula was safe just yet.
Emperor Tiberius did still consider Caligula's remaining brother, Drusus Germanicus, a threat. In 33 CE, Tiberius ordered the imprisoned Drusus to starve. Allegedly, Drusus ate the hay from his mattress out of desperation.
When word of Drusus' ultimate starvation reached Agrippina the Elder, she was distraught. 2 of her sons were dead, and her third was the emperor's plaything. Sometime in 33 CE, it all became too much. Agrippina died by suicide.
Allegedly, Caligula was as stoic about both these deaths as he had been about his first brothers. The ancient historians have used that lack of emotion as evidence that Caligula was always a wicked man. However, the real reason was likely that Caligula knew how to survive. Sejanus was out of the picture, and his vendetta against Caligula's family with him. But after spending 3 years on Tiberius's island, Caligula was all too aware of Tiberius's own brutality. If Caligula showed too much emotion over the deaths of condemned traitors, it could mean his own demise.
So for the next few years, Caligula did all he could to stay out of trouble. He distracted himself by studying oratory, debate, and Greek philosophy. And he even made a friend, the new Praetorian Guard prefect, Macro. For a Roman emperor to succeed, he needed the backing of the Praetorian Guard. Caligula suddenly had the support of one of the most important and powerful men in the empire.
Unfortunately, the aging Emperor Tiberius was still refusing to decide on his heir. In the years since coming to Capri, Caligula seemed like the odds-on favorite. But by the end of 36 CE, Tiberius was beginning to have second thoughts.
The only other real option, though, was Tiberius's grandson, Gemellus. And after his father's death, Gemellus had also been living on Capri with Tiberius, being groomed as a possible heir. However, Tiberius questioned whether or not Gemellus was actually his blood. He was concerned that the boy was the result of an affair between his mother and Sejanus.
For months, Tiberius couldn't decide what to do. He consulted with Macro, who suggested Caligula.
But ultimately, as he often had before, Tiberius found a way to avoid the decision entirely by leaving it up to the gods.
So, one morning in March 37 CE, Tiberius summoned Caligula and Gemellus to his chambers. Whoever walked through the door first would be emperor. But Gemellus didn't know that and decided to eat breakfast first. So when the door opened, Caligula appeared. Apparently, much to Tiberius's dismay. According to one ancient historian, deep down, Tiberius hoped the gods chose Gemellus.
The decision to eat breakfast cost Gemellus the throne and would subject the empire to the tumultuous reign of Caligula, sooner than most Romans expected.
Not long after naming Caligula his official heir, Tiberius injured himself while throwing a javelin. Following the injury, he took to his bed, where he succumbed to an unknown illness.
Some say the illness was the result of his javelin injury or some other natural illness that happened to strike him at the time. But because this was Rome, there were rumors of a more insidious nature.
Some ancient historians claim that Caligula poisoned, starved, or smothered Tiberius, perhaps as revenge for the 6 years of horrors he lived through on Capri. Caligula himself boasted years later that he nearly sank a dagger into a sleeping Tiberius. The only reason he stopped was that he suddenly felt pity for him.
Another version of the story claims that it was actually Macro, the Praetorian Guard prefect, who murdered Tiberius.
But whatever the cause, on March 16th, 37 CE, the 77-year-old Emperor Tiberius died.
2 days later, the Roman Senate declared 24-year-old Gaius Caligula Julius Caesar Germanicus the new emperor.
And on March 28th, Emperor Caligula entered Rome for the first time in at least 6 years.
Many within the Roman aristocracy saw Caligula's ascension as Rome's rebirth, a chance to erase Tiberius's deplorable reign. The son of Germanicus would surely lead the empire to prosperity.
In less than a year, they would come to realize how very wrong they were.
Coming up, Caligula's benevolent reign is abruptly cut short.
Now, back to the story.
In March 37 CE, Emperor Tiberius died. A few days later, his heir, 24-year-old Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, known as Caligula, was officially declared emperor.
Upon arriving in Rome, the young Caligula inherited an empire that stretched from France and Belgium to Syria and Egypt.
He was Rome's youngest leader, and after the final ineffective years of Tiberius's leadership, he represented a new hope.
According to one official inscription in the Roman Turkish town of Assos, since the coronation of Gaius Caesar Germanicus Augustus Caligula, which all mankind had hoped for, the world has found no measure for its joy. The happiest age of mankind has arrived.
Caligula, for his part, appeared ready to honor the praise heaped upon him. For 6 years, he had been a prisoner on Capri, doing all he could to survive Tiberius's abuse. Fully aware of the previous emperor's impressive reputation, Caligula had little desire to replicate Tiberius's reign.
With that in mind, Caligula immediately got to work. First, he officially adopted Gemellus, Tiberius's grandson. This made Gemellus next in line for the throne. It also helped Caligula curry favor with the Senate by showing that, unlike Tiberius, he wasn't paranoid of being usurped.
Next, Caligula pardoned and freed all political prisoners who had been locked up under Tiberius. Historian Stephen Dando Collins argues that Caligula did this to justify releasing his friend, Herod Agrippa, who had been charged with treason by the paranoid Tiberius. Had Caligula only released Agrippa, Caligula would have likely received criticism of favoritism.
By releasing all political prisoners, however, the new emperor could free his friend and protect his burgeoning reputation as emperor.
To finish off the successful scheme, Caligula also gave Agrippa sections of Syria and the title of king. Within a few years, Agrippa would rule over all of Judea as King Herod Agrippa I.
In these early days, Caligula also formed his council of advisors. His most important was Macro, the Praetorian Guard prefect, who'd been a friend and ally to Caligula while Tiberius was still alive. Under Macro's advice, Caligula began a series of reforms to undo the draconian laws of his predecessor.
For starters, Caligula opted to share power with the Senate. Caligula was still the sole ruler of Rome. However, as historian Alois Winterling writes, he paid strict attention to the proper forms of communication between the emperor and the aristocrats in the Senate, which had traditionally symbolized their equality.
Instead of dictating and making decrees on his own, Caligula generally seemed to have discussed his ideas with the senators. In doing so, Caligula boosted his public image. Many believed that it was a sign that Rome was returning to the days of Augustus.
Although, according to some of the ancient historians, the man who really pulled the strings in those early days was Macro. Allegedly, Macro conferred with the senators about rulings before Caligula proposed them, and deals were already in place by the time the emperor brought them to the table.
But in those early months, it didn't matter who was actually in charge, because life in Rome was improving under Caligula.
Books banned under Tiberius and even Augustus were suddenly allowed to be published again.
The tax system was reformed, which included the elimination of the sales tax.
And most importantly, Caligula brought back the legislative body for commoners. Under the new emperor, electoral procedures became democratic once more.
But perhaps two of Caligula's favorite early initiatives were public works programs and sporting events.
Tiberius had been a frugal leader. At his death, the treasury was estimated to have contained between 2.3 and 3.3 billion sesterces. Unfortunately, it is difficult to determine exactly how much that would equal today. But what we can say is, it was a lot of money.
And Caligula wasn't going to let that go to waste. He ordered the restoration of various temples around the empire, including the Temple of Apollo in Syracuse and a 500-year-old palace on the island of Samos.
He also ordered the construction of new aqueducts, highways, and amphitheaters.
Caligula had always appreciated the arts. He loved to dance, and he enjoyed watching plays. It was only natural that he demanded that great amphitheaters be built to honor that interest.
But more than anything, Caligula loved chariot racing and the gladiatorial games. Before the construction of the Colosseum, the Circus Maximus was the stadium in Rome, and Caligula made any excuse to have the circus open for sporting events.
For his 25th birthday, Caligula declared a 2-day celebration of games. Mixed in between massive chariot races, Caligula also brought back the wild beast hunt. By the time the games ended, nearly 800 animals were brought into the amphitheater and slaughtered for Caligula's amusement, and the people's too.
Yes, Caligula was beloved by all. Thanks to him, Rome was on the verge of a new age of prosperity.
Of course, this is dictators, and dictators demands a dark turn.
For Caligula, it comes in October 37 CE, roughly 6 months into his reign, when he was struck with an illness that nearly killed him.
Some say that an influenza-like pandemic had swept through the empire, and Caligula became infected. Others claim he was poisoned.
Regardless of the cause, once Caligula recovered from the sickness, he was a changed man, and not for the better.
Roman historian Suetonius simply described Caligula as suffering from brain sickness. However, many modern medical experts believe that Caligula suffered from either temporal lobe epilepsy, hyperthyroidism, Wilson's disease, schizophrenia, or bipolar disorder, manic depression.
The ancient historians like to claim that Caligula was always a deviant psychopath. Perhaps he was, and he was able to mask it for 25 years. But if he did manage to hide it for over 2 decades, after October 37 CE, the mask abruptly came off.
Once he recovered, Caligula became convinced that Gemellus, his adoptive son and heir, had prayed for his death in order to take the throne. So Caligula ordered Gemellus to take his own life.
Not knowing how to fall on his own sword, Gemellus needed a Praetorian guard to demonstrate. After Gemellus awkwardly killed himself, the guard cut off his head.
According to historian Stephen Dando Collins, the death of Gemellus was just the beginning. About a month later, Caligula ordered his favorite sister Drusilla to divorce her husband and marry his friend Marcus Lepidus.
Forcing people to divorce and then remarry quickly became a favorite hobby of Caligula's. Not long after the episode with his sister, Caligula repeated the pattern with his uncle.
Around this time, Caligula attended a wedding celebration and suddenly became enamored with the bride, Livia or Stelia. He jumped on the table, proclaimed that Livia was now his bride, took Livia to his bedchamber, and had sex with her.
Within days, Caligula and Livia were married, but the marriage lasted only a few weeks. He divorced Livia, accusing her of having an affair with her actual husband, and then exiled her.
Livia's wasn't the only relationship Caligula ruined. He loved to insert himself into the marital beds of others. During dinner parties, Caligula would demand married women have sex with him in the room next door. Afterward, Caligula bragged about how much better he was in bed to the husbands.
And it was all done in the name of humiliation and jest.
Most people were too stunned to do anything about Caligula's sudden change from a benevolent emperor to a petty and malicious one. However, there was one man who wasn't going to let Caligula run wild and bring the empire to ruin: Macro.
Though he didn't object to the elimination of Gemellus, Macro knew that he needed to rein Caligula in, and fast. The emperor's new barbaric mindset couldn't cross over into governing the empire.
Unfortunately for Macro, it was already too late.
Caligula wanted to get rid of the prefect of Egypt, a man who was friends with Tiberius and may have been involved in the Sejanus conspiracies against Caligula's mother. Macro urged Caligula not to act out of passion.
This, of course, didn't please Caligula. He decided that Macro was too controlling, and therefore he was an obstacle that needed to be removed.
So Caligula offered Macro the position of prefect of Egypt.
To Macro, it likely looked like Caligula was trying to kill two birds with one stone: get his controlling advisor out of Rome, and demote the current prefect whom he already was gunning after. But it wasn't a bad deal, so Macro accepted. In March 38 CE, he and his wife were scheduled to sail to Egypt.
But while at port, Macro was inexplicably arrested and thrown into prison.
The position in Egypt, it seemed, had been a ruse, a way to get Macro to lower his guard. Clearly, Caligula wanted to get rid of Macro in a more permanent way.
Which Macro knew. Caligula would falsely charge him with treason and either banish him or have him executed. So instead of allowing the emperor to decide his fate, Macro took matters into his own hands and died by suicide. Days later, Macro's wife followed her husband's lead. Soon after that, Caligula ordered the execution of Macro's children and family.
The elimination of Macro was as much a turning point in Caligula's life as surviving his illness. With Macro gone, no one else even attempted to control Caligula.
And how could they? After all, Caligula was a god. At least, that's what he started telling everyone. And no mortal could hold the god down.
And soon, the god Caligula had his sights to the west. He was going to do what no other Roman leader could ever accomplish.
Conquer Britannia.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore some of Caligula's more outrageous exploits, including constructing a 3-mile-long floating bridge, his campaign to Britain, and the conspiracy that brought his reign to a bloody end.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Mike Ramos, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Travis Clark. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
Hang a horseshoe above your door, keep a rabbit's foot in your pocket, and follow Superstitions free on Spotify. Listen every Wednesday for the surprising backstories to our most curious beliefs and thrilling tales that illuminate the mystical eeriness of our favorite superstitions.
Due to the graphic nature of this dictator's reign, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of murder and sexual situations that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
On a September day in 39 CE, at the center of the Taurian amphitheater in Rome, 5 of Rome's bravest spilled their blood for the people's pleasure. The crowd roared with excitement as they watched the gladiators below them fight to the death.
Sitting in the imperial box was 27-year-old Roman Emperor Caligula, watched with a scowl on his face.
He had a lot on his mind. In a few days, he was leaving Rome to head west. He was planning to do something no other Roman leader had done before: conquer the Britons. Unfortunately, he had no way to pay for this expedition. Not even the sight of gladiators could distract him.
In the afternoon, Caligula's cousin, King Ptolemy of Mauritania, arrived to watch the games. Ptolemy ruled over a section of North Africa as a client king, and he was one of the richest men in the empire.
As Ptolemy waved to the crowd, basking in its cheers, Caligula stared at his cousin in a seething rage. How dare he receive such adulation?
But then an idea suddenly came to Caligula, a solution for all his troubles, a source of funds for his military campaign. He could seize Mauritania and consolidate the region into the empire entirely.
All Caligula needed to do was eliminate his cousin.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Today we continue our discussion of the Julio-Claudian dynasty with Caligula, one of the most infamous Roman emperors in history. He ruled from 37 CE to 41 CE. Once in power, Caligula became known for his cruelty and insanity.
Last week, we followed Caligula's time as Emperor Tiberius's prisoner on the island of Capri, and how Caligula survived Sejanus's dismantling of Caligula's family. We also explored Caligula's transformation from a benevolent ruler into a tyrant.
This week, we'll examine the rest of Caligula's reign over Rome, how he considered himself a god and attempted to conquer Britain, and we'll dissect the assassination plot that brought Caligula's brief rule to a bloody end.
Coming up, we'll dive into the tumultuous reign of Caligula.
In March 37 CE, 24-year-old Gaius Julius Caesar Germanicus, better known as Caligula, became the third emperor of Rome. After surviving years of plots against his family by his father's enemies and being held prisoner on Capri by Emperor Tiberius, Caligula was now the most powerful man in Rome.
When he took the throne, the Roman aristocracy was thrilled. After 2 decades of ineffectual rule by Tiberius, the people were ready for a strong leader. Caligula seemed like a new hope.
And in the initial months of his reign, Caligula appeared to prove those hopes warranted. With the support of Macro, the commander of the Praetorian Guard, Caligula began to institute effective popular reforms.
He reformed the tax system and enacted new voting regulations that actually made elections more democratic.
At the same time, he began massive public works programs. When Emperor Tiberius died, the Roman treasury had between 2 billion and 3 billion sesterces. Flush with cash, Caligula refurbished temples and built highways and aqueducts throughout the entire empire. He was draining the treasury, but no one was worried about that yet.
A new era in Rome had appeared, and it seemed like Caligula's name would be inscribed in the history books, along with his beloved great-grandfather, Augustus.
But then, 6 months into his reign, Caligula suddenly changed. Some historians believe it was a near-death illness that caused Caligula to snap. Others say it was a pre-existing condition that suddenly escalated. Regardless, Caligula was now a different man.
And by March 38 CE, the 25-year-old Caligula rid himself of his counselor Macro. Macro had been the only one who was able to keep Caligula in line, especially when it came to spending or major decrees.
Now, no one could control the young emperor, and Rome became his fiefdom.
If Macro's removal freed Caligula to do as he pleased, it was another sudden tragedy a few months later that pushed him entirely over the edge.
In late spring, Caligula went on tour of the empire. He eventually made his way to Sicily and oversaw the beginning of the Athenian Games in Syracuse. And by the time he arrived, the empire had been struck by an unknown disease.
One of the victims was Caligula's favorite sister, Julia Drusilla, who he allegedly was found in bed with when he was a teenager.
Caligula immediately rushed back to Rome and waited by Drusilla's side for her to recover. Unfortunately, she never did. And on June 10, 38 CE, the 21-year-old Drusilla died.
Caligula took Drusilla's death incredibly hard. According to ancient historians, the emperor refused to go to the public funeral because he was so grief-stricken. Instead, he sequestered himself in a country estate and distracted himself with dice and board games.
After 9 days of mourning, Caligula resumed his tour around the empire, but he was still consumed by grief. He even refused to shave and grew a beard. When he finally returned to Rome later that summer, Caligula began to bestow Drusilla with posthumous honors.
One honor included making Drusilla a god, although it's unclear whether or not this was Caligula's idea. Ancient historian Seneca only notes that the Senate passed a measure that deified her around late summer or early fall of 38 CE.
Allegedly, Senator Livius Geminus testified that he witnessed Drusilla ascending to the heavens. Geminus was then paid 1,000,000 sesterces for the testimony.
It is quite likely that Caligula bribed a senator to get the measure passed. After all, Caligula himself believed that he was a god. And if he was a god, then that must mean his sister was too.
Soon, a statue of Drusilla was placed inside the forum, and citizens were required to swear oaths invoking her name.
Finally, just for good measure, Caligula demanded that Drusilla's deification be celebrated with gladiatorial games and chariot races. An expensive honor, but Caligula was no stranger to lavish spending.
Not long after deifying his sister, Caligula married his third wife, Lalia Paulina, but the marriage only lasted 6 months. In the spring of 39 CE, the 26-year-old Caligula divorced Lalia, claiming that she was barren and unable to produce an heir.
There may be another reason for the divorce, however. A year earlier, Caligula had had a brief affair with a wealthy socialite named Melonia Caesonia. 8 months later, Caesonia showed up to the palace, pregnant.
After divorcing Lalia, Caligula secretly married Caesonia. The marriage wasn't made public until after Caesonia gave birth. And of course, once the baby was born, he named his new daughter after his departed sister, Julia Drusilla.
It may have been a shotgun wedding, but by all accounts, Caligula genuinely liked his new bride. So much so that Caesonia became one of his most trusted confidants, and the two were rarely seen apart.
According to historian Stephen Dando Collins, with Caesonia now constantly at his side, Caligula progressively lost interest in the finer details of government and lost interest in Rome. Instead, his attention was divided in half, spending time with his family
and trying to etch his name into history among the other Roman greats. Around the time he was starting a family, Caligula came up with one of the most egregious and wasteful spending projects of his reign, the construction of a 3-mile-long bridge made of pontoons, smallish boats with an open flat surface known for their buoyancy.
It is unclear exactly how or when Caligula came up with his idea to build a floating bridge. One ancient historian claims that it was done to disprove a prophecy that Caligula had a better chance at riding a horse across the Bay of Baiae than he did at becoming emperor.
Others say it was an attempt to emulate the Persian king Xerxes, who used a floating bridge to cross into Greece. And another theory claims that in his desire to prove that he was a god, he wanted to show that he could control the sea better than the god Neptune.
And historian Stephen Dando Collins believes it may have really been a propaganda stunt. Caligula wanted to scare Germanic tribes with the might of Rome's military construction.
Most evidence points to this theory, since Caligula's father, Germanicus, once constructed a massive bridge of his own. And Julius Caesar famously used the military to build a bridge across the Rhine River during his conquest of Gaul.
In all likelihood, Caligula looked to his ancestors for inspiration, and, more than anything, wanted to outdo them.
It is unclear exactly how long it took to build the 3-mile-long floating bridge, but a few facts have survived the centuries. It was built by the Praetorian Guard, it was constructed of pontoons, and it stretched from the Nepalese town of Puteoli to the naval base at Mycena.
On July 21st, 39 CE, Caligula dressed in Alexander the Great's breastplate, decked himself in gems from India, and put on a purple robe and golden crown. Then he rode across his floating bridge. Behind him were roughly 1,000 Praetorian guards, all carrying their shields and spears as if going into battle.
2 days later, Caligula crossed the bridge again. On the second trip, Caligula rode in a chariot pulled by his favorite racehorse, Incitatus. This time around, Caligula was joined by family members, friends, and political prisoners.
During the second crossing, Caligula stopped in the middle of the bridge. In the bay before him were ships full of troops, and in a booming voice he declared, "I am an undertaker of great enterprises. You are men who have undergone great hardships and perils in this achievement of yours in crossing through the sea."
Once Caligula made it to shore, he paid his men a bonus. And that night, they all feasted like kings, drank themselves into a stupor.
During the drunken festivities, they used some of the ships to reenact sea battles. Caligula personally captained one of the vessels and rammed into his friends. Allegedly, many of these men ended up in the bay and drowned.
Ancient historians have criticized Caligula's floating bridge as a prime example of his madness. It was a project that did nothing but placate Caligula's vanity while draining Rome's coffers.
Or perhaps it was all part of a bizarre plan to train his men for battle. Maybe, as historian Stephen Dando Collins posits, the whole project was a training exercise for Caligula's soldiers. The emperor wanted to see how quickly and efficiently his soldiers could build for battle. And in his increasingly twisted, reckless mind, if they could build a bridge made of boats, surely they could take on the barbarians.
But whether or not the bridge was an illogical, unbelievably expensive training exercise, or just pure narcissistic madness, Caligula was about to launch a project that clearly demonstrated he was out of touch with logic, practicality, and the well-being of his people.
After months of secret planning, he was going to conquer Britannia.
Coming up, Caligula orders his men to collect seashells to honor their glorious triumph in Gaul.
Hello, listeners. It's Richard from Parcast Network. We all know that when it comes to love, every story is unique. Some play out like fairy tales, and some don't. In our love story, the new Spotify original from Parcast, you'll discover the many pathways to love as told by the actual couples who found them.
In reality, it had been quietly brewing for months.
Like everything concerning Caligula, there's debate as to why he wanted to head west. Some ancient historians say that tensions were high between Germanic tribes in Gaul, or modern-day France. And as Caligula was preparing to suppress the Germans, he figured that since he was already in the area, he might as well head into Britain.
Another historian suggests that a prince of the Britons had a falling out with his father, the king, and invited Caligula to conquer his father's kingdom.
Whatever the reason, in the spring of 39 CE, Caligula was determined to campaign west, first in Gaul and then in Britannia.
But first, he needed to raise funds to pay for the journey. His reckless spending on various public works programs and footing the bill for the chariot races had depleted the treasury. But Caligula had a solution to the funding problem. He decided to eliminate his cousin, Ptolemy of Mauritania.
Mauritania was a stretch of land that made up parts of modern-day Algeria and Morocco. Caligula's cousin, Ptolemy, ruled over the region as the client king.
In September 39 CE, on the eve of Caligula's departure, Ptolemy accompanied his cousin to the annual Great Games. Caligula was already in a foul mood, brooding over the plans to defeat the Britons and the issue of paying for it.
When Ptolemy entered the amphitheater, he received a welcome befitting an emperor. Caligula was jealous of the reception, and he saw an opportunity. He immediately ordered Ptolemy's arrest and threw him in prison.
The following spring, Ptolemy was executed.
It was a despotic, reckless, but practical move. At the time, Mauritania was the wealthiest client kingdom in the empire, though it took a full year to complete. After the execution, Mauritania was split in two and annexed into the empire. As a result, Rome wouldn't just have to content itself with yearly tributes from the kingdom. All of Mauritania's wealth went into Rome's treasury.
This made it possible not just to enrich Rome, but also to pay for Caligula's military campaign. A military campaign that was finally ready to launch.
In late September 39 CE, 27-year-old Caligula set out west. Among the imperial party was the Praetorian Guard, Caligula's wife, his sisters, and Caligula's brother-in-law, Marcus Lepidus.
Also with them were a party of actors and gladiators. Caligula demanded that he be entertained in between battles.
In fact, Caligula treated the whole trip as an opportunity for amusement. The goal may have been to conquer Britannia by way of Gaul, but the reality was the entire affair was little more than a game. After all, everything seemed like a game in Caligula's twisted mind by now.
According to ancient historian Dio, the emperor loved to gamble on dice. One day, while the entourage was in an unnamed Gallic town, Caligula decided to gamble with some friends. Fate was against Caligula, and he lost all of his money.
But instead of calling it quits, Caligula allegedly had the richest men in town arrested, charged with a crime, and then executed. Once they were dead, Caligula acquired the dead men's fortunes and returned to the dice game. Life and death were just toys when you were an emperor and considered yourself a god.
Historian Stephen Dando Collins notes that many of Caligula's critics would declare that this expedition to Gaul was all about making money, in however unjust a way.
Perhaps there weren't tensions with the Germanic tribes that needed suppressing. Maybe all of it was a ploy to steal money from the Gallic people before gaining some glory by conquering Britannia.
After all, by the time Caligula reached his destination of Lugdunum, known today as Lyon, it appears there wasn't much fighting. Sources differ on how much action the Romans saw in the fall and winter of 39 CE, but the general consensus was that it was next to none.
Still, the campaign wasn't without bloodshed. While in Lugdunum, Caligula discovered plans for a coup, and the conspirators were his sisters and brother-in-law.
Around October 19th, while still in Lugdunum, Caligula, without warning, ordered the arrests of his two sisters, Agrippina the Younger and Julia Livilla, along with his brother-in-law Marcus Lepidus. The trio was then charged with incest and conspiracy to dethrone Caligula. Also arrested and charged with treason was the governor of Upper Germany, Catullus.
Shockingly, this wasn't some make-believe excuse for Caligula to exercise his new hobby, killing people at the drop of the hat. Nor was it a bout of paranoia. Caligula produced letters which incriminated the cabal. Agrippina wanted to replace Caligula with Lepidus.
As for Governor Catullus, even today historians debate his role in the matter. Many have concluded that he supported Lepidus's claim, giving Lepidus the backing of an essential region in the empire.
In a very speedy trial, all four conspirators were found guilty. But Caligula, for all his disregard for most people's lives, didn't have it in him to execute his sisters. Instead, he banished both to the Pontian Islands, the same islands where Emperor Tiberius had sent their mother and older brother.
Agrippina's young son, Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, was subsequently placed in the care of his paternal aunt, and his inheritance was stripped from him. Though his circumstance may have seemed dire, in less than 2 decades he would take the throne and forever be remembered as Nero.
Meanwhile, Lepidus and Catullus didn't receive any mercy. Both were sentenced to death and promptly beheaded.
The drama of the plot twisted Caligula's internal logic and morals further than ever. He became convinced that all political exiles were at the very least praying to the gods that Caligula would die, if not worse.
So, from his Gallic headquarters, Caligula ordered the executions of prominent political exiles throughout the empire. One famous tale relates how he ordered the former governor of Egypt, Flaccus, suffer a slow death. Allegedly, Caligula said, "Make him feel that he is dying."
By the time the Praetorian guards were finished hacking Flaccus to pieces, his limbs fell apart as they tried to chuck the body into the grave.
With conspirators and political enemies dealt with, it was finally time for the mission at hand, conquering Britannia. For the rest of 39 CE and the beginning of 40 CE, Caligula assembled 10 legions. Those 10 legions were joined by the Praetorian Guard and the German Guard, Caligula's fiercely loyal bodyguards. Caligula now had a military force estimated between 200,000 and 250,000 soldiers.
It was one of the largest Roman armies ever assembled at the time. The writing was on the wall. Rome was about to make Britannia part of the empire.
Except there was no invasion. Caligula moved his 200,000 plus army to the town of Gesoriacum, today known as Boulogne-sur-Mer, located along the English Channel. The town sits roughly 30 miles from the coast of England. And yet, with Britannia in sight, the campaign was suddenly called off.
To this day, no one knows why Caligula decided not to invade Britannia. But many modern historians believe that a mutiny might have been the cause. The soldiers refused to face the savage Britons.
Initially, Caligula tried to bribe his soldiers with 400 sesterces each, but that didn't work. 400 sesterces only amounted to about half a year's wages.
Annoyed and frustrated, Caligula turned to petty retribution. He decided to embarrass his men. He ordered his soldiers to go onto the French beach and collect seashells as trophies.
As a final resort, Caligula ordered a decimation of the troops. Decimation was a Roman military tradition in which every 10th man was executed. However, as the troops threatened to fight back against the decimation, Caligula called off his plan and fled south.
Despite the failed end to the Britannia campaign or any real military victory in Gaul, Caligula still wanted to be celebrated as a war hero. After all, he saw himself as a god. He deserved adulation. In May 40 CE, he returned to Italy and set up camp in Antium, about 30 miles from Rome.
Messages were sent to the Senate demanding that he receive a triumph, the ceremonious military parade honoring generals. It is obvious that Caligula wanted to replicate the same honors his father, Germanicus, received back in 17 CE.
Caligula demanded that the triumph take place on his birthday, August 31st. This gave the Senate 2 months to not only offer the triumph to Caligula, as was protocol, but also to organize the festivities.
The problem, however, was that a triumph traditionally meant sharing the glory with the Senate. Caligula didn't want to share anything with them. This was supposed to be his day.
So, in August, Caligula changed his mind and demanded an ovation. An ovation was a smaller version of the same honors, but the big difference was that it didn't require the Senate to be involved.
On August 31st, 40 CE, Caligula finally returned to Rome after nearly a year away. But as he paraded through the streets on his way to the celebratory gladiatorial games, the 28-year-old emperor was in a terrible mood.
Throngs of Romans gathered to honor Caligula, but instead of shouting, "Hail Gaius," they yelled, "Hail young Augustus." It was likely meant as a compliment, associating Caligula with the beloved former emperor. But in Caligula's warped mind, this was an indictment of his age. Caligula was too young to be a leader.
Upon entering the stadium for the games, Caligula decided he would take his anger out on someone. His victim? Decius Proculus, aka the Giant Cupid.
Proculus was the son of a centurion known to be quite handsome, hence the nickname. When Caligula spotted the giant Cupid in the audience, he ordered the guards to grab him and put him into the arena to fight against the other gladiators.
Proculus won back-to-back matches, which only angered Caligula more. After the second match, Caligula had Proculus shackled, dragged throughout the city, and executed.
The sudden death of the giant Cupid soured the public against the emperor. It was the same reckless, despotic behavior he'd been exhibiting for some time. But this time, he'd gone after a well-liked Roman. It was different from harassing and killing wealthy men in Gaul.
The general public weren't the only ones put off by Caligula's jealous display. Members of the aristocracy and military saw Caligula's bloodlust as a liability to Rome. Caligula was no Germanicus.
And if Rome was to survive, perhaps it was time for a new emperor to take the throne.
Coming up, a conflict in Jerusalem sends Caligula over the edge, and a cabal forms to remove the young emperor from power. Now, back to the story.
In the summer of 40 CE, 28-year-old Caligula returned to Rome to celebrate his non-existent campaign into Britannia. After a year of gallivanting throughout Gaul, or modern-day France, the young emperor was back home with seashells as trophies.
Unfortunately for him, his approval rating was beginning to tank. And with it, Caligula's rage grew with deadly consequences. Notably, when it came to a crisis among the empire's Jewish population.
2 years earlier, when Caligula was beginning to claim that he was a god, he ordered that his statue be installed in synagogues. This was considered blasphemy by the Jewish population, whose religion prohibited them from worshiping idols.
In Alexandria, Jews protested. The protests led to clashes with Alexandria's Greek population, who adhered to Caligula's deification. These confrontations eventually made their way into Judea. Things only heated up further in 40 CE when Caligula ordered that a statue of himself be erected in the Jerusalem temple.
Many within the Jewish community were fed up. They sent a delegation to Rome to plead that Caligula rule on their mistreatment by the Greeks and stop the statue's construction.
But Caligula didn't make a ruling. Not yet, at least. He told the delegation to return home and await his decision. Unfortunately, during that time, tensions only got worse.
In the fall of 40 CE, Jewish farmers in Jerusalem went on strike, walking off their farms and refusing to harvest. Caligula, already displeased by the whole situation, became livid. Not only were the Jews refusing to revere him as a god, now they were trying to starve his empire.
Caligula decided he would force the erection of his statue in the Jerusalem temple, which could have led to a serious explosion of tensions. Luckily, Caligula's friend, Herod Agrippa, intervened.
Agrippa wrote to Caligula and urged him to put aside the statue project. He argued that it was a Roman tradition to allow Jews to observe their traditions and practice their faith in peace. He even cited Julius Caesar, who allowed Jews special rights back in 47 BCE when they saved Caesar in Egypt.
Caligula was both angry and moved by Agrippa's letter. However, he didn't respond. The lack of response worried Agrippa, so Agrippa decided to throw a feast to placate Caligula's vanity.
It worked. Caligula got drunk, toasted Agrippa, and requested that they make amends. Agrippa's only request was that Caligula put an end to the statue building in Jerusalem.
Caligula begrudgingly agreed.
Unfortunately, Agrippa's intervention didn't completely sweep away the fallout from the whole episode. The conflict dangerously exacerbated Caligula's already volatile paranoia. He became convinced that each act of defiance would inspire others, and he became especially concerned with plots to overthrow him.
So, turning to his favorite sport of ordering arbitrary arrests and executions, throughout November and December of 40 CE, Caligula started going after the Roman aristocracy.
The only person who seemed safe, even in Caligula's inner circle, was his wife Caesonia. Though at times he even questioned her loyalty. He allegedly asked her, "Why are you so devoted to me? I should have you tortured to find out."
The great irony was that Caligula's mission to eradicate any threats actually inspired legitimate assassination plots. Most of them failed, or the conspirators back down. However, one man was determined to put an end to Caligula's tyrannical reign. His name was Cassius Chaerea.
Cassius Chaerea was a long-standing member of the Praetorian Guard who knew Caligula his entire life. Back in 14 CE, Chaerea helped suppress the mutiny that plagued Caligula's father, Germanicus.
The motives behind Chaerea's plot to assassinate Caligula were twofold. The ancient historian Josephus wrote that Chaerea was something of an old-school warrior. He saw that it was his duty to save Rome when under threat, even from within.
However, Roman historian Dio claimed that the real motivations were personal. Since becoming emperor, Caligula often made jokes at Chaerea's expense. Plus, Chaerea was forced to go around and collect taxes, a job unbefitting of a member of the Praetorian Guard.
Whatever the real motivation, by the end of 40 CE, Chaerea knew that Caligula had to go.
Chaerea was not alone in his desire to see the emperor eliminated. He soon recruited the commander of the German guard, Cornelius Sabinus. From there, Sabinus looped Chaerea in with a group of senators who had once worked on their own assassination plan. The two groups merged.
At the start of 41 CE, the Cabal learned that Caligula planned a trip to Egypt on January 25th. They decided that the perfect time to assassinate him was during the Palatine Games, which were to be held just before his departure.
However, some of the members began to have second thoughts. So, on the evening of January 23rd, Chaerea called a meeting. He informed the conspirators that he was on duty as head of the Praetorian Guard the following day. With that, he would be one of the few men allowed to carry a sword near Caligula and would deliver the first blow.
This eased the more apprehensive members' fears. The job would get done, and they wouldn't have to shed the first blood. The conspiracy was a go.
On January 24th, 41 CE, Caligula arrived at the amphitheater on Palatine Hill. The amphitheater was located near the royal palace, and hidden tunnels connected them to protect the emperor from the public.
After members of the public filed in, Caligula made his grand entrance. Next, an offering was made to Augustus. Then, Caligula and his entourage, including his uncle Claudius, Chaerea, and Sabinus, and varying senators, went to the imperial box. From there, they watched the gladiatorial games and a series of plays.
Finally, during a break in the games, Caligula decided it was time for lunch. Using the hidden tunnels once again, the imperial party made their way back to the royal palace. However, as they were passing a hallway in the tunnels, Caligula heard the sounds of a boys' choir echoing against the stone walls. Mesmerized by their voices, Caligula decided to turn down the hallway to listen for a few minutes. While the others continued on, Chaerea and Sabinus stayed behind with the emperor.
What happened next depends on who you ask.
In one version, Chaerea saw this as his moment to strike. He drew his sword and planted it in Caligula's neck when Caligula wasn't looking. Then Sabinus took out his sword and rammed it in the emperor's chest.
In another version, Chaerea honorably faced Caligula when he drew his sword and planted it between his neck and shoulder. Yet another historian writes that Chaerea practically decapitated Caligula with a single swing.
In all the versions, however, once Chaerea and Sabinus made their first strikes, the rest of the Cabal rushed into the passage and proceeded to stab Caligula a total of 30 times, after which 28-year-old Roman Emperor Caligula was dead.
Hearing the commotion, several men of the German guard rushed into the passage. Sabinus told them that the real assassins had escaped. Grief-stricken, the German guard rampaged throughout the theater searching for the killers. Though they did kill some of the real conspirators, including some senators, they also killed many innocent bystanders. It was total pandemonium.
A city crier managed to put an end to the chaos. He made his way to the stage and in a booming voice announced that Caligula was dead. When the words hit the German guards' ears, it finally sunk in that their emperor was gone, and it meant that they didn't have an emperor to protect. So, they laid down their swords.
In the meantime, two issues now needed to be addressed. What to do with Caligula's wife and daughter, and who should become the new emperor.
Sharia argued that this was a chance to restore the Republic, and to that end, the imperial family should be eliminated. Some argued that killing Caesonia and the infant Julia was too cruel. But when it came to the royal family, Sharia won the debate.
That evening, a guard named Lupus entered the royal palace. Once inside, he found Caesonia weeping over Caligula's body, her clothes drenched in his blood.
When she saw Lupus, Caesonia cried out in anguish. She claimed she had begged Caligula to be less cruel, proclaiming, "If only he had listened to me."
Caesonia believed she was in the presence of a friend. However, once she saw Lupus draw his sword, she realized why he was here. There was no way she could resist. She got on her knees and stuck her neck out.
With a single swipe, Lupus decapitated Caesonia.
Then, Lupus went to the crib nearby, grabbed the infant Julia, and bashed her head against the wall.
Sharia wouldn't win all the arguments that followed Caligula's death, however. The Republic was not restored. Instead, the Senate ultimately agreed to recognize Caligula's uncle Claudius as the new Roman emperor.
During the chaos at the amphitheater, Claudius had fearfully hidden behind a tree. When a guard discovered him, the man shouted, "Here is a Germanicus. Let's make him our emperor."
With that, Claudius had the support of the German guard. Soon, he also had the Night Watch and the City Guard support, virtually the entire police force of Rome. The Senate had little choice but to accept Claudius as the new emperor.
Claudius's first act as emperor was dealing with his nephew's assassins. Almost immediately, he arrested the major players, including Sharia and Lupus. For reasons that aren't entirely clear, Sabinus was spared and continued his role as commander of the German Guard.
Sharia, meanwhile, didn't put up much of a defense. He prided himself on killing Caligula and knew his fate was sealed.
Before he died, Sharia made one request. He wanted the executioner to use the same sword used against Caligula. The request was granted, and in a single blow, Sharia's head was detached from his body.
With the assassins eliminated, Emperor Claudius went about purging Caligula from the collective consciousness.
Statues and temples honoring Caligula were destroyed. Coins with Caligula's face were melted and reminted. Edicts and proclamations made by Caligula were reversed, and political prisoners and exiles were freed or allowed to come home.
Among those allowed to return to Rome were Caligula's sisters, Agrippina the Younger and Julia Livilla. Less than 10 years later, Claudius married Agrippina. The exiled sister was now empress.
4 years of tyrannical rule were finally over. The bloody, ruthless purges, the reckless, illogical spending that had nearly let the empire's coffers dry, the paranoia and narcissism, all over.
Or so it seemed.
Unfortunately for the Roman people, if they thought the death of Caligula saved them from tyranny in the future, they were sorely mistaken. Caligula's legacy would live on in his nephew, Emperor Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, known to history as Nero.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll begin our dive into the life of Caligula's nephew, Nero.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler. Sound design by Mike Ramos, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Bruce Skatovich. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. Hi, it's Richard again. Searching for your new favorite show? Remember to follow the newest Spotify original from Parcast, Our Love Story. Every Tuesday, catch an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Listen to Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Due to the graphic nature of this dictator's reign, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of violence and sexual situations that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
The baby's cries echoed off the stone walls of the Roman palace as Emperor Caligula made his way into Sister Agrippina's chamber. It was mid-December in 37 CE, and she had given birth to a boy.
But Caligula wasn't happy. A boy meant another challenger for the throne Caligula had just inherited. After all of the torment he suffered under Tiberius, the last thing Caligula needed was a sudden challenger.
But Caligula put on a smile and greeted the new parents, who Caligula preferred to keep on his side. After all, he knew his sister was a cunning power seeker, and the baby's father was a consul to the Roman Senate. This boy's noble blood was hardly in question.
Still, Caligula was irritated at this new mouth to feed. He gazed down at the little baby, so weak and vulnerable.
As a joke, Caligula said the boy took after his ineffectual great-uncle, Claudius. Maybe they should name the boy after him. Even better, why not name him after Caligula himself?
Ultimately, Caligula's joke would backfire. Literally, Agrippina didn't need to name her son after an emperor. She planned for her son to become the emperor.
What Agrippina didn't plan was for Rome to burn to the ground.
Or for her son, Nero, to be the one responsible. Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots. This season, we'll be looking at the bloody reigns of Rome's most notorious emperors. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Today, we're diving into the rise of Emperor Nero, a young artist placed at the head of an empire, who subsequently watched it burn to the ground. This week, we'll discuss the conspiratorial politics of Nero's mother that left him with a lonely childhood, even while she guided him to the throne. We'll also hear how Nero's deep need for adoration brought Rome to the edge of catastrophe.
Next week, we'll explore the fire that razed Nero's capital and the smoldering political embers that burned away his base of power. We'll follow Nero in the final days of his reign as the last emperor of the Julio-Claudian dynasty, and hear how his legend lived long after him.
Up next, the explosive life of Nero begins.
When Nero was born in December 37 CE, Caligula's reign was already becoming a dark time for Rome. Illness gripped the city, and the emperor was fiendishly holding on to power, no matter who he had to murder to do so.
Much of the reason for Caligula's interest in his sister and baby Nero was about manipulating the boy's father, Gnaeus. Caligula was not liked by the Senate, and Gnaeus was a valuable ally to have in their ranks.
Unfortunately, Caligula realized he made a miscalculation. Gnaeus wasn't an ally to anyone, including his own family.
Gnaeus' only allegiance was to the bottom. According to Suetonius, a Roman historian of the time, he was a drinker and all-around angry man. His rage was well known. He gouged out a soldier's eye after the soldier criticized him, and he had even killed several people in fits of anger. When a young boy playing in the street didn't move out of the way, Gnaeus ran over the child with his chariot.
Luckily, Gnaeus died sometime in Nero's third year of life, which left Nero firmly under the influence of his mother, Agrippina the Younger.
To fully understand Nero's story, we have to get to know Agrippina first. She was the daughter of Germanicus, the beloved former heir to the throne, who died before he could rule. Ultimately, this left the empire to Caligula. However, Agrippina still had an intimate view of Roman rule.
At least, she did, until Caligula exiled her and her sister Livilla for conspiring against him. Luckily, when Caligula was assassinated just 4 years into his reign, his often mocked Uncle Claudius became emperor. And with 50-year-old Uncle Claudius in power, Agrippina saw an opportunity.
Agrippina grew up surrounded by backstabbing and plotting within the emperor's palace. She'd learned early on that for a woman to gain power and prestige was to play smart and be resourceful.
So she would use her son Nero to her political advantage. But at this point, he was still a child. So when Claudius invited Agrippina to return from exile, she set out playing a long game of political chess. She waited and prepared to make the key moves that would bring her ever closer to the throne.
Young Nero received a thorough classical education, but he took a particular interest in the arts. Supposedly, one of his babysitters was a dancer, and she taught Nero about artistry and emotion. This gentle encouragement planted a deep appreciation for the arts in the little boy. And much like his departed uncle Caligula, Nero developed a love for song and dance, and for attention. Nero wanted to be adored.
He admired the musicians and athletes who gained the love of the people through their excellence. Nero learned to see artistic performance as equal to athletics. He longed to be a champion, even if it was as a dancer instead of as a gladiator.
But his mother soon quashed that dream.
When her son was around 11 years old, Agrippina found herself closer to the throne than ever. After Emperor Claudius discovered his third wife, Messalina Valeria, had a torrid and public affair, he had her executed. Suddenly, the emperor was newly single.
Early sources maintain that Messalina had plans to conspire against Claudius with her new lover, which explains her execution. Others hint at the possibility of Agrippina being involved as the one who made the affair public in the first place.
In any case, with Claudius now alone, Agrippina was in a good place to make her next move, marrying Claudius.
As empress, Agrippina finally held the highest position a woman could have in Rome. Now she could pivot her focus from her own power to her son. It was time to start grooming Nero to be emperor.
Agrippina realized the teenage Nero needed a more classical education. Nobody cared if the emperor could sing like a bird. He had to be a knowledgeable and confident leader. So she turned to one of Rome's most famous philosophers, Lucius Seneca.
In 49 CE, Seneca returned from exile to become Nero's mentor, taking long and instructive strolls through the palace grounds with him. He taught with proverbs and bits of wisdom, leaving the teenager to work out for himself what the lesson was.
For the first time, Nero was learning about the world of power and politics. His lessons with Seneca often related to patience and leadership. As the boy grew, Seneca aligned with Agrippina's goal of forming him into a beloved emperor.
Seneca saw potential in Nero. The boy could either be another tyrant like his uncle Caligula, or a thoughtful, empathetic leader like Augustus. The aging scholar had lived under 4 emperors already. Now he had the chance to mold the perfect ruler.
But Seneca wasn't the only person who had to see Nero's potential as a perfect ruler.
Not long after Seneca became the boy's tutor, Agrippina convinced Emperor Claudius to become Nero's adoptive father. Nero's path to the throne was becoming clear, but it was far from certain. Nero was merely an adopted son, and Claudius had other children from previous wives.
Luckily, Agrippina had one last move that would solidify her son's place as Claudius's heir: marriage.
Nero was disinterested in power. He was happy with his artistry and enjoyed his lessons from Seneca. The last thing he wanted was to get married and succumb to the obligations of living in the emperor's family and putting on a show for the masses.
But Agrippina didn't care much about her teenage son's opinion. Nero's rise wasn't just about Nero. It was about their family, the line of Germanicus, consolidating power. And the best way to do this was to have Nero marry one of Claudius's daughters.
So Agrippina set her sights on Octavia, who at the time was around 13 or 14 years old.
Even though she was Nero's stepsister, Nero and Octavia were married in the summer of 53 CE. Nero wasn't merely an adopted son any longer. He was now Claudius's son-in-law as well.
But 15-year-old Nero was unhappy. He detested his father-uncle and didn't care much for his new wife-cousin either. But he knew he had a duty to his mother, and he wanted to please her. He reluctantly joined palace gatherings and gave official speeches in the Senate, usually written by Seneca. Slowly but surely, Nero was being introduced to the public as the young face of power in Rome, even though he still preferred singing to speeches.
For the most part, Romans, both citizens and senators alike, accepted Nero. He had the endorsement of Seneca and a storied family to boot. It was all but certain that he would eventually rule Rome. All that was left was for Emperor Claudius to die.
Of course, Agrippina had a solution for that, too.
Coming up, the throne is suddenly empty, and Nero finally makes his own move.
Hello, listeners. It's Richard from Barcast Network. We all know that when it comes to love, every story is unique. Some play out like fairy tales, and some don't. In Our Love Story, the new Spotify original from Barcast, you'll discover the many pathways to love as told by the actual couples who found them. Every Tuesday, Our Love Story celebrates the ups, downs, and pivotal moments that turn complete strangers into perfect pairs. Each episode offers an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance, with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Whether it's a chance encounter, a former friendship, or even a former enemy, Our Love Story proves that love can begin and blossom in the most unexpected ways. Follow Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, back to the story.
For over a decade, Agrippina the Younger set about positioning herself and her son Nero to obtain power in Rome. She married Emperor Claudius, gave Nero the finest education in the empire, and married him off to Claudius's daughter. All that stood in the way of getting Nero on the throne was the emperor himself. And that was an easy fix.
On October 13th, 54 CE, 64-year-old Emperor Claudius was poisoned. Accounts vary on how the poison was administered. Some claim that he was poisoned with mushrooms.
Others claim that a physician administered a poisoned feather to him.
Apparently, as soon as he'd taken ill, Agrippina sent for several key senators and the Praetorian Guard. In the early dawn hours, as Claudius's body grew cold, Agrippina and the others discussed the transition of power.
The convenient timing of Claudius's demise led many ancient historians to conclude that Agrippina had poisoned the emperor. The most alarming evidence that Agrippina had known Claudius would die was the fact that Nero was quick to address the Praetorians as the new emperor.
Agrippina knew that suspicion of Nero's rise to the throne would spread throughout the empire, especially without the public support of the Praetorian Guard, Rome's answer to private security. Since Roman soldiers were not allowed within the city limits, the Praetorians acted as the emperor's bodyguards and general law enforcement in Rome.
Luckily, Nero had a close relationship with the commander of the guard, a man named Burrus. And of course, it helped that Agrippina had been involved in Burrus's promotion as sole prefect of the Praetorian Guard. Burrus's loyalty to mother and son was without question.
After Nero's brief speech to the Praetorians, they accompanied him to the Senate, where Agrippina's allies quickly threw their support behind the teenager's official appointment as emperor.
Within hours, news of this series of events had spread throughout the city. But rather than responding with suspicion at how quickly and seamlessly everything had moved, most Romans followed in the Senate's lead, pledging loyalty to their new leader. Emperor Claudius is dead. Long live the Emperor Nero.
At 16 years old, Nero became the leader of the largest empire in the world, and it was all thanks to his mother. Though Nero was still largely ambivalent about the power he wielded, Agrippina was finally where she wanted to be.
While Roman women were prohibited from holding any position in government, Agrippina quickly established herself as the leading voice in the palace. And Nero didn't seem to mind in the least. He knew that he had his mother to thank for his meteoric rise to power, that this was her dream. And like any good son, he wanted her to be happy.
In fact, the new emperor was quick to show how much he loved his mother. One of his first acts was establishing an official password for the Praetorian Guard. Nero chose a simple phrase, Optima Mater. It meant best of mothers.
Nero even had a gold coin minted, the first of his reign, and a typical power play by a new ruler. But this coin didn't just feature his face, it showed Agrippina's face too.
This was unprecedented. They were featured on the same side of the coin facing each other, and her name was on the front of the coin. Nero was making it clear his mother was untouchable.
Still, Agrippina wasn't one to leave her position up to the fickle power of love. She wasted no time in solidifying her influence on her son as the new emperor. She made sure Nero kept the loyal Burrus in close confidence, like a minister of defense. And Seneca became one of Nero's chief advisors, essentially filling the role of a chief of staff.
Nero cared for both men and valued their opinions highly, but they were more loyal to his mother. Their advice to the young emperor often came after consulting with Agrippina.
Nero even gave his mom an official escort, and he had the Senate moved from its long-standing home in the Roman Forum, where women were prohibited. During Nero's reign, the senators gathered in the royal palace, which made it convenient for Agrippina to eavesdrop on the political debates.
Agrippina also handled most of the administrative decisions for her soft-spoken son, who was more than happy to leave business to her and keep practicing his art. Ancient Roman historian Cassius Dio even wrote, Agrippina managed for him all the business of the empire. She received embassies and sent letters to various communities, governors, and kings.
When it came down to it, Agrippina was running Rome, which was fine with Nero because he was having the time of his life, especially at night.
Nero quickly discovered a love for Roman nightlife. Under the careful watch of the cohortes vigilum, units of men who patrolled the city at night, Nero went to brothels, bars, and gambling dens almost every evening.
The cohortes vigilum, which was like a night watch, was led by a praetorian named Tigellinus. Tigellinus was a conniving sycophant who fully supported Nero's vices. Nothing made faster friends than a shared secret, and he became one of Nero's most trusted confidants as he stood guard over the young emperor's frivolities.
It was during one of his late-night excursions to Rome's seedy underbelly that 17-year-old Nero met a woman named Acte. She was a beautiful freedwoman and full of confidence, not so different from his mother.
Nero was immediately smitten with her. They embarked on a passionate affair. Nero even brought Acte to the palace for trysts. Of course, with his young wife Octavia still in residence, it didn't take long for Agrippina to hear about Nero's affair from the poor girl.
Agrippina was furious. Their family's hold on power was still tenuous. There were many senators who remembered that Nero was but an adopted heir. Others had grown annoyed by Agrippina's overbearing influence on the young emperor. She couldn't afford anything that might be used against her, so neither could Nero.
Agrippina encouraged her son to abandon Acte. His marriage to Octavia gave Nero legitimacy, and neither the Senate nor the people would approve of an affair.
But for the first time in his life, Nero refused to acquiesce to his mother. He was in love, and he even went so far as to try and convince key senators that Acte was of royal blood.
Of course, his clumsy teenage lie didn't work. The affair between Nero and Acte eventually ended, perhaps due to Agrippina's meddling.
Nero was slowly turning away from the influence of his mother, and soon turned to the people who always gave him praise, his advisors.
But Nero wanted to make sure his men were in fact his, and not his mother's. Meanwhile, Seneca had long tired of Agrippina's domineering attitude, and he supported Nero's sudden desire for independence.
Then, Nero used the security of his newly trusted advisors to take even more drastic action. With Seneca's support and nobody else willing to speak on his mother's behalf, Nero banished Agrippina from the palace.
Whatever hesitations the young ruler may have felt at this monumental change of status quo, he ignored them. After all, Nero was the actual ruler of Rome, and while he expected loyalty from those around him, he was the emperor, and he didn't have to offer his loyalty in return, even to his mother.
Nero didn't simply put Agrippina on the streets. Instead, he sent her to their family estate in Antium, less than 40 miles south of Rome. Antium was where Nero had been born, and it was a place of comfort and isolation. From there, Agrippina's influence over Roman politics was severed.
But now that Nero had effectively seized power, he had to lead by himself. And the first step was making sure Romans adored him. To earn their adoration, Nero decided to provide for his people where it counted,
their wallets and their bellies.
The emperor founded a national lottery that was run from the palace. Apparently, whenever he would address crowds of Romans, he would throw small wooden balls into the crowd. Each had a number on it, and anyone with a winning number could come to Nero's palace to collect a prize.
These weren't simply monetary prizes. Romans could win horses and chariots, slaves, and even land or property. Soon Nero's generosity became legendary throughout the city.
Nero also sponsored lavish games and entertainment, ranging from chariot races at the Circus Maximus to roaming performers in the streets. He was even said to perform poetry readings and songs himself from time to time.
But most importantly, Nero fed his people. He provided free and steeply discounted grain to Roman citizens. In the early years of his reign, Roman bakeries were never without bread.
Nero's popularity skyrocketed. The Roman poet Juvenal even coined the phrase bread in circuses to describe the way leaders like Nero win approval from the masses.
It also helped that the young emperor was accessible. Nero didn't stay behind his palace walls, decreeing his laws from afar. He was on the streets, greeting citizens without fanfare. He even remembered many of their names.
He mingled at parties and joined crowds just like any other Roman, even if he wasn't the one hosting. Nero was the people's emperor, and he had finally gained the adoration he'd sought for so long, and on his own terms.
The first 5 years of Nero's reign were a time of calm prosperity for him and for Rome.
But it wouldn't last, because Agrippina wouldn't let it.
Nero was still enjoying the Roman nightlife incognito, and when news of his indiscretions and drunkenness reached Agrippina in Antioch, she was enraged.
Agrippina didn't hesitate to let Nero know of her disapproval. His illicit behavior was still a risk to his reputation, their reputation.
But Nero didn't care. He was young and beloved by those who counted, his advisors and his people. He didn't need Agrippina's approval. He was the emperor, not her.
Of course, for Nero, this wasn't actually true. Deep down, all he had ever desired was his mother's approval, and she was the only one who didn't give it to him. So presumably not long after his 22nd birthday, Nero even stopped bothering to see or speak to Agrippina, period.
However, the move wasn't just because Agrippina was impossible to please. As it turned out, Nero had a new woman in his life. Her name was Poppaea, and her influence over the young emperor was about to bring chaos to his family.
Nero's affair with Poppaea was more public than any he'd ever had before, and Octavia was enraged. She had tried to be a good wife, even if that meant leaving her husband alone in his impropriety and nighttime revelry. Unfortunately, Poppaea managed to do something Octavia never did: become pregnant.
Not only was Nero in love with Poppaea, but she could provide him a son. Poppaea knew she had the upper hand and continually pushed Nero to divorce his wife. Nero was reluctant. Despite cutting ties with Agrippina, he could still hear his mother's voice in his head, chastising him for ruining his image.
According to ancient Roman historian Tacitus, Poppaea changed her approach. She began to quietly lament Agrippina's continued influence over her lover. After all, why was Nero so needy for his mother? Poppaea could provide him all she needed, she said. In fact, didn't it seem that Agrippina was the one who needed him?
But word reached Agrippina of Poppaea's smears, and she didn't take this criticism lightly. She fought back, and in doing so, drew a line in the sand. Nero could not have both his mother and his lover in his life. This was the final straw for Nero. He was tired of trying to please his mother to earn her adoration. He had Poppaea. She loved him, and that was enough.
With Poppaea's encouragement, Nero came to a final decision. His mother had to die.
Coming up, Nero makes the harsh choice between family and power.
Now back to the story.
In early 59 CE, 22-year-old Nero planned the assassination of his own mother. Agrippina had reached the highest position a Roman woman had ever claimed, but she had fallen from grace in a most spectacular fashion.
Nero finally realized that her conniving schemes, which had successfully brought him to the throne, could be used against him, too. With her endless commentary on Nero's personal choices becoming more brazen and public, Nero knew it was time for Agrippina to have an accident.
Nero couldn't simply have his mother executed like another dissident. A mother was considered sacred in Roman society. He would quickly lose the public adoration that he so deeply cherished if he murdered her in cold blood.
So Nero came up with a series of plans to make Agrippina's death seem accidental, and each one was more absurd than the next. According to Suetonius, he first tried to poison her 3 times.
However, rumor of the plan got back to Agrippina, and she started to take precautions by building up an immunity to his poison of choice, or simply by avoiding the particular dish that was tainted. Agrippina wasn't going to let herself be so easily duped. After all, it was poison that put Nero on the throne.
His next thought was to rig a mechanical device that would collapse her bedroom ceiling and crush her while she slept. But she caught wind of that plot as well and escaped.
Agrippina didn't want to keep up the game of cat and mouse with her own son. It was childish.
So when Nero sent a letter to her in Antium asking for a reconciliation, she hoped it signaled an end to their little feud. She accepted Nero's invitation to meet him near Naples for a banquet. Nero even sent a private boat to pick her up that night.
But according to Tacitus's account, the boat itself was Nero's final assassination attempt. The craft was built to collapse once offshore in the open water, and it worked perfectly. While on its way to Naples, the boat began to sink quickly, tossing Agrippina into the water, where she managed to swim back to the shoreline.
Nero couldn't believe it. His mother seemed to be unkillable, and he was growing tired of this subterfuge. So he decided on a different route. He invented an assassination plot.
When one of Agrippina's messengers came to the palace, Nero claimed his mother had sent the man to kill him.
With this alleged threat, Nero was able to convince the Senate to allow Agrippina's execution. Nero sent a navy officer to Antium, where Agrippina solemnly greeted the man.
Though she understood why the officer was there, Agrippina tried to play dumb. When that didn't work, she pleaded for her life. When she saw the assassin had no intention of leaving her alive, she finally pointed to her womb and told him to strike her in the fatal spot that had borne her evil son.
So he did, beating and stabbing her in the belly until Agrippina was dead.
Nero was finally free of Agrippina's overbearing criticism. 3 years later, in 62 CE, he married his mistress, Poppaea, and banished Octavia from Rome. Nero finally had everything he wanted.
Unfortunately, his twisted whim coincided perfectly with the end of his bright future as an emperor.
With his mother out of the picture, Nero was finally free to spend his days making music and making love. He had little interest in the actual administration of Rome. Instead, he simply wanted to keep himself and his people happy with entertainment.
Unfortunately, his advisors didn't agree. Seneca had encouraged Nero to make his way out from under Agrippina's thumb, but he didn't condone her violent end. He was especially concerned that it indicated a budding attitude towards dissension of all kinds. It was the sign of a budding tyrant.
Seneca decided it was a good time to retire to the countryside, where he could write and offer advice from afar.
Around the same time, the Praetorian leader Burrus died abruptly from throat cancer. There were quiet rumors that Nero might have poisoned him, but most historians agree that this was unlikely. In any case, the Praetorian Guard was now in need of a new leader.
The void left by Nero's two original advisors was quickly filled by Tigellinus, his old nighttime confidant. Tigellinus was wholly devoted to Nero. Under his command, the Praetorians behaved more like a tyrannical private police force, and they were at Nero's beck and call.
So when Roman citizens began to vandalize portraits of Nero's new wife Poppaea, it was a simple matter to dispatch the Praetorians into the city. Unfortunately, this show of force did nothing to solve the real problems at play.
The desecration of Poppaea's portraits revealed the truth about the public's changing opinion of Nero, Poppaea, and Octavia. The Romans knew Octavia was from the royal bloodline of Rome's hero Augustus, and Nero had shamed and mistreated her. The public still cared for Octavia, even if Nero did not.
As the wave of public opinion started to turn against him, Nero tried to slander Octavia's reputation. He claimed she'd had affairs.
But the people didn't buy it, considering that Nero had no evidence for his claims. Even when he had Tigellinus torture Octavia's servants to force confessions of her crimes, none of them caved. They were loyal to the death.
One of Octavia's chambermaids supposedly even spit on Tigellinus just before she died.
Failing to destroy Octavia's reputation only made Nero angrier. He had never inspired that kind of devotion. Still, Nero had his yes men, and he was determined to use them.
Nero recruited a naval officer into his scheme. He told the officer that he could either publicly testify to having slept with Octavia or face execution.
The naval officer didn't hesitate. He went immediately to the Senate with a masterful performance of his affair with the former empress. With his evidence finally in place, Nero had Octavia quietly executed in June of 62 CE.
Of course, his love for theatrics didn't let her death stay quiet for long. Nero had Octavia's head brought to Poppaea as a token. This set off a firestorm of conflicting rumors, and the Roman people finally learned that Octavia was dead.
Historians are divided on how specifically Nero survived the outrage that followed Octavia's execution. Some point to his tyrannical Praetorians as his primary tool for keeping power. But other ancient historians report that Nero simply doubled down on his bread and circuses stratagem, and it worked.
Nero provided richer lottery rewards and more violently spectacular chariot races and gladiator games. With this overwhelming display of public appeasement, Nero managed to stay in power. Of course, he was more than happy to let the Senate run Rome from day to day.
In doing so, Nero was free to pursue his original life goal, the arts. He took up the lyre, the stringed instrument, and had daily lessons with professionals. He sang and wrote poetry and hosted lavish gatherings for artists and performers.
Eventually, Nero believed he was ready to begin his life's true pursuit as a public performer. He planned a national tour in which he would sing and read poetry for his people.
However, some of his advisors suggested he begin his tour outside Rome. After all, the morale of the people buoyed or toppled emperors. If he performed before he was fully ready, it would give people a reason to mock him.
Just as adoration was Nero's greatest desire, mockery was his greatest fear. So Nero embarked on an artistic retreat at his home in Antium, where Agrippina had spent her final days. There he performed for small crowds, earning daily praise.
But then, on July 18th, 64 CE, Nero received an alarming message from Rome.
The city was on fire.
Nero had no experience in any sort of emergency, but he knew he had to join his people in fighting the fire. He rushed back to Rome and into the flames.
Unfortunately, Nero didn't realize that he was rushing toward his downfall.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll hear about the terrible fire that ravaged the Roman capital. We'll also investigate the slow decline of Nero and his growing rage against an insurgent cult.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Trent Williamson, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Bruce Kitovich. This episode of Dictators was written by Andrew Messer, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
Hi, it's Richard again. Searching for your new favorite show? Remember to follow the newest Spotify original from Parcast, Our Love Story. Every Tuesday, catch an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Listen to Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Due to the graphic nature of this dictator's reign, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of violence and sexual situations that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
Rome, July 18th, 64 CE. The summer evening was stifling hot, but the heat of the summer didn't dampen the flurry of activities that regularly took place at the Circus Maximus.
The enormous stadium was famous for holding games, chariot races, and annual celebrations, all inside a single massive entertainment venue.
Slaves, merchants, and entertainers frequently fought for space there when events drew nearer. Merchant and cook shops lined the circus, shouts regularly echoed across the streets, and cooking fires always filled the air with smoke and fragrant spices.
However, at some point during a particularly windy night on July 18th, the smoke coming from the merchant and cook shops seemed much thicker than normal. And soon, violent licks of fire were seen emerging from one of the shops.
It seems that one of the cooking fires had gotten out of control. In the crowded chaos near the venue, it spread almost instantly to other shops. Before long, it spread even further, and soon even the entire stadium was ablaze.
By the morning, the fire had jumped from the stadium to nearby residential buildings. The inferno spread through homes and shops, pushing further and further throughout the city.
Fire brigades scrambled to put the fire out, but it was no use. It seemed that the capital of the Roman Empire was doomed.
But as Rome burned, one man was conspicuously absent: Emperor Nero.
He was conveniently at his villa in Antium, miles from the capital, and as the fire tore through the center of Western civilization, he sat on his balcony, practicing his lyre and singing.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. On this show, we're going deep into the minds of some of history's most hated despots. This is our final episode on the bloody and tyrannical reign of the Roman Empire's Julio-Claudian dynasty.
Today we conclude with the fall of Emperor Nero, the young artist placed at the head of an empire due to nothing more than his bloodline. Last week we discussed how Nero achieved power thanks to his mother's political chess games. However, in the process, Nero grew to resent his mother and eventually ordered her execution.
This week, we'll follow Nero's disastrous response to the Great Fire of Rome, and how his desire to be adored as a musician and singer put him in the deadly crosshairs of the Senate.
Coming up, we'll dive into Nero's untimely demise.
When the Great Fire of Rome ignited in July of 64 CE, 26-year-old Emperor Nero was at the height of his power that was consolidated through exile and execution. Among the dead were his mother Agrippina and his ex-wife Octavia.
For years, Agrippina had played a cunning political game to put her son on the throne. However, once Nero was in power, he realized his mother didn't have his interests at heart. All he'd ever wanted was to be a singer, musician, and an actor. She initially was the one who wanted political power, not him.
Nero's love for his mother turned to resentment, which turned to hatred, until in 59 CE, Nero had his mother killed. Now he was free to do whatever he wanted, even neglect governing the empire in pursuit of a career as an artistic performer.
In the summer of 64 CE, Nero wanted to sing for his people. A real theatrical debut. For years he had done small shows at the royal palace. Now he was ready to go bigger. Unfortunately, some of his advisors feared he would embarrass not just himself, but the title of emperor.
Instead, they suggested he take his debut outside of Rome. So in July, Nero made his way less than 40 miles south to his hometown of Antium. But as he was preparing for his performance, a messenger came with frantic news.
A fire had broken out at the Circus Maximus. It quickly got out of control and set the city ablaze.
Nero dropped everything and rode back to Rome. Even he had to admit his performance would have to wait.
As the flames consumed Rome for 6 straight days, the emergency consumed Nero. Contemporary accounts note that he tried fighting the blaze with strategic plans to contain the fire.
During this time, Nero was just like any other Roman citizen, covered in soot, choking on smoke, and trying desperately to save the city from the inferno. As ancient Roman historian Cassius Dio wrote, there was shouting and wailing, children, women, men, and the elderly all together. No one could see anything or understand what was said by reason of the smoke and shouting. Nero was in the middle of chaos, trying to help. For a brief moment, he looked like the leader his old mentor Seneca had always hoped he would be.
But this was hardly enough to change Nero from selfish tyrant to beloved leader. Once the fire was contained, the emperor set out to rebuild the city. Unfortunately, Nero sought to recreate the city in his image, and in doing so, he earned the scorn of the citizens forever.
Nero decided that one of the best places to start his revival of Rome was with his own palace. It was his delusional belief that the people would be inspired if he renovated the Golden Mansion first.
He was wrong. The people weren't too pleased by this decision and mocked Nero's extravagance. Then, that mockery turned to fury when they learned that part of the palace renovation meant seizing several city blocks of destroyed residences.
Nero appropriated the land where burned homes once stood and began construction immediately. The palace was to cover 200 acres, and Nero literally called it the Domus Aurea, or Golden House.
At the center of a vestibule constructed for the sprawling palace complex on the summit of the Velian Hill was a gilded bronze statue of Nero himself, standing over 100 feet tall. Dubbed Colossus Neronis, the statue could be seen from almost anywhere in the city. No one could escape Nero's gaze.
Of course, all of these renovations, including the decorative gold, cost money. And soon, it became obvious that the project would be far over budget. Nero needed cash, fast.
But even at the height of the Roman Empire, it was difficult for an emperor to simply make money appear. And thanks to Uncle Caligula using the treasury as his own personal ATM, Nero's empire was far from its former glory under Augustus.
Nero, however, had always done what he wanted, and this time was no different. In order to raise the funds, Nero increased taxes and extorted provincials. Unsurprisingly, the audacity of these moves did not go over well with Romans, and it got people talking.
Many of Rome's newly homeless residents started to whisper that Nero started the fire in the first place. After all, it was a convenient excuse to clear dozens of acres for a new palace.
The rumors spread through the city faster than the fire had.
Aware of his reputation in the street, but he wasn't just completely out of touch with the public. Members of his own administration were also doing their best to shelter the temperamental emperor from the negative press.
The head of the Praetorian Guard, Tigellinus, was a leader in this effort. Under his watch, more often than not, Nero's detractors would simply disappear.
Unfortunately, despite Tigellinus' best efforts, he couldn't execute half of the city, and soon the public outcry intensified.
Before long, the rumors finally reached Nero's ears, and by now they claimed that it was practically a known fact that Nero caused the fire.
Nero was shocked, but luckily he didn't get angry. Rather, he knew he needed to save himself.
By shifting the blame to someone else.
Then, perhaps the public would forget about the Golden House and the increase of taxes.
Nero's eyes turned to a religious sect that was already hated more than he was. It was a small but growing cult of one man's devout followers. They called themselves Christians.
The Christians had always refused to pledge allegiance to the emperor. To Nero, their persecution seemed like an easy way to rid the empire of their already treasonous presence. So, Nero declared that a Christian conspiracy was to blame for the fire.
Though many historians at the time knew the fire had been an accident, a conspiracy theory was much more appealing. Many Romans jumped on the bandwagon, and soon Christians were a widely accepted enemy of the state.
Nero's ruthless treatment of the community drove the message home. As construction on the palace continued, he had Christians crucified in the gardens. Their corpses were then set on fire to serve as torches, illuminating the gardens at night.
But Nero also selflessly shared his torture of the Christians with the people.
Christians became fodder for the gladiator arenas. They were tossed into the center of the ring with lions and tigers and forced to fight. Few survived the mass execution, but stories of these Christian martyrs would survive for millennia.
Meanwhile, with Rome's citizens placated, Nero turned his attention back to his aborted theatrical debut. He was convinced that his people loved him. He had given them entertainment in the form of Christian persecution. Now he would entertain them with his voice.
Nero craved public adulation, especially when it came to music. He'd longed for it since the days his mother refused to give it to him. Even in his late 20s, Nero was still a lonely artist at heart.
As such, Nero's deepest desire was to stand in front of a crowd and earn their applause.
Initially, the emperor's advisors convinced him to give a single performance in Antium, but that wasn't enough.
Nero wanted to embark on a musical tour.
In the spring of 65 CE, the new palace was still under construction. In Nero's head, the timing seemed perfect to turn to his love of performing. And since Nero wasn't really interested in governing, he didn't mind leaving the business of the empire to the Senate.
Unfortunately, Nero's absence and consistent disregard for public opinion was about to have dire consequences. The Senate was decidedly not on Nero's side.
And in their opinion, the emperor needed to die.
Coming up, Nero faces an assassination conspiracy. Hi, listeners! To celebrate our favorite month, Parcast Network is releasing a slate of new shows leaning into all things spooky and spine-tingling. And now, we're bringing you an original series called Superstitions, featuring the origins and impacts of our most unusual beliefs and the stories of those who dare to defy them. Every week on Superstitions, hear a new drama that illustrates the eeriness and unlocks the mysteries of humanity's strangest codes of conduct. Like holding your breath while passing a cemetery so you don't wake the dead and make them jealous. Or carrying the foot of an animal known to have an evil eye. Or using iron to keep away the devil. They may seem mystical or even completely illogical, but one thing is certain, you ignore them at your own risk. You can find and follow Superstitions free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. To hear more Parcast shows, search Parcast Network in Spotify's search bar and find a growing slate of spooky October programming to enjoy.
Now, back to the story.
By the start of 65 CE, 27-year-old Emperor Nero was on top of the world. After successfully scapegoating the Christians for the Great Fire, the emperor decided it was finally time to focus on his music career. And what better way to get things going than with a concert debut in Rome at the three-part Greek-style festival he created called the Neronia.
The Neronia consisted of three sections: athletics, chariot racing, and the arts. And in the spring of 65 CE, in the musical portion of the Neronia, Nero performed on stage in Rome for the first time. He felt like a rock star, and he loved it. And as if life couldn't get any better, his wife, Poppaea, was pregnant. Nero was not only kickstarting his musical career, but securing his legacy with an heir to the throne.
But that legacy was already in jeopardy. Beneath the happy facade of Nero's daily life, his base of power was crumbling. He had quelled the rumors about the fire of Rome, but the Romans were still unhappy. Killing Christians wasn't enough to distract them from the embezzlement taking place across the empire.
Nero's sprawling palace proved to be more expensive than the taxes he imposed were lucrative. So, according to author Stephen Dando Collins, Nero requested donations from Rome's wealthiest families, all for the Golden Mansion.
Nero knew that the patriarchs of these families always wanted to be on the emperor's good side. As such, he expected plenty of voluntary contributions to his palace fund.
Unfortunately, Nero underestimated the loyalty of the aristocracy. He received just a few measly donations for his cause and seethed with anger.
So, he retaliated. He decreed that the wealthiest Romans had to change their wills and leave almost everything to the emperor once they died.
Many tried to bequeath at least a portion of their land and wealth to their family, but Nero wanted close to all of it.
His blatant greed not only eroded the loyalty of Rome's wealthiest men, but also the loyalty of their offspring. The empire's aristocratic heirs were left with nothing but hatred for the emperor. Nero effectively destroyed any generational loyalty to him and his bloodline.
But Nero wasn't concerned about that. He was thinking about today. Unfortunately for Nero, there still wasn't enough money in Rome's treasury for Nero's extravagant construction plans.
So Nero did the unthinkable.
He raided the temples of Rome.
Inside the temples were altars to the gods. For years, citizens covered these altars with gold and valuable offerings. Much of the gold was from conquests, tribute to the gods for victory over the barbarian hordes.
These offerings were the embodiment of Roman glory, and to most Romans, they belonged to the gods.
But to Nero, they were a means to an end. He ordered his men to collect all the temple valuables they could find.
Naturally, when the people discovered what the emperor was doing, they were enraged.
But Nero ignored them. He was more concerned with the events and performances of the Neronia.
The Neronia were open to all artists and performers, and as mentioned earlier, Nero joined their ranks like any other participant.
Of course, Emperor Nero was not like anyone else. Beyond being the emperor, he had an infamous temper. When he forgot lines or missed notes in his performances, he often threw tantrums after the show. Nobody was willing to risk angering the emperor.
Which probably explained why Nero did so well during the festival. The Neronia boasted numerous different competitions and performances in chariot racing, athletics, and the arts. According to ancient Roman historian Suetonius, Nero entered in the categories of oratory and verse, and won them both.
With his new laurels, Nero felt like more than just an artist. He was a champion artist.
Unfortunately, the power in Rome didn't see it that way.
Though the Senate wasn't thrilled about Nero's increase of taxes and temple plundering, they more or less allowed it to continue in order to placate their temperamental leader. But when word reached the Senate that Nero's concerts were only getting bigger, that it was more than just a small side project, their anger boiled over.
During this period, performers and entertainers were a low class. Thus, it was simply indecent for an emperor to join their ranks. While Nero basked in the glowing adoration of his audiences, he was, at the same time, defacing the throne.
As a BBC retrospective explained, the outrage was similar to what would be felt today if Queen Elizabeth II became a pole dancer.
It was simply too much. The Senate was finally fed up with the selfish emperor.
It was time to kill him.
In fact, Nero's scandalous behavior inspired multiple assassination plots. In April of 65 CE, Senate consul Lateranus and 3 others began whispering among senators and high-level citizens about the emperor's so-called crimes. But they knew that it wasn't enough to simply kill Nero. They needed a replacement.
and they decided on Gaius Piso, the popular Roman statesman. The conspirators also tried to loop Seneca, Nero's old mentor and advisor, into their plot. Some accounts claim that within this scheme, there was even a sub-conspiracy to kill Piso and make Seneca emperor. For years, Seneca had been living a quiet, peaceful life in the countryside. So when he heard of the plot, he quickly opted out. He was perfectly content to live out the rest of his days far away from Rome's bloody politics.
Undeterred, Lateranus and his men continued plotting the logistics of their attack.
Unfortunately, their disloyalty did not remain secret for long. Word of the assassination plot got back to Nero by way of a freedman named Flavius Scaevenus. The news awakened a new level of paranoia in the emperor. After manufacturing love and praise, Nero was confused as to why anyone would want to kill him. Perhaps he had let his guard down.
There was no point in dwelling on the reasons. Instead, Nero knew he needed to get his assassins before they got to him. He dispatched the Praetorians to hunt down the conspirators.
They cornered Lateranus at his home and promptly executed him. The rest either met the same fate or fled Rome.
That left only Seneca to explain his meeting with the conspirators. However, Nero still had a fondness for his old mentor. When the Praetorians arrived at his villa, they were simply there to interrogate the aging teacher.
Seneca admitted to the meeting with the cabal, but claimed he had refused to participate in the plot.
But the paranoia ate at Nero. He wasn't so sure he actually believed the answers Seneca gave.
Making the situation worse, reportedly, was Nero's Praetorian general, Tigellinus. Tigellinus never liked Seneca, so he likely fed into Nero's paranoia. He may have told the emperor that as long as Seneca was alive, they could never be certain of his loyalty. Nero knew Tigellinus was right, so he ordered Seneca's death.
By suicide.
When news of Seneca's suicide reached Rome, for a brief while, all talk of assassination ceased. The senators knew that if Nero could order the death of his old mentor, nobody was safe.
They were right to be on guard. Nero's paranoia didn't dissipate with Seneca's death. There were only two people in the entire empire Nero trusted, Tigellinus and Poppaea.
Sadly, trust wasn't enough to save the pregnant Poppaea from her husband's notorious temper.
The specific details are debated by ancient and modern historians, but in the summer of 65 CE, Poppaea supposedly said something that set Nero off.
Perhaps Poppaea made a light criticism of Nero's voice one night, or maybe she questioned the way Nero chose to perform a specific piece.
No matter what she said, accounts claim that Nero turned on Poppaea and viciously beat her to the floor. As his pregnant wife cowered on the ground, Nero proceeded to kick her until she stopped moving.
With his behavior already drawing negative attention in Rome, Nero knew that Poppaea's death would send shockwaves through the public. He had already defamed his ex-wife Octavia, who had been genuinely beloved by the Roman people. Killing the woman who took her place was unforgivable.
So, as usual, Nero had to quickly clean up the problem. The official story was that she died because of a miscarriage.
Nero was genuinely distraught by her death. He ordered a lavish funeral for her and even had her body embalmed, not cremated as was the norm. He loved Poppaea, and the fact that he let his temper get the better of him weighed heavily on his conscience. So much so that 2 years after her death, while on a musical tour in Greece, Nero married a eunuch named Sporus, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Poppaea. Nero even called him by her name.
From the fall of 66 CE through the beginning of 68 CE, Nero had moved his musical aspirations to the road. He was on tour in Greece, performing for apparently sold-out stadiums that were in fact made up of paid audiences. However, at a certain point, Nero decided to end his tour. Maybe Poppaea's death still weighed heavily on him. In early 68 CE, he returned to Rome and to his newly finished Golden Palace.
But even in the midst of grief, Nero, as usual, completely disregarded propriety. When he brought his massive entourage back to Italy, he did so in a grandiose spectacle called a triumph.
As you may recall, triumphs were the grand parades reserved for returning generals like Nero's grandfather Germanicus. Of course, Nero was no soldier, so instead of marching through the city streets with spoils of war, slaves, or golden offerings to gods, Nero simply paraded through Antium, Albinum, and finally Rome with his 1,800 laurel wreath awards he won in Greece.
The Senate was disgusted. They considered Nero's so-called triumph a sickening display of his narcissism, ignorance, and tyranny. Rome had turned into a complete farce.
But the triumph wasn't the only problem. Over the years of Nero's rule, the empire had literally started coming apart, thanks to a wave of rebellions.
In the West, in modern-day Britain, Queen Boudica started a long series of battles against Roman occupation. In the East, near present-day Armenia, an uprising in the Kingdom of Parthia successfully annexed a huge swath of Roman territory.
There were even rumors of a coming rebellion near Judea, where the hated Christians had originated.
Nero's callous, tyrannical temper was coming back to haunt him.
Not that he seemed overly concerned. Nero had completely ignored the uprisings. Now, Rome was militarily weaker than it had ever been. To the citizens and the senators, it appeared that the emperor had no interest in maintaining Rome's glory.
Even with the threat of execution for treason, conspiring whispers began once again. In order to save the empire, drastic measures had to be taken. Much of the Senate wanted Nero dead, and they couldn't wait any longer.
They needed to kill him before he killed Rome.
Coming up, Nero stands alone.
Now, back to the story.
At the beginning of 68 CE, the Roman Empire was falling apart. 30-year-old Emperor Nero had drained Rome's treasury to build the new palace, and he'd spent even more money on his vanity concert tour. Over the course of his rule, numerous rebellions had broken out across the empire.
Unfortunately for the Roman people, their leader didn't care. Nero was happy to stay holed up in his new palace. He whiled away his days singing and playing the harp, having trysts with his numerous lovers, and simply wandering the gardens.
In the process, he was making enemies everywhere. Even Tigellinus and the Praetorian Guard were alarmed at Nero's lack of concern for the state of the empire.
Things finally came to a head in late spring of 68 CE, when yet another uprising hit, this time in present-day Spain.
With Nero still unbothered, the Roman governor of the region decided to take matters into his own hands by declaring himself the new head of the Roman Senate.
The governor's name was Servius Galba. He was one of the most respected generals and statesmen in the empire. His declaration drew a wave of support from other senators.
Almost overnight, a new candidate for emperor had finally emerged.
Now, all they had to do was get rid of Nero.
The Senate knew the key to any assassination would be neutralizing the Praetorian Guard. The emperor's personal security force could be an insurmountable obstacle or a vital ally.
The Praetorian commander Tigellinus had always been fiercely loyal to Nero, but he was a Roman general, and he served the empire, not the emperor.
An empire the emperor was letting dissolve day by day.
So Tigellinus made a difficult decision and threw his lot in with the coup.
On a warm night in June 68 CE, the senators quietly invited a large cohort of the Praetorian Guard to a meeting at the Senate. The clandestine gathering had only one topic: the fall of Nero.
By the time the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the Senate and Praetorians had declared Nero to be an enemy of the state. The sentence for his crimes was obvious: death.
On June 8, 68 CE, Nero woke up in the middle of the night to find his palace completely deserted. Even his Praetorian guards were nowhere to be found. His paranoia kicked into overdrive.
Nero quickly surmised that an empty palace and an unprotected emperor could only mean one thing: somebody was coming for him.
But Nero wasn't going to wait around to discover who wanted to strike the fatal blow. The emperor, still in his pajamas, fled the palace, desperately looking for help.
Unfortunately, all he found were a handful of attendants who had stayed behind. One of his freedmen, named Found, offered his villa in the suburbs as a hideout.
So, using what he had in front of him, Nero ordered them to help him get out of Rome.
The group rode frantically until dawn and made it safely out of the city. But Nero was still in his pajamas, and suddenly he was struck with panic. He was in no condition to go much further. People might notice his odd outfit. And what if word got out? How far behind were his assassins? To calm Nero down, his attendants pointed to Found's villa, which was nearby. But soon they saw soldiers nearing the main road to the villa. The only way in was through a secret entrance.
The plan through the secret entrance worked, but once safely inside the villa, Nero was still a nervous wreck. One of Nero's companions offered to go back to the city and find out what was happening. Perhaps all this panic was nothing.
A few hours later, the courier returned with dire news. The Senate had condemned Nero to death. Soldiers were scouring the countryside looking for him. And as it turned out, their escape had been witnessed by plenty of citizens.
However, there was worse news. The Senate had ordered Nero's execution be carried out by an ancient method.
The emperor was shocked and confused. He had no idea what an ancient method of execution meant.
Nero turned to one of his attendants and asked if they knew.
They did, and it wasn't going to be quick.
The vilified emperor would be stripped naked and paraded through the streets of Rome. Then, after his humiliation, he would be taken to a public arena and beaten to death with rods.
For a man who had only ever wanted to be adored by the public, this humiliating execution was the worst possible nightmare.
When the group saw how distraught Nero was, they humbly suggested that suicide might be a better option. After all, Romans still considered suicide to be a noble death.
Nero thought of Seneca. It seemed he had no other choice.
He tearfully asked for a dagger. His hand trembled uncontrollably, so Nero requested if Epaphroditus, his private secretary, could help steady it as he put the dagger to his throat.
With a deep breath, Nero plunged the blade into his own neck. As the blood poured forth, according to Cassius Dio, the emperor looked up at one of his men and said, "What an artist dies with me." On the morning of June 9th, 68 CE, Emperor Nero was dead.
Nero left no heir to his throne when he died. He was the last of the Julio-Claudian line, a royal ancestry dating back through Augustus and Julius Caesar. That storied ancestry meant many Romans mourned his death, even if they had hated him while he was alive. And even if his reign, like the several tyrants before him, had proven that the right bloodline doesn't make a good leader.
Mourners left wildflowers on his grave in the months and years following his death, a fitting tribute to a man who preferred to think of himself as a sensitive artist rather than an emperor.
Meanwhile, the Senate installed a new emperor, Servius Galba, the man who led the assassination cabal.
Unfortunately, he was unable to quell the unrest across the empire. Less than a year into his reign, Galba was assassinated.
It appeared that Rome's troubles weren't simply due to Nero's inept governance. Ruling an empire was no small feat, and Nero's supporters pointed to the power vacuum he left behind as evidence. The young emperor was a selfish and foolish leader, but the demise of the empire wasn't solely his responsibility.
It ultimately took about a year of civil war before a new emperor reunited the Senate and the rebellious regions of the empire.
Nero may have been as much a product of the Roman Empire's failings as he was the monster who brought it to its knees.
Still, in the end, the arguments of Nero's supporters have been drowned out by the complaints of his detractors. His legacy is one of egocentric, anti-Christian injustice and violence, of tyranny, and of the pride that comes before the fall.
There are no more wildflowers on his grave, and there's no one left to indulge his dangerous delusions.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. We'll be back next week to begin our new season on Marxist-Leninist Maoist dictators in Asia. Fittingly, we'll start with Chairman Mao Zedong.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals for free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Trent Williamson, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Joshua Kern. This episode of Dictators was written by Andrew Messer, with writing assistance by Nora Patel, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. Hang a horseshoe above your door, keep a rabbit's foot in your pocket, and follow Superstitions free on Spotify. Listen every Wednesday for the surprising backstories to our most curious beliefs and thrilling tales that illuminate the mystical eeriness of our favorite superstitions.
Hi, everyone. Since Dictators is taking a break this week, here's something I think you're really going to enjoy. 2 episodes from the fantastic series Medical Murders. It's a Spotify original from Parcast and a favorite of mine, and it's free to listen to on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Enjoy!
Listener discretion is advised. This episode features discussions of war, anti-Semitism, and eugenics that may be upsetting. We advise extreme caution for listeners under 13. It's not uncommon to desire fame and glory, to etch your name into the history books. And for a lot of people, that goal is a reflection of our vanity, of our need to leave a mark that declares, I was here. It's usually a harmless dream that will come to affect few people but ourselves. But when you combine the ego of someone seeking notoriety for his own sake with the mind of a scientist, things start to get dicey. When that person is a doctor, things can get downright evil. This is Medical Murders, a podcast original. Every year, thousands of medical students take the Hippocratic Oath. It boils down to do no harm, but a closer look reveals a phrase much more interesting. I must not play at God. However, some doctors break that oath, choosing to play God with their patients, deciding who lives and who dies. Each week on Medical Murders, we'll investigate those who decided to kill. We'll explore the specifics of how they operate, not just on their patients, but within their own minds, examining the psychology and neurology behind heartless medical killers. I'm Alistair Murden, and I'm joined by Dr. David Kipper, MD.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to assist Alistair by providing some medical information and insight into the killer's modus operandi. I'm particularly interested in seeing how Dr. Mengele performed all of his atrocities, since this was a contemporary issue while I was growing up.
You can find episodes of Medical Murders and all other podcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Medical Murders for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Medical Murders in the search bar. This is our first episode on Dr. Josef Mengele, also known as Auschwitz-Birkenau's Angel of Death. After he arrived at Auschwitz in 1943, Mengele selected untold numbers of people to be sent to the death chambers. But he is perhaps most infamous for his twisted experiments on twins, serving his warped view of genetic research. Though records of these experiments are scarce, chilling accounts tell of the deaths his work caused, and even of cold-blooded murders. Today, we'll look at Mengele's early life and how a mediocre student became a fanatical researcher willing to engineer and participate in mass slaughter. Next time, we'll take a deep dive into Mengele's time at the Nazi death camps, his shocking experiments, and the quest to bring him to justice. All this and more coming up. Stay with us. Growing up in the village of Günzburg, Germany, Josef Mengele led a pretty charmed life. He was born in 1911, and as the eldest son, Mengele was entrusted by his parents to supervise the transportation of supplies between their successful farm equipment factory and the train station. Village locals remembered him as charming, articulate, and handsome. He also had the airs of a natural leader. While overseeing shipments at the station, he was thorough and careful, unafraid to give orders, even as a teenager. And by all accounts, he relished the power. If only he were a good student, he might have been perfect. Alas, young Mengele was noticeably unconcerned with education. He was well behaved, certainly, but he lacked the diligence and drive that would propel him to greatness. In other words, his profound mediocrity didn't concern him. As a teenager, he took a shine to the finer things in life. He and his friends indulged their more impulsive sides, spending time driving cars and whiling away hours in cafes and salons. Mengele himself liked to wear expensive suits, showing off the most fashionable cuts. He preened about, seemingly concerned with fast cars and his appearance more than anything else. Later in life, Mengele would paint a different picture of his youth, suggesting he took after his father, who spent long hours stoically working to provide for his family. But, in reality, Mengele proved to be more like his beloved mother, Valberga. According to authors Lucette Lugnado and Sheila Cohn-Deckel, Valberga could be warm and maternal, or she could behave like a raging bull. Her reactions were impossible to predict. While her husband Karl was the one in charge of their farming equipment factory, it was Valberga who inspired the most fear among their employees. She would make impromptu visits to the factory and unleash her fury upon workers who drew her ire. If things were out of place, improperly cleaned or simply not to her liking, she would fly into a rage.
While we don't know much about Mengele's childhood personality, this description of his mother is illuminating. It's likely that today she would be diagnosed as bipolar. Her behaviors are classic symptoms. It's very common in people that have a bipolar disorder to have problems with anger and impulse reactions. So we often see people that are going into a rage for almost no reason. Because a bipolar disorder is inherited, this explains a lot about Mengele's behaviors. When we're genetically predisposed to mental illness, stressful events can trigger their worst expressions. People are correct in saying stress is a killer.
But as far as we know, Mengele wouldn't demonstrate his own frightening temper until much later in life. That unpredictable duality would come to be replicated by Mengele as he marched the grim grounds at Auschwitz-Birkenau. For now, he remained charming and polite, mostly content to coast through life on his good looks and his family's money. However, things began to shift towards the end of the 1920s. Germany was still reeling from its World War I defeat, and a vindictive wave of anti-Semitism swept through the country, stoked by Adolf Hitler's growing influence. With the emerging Nazi rhetoric came a growing nationalistic fervor, one that even laid-back Mengele found irresistible. During his late teens, he became active in the Großdeutsche Jugendbund, or the German Youth Movement. The group advocated for a return to the Germany of old, and there Mengele demonstrated the first glimmers of ambition. He became a local leader within the organization and delivered eloquent speeches. At the age of 19, Mengele fully switched gears. Despite his lackluster showing at school, he decided he wanted to make a name for himself. He finally took an interest in his education and enrolled at the University of Munich in 1930. He'd study medicine and philosophy, hoping to become a famous anthropologist and geneticist.
He definitely achieved infamy. You know, Alistair, by the end of the First World War, the fields of anthropology and genetics took on a very interesting shape. At this time, nationalism was on the rise, especially in Germany, and a growing interest in anthropology seemed to spring in part from this movement. Similarly, the 20s and 30s were a very exciting time for genetics, notably marked by the development of the Mendelian model. Gregor Mendel was one of the first scientists who actually studied genetics, and he did so in plants. And his findings remain the backbone for all modern genetic studies. What we've learned so far is that Joseph Mengele wanted desperately to be included in the scientific community. So he must have been very impressed with Gregor Mendel's work on genetics, and I'm sure there was some degree of envy in the work that he did.
But Mengele's ambitions weren't just about advancing scientific discourse and discovery. He wanted to be famous, renowned. Before leaving for university, he told a friend in his hometown, "One day, my name will be in the encyclopedia." Coming up, Josef Mengele sets out on his dark path to infamy. Hi listeners, I'm thrilled to tell you about a new Spotify original from Parcast that I think you'll really enjoy. It's called Our Love Story. Every Tuesday, Our Love Story celebrates the ups, downs, and pivotal moments that turn complete strangers into perfect pairs. Each episode offers an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance, with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Whether it's a chance encounter, a former friendship, or even a former enemy, Our Love Story proves that love can begin and blossom in the most unexpected ways. Ready to hear more? Follow Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, back to the story. In 1931, Josef Mengele was a year into his studies at the University of Munich. As he pursued his goal of becoming a renowned anthropologist and genetic scientist, a fellow German with grand ambitions was growing in popularity. The global recession created an uncertain atmosphere, allowing Adolf Hitler to expand his influence. He was now the leader of the second largest political party in Germany, the Nazis. Hitler and his followers further spread his ideas of German superiority and scapegoated the Jewish people for any and all problems. As these ideas took hold, anti-Semitism rose in every corner of Germany. Famously, the eventual government response was one of discrimination and murder. But the Nazi Party influence was even greater than that. In academics, rely on cooler, brighter heads to prevail, subjects began to skew to a decidedly bigoted view. Genetics, history, anthropology, biology, all were increasingly affected by anti-Semitism, as was Mengele.
It's tragic that hate penetrated the scientific landscape in the 1930s. While it's less overt today, we still have racism and discrimination in the medical community. It stems from a more veiled and systemic problem that bleeds into the world of healthcare, and it's manifested through things like unequal access to education, healthy food, and affordable medical treatment. We're all somewhat at the mercy of the systems and environments we're placed into, so it makes sense, unfortunately, that Mengele focused his studies on anti-Semitism as Hitler's popularity was now growing.
As his education continued, Mengele shed his carefree personality and buckled down to focus on his studies and his increasingly hateful views. He wanted to know what science could do about the light of Jewishness in Germany. It was around this time that he became aware of the work of social Darwinists.
Social Darwinism is the theory that races, or groups of humans, are subject to the same natural selection laws as the plants and animals Darwin observed and wrote about in nature. The innate problem with social Darwinism is that it uses purely scientific theory to promote an unscientific idea. Darwin's observational theory about life's biological diversity can't be responsibly applied to socio-political or economic matters. The approach is just flawed and nonsensical. Despite this, the Nazis' anti-Semitism dovetailed nicely with the pseudoscience of social Darwinism, leaving room for prejudice in what should have been a neutral scientific setting.
Perhaps because he'd found something that so interested him, Mengele graduated with highest honors in 1935. After 5 years at university, he was a certified physician and had a PhD in anthropology, helping him on his way to his goal of scientific fame. Soon after graduating, 25-year-old Mengele secured a position at the University of Frankfurt, working as an assistant to Professor Ottmar Freyer von Verschuer. A renowned racial scientist, Verschuer had built, with Nazi funding, the Institute for Heredity, Biology, and Racial Purity. Among his interests, Verschuer was interested in tracing the role heredity played in disease, examining genetic abnormalities and their transfer between generations, and looking at environmental factors on genetic defects.
Although Verschuer was horribly misguided, studying genetics in relation to our environments can provide valuable insight into curing many diseases. Disease is, in fact, strongly rooted in genetics, or the inherited DNA sequencing of our genes. We now have technology known as CRISPR that allows us to go inside a gene and manipulate its DNA so we can fix the broken areas that cause specific diseases like sickle cell anemia. We have now actually had one case of curing sickle cell anemia based on this technique. Dr. Mengele, interestingly, had something in common with the current technology from CRISPR. Both were trying to understand how genetics played into disease and to human behavior. But of course, as we've seen, valuable science can be abused.
Verschuer certainly wasn't using his position to help humanity. The Institute for Heredity, Biology, and Racial Purity helped further the burgeoning eugenics movement and also provided material support to the Nazis by helping implement the Nuremberg laws. The Nuremberg laws restricted the rights and citizenship of Jewish people, so Mengele and his colleagues were responsible for determining whether someone was or wasn't Jewish. While the concentration camps weren't yet running, Mengele's choices had an enormous impact on the lives of those he selected. Those he declared Jewish were stripped of their livelihoods along with their citizenship, and many would end up being tortured and killed by the Nazis. In this role, it didn't take long for Mengele to become a valued member of Yeshua's team. In fact, he was soon his most trusted assistant, collaborating with his mentor on various projects to further the cause of Nazi pseudoscience. Over the next few years, Mengele published several academic papers meant to bolster his own skewed scientific opinion. One studied segments of the jaw in humans from 4 geographic regions. The differences between the jaws indicated clear racial distinctions, particularly between 2 European racial groups. Other studies, clearly influenced by his mentor, looked closer at the issue of heredity in physical defects like the cleft palate and abnormalities in ear cartilage. According to author Robert J. Clifton, Mengele's studies, while fairly respectable for the time, claim more than they prove. Working alongside Yeshua was illuminating for Mengele. He respected and admired the professor's work, which so neatly aligned with his own developing, bigoted beliefs. In return, Yeshua mentored his protege, showing him the ropes of the research world and sharing his wealth of experience. In particular, he stressed to Mengele that experimentation on human subjects was perfectly acceptable, indeed preferable, when it furthered the scientific cause.
Unfortunately, human experimentation has long been a troubling stain on the reputation of many scientific advancements. Actually, racism in medicine contributed largely to human experimentation. And unfortunately, this vulnerable population provided the human resource that we needed to go further with our studies. It made it go quicker because we had human subjects. Human subjects are a lot easier than animal subjects. In fact, around the same time the Nazis were conducting human experiments, the Japanese were conducting biological and chemical warfare tests on prisoners at the infamous Unit 731 facility. Upon the unit's closure at the end of the war, the U.S. government actually kept the data they obtained from this factory of death. The reasoning was allegedly to prevent the communists from getting their hands on the research, but the very premise suggests that some grim yet useful information was gained from these awful experimentations. This represents a disturbing reminder that important and useful science can often be very messy and compromised. In modern times, human volunteers are only used in testing once a treatment has gone to its final FDA approval stage, like testing vaccines.
The benefits of human testing wasn't the only belief Yeshua passed along to Mengele. Yeshua was also convinced that twins held the key to unlocking mysteries of genetics. He theorized that to truly understand what is passed along via genetics, twins were essential. So for years, he had focused his research almost exclusively on twins. Experimentation on twins, he told his protege, would be the holy grail for his work. To have 2 genetically identical test subjects, one to remain as a helpful control, was ideal. But despite his passion for human test subjects and twins, Yeshua was never known to conduct any experiments on living twins. For now, their research was conducted via observations and comparisons between patients. It wasn't ideal, but it was all they could do. Mengele spent long hours in the laboratory while his mentor carved a higher profile for himself. Yeshua made frequent contributions to the literature of the day and wasn't shy about his anti-Semitic views. In his writing, he frequently praised Hitler and called for drastic measures to eliminate the Jewish people from German society. In In Weimar Republic-era Germany and beyond, anti-Semitic beliefs like Verschure's and Mengeler's were on the rise. And the more the senior researcher vocalized support for the Nazis and their violent anti-Semitism, the higher his profile rose. In the end, his outspoken support would lend scientific authority to the horrific final solution. Later, at the Nuremberg trials, a witness testified that Verschure sacrificed his pure scientific knowledge in order to secure for himself the applause and favor of the Nazi tyrants. Like many Germans, Verschure may have been guilty of falling in line with the Nazi rhetoric to curry favor in the emerging regime. Then again, it's also possible he really was as fanatical as history paints him. Whatever the truth, he had a fervent admirer in Josef Mengele. By 1938, 27-year-old Mengele was working side by side with the most prominent genetics and race scientists in Germany. And he was more than just a colleague. He was a trusted aide and close friend. It's likely Mengele saw Verschure as a father figure. His own father, often kept away from home by his work, wasn't a strong presence in his life. Besides, Mengele's father worked in a factory, which was hardly the kind of career Mengele aspired to. Verschure, the renowned, celebrated researcher, was his guiding light, and he would do anything to impress him. In Mengele, Verschure had an impressionable, ambitious young mind at his disposal. It was only too easy to mold Mengele into a willing, even eager, disciple. In the future, his assistant could perform research of his own, further spreading the gospel of racial purity across Europe. But after 3 years working under Verschure, Mengele's world was about to change. In 1938, Mengele joined the Schutzstaffel, the SS, and received 3 months of basic training from the Gebirgsjäger, an Alpine infantry troop. And then, in 1939, Germany declared war on Poland. Suddenly, Mengele was no longer just a scientist. He was leaving the laboratory behind and trading his white coat for a stiff, striking uniform. He was going to war. Coming up, Josef Mengele decides who lives and who dies. Now, back to the story. In 1939, war broke out in Europe. Soon after, 28-year-old Josef Mengele was sent to work in an administrative position at the SS Race and Resettlement Office. His role was remarkably similar to his early work at the Institute for Heredity, Biology and Racial Purity, where he determined the racial cleanliness of his fellow Germans. Now, he reviewed citizenship applications for Germans living abroad. Once again, his education was put to use, judging Aryan credentials to determine who was a true German. It's not clear exactly what work Mengele did to make these decisions, but given what we know about the Nuremberg laws and the subsequent decrees about German citizenship, it was likely less science and more paperwork. To the Nazis, Jewish people weren't just a religious or ethnic group. They were an entirely different race. Adherence to Judaism was of little concern. To the Nazis, if someone was of Jewish lineage, they were separate, inferior. According to stifling, arbitrary rules, anyone with 3 Jewish grandparents or 2 Jewish parents was considered Jewish, as was anyone who belonged to a Jewish religious community or married into a Jewish family. So, Mengele likely predominantly looked at family trees and census information. Mengele remained at the Race and Resettlement Office until June of 1941, when he was shuffled to the Waffenschutzstaffel, the military branch of the SS, and sent to Ukraine. Despite his years-long entrenchment in academia, 30-year-old Mengele proved an adept soldier. During his time in the Waffen-SS, he was awarded the Iron Cross, second class, for heroic service on the battlefield. But he wasn't to remain there for long. The following year, he joined the SS Viking Division to become a field physician during World War II. Here, at last, Mengele achieved his goal. He was a doctor treating patients. And it was no doubt a high-stress posting. On the battlefield, Mengele held lives in his hands. Unfortunately for his patients, field hospitals were rarely well stocked with equipment, medication, or personnel. But violence wasn't the only factor making the rookie sweat. Epidemics were so common as to be expected during the humid summers, while the freezing winters brought with them the delightful threats of hypothermia and frostbite.
Instead of extensive on-site treatment, field medics would only stabilize wounded soldiers and prepare them for evacuation to a field hospital. While these harsh conditions led to concerns about infection and sterility, the primary focus on the battlefield was keeping people alive. In World War II, being a field medic came with many responsibilities, the most common being brief examination, tourniquets, morphine injections, cleaning wounds and sprinkling sulfa powder to disinfect, bandaging, and dragging wounded soldiers off the field. While being a field medic is, to this day, incredibly respectable in the military, it's hardly the kind of glory Mengele imagined for himself when he was in medical school.
The ramshackle working conditions weren't the only thing Mengele was ill-prepared for. He quickly discovered a grim reality of medicine. Doctors can't save everyone. Oftentimes, he was forced to make split-second decisions about who to treat. He couldn't save all of his comrades and needed to quickly assess who had the best chance of survival. Though he would later tell friends that he hated these forced choices, it's not difficult to imagine Mengele making decisions informed by his research and prejudices. Which of his comrades would best serve Germany in the future? Whose genes deserve to be carried into the next generation? It's possible these thoughts ran through Mengele's head while he weighed his options. Who would live? Who would die? The choice was his alone.
Doctors are usually associated with saving lives, but many forget that sometimes for that to happen, someone else is going to die. This reminds me of a time I was moonlighting in an emergency room during my residency, and a traffic accident delivered to me 3 critical patients. As a lone physician, with only one nurse, I had to decide who to treat. After a quick assessment, I chose the youngest person, and to this day, I'm still haunted by that experience. Making a life and death decision is never purely an objective decision. Some of the variables that doctors have to consider when making a life and death decision go beyond age. These variables might be the degree of trauma or acuteness of the illness. They may also, unfortunately, refer back to people's own prejudices. Weighing all these variables is part of our doctor training. However, it's never an easy, and there's always some remorse for whatever that decision is. Having to make that difficult call is a grim reality for doctors. Dr. Joseph Mengele wasn't excused from this obligation. It does appear, however, that he was somehow protected from these natural feelings.
He didn't know it, but Mengele was honing a skill that would serve him well in the near future. But for now, he remained deeply committed to his role. He even earned an Iron Cross First Class after rescuing 2 wounded soldiers from a burning tank that was taking enemy fire. It's unclear how, but sometime toward the end of 1942, Mengele was injured and declared unfit to remain in the field. and so he was spirited away from the battlefield and returned to his post at the Race and Resettlement Office in Berlin, this time working as part of the team overseeing the concentration camps. After his time in the field, Mengele found the realities of a desk job dull. Around this time, he got back in touch with his former mentor, Otmar von Verschuer, who had assumed the prestigious role of director of Berlin's Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. Back in the same city once more, they picked up where they left off, rekindling Mengele's passion for Verschuer's research. But Mengele wanted to make a more significant contribution. To be the most helpful, he felt he should be using his education and scientific training to advance Germany. And both he and Verschuer believed that the most groundbreaking medical research in Germany was going on at the concentration camps. The Nazi concentration camps are perhaps best known for their legacy of gas chambers and mass graves. There were other grim practices carried out behind the barbed wire. Since as early as 1939, the camps have been sites for human experimentation undertaken by German scientists. In the name of scientific advancement, prisoners at Dachau were exposed to diphtheria, influenza, tuberculosis, and yellow fever. Once the inmates were infected, eager doctors injected them with various substances, experimenting with ways to slow or treat the spread. In particular, typhoid fever was zeroed in on at Buchenwald, one of the first built and largest concentration camps. The deadly illness was a perpetual problem for the German army, and the deaths of prisoners in service of finding a cure was a pittance in comparison, in the eyes of the Nazi doctors, that is. They cared little for trifling matters, like medical ethics. Only 6 months after Hitler became Chancellor, the first German sterilization laws went into effect across the country. By the time Mengele was assigned to work in the concentration camps, doctors had moved forward with research efforts to find the best methods of mass sterilization. The 1933 sterilization law permitted the forced sterilization of many living with disability and illness, from the deaf and blind communities to those committed to asylums for schizophrenia, epilepsy, alcoholism, and more. But the Nazis wanted to find ways to speed up their eugenics project, eliminating quote-unquote undesirables' ability to procreate seemed like the logical next step. In particular, this grim research was speeding along at Auschwitz. Men, women, and children, representing a vast, diverse swath of the population, were arriving there every day. For Mengele, it must have seemed like an endless supply of test subjects, one that was only too tempting for an aspiring genetic researcher. Mengele and Verschuer knew about the work that was happening at the camps, and they wanted to be involved. For a pair of eugenics-happy scientists, it was the opportunity of a lifetime. At Auschwitz, the possibilities reached beyond even their twisted imaginations. Eager for his protege to be in the thick of the scientific action, Verschuer used his considerable clout with the Nazi Party to have Mengele assigned to Auschwitz as an SS doctor. And that wasn't all. He also pulled strings to secure grants to fund Mengele's research once he arrived. Soon, everything was in place for their scientific dreams to come true. In April of 1943, Josef Mengele packed his bags and set off for Auschwitz. The train station at Auschwitz was busy at all hours. Sometimes thousands of people arrived at the camp in one day, ferried across Europe in cattle cars. The journey to the camp was unbearable. Packed into the carriages cheek by jowl, with no food or water for days. Those who survived the war would report some mothers driven to killing their own children during this transport, unable to bear their pained cries of hunger and fearful at what waited for them at the end of the journey. When the prisoners finally tumbled out of the trains onto the station at Auschwitz, they were met with a grim sight. SS soldiers patrolled with dogs, ordering new arrivals where to go. Not far from the station, flames and smoke billowed out of massive chimneys, turning the sky red. The crematorium. For each arrival, a high-ranking SS officer waited on the platform to sort the thousands into two groups: the few who would work as slaves at the camp, and those who would immediately die. From April 1943 on, a new face appeared on the platform. 32-year-old Yosef Mengele always looked immaculate. As in his youth, he preferred his uniform to be perfectly tailored. His boots, even amongst the filth of the death camp, always gleamed. His white gloves seemed to shine bright even in the dark as he stood on the platform, directing guards where to take prisoners. Left, right, left, right. These ones live. These ones die. The split-second decisions echoed those he made on the battlefield, except now his decisions were based on who looked strong enough to survive forced labor. With a flick of Mengele's wrist, those who looked weak were sent to the gas chambers. He had no use for them.
These snap decisions he made, determining a person's life or death, must have given him quite the God complex.
As he made his judgments, there were people in the transports Mengele watched for. Soon after he arrived at the camp, a new order began ringing out over the din of the arriving prisoners. Twins! Twins over here! Guards waded through the throng, searching for twins of any age and directing them towards Mengele. Some were pulled from the lines, inching closer to the gas chambers, while others were spotted seconds after they stepped off the train. Some families resisted the separation. After the traumatic journey, few were willing to allow their children out of their sight. Some parents argued or had the audacity to ask for their children to be given food and water as they were dragged away. Mengele had these parents beaten. They were slowing everything down, and that was unacceptable. For their part, the twins, singled out by Mengele, weren't sure what to think of this officer. Tall and handsome, with a broad grin. He'd save them. Of that, they were sure. But why? Next time on Medical Murders, Mengele settles into his role at Auschwitz and gets to work carrying out the live human experimentation he dreamed of for years. His pseudo-scientific research would result in untold deaths and innumerable cold-blooded murders. Thanks again for listening to Medical Murders, and thanks again to Dr. Kipper for joining me today.
And Alistair, thank you very much.
For more information on Yosef Mengele, among the many sources we used, we found the book Children of the Flames, Dr. Yosef Mengele and the Untold Story of the Twins of Auschwitz by Lucette Matalon-Legnardo and Sheila Cohen-Deckel, extremely helpful to our research. You can find all episodes of Medical Murders and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your Parcast originals, like Medical Murders, for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker. To stream Medical Murders on Spotify, just open the app, type Medical Murders in the search bar. We'll see you next time. Medical Murders was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Trent Williamson, with production assistance by Carly Madden, Kristen Acevedo, Jonathan Cohen, Jonathan Ratliff, and Erin Larson. This episode of Medical Murders was written by Joel Callan, with writing assistance by Maggie Admire, and stars David Kipper and Alistair Murden. Listeners, don't forget to check out Our Love Story, the newest Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, discover the many pathways to love, as told by the actual couples who found them. Listen to Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't. I wish I could tell you. I don't. All right, well, that'll come out in a couple of minutes.
Listener discretion is advised. This episode features discussions of murder, human experimentation, torture, medical procedures, infanticide, and the Holocaust that may be upsetting. We advise extreme caution for listeners under 13.
I'm pretty sure it is not in Georgia, though, because
There's an implicit trust we tend to place in doctors. They're the ones we rely on to keep us well, to save the day when lives hang in the balance. And that's a heady responsibility, enough to give any normal person an ego boost. But that kind of power could be intoxicating, especially if it's handed to the wrong person. And in a world where a little power is the difference between life and death, supreme authority can make you, if not a god, at least an angel. An angel of death.
Anyway, I'll keep an eye on these for you, but I'm trying to figure out who number 49 was.
This is Medical Murders, a Parcast original. Every year, thousands of medical students take the Hippocratic Oath. It boils down to do no harm, but a closer look reveals a phrase much more interesting. I must not play at God. However, some doctors break that oath, choosing to play God with their patients, deciding who lives and who dies. Each week on Medical Murders, we'll investigate those who decided to kill. We'll explore the specifics of how they operate, not just on their patients, but within their own minds, examining the psychology and neurology behind heartless medical killers. I'm Alistair Murden, and I'm joined by Dr. David Kipper, MD.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to help Alistair with some medical insight and information into the killer's MO. I practice internal medicine and have done so for over 30 years, and I'm particularly excited to be diving a little deeper into our story of Joseph Mengele, the Angel of Death.
You can find episodes of Medical Murders and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. To stream Medical Murders for free on Spotify, just open the app and type Medical Murders in the search bar. This is our final episode on Dr. Joseph Mengele, also known as Auschwitz-Birkenau's Angel of Death. Last week, we learned about Mengele's quest to become a famous doctor and anthropologist, and his zealot-like devotion to his mentor, Otmar Freyer von Verschuer. Today, we're delving into Mengele's horrific tenure as a doctor at Auschwitz-Birkenau, the ghastly experiments he carried out, and the quest to bring him to justice. All this and more coming up. Stay with us. In early February 1985, a group of Auschwitz survivors reunited in Jerusalem. 50 years since the liberation of the Nazi concentration camps, and they came together to demand justice. They assembled before a panel, including lawyers, historians, and government advisors, and for this audience, they told their stories. 30 survivors in all, including twins and little people, shared their harrowing experiences behind the barbed wire of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Testimony was delivered in Hebrew, English, and French, with some survivors speaking publicly for the first time about their treatment at the hands of Joseph Mengele, the Angel of Death.
But your point is, it's not just that there are big trucks, because some
At the opening proceedings, a panel member leaned forward to speak. He described Mengele as a self-appointed judge, jury, and executioner. Auschwitz was a place of horrors, where emaciated prisoners wandered aimlessly with nothing to do but work as enslaved captives and wait for death. For most, it came in the camp's gas chambers. But there were those who didn't live long enough to be gassed. They fell where they stood and were thrown into growing piles of dead bodies. Some died of disease or exhaustion, others shot or murdered by the prison's guards. It was into this hellscape that 32-year-old Josef Mengele stepped in May of 1943. A trained physician and anthropologist, he may have grown tired of his desk job in Berlin and wanted to use his education to further the Nazi cause. So, with likely help from his mentor, Ottmar von Verschuer, he'd accepted a posting at Auschwitz. Once there, Mengele slipped into his role as medical doctor. On the surface, it sounds like a position intended to care for the thousands of prisoners who passed through the camp's gates. But Mengele's job had very little to do with saving lives. For years, the Nazis used the concentration camps as their own personal test laboratories, where doctors experimented on prisoners daily. Ostensibly, the experiments centered around collecting research on common diseases like typhoid and tuberculosis. But doctors also toyed with ways to pull off mass sterilizations. The Nazi doctrine of Aryan superiority had taken root and spread beyond the halls of government into the sciences. Across Europe, many German scientists and doctors of the Nazi Party seemed happy to ignore the ethics of their profession in order to fuel pseudo-scientific research.
Unfortunately, science isn't always immune to political ideology, and this was very evident in Nazi Germany. An example of this was their ideological promotion of social Darwinism, the nonsensical tie between scientific observation in nature and socio-political conditions. The notion regrettably helped propel the eugenics resurgence of the early 20th century. Eugenics is a concept and practice of improving the genetic makeup of the human race by controlling the expressions of traits deemed desirable or undesirable. With roots in ancient Greece, eugenics was repopularized in the early 1900s, and many countries even implemented eugenic policies to improve the perceived stock of their populations. In the United States, for example, the Virginia Sterilization Act of 1924 made it legal and acceptable to sterilize mental health patients across the nation. Eugenics is an extremely myopic way to view human evolution. For one, genetic selection criteria is subjective, usually dictated by whoever stands to gain from it. Eugenics also leads to a lack of genetic diversity. By selecting out certain genes through eugenics, we are limiting our ability to adapt to an ever-changing environment. Much like National Socialism itself, eugenics was a concept doomed to fail. Unfortunately, that didn't stop the Nazis from trying.
Before war broke out, Mengele had worked under Ottmar von Verschuer at the Institute for Heredity, Biology, and Racial Purity. Verschuer, himself a geneticist, was obsessed with the idea that twin studies were key to unlocking the secrets to creating a so-called master race. And, willing zealot that he was, Mengele took up his mentor's beliefs. Many Auschwitz doctors and guards claimed they had to be convinced to work there, but Mengele never gave this impression. He appeared pleased with his newly gained access to the thousands of people arriving there each day. Among the Jewish and Roma families, as well as the other singled-out minorities, there were sure to be a number of twins, more than a researcher could hope to come across in their regular work. Ordinarily, medical studies on twins were mostly relegated to observational work, but the twins, viewed as specimens arriving at Auschwitz, would be so much more. Despite his ulterior motive, Mengele wasn't at Auschwitz solely to experiment on twins. Yes, he and Verschuer secured funding for research during his tenure there, but he was officially there as an officer of the SS, and he took his duties very seriously. Survivors would later recall seeing Mengele standing on the arriving train platform, handsome and well turned out. He was one of the first memories many had of Auschwitz. He whistled as he directed the prisoners with one hand. Some were sent to the left, others to the right, to the gas chambers for immediate death, or to be put to work in the slave camps to squeeze the life from them. Later, Mengele would come to be known as the Angel of Death of Auschwitz, so named for his cold-blooded looks and demeanor while sending people to die. But as he calmly sentenced thousands of people to a swift, painful end, Mengele watched carefully for any twins spilling out of the trains. Families with twins weren't sure what the guards' intentions were, but most sent them to Mengele willingly. Though some were taken forcibly from their parents, plucked from the straggling line of people waiting to walk into the gas chambers. Others, who weren't twins, were also pulled aside to be spared. Little people, the exceptionally tall, and those with a noticeable physical condition all piqued Mengele's interest and were allowed to live. For now. As he strode among the arriving prisoners, looking for those he deemed valuable, Mengele took the time to check in with some of them. He asked how the journey was and, with all the concern of a doctor, listened as they shared the details of the trip. He asked for specifics, eager to hear how cramped the train had been, or how many people died along the way. Trusting the charming, handsome man, some people told him they felt unwell. With a sympathetic smile, he sent them to die. Others he singled out, handing them a postcard and pencil. He asked these prisoners to write postcards home and took pleasure in dictating a description of the loveliness of Auschwitz and urging the reader to visit. Once the postcard was written and addressed, he calmly directed the scribe into the line snaking towards the gas chambers. With cold indifference, Mengele directed most pregnant women to their deaths, though he decided to spare some. On his orders, those he saved were somewhat looked after, for Auschwitz standards, but this care only lasted until the woman gave birth, at which point both mother and child were usually sent to the gas chambers. Like much of Mengele's decisions and work at Auschwitz, his reasoning was unclear. However, at least one mother, Ruth Elias, had a separate fate. She somehow escaped Mengele's notice when she arrived, 3 months pregnant, at the camp. But when he did find out, he decided to make the most of the situation. Immediately following the birth of her baby girl, Mengele ordered Ruth's breasts to be tightly bandaged. He wanted to see how long a newborn can live without food. For a week, Ruth tried desperately to keep her baby alive with moistened bread and soup, but it was no good. Mengele came to check on her and the baby every day. One night, Mengele appeared at Ruth's bedside and told her to be ready the next morning. Ruth knew he intended to send them both to the gas chambers and despaired. But that evening, a Jewish prisoner and doctor, forced to work while at Auschwitz, came to Ruth. She handed her a syringe filled with morphine and offered an alternative to Mengele's plan. The doctor urged Ruth to kill her own baby. The doctor explained that she herself had taken the Hippocratic oath that she mustn't take a life. But in this case, there was no saving Ruth's daughter. If she didn't die of starvation first, the gas chamber awaited at dawn. Ruth, however, still had a chance. If the baby was dead, she reasoned, Mengele just might lose interest in the mother. With her little girl barely clinging to life, Ruth injected her with the morphine. It was a macabre show of compassion from the new mother and her fellow prisoner. With sorrow, the women nestled the tiny corpse among the pile of bodies outside their barracks. The gamble paid off. When Mengele arrived in the morning, he was frustrated by the baby's death. He wanted the body, presumably to perform an autopsy, but couldn't find it among the many dead. Ruth was sent away to another camp. And if it was one doctor's compassion that led to Ruth's eventual survival, it's also true that Mengele's twisted curiosity played a role in keeping her alive, at least for a time. That same curiosity caused Ruth immeasurable pain and suffering. But she wasn't the only one who survived, albeit severely scarred, by Yosef Mengele's scientific curiosity. Up next, Mengele's experiments on the twins of Auschwitz. Hi listeners, I'm thrilled to tell you about a new Spotify original from Parcast that I think you'll really enjoy. It's called Our Love Story. Every Tuesday, Our Love Story celebrates the ups, downs, and pivotal moments that turn complete strangers into perfect pairs. Each episode offers an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance, with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Whether it's a chance encounter, a former friendship, or even a former enemy, Our Love Story proves that love can begin and blossom in the most unexpected ways. Ready to hear more? Follow Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, back to the story. In 1943, 32-year-old Dr. Yosef Mengele took up his post as an SS officer and doctor at Auschwitz-Birkenau. There, he played a key role in selecting who would die in the gas chambers and who would live to work in the slave labor camps. But while that was his official role at Auschwitz, he was also there to satisfy his own pseudo-scientific curiosity and further his research on genetics and eugenics. To do that, he needed twins, hundreds of them, and with thousands of people arriving at the camp each day, he got them. It's important to note that any official records of Mengele's work at Auschwitz have been lost. It's possible they were destroyed by SS guards as they abandoned the camp, or they were seized by the liberating forces, or both. Whatever the case, with the records went any documentation of exactly what Mengele did to his subjects, or the twisted reasoning behind his experiments.
Mengele's "let's see what happens" approach was likely a combination of morbid curiosity and his complete lack of empathy. While his scientific grounding was always dubious, Auschwitz was a place where he could feed his macabre curiosities without consequence, under the guise of legitimate scientific research. In psychology, this is known as sublimation, or the transformation of socially unacceptable desires and behaviors into legitimate actions. One example of this is the belief that some doctors, especially surgeons, practice in order to satiate their desires to tinker with human bodies. Medical doctors and surgeons have a different approach to their patients. Medical doctors look to establish long-term and caring relationships over time, whereas surgeons are called in to fix a specific problem and don't have that advantage of developing these relationships. And for surgeons, that may actually be an advantage, not a disadvantage. Most doctors, like myself, are not comfortable being in the surgical suite. I think that sublimation for surgeons is just one part of the equation. I think there are many reasons that people go into specific specialties. In Mengele's Auschwitz experiments, it seems he was doing little else than satisfying his personal fascinations. Given what we do know about Mengele's research, it's evident he lacked the ethics, morality, and smarts to carry out any proper scientific studies.
What he did do was approximate the scientific method while unsuccessfully masquerading as a caring physician. Despite the lack of records, we still have an idea of what happened in his labs because survivors of Auschwitz were brave enough to share their stories. And they painted a terrifying picture of the smiling angel of death. Like every new inmate arriving at Auschwitz, twins, and those siblings who looked enough alike that they were mistaken for twins, were showered and branded. But, unlike the rest of the prisoners, their heads were not shaved, nor were they all made to wear prison uniforms. Being one of Mengele's chosen few had other perks. The guards, usually unafraid to beat the prisoners, didn't touch Mengele's twins. Nor were the twins punished for small infractions like stealing food, something that likely would have earned anyone else a swift execution. Already, Mengele had marked his test subjects as more precious, special. But though he saved them and allowed his subjects to retain the tiniest measure of dignity, they weren't spared the pain of knowing what happened to their families. And that emotional pain was only the beginning. Physical and psychological torture awaited all of Mengele's subjects. But first, they filled out a form. The sheet included dozens of questions about the twins' background, health history, and physical characteristics, including things like hair and eye color. The form was sent directly to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Berlin, where Mengele's mentor, Ottmar von Verschuer, eagerly waited. These forms, so full of detail, were perhaps an effort by Mengele to lend an air of scientific purpose to his experiments. He was desperate to achieve notoriety as a doctor and anthropologist, and it's likely that his careful documentation of his subjects was intended to bring credibility to his work. But though he had a medical degree and studied anthropology at the highest levels, it's a generally accepted fact that Mengele's mind was deeply average. He sought approval from his mentor and acclaim from the wider community, but hadn't the smarts to accomplish either. Once the initial survey was complete, Mengele would personally interview each of the twins while an assistant measured them from head to toe. According to one survivor, Mengele was especially interested in hair and would examine the roots to observe the way it grew. Here, we may be able to see Mengele's thinking emerge. In an effort to support Nazi beliefs, he wanted to prove that everything about a person, their eye and hair colors, height, head shape, and even behavioral traits, everything was all dictated by genetic factors.
The Nazis' idea that genetic factors dictate everything was largely influenced by the first published scientific study on twins by Sir Francis Galton in 1875. Galton, who was actually a half-cousin to Charles Darwin, believed that nature prevails almost entirely over nurture. Twins have actually been studied in medicine since the days of Hippocrates, dating back to the 5th century BC. From a scientific perspective, the study of twins is useful because it allows us to examine the relationship between environment and genetics, which we've learned from our last episode is the field of epigenetics. The study of twins relative to epigenetics has the advantage of looking at someone's environment over their genetics, assuming that twins, especially identical twins, have similar genetics. One example is the discovery of the LSP1 gene, a marker for mammographic density and breast cancer risk. Scientists found that identical twins had similar mammographic density, while non-identical twins expressed only half the similarity. These findings suggest that some breast cancers are determined largely by genetics, including those caused by the BRCA genes. Though Mengele's methods proved to have little scientific basis, his interest in twins clearly wasn't novel in the scientific world.
These initial charts and measurements perhaps served as a basis for Mengele's ongoing research, helping him to decide which twins were best suited for different areas of attention. But they were also a chance for him to get to know the prisoners. Some of the younger children he would sit and chat with for stretches of time. To many, he was cheerful, smiling and laughing with them. He brought sweets and liked it when children in the camp, not just his twins, called him Uncle Mengele. For some survivors, this side of Mengele is the one they remembered best. When the full extent of his scientific experiments were later revealed, many of his subjects experienced a jarring cognitive dissonance. The man who'd spared them from the gas chambers, who brought them candy and taken an interest in them, couldn't possibly be a monster. But kind Uncle Mengele was just a tiny facet of the criminal doctor's personality. He kept his subjects happy, or at least more comfortable than some of their fellow inmates, because he could, and because he enjoyed wielding that power. But he also did so to earn their trust. Calming them down during traumatic procedures was easier if they liked him. Once subjects arrived at the camp, they were initiated into an almost daily barrage of tests and observations. 6 days a week, Mengele's children were taken the 1.5 miles to a facility at Birkenau. There, in a dedicated building, the tests began. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays were for measurements. They were stripped naked and waited up to 8 hours while Mengele's assistants, usually Jewish prisoners who were medical and anthropological professionals, measured every inch of them. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, things were even worse. For hours, the twins would be forced to give blood samples, often while they were injected with unknown chemicals into their other arm. Children who were too small to provide blood samples via their arms had it taken from the neck, a much more painful procedure. And unfortunately, that was only the beginning. Due to a lack of records, reports of Mengele's more probing experiments are anecdotal, but horrifying. On a near-daily basis, the prisoners tasked with supervising the twins were instructed to prepare several of them for the day's experiments. The chosen prisoners were bathed and taken to one of a number of facilities around Auschwitz-Birkenau. Sometimes the experiments were little more than X-rays or blood tests, but not always. Like a good Nazi, Mengele was obsessed with producing the perfect Aryan specimen. As mentioned earlier, it's believed by some that he hoped to find the secret to altering a person's hair and eye color and share that valuable knowledge with Verschuer and his colleagues. To this end, he performed experiments on the eyes of his twins. A pair of twins who survived recalled, "One day, we were given eye drops. Afterward, we could not see for several days. We thought the Nazis had made us blind." Eye drops were the least invasive of the eye procedures. Some had chemicals injected directly into their eyeballs, simply so Mengele could observe the results, waiting for a color change that would never come. Other experiments occurred with little explainable reasoning. One survivor, Alex Deckel, who was 12 when he arrived at Auschwitz, recalled seeing Mengele perform an operation to remove pieces from a prisoner's stomach. Deckel stated that the procedure was performed without the use of anesthesia. He also witnessed Mengele removing a person's heart. Again, sans anesthesia. And here's where things need to be taken with a grain of salt, because in the decades following World War II, Josef Mengele passed into the realm of myth. In his book, Mengele, Unmasking the Angel of Death, biographer David G. Marwell asserts, without discounting his guilt in the atrocities conducted at Auschwitz-Birkenau, that Mengele's reputation far outsized his impact at the camp, sometimes leading to stories of horrific experiments in service of perverse racial curiosity.
Still, if accounts like these are true, it paints an even more diabolical picture of Mengele than we've yet seen. Without anesthesia, the operations Mengele was reportedly performing would have been tantamount to torture. An excruciating, painful, and traumatic event like this would cause a patient's cortisol levels, the stress hormone, to jump off the charts. This could lead to a number of dangerous physiological outcomes, like heart attack, stroke, and death. If true, these stories are horrific. If embellished, they speak only to the perceived evil brought about by Mengele's actions.
You'll occasionally hear tales of Mengele attempting to manufacture conjoined twins by sewing identical twins together, or of surgeries to remove or replace the sexual organs of boys and girls. Biographer David G. Marwell suggests that some stories like this might be more in line with trope than truth. But it would be a mistake to dispute every survivor's account of their time under Mengele's so-called care. One man, Moshe Ufa, remembered the results of experiments performed on his twin brother, TB, saying, "Dr. Mengele had always been more interested in TB. I am not sure why. Perhaps because he was the older twin. He performed several operations on TB. One surgery on his spine left my brother paralyzed. He could not walk anymore. Then they took out his sexual organs. After the fourth operation, I did not see TB anymore." Whether or not all of his experiments were as gruesome as the stories suggest is a subject many have debated for decades. What is clearer is that Mengele killed many of his twins for the express purpose of examining their corpses. Dr. Miklos Niesli, a Jewish prisoner, performed autopsies for Mengele in a specially constructed dissection room. In July of 1945, Dr. Niesli offered his deposition about one particular disturbing evening at Auschwitz. 14 Roma twins waited outside the dissection room, crying. One by one, Mengele had each child brought into the room and laid upon the dissection table. There, he injected them with Evipan to first knock them out, then chloroform directly into their heart to kill them. According to Dr. Niesli, each of the waiting twins met the same fate that night.
Like much of Mengele's actions at Auschwitz, this incident largely remains a mystery. We can only guess its motives. The reason Mengele combined Evipan with the chloroform is that Evipan was something that would augment or be synergistic with the chloroform to make its effect even stronger. When used by itself, it does not have the same killing power as it does when combined with chloroform. Maybe the combination of Evipan and chloroform in Mengele's mind was a more humane method of killing than the gas chambers. This certainly would have been a less painful, less frightening death. Summarily killing them in his own way may have also been something that made Mengele too powerful, one last measure of personal control over his victims. He may have even simply felt they were no longer of use to him. Whatever his reason for executing these twins, they joined a number of Mengele's subjects who didn't survive Auschwitz.
And though many twins survived Auschwitz because they were Mengele's subjects, some died for the same reason. Author Robert J. Lifton theorized that part of the twins' value to Mengele was in the curious trick of their genetic sameness. They could be studied under identical conditions, go through the same or similar experiments, and then, if needed, be thoroughly examined once they were dead. Another Auschwitz prisoner doctor, radiologist Abraham C., recalled a pair of Roma twins who were particular favorites of Mengele and the prisoner doctors. The boys were around 6 or 7, and both exhibited symptoms of suspected tuberculosis. They were studied, as the Nazis were interested in curing the disease, but careful examination led most doctors at the camp to declare them free of the disease. But Mengele was unconvinced. Stubborn and furious at being contradicted, he insisted that he alone knew the truth. After arguing with Abraham, Mengele stormed from the room and returned an hour later. He calmly admitted that the boys were not tubercular, and that he shot each boy in the neck, then dissected their still warm bodies to search for signs of the disease. Mengele likely told himself that just a final step in his scientific process, that it was an unavoidable consequence of medical advancement. But in reality, he murdered them in a misguided effort to prove a point.
Having confidence in your convictions can be a useful trait in a doctor, but it can just as easily have disastrous consequences. It's not uncommon for doctors to disagree about a patient's diagnosis. From a patient's perspective, it can be really upsetting and potentially life-threatening to receive conflicting or worse, misinformation. This is why multiple opinions are very important when it comes to major health issues. Good medical practice would never discourage a doctor from getting a second opinion or allowing their patients to do the same. This can only bring in more information and give a patient choices that they may not have otherwise had with only one opinion. Unfortunately, there are unreasonable practitioners who view themselves as infallible. These types would wrongly take offense to any differing opinion, viewing it as a challenge to their expertise and egos. This seems to be exactly the kind of Dr. Mengele was.
At Auschwitz, there were few who could challenge Mengele. He essentially had free rein to do as he pleased, sentencing thousands to death with a flick of his wrist, then playing a doctor with his twins. The science was dubious, the medicine minimal, and his actions criminal. But it was the kind of research Mengele believed he needed to do to achieve fame and respect. But despite his grand ambitions, he didn't have forever. And, infamous as his reign at Auschwitz was, it was all coming to an end. Up next, Josef Mengele's final days at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Now, back to the story. Some accounts of Dr. Josef Mengele's time at Auschwitz make particular mention of his kindness to small children. Most make much of the terror he struck into the hearts of adults who knew his power. All agree that he was a monster. And in the decades after World War II, his infamy grew. As reports emerged of his horrific scientific experiments, his reputation came to resemble an evil scientist toiling in a dingy laboratory. But the historical record largely rests on the stories told by his victims. It's from such accounts that we know one of his most prominent duties at the camp between 1943 and 1945 was selecting prisoners to be sent to the gas chambers. Those who escaped that fate upon their arrival still lived in fear of Mengele. As a physician at Auschwitz, he strolled through the camp and various barracks, choosing those who looked weak, sick, or imperfect.
By this point in time, it wouldn't have been hard to find prisoners who looked close to death. Nazi death camps were places ravaged with disease, and prior to arrival, prisoners lived in ghettos that were hotbeds for illness. The crowded and unsanitary conditions of these places led to epidemics like typhus and dysentery, which were exacerbated by the long and packed train rides to the camps. In this regard, it was unlikely that one would arrive at Auschwitz in good health. Even if they did, there was no guarantee their life would be spared.
By the summer of 1944, Mengele had been at Auschwitz for about a year, and the war was going poorly for the Nazis. With defeat seeming imminent, they redoubled their evil efforts to eradicate the Jewish people from Europe. Aside from the twins pulled from the masses, most arriving prisoners were now pointed in one direction, to the gas chambers. Despite the almost certain defeat his country now faced, reports say that Mengele continued to take perverse pleasure in his role. He even found the time to entertain himself at the grotesque expense of his doomed captives. In July of that year, a group of Hungarian rabbis arrived at the camp, wearing their traditional black coats, woolen pants, and fur hats. When Mengele spotted the men, he ordered them to step out of line to sing and dance for him. The rabbis began chanting the Kol Nidre, a hymn of atonement. As they danced and displayed their spiritual devotion, Mengele was unmoved. Their prayer wouldn't save them from his judgment. When they were done, they rejoined the line, moving into the gas chambers. It wouldn't be the last time Mengele wielded his power with unnecessary cruelty. By now, this was his domain, and he had carte blanche. Within Mengele's fiefdom, his tests on twins weren't the only twisted medical research. And separate from his own experimentations, Mengele's sense of cruelty knew no bounds. He sometimes liked to keep his own subjects happy, to make his own life easier. But those prisoners he didn't need were another story entirely. One account tells of 15-year-old Ibi Hillman, whose striking beauty shone even with a roughly shorn head and clad in a shapeless Auschwitz uniform. By the time she arrived at the camp, most selections for the gas chambers took place inside the gates of Auschwitz. Ostensibly to help him make a better informed decision, Mengele ordered many of the women to strip naked for him. When Ibi Hillman removed her clothes, onlookers reported Mengele's marked fascination with her. She transfixed him, and that was unacceptable. He resolved that she should be punished and ordered her sent to Block 10. That infamous building was where Mengele's colleagues conducted cruel gynecological experiments. Hardly any of the subjects survived. Weeks later, Evie was seen wandering the camp grounds, her stomach bloated from untold surgeries and her limbs swollen. She looked aged and withered, no longer an enchanting beauty, and no longer of any concern to Mengele. He had other things on his mind. As 1944 drew to a close, even fanatics like Mengele could read the writing on the wall. Some SS officers and guards began making preparations for retreat, just in case. Still, when the Roma camp within Auschwitz was closed and all its prisoners entered, Mengele was careful to have his twins' bodies retrieved from the gas chambers to properly examine them. It's interesting to note that Mengele's twins were likely some of the very few victims of the Holocaust who received an autopsy.
It's impossible to say what his intentions were in performing these autopsies. Maybe he felt he missed some important detail after reviewing his work. It's also possible that his interest in twins escalated to some bizarre obsession, a sort of behavioral addiction driven by his brain's dopamine imbalance. Whether this action was driven by a need for thoroughness or something more pathological, Mengele's scientific records would ultimately be lost to time.
But to the end, he remained committed to completing his work, whatever it was. And he began to worry about what would happen later in the coming months. To one of the prisoner doctors, he lamented, "Isn't it a pity that all this work will fall into the hands of the Bolsheviks?" With the Russians just weeks from reaching Auschwitz, many Nazi doctors destroyed their records, but not Mengele. In a desperate effort to preserve his research, he packed slides and notes into boxes, then supposedly had them shipped to his hometown of Günzburg. But where those boxes ended up is anyone's guess. It seems that no one has ever uncovered written records of Mengele's work at Auschwitz, and the doctor himself didn't stick around to answer any questions. In January of 1945, he disappeared from the camp under cover of darkness. In the following days, whatever was left of Mengele's records were destroyed. They were blown up by the remaining SS guards, along with the massive crematoriums that for years had polluted the sky above Auschwitz with black smoke.
Though it's clear that Joseph Mengele was never the great scientific mind he imagined himself, it's hard to not be somewhat curious about his lost medical records. In all likelihood, however, Mengele's research was probably not all that useful, despite the importance he attributed to it. It's even possible that Mengele tried to hide these records, not for their research value, but to avoid embarrassment over his incompetence, brutality, and lack of results. Many with first-hand knowledge of Mengele's experiments at Auschwitz denounced him as a scientific wannabe, which makes it even harder to imagine that his lost records would be a great contribution to medicine.
And yet, the doctor's work at Auschwitz was deemed too valuable or too incriminating to fall into the hands of the enemy. So it was destroyed with all the rest. It was a desperate attempt by the Nazis to cover their tracks, to hide the millions of murders that took place at the concentration camps. Thankfully, it didn't work, and the world was made aware of the Holocaust. Unfortunately, many of the worst offenders from the Nazi leadership evaded those seeking to bring them to justice, including the Angel of Death of Auschwitz. Following his escape, Mengele largely remained a free man. In the immediate aftermath of the war, only the survivors of Auschwitz really knew what he had done there. Unfortunately, he was not a prominent name on many wanted lists. He slipped through the cracks and eventually made his way to South America. Even after the war, he seemed unable to stay away from medicine, risking still more lives in the process. In Argentina, he practiced medicine without a license until a teenage patient died during an abortion. Afraid that any attention would expose his identity as a war criminal, he moved on. He was just in the nick of time, too. Nazi hunters had tracked down his Argentina address and ordered his extradition. But by the time everything was in place for his arrest, Mengele was already gone, fled to Paraguay. Unfortunately, this wasn't his only escape from justice during his years as a fugitive. For decades, so many of Mengele's surviving twins stayed silent, too traumatized to speak up, too fearful to share their horrifying ordeal. Until February of 1985, when a group of surviving twins reunited in Jerusalem to finally reveal the truth. It was a trial of sorts. 40 years had passed since he slipped away from Auschwitz, and Mengele had never faced justice. His victims were done waiting for their day in court. 3 days of testimony made headlines around the world as the truth about Josef Mengele's twisted experiments came to light for the first time. At the close of the trial, the assembled tribunal demanded that efforts resume to apprehend the 73-year-old doctor and bring him to justice. An international manhunt began, with forces from the US, Israel, and Germany searching for any sign of the elusive Mengele. They wouldn't have to look for long. That same year, German police exhumed remains from a grave in Brazil and confirmed they were in fact Josef Mengele. The renewed effort to find Mengele had come too late. In 1979, at the age of 67, he suffered a stroke while swimming and drowned. He was buried under the name Wolfgang Gerhardt, hiding his true identity even to the grave.
In his youth, Mengele was desperate for fame and admiration for his work. But beyond his Auschwitz infamy, he didn't contribute anything to the medical field. A lot is made of the temperament required to be a doctor, but seldom do we talk about the personality of scientists. Joseph Mengele was fit to be neither.
To the end, Josef Mengele remained an unrepentant Nazi who failed to take responsibility for the monstrous role he played in the Holocaust. Shielded by his family's wealth and helped by sympathizers, he deprived his victims of the chance to confront him, to ask him why. If Mengele had a great mind, if he were truly concerned with the scientific import of his research, he might have felt compelled to defend or explain his crimes at Auschwitz-Birkenau. Then again, it's easy to see that Mengele's mind was neither great nor particularly scientific. He was mediocre to the last degree, except perhaps in his capacity for evil. Thanks for listening to Medical Murders, and thanks again to Dr. Kipper for joining me today.
And thank you, Alistair, very much.
For more information on Josef Mengele, among the many sources we used, we found the book Children of the Flames, Dr. Josef Mengele and the Untold Story of the Twins of Auschwitz by Lucette Matalon-Lognado and Sheila Cohn-Deckel, and The Nazi Doctors, Medical Killing and the Psychology of Genocide by Robert J. Lifton, extremely helpful to our research. You can find all episodes of Medical Murders and all other Parcast originals for free on Spotify. Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite Parcast originals like Medical Murders for free from your phone, desktop, or smart speaker. To stream Medical Murders on Spotify, just open the app and type Medical Murders in the search bar. We'll see you next time. Medical Murders was created by Max Cutler and is a Parcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Trent Williamson, with production assistance by Carly Madden, Kristen Acevedo, Jonathan Cohen, Jonathan Ratliff, and Erin Larson. This episode of Medical Murders was written by Joel Callan, with writing assistance by Maggie Admire, and stars David Kipper and Alistair Murden. Listeners, don't forget to check out Our Love Story, the newest Spotify original from Parcast. Every Tuesday, discover the many pathways to love, as told by the actual couples who found them. Listen to Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, that's the thing that is really, I think you hit the nail on the head, because I don't know many homeowners.
In December 1922, Vladimir Lenin, Joseph Stalin, and Leon Trotsky formed the first socialist nation, the Soviet Union. It was their goal to rid Russia and then the world of capitalism.
In capitalism's place would be an economic system in which the people not only owned the means of production, but also lived in a classless, moneyless, and stateless society. It was called communism.
To get there, Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky planned to follow the map laid out by German philosopher Karl Marx, whose work explained how to get from capitalism to communism. This was known as Marxism.
But over time, other political and economic philosophers expanded on Marxism. In the Soviet Union, Marxism-Leninism, with its focus on the urban proletariat, became the official ideology.
And as Marxism began to spread worldwide, Asian Marxists wrote their own version of Marxism-Leninism. Instead of the urban proletariat leading the revolution, the Asian Marxists believed the fight belonged to the rural peasantry.
When Mao Zedong and Pol Pot took control of China and Cambodia in the mid-20th century, many communists hoped they were witnessing the foundation of a utopia that would put power in the hands of the people.
Instead, what sprung up was brutal dictatorship, which led to famine, cultural and political oppression, and genocide.
We're going to come back and talk about a new side show.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
Today we're beginning our new season on 20th century dictatorships in China and Cambodia. During the first half of the century, Mao Zedong and Pol Pot rose to power on a tide of anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist sentiment. But once in power, their attempt to create a communist paradise resulted in death, destruction, and terror.
This week, we'll kick things off with Chairman Mao Zedong, a devout anti-imperialist. Mao rose to power during the chaotic, decades-long Chinese Civil War, after which he established his version of Marxist-Leninism, Maoism.
Next week, we'll explore Maoism in practice. We'll dive into Mao's contentious relationship with the Soviet Union and the failure of his Great Leap Forward program. And we'll examine how his fade from the political spotlight led to the Cultural Revolution, a 10-year period of turmoil and fear.
Coming up, we'll delve into the rise of Mao Zedong.
Chairman Mao Zedong wasn't always a ruthless despot. In fact, he wasn't always a committed communist. To fully understand how Mao became one of Marxism-Leninism's leading theorists, we have to go back to the world he emerged out of, the final days of the Qing dynasty in China.
By the 1800s, the Qing dynasty was on a slow but inevitable decline. After ascending to power in the mid-1600s, its emperors were struggling to compete with rival nations from both the West and the East.
Their problems started with the mid-18th century Opium Wars against Britain. After trade between China and Britain began to stagnate, Britain decided to inject new life into the relationship by pumping opium onto China's streets. Thanks to their Indian colonies, the British had an abundance of the drug.
Dao Guang Emperor, China's leader, didn't want the drug in his country, so he made it illegal.
Which Britain took as an insult to free trade.
A series of wars broke out in which the British decimated the Chinese, ultimately grabbing land from the Qing dynasty and increasing their opium imports.
These opium wars became the first domino to drop in the quest of Western influence over China. In the years to follow, China was forced to sign lopsided commerce treaties with other European nations and the United States.
After the treaties came the West's cultural influence. Ever-growing troops of missionaries established new Christian and capitalist educational institutions that challenged China's centuries-long traditions.
This imperialistic influence flooded China's cities and then towns and finally villages with resentment against the West. And then, China's future leader came of age.
Mao Zedong was born on December 26, 1893, in the village of Shaoshan. Located in the rural Hunan province, Shaoshan was a hub for agriculture, especially rice cultivation, and Mao's father was one of the wealthiest rice farmers in Shaoshan.
Growing up, Mao was caught between two very different worlds, farming and academia. While Mao's father sent his eldest son to school, he only intended for Mao to receive enough education to run the family farm.
Mao, however, hated physical labor. After spending his early years working in the paddy fields, Mao already suspected the farmer's life wasn't for him. But the straw that seemingly broke the camel's back occurred in Mao's mid-teens.
According to Mao, a cousin gave him a book called Shengxi Weian, or Words of Warning to an Affluent Age. The book argued that if China hoped to keep up with the rest of the world, it needed to modernize. And the only way to modernize was to form a parliamentary government.
The book piqued Mao's curiosity and made him want to read more so he could truly understand these ideas. So, in 1910, at 17 years old, he enrolled in a new-style school in the neighboring city of Xiangshan. Instead of of memorizing the traditional Confucian classics, Mao was introduced to Western-style education for the first time.
For the next several years, Mao devoted himself to his studies, learning about the French Revolution, Napoleon, Rousseau, and Southeast Asian colonization. He read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations and Darwin's The Origin of Species. It was a far cry from learning how to run a rice farm.
Then, around 1913, 20-year-old Mao came under the spell of arguably his most influential teacher, Yang Chengji.
Yang was a European-educated social science teacher. As historian Rebecca Carl notes, Yang taught philosophy and ethics not as timeless and abstract norms, but rather as historical systems of transformative social change.
Yang not only introduced Mao and his contemporaries to Western philosophers like Immanuel Kant, he also shared radical, left-leaning newspapers with them. Under Yang's tutelage, Mao spent long nights debating the best course to save China.
But Mao had no real idea what political system was the right one for his country. All he knew was that he was anti-imperialist.
In that, he wasn't alone.
In the early 1910s, as Mao was studying, a series of revolts and uprisings were sweeping through China. The face of the rebellion, Sun Yat-sen, demanded that China become a republic. It seemed he was getting results in February 1912, when the emperor abdicated. Imperial China was no more, but the republic was only sort of born.
The new Republican government was weak. Within 2 years of its formation, a former Qing dynasty general, Yuan Shikai, took control and proclaimed himself emperor. And since the new Republican government didn't have a strong army, no one could stop him.
But 2 years later, Yuan died. The resulting power vacuum divided China into various military districts ruled by generals. The warlord era had begun.
As China fell under a fragmented military dictatorship, Mao Zedong was turning further and further to the left. In 1918, the 24-year-old graduated from school and followed his mentor, Yang Chengji, to Beijing. Not long after the move, Mao joined radical reading groups sponsored by two of China's leading Marxists, Li Dazhao and Chen Dushou.
By most accounts, this was Mao's introduction to Marxism and the Russian Revolution. At the time, Marxism in China was a fringe movement. Very few people understood it or considered it a viable option for revolution. And at first, even Mao wasn't entirely sold on the idea.
But the more he read leftist essays and pamphlets, the more radical he became. And before too long, Mao was writing revolutionary articles of his own.
In particular, Mao used his pen to criticize the recently negotiated Treaty of Versailles. Though it may have formally ended World War I in Europe, the treaty also affected China.
And the Chinese people were none too happy about it.
During World War I, China had joined the Allies in recovering the German-controlled Shandong province along the Yellow Sea. Unfortunately, the Treaty of Versailles gave that land to China's enemy, Japan.
To Chinese students, this was a culmination of how weak China had become on the international stage, especially thanks to the warlords. On May 4th, 1919, students took to Beijing streets in protest, demanding that China refuse to sign the treaty. Soon, strikes and boycotts swept into Shanghai.
Unfortunately, the May 4th movement, as it became known, ultimately failed. The treaty was signed, and Japan acquired the disputed Chinese territory. But moving into a new decade, the people were galvanized for change, including Mao.
Mao was vocal about the danger of Japanese imperialism and called for boycotts of Japanese products.
His writings became popular with the very same Marxist thinkers he was reading. They appreciated not only his social critiques, but also his rhetoric against the warlords.
By the start of 1920, he was corresponding with China's top two Marxists, Li Dajiao and Chen Dushou.
The correspondence couldn't have come at a better time. Just as Mao was getting closer to committing to communism, Li and Chen were making contact with the leaders of global communism, the Soviet Union.
In 1919, Vladimir Lenin created the Communist International, or Comintern, to incite global communist revolutions. Nothing was off the table. Financial aid, weapons, propaganda, subversion, or military assistance. The Comintern was ready to help other nations replace imperialist bourgeois governments with communist ones,
including China. The Comintern agreed to help Li Dajiao and Chen Dushou form the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, in late 1920.
However, debate about how to turn the party into a new society was heated. Initially, Mao wondered if it could be accomplished peacefully. The ideal way was to influence others through the education system and trade unions, essentially activism. But perhaps that was unrealistic, especially in a China ruled by warlords.
Ultimately, he joined many of his fellow radicals in deciding that violent action was the only way to overthrow imperialism.
27-year-old Mao attended the party's first Congress in July 1921. Since party membership comprised a mere 57 people at the time, the CCP's first mission was to organize. Mao went back to Hunan province, established a self-study university, and used Marxist propaganda to recruit newbie members and promote class warfare. The class struggle was how they would defeat the warlords.
Within a year, Mao transformed himself into a successful revolutionary. Throughout Hunan province, he organized various trade unions, incited labor strikes, and added members to the party. With each passing month, he increasingly stood out in the party ranks. Unfortunately, the CCP faced an uphill battle when it came to vying for total political control.
The Communists were in direct competition with another political party, the Kuomintang, or the Chinese Nationalist Party. The Nationalists were a center-right party, and their democratic bourgeois beliefs were the complete opposite of the Communists.
And yet, despite these ideological differences, the Chinese Communists received an unexpected order from Moscow.
Team up with the capitalistic nationalists and revolt from within.
Mao couldn't believe his ears. The Soviets were telling them to make a deal with the enemy.
Coming up, Mao and the CCP begin a 2-decade-long battle for control of China.
Hello, listeners. It's Richard from Parcast Network. We all know that when it comes to love, every story is unique. Some play out like fairy tales, and some don't. In Our Love Story, the new Spotify original from Parcast, you'll discover the many pathways to love as told by the actual couples who found them. Every Tuesday, Our Love Story celebrates the ups, downs, and pivotal moments that turn complete strangers into perfect pairs. Each episode offers an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance, with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Whether it's a chance encounter, a former friendship, or even a former enemy, Our Love Story proves that love can begin and blossom in the most unexpected ways. Follow Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. Now, back to the story.
By the early 1920s, Mao Zedong was a founding member of the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP. He returned to his native Hunan province on a mission to organize and recruit, and as it turned out, he was pretty good at it.
Unfortunately, not everything was going so smoothly. At around this same time, the CCP faced a dilemma: whether or not to follow Vladimir Lenin's advice and ally with the capitalistic Kuomintang Party.
The Kuomintang, or Nationalist Party, was led by none other than Sun Yat-sen, the face of the revolution that overthrew Imperial China. After stepping down as provisional president, Sun had watched China fall into the hands of the warlords.
Realizing that force was the only way to unite all of China, Sun created the Kuomintang.
Despite being pro-capitalism, the nationalists were organized similarly to the Russian communists. They had a centralized party and a panache for organizing strikes. And most importantly, thanks to Sun's name recognition, they had numbers. The communists didn't. By 1922, the CCP's official membership was a whopping 195.
The Soviet Union recognized the importance of manpower, so Lenin advised the Chinese communists to ally with the nationalists. The communists could then disrupt from within and push the nationalists to the left, essentially forming a bloc within the nationalists. It was a controversial suggestion. Despite both parties' shared hatred for the current warlord dictators, neither agreed on China's future.
And yet, the CCP caved to Moscow's wishes and teamed up with the nationalists. This alliance became known as the United Front.
By 1924, Mao was officially a member of both parties, and in fact, thanks to his standing within the Communist Party, he became a member of both parties' executive committees.
What he saw from that vantage point at the top of the United Front did not make him optimistic about China's future.
He was increasingly convinced that the Communists' hopes of seizing power from within was a pipe dream. Should the nationalists ultimately overthrow the warlords, their superior numbers would mean any communist agitation towards left-leaning policies would have minimal influence. Chinese laborers would see continued exploitation and oppression.
With every meeting, Mao grew more exhausted and disillusioned.
So in December 1924, he returned to his home region of Hunan province. He needed a break.
Unfortunately, the countryside didn't provide it.
While back in his hometown of Shaoshan, Mao lived among the peasants, and the peasants were angry.
The Chinese peasants had always experienced exploitation. When the Qing dynasty fell, the peasants hoped for socioeconomic advancement. Unfortunately, under the warlords, nothing improved. Wages, such as they were, stagnated while the warlords and landlords got wealthier. Frustrated, the peasants began to form unions. By the time Mao returned home, several million peasants had organized throughout Hunan province. Demonstrations and strikes were cropping up all over the region.
Historically, Marxism was an urban proletariat movement. The target demographic was city laborers who lived off a wage or salary.
But when Mao witnessed the peasants' drive to overthrow the ruling class, he had a realization. The urban proletariat shouldn't lead the Chinese Communist Revolution. It should come from the rural peasantry.
With a renewed sense of revolutionary hope, Mao got back to work as an advocate for the United Front. And in late spring of 1926, he got himself named the director of the Peasant Movement Training Institute. From May to October, Mao's role was to organize the peasants, train them militarily, and take detailed inventory on agricultural conditions.
Then, with roughly 100,000 troops prepared and ready, it was time for the United Front to take its fight to the warlords.
This so-called Northern Expedition was carried out in 2 stages. Stage 1 involved communist agents infiltrating warlord-controlled territory, riling up the peasants, and overthrowing the landlords. Since the landlords were crucial in financing the warlords' dictatorship, any kind of labor upheaval disrupted money flow to the warlords. And more than anything, the warlords wanted their money.
Once the communists and the peasants successfully sowed chaos in a region, the nationalists would come in and battle the distracted warlords' army head-on. This was stage 2.
The Northern Expedition ultimately became a quasi-guerrilla war. The two-stage strategy allowed the United Front to quickly and efficiently move from region to region, capturing towns and cities.
And within 2 years, it had proved a success. The United Front defeated the warlords.
For the first time since the Qing dynasty, China was unified under a single banner, the Kuomintang nationalists. The nationalists quickly established a one-party government in Nanjing, with the alleged goal of establishing democracy in China.
Unfortunately, the nationalist success meant a communist defeat. During the campaign, the peasant uprising proved to be too radical. After overthrowing the landlords, they would then enact land reform and redistribute property.
To the nationalists, who were 100% capitalist and pro-landlord, the communists were a threat that needed to be eliminated. They had served their purpose and helped to take down the warlords. Now, their time had come.
The man personally leading that anti-communist charge was the new leader of the Nationalist Party, Chiang Kai-shek.
Chiang Kai-shek took control of the nationalists after Sun Yat-sen died in 1925, and he wasted no time trying to eliminate the communist threat.
He kicked off his bloody purge with the Shanghai Massacre of 1927. Over the course of the year, thousands of people were murdered, causing CCP membership to fall from roughly 60,000 to 10,000. Communists who survived, like Mao, were forced to hide in the countryside.
But going into hiding did not mean Mao was going to accept this appalling state of affairs.
He gathered all the allies he could and led the small troop to the Jinggangshan Mountains in Jiangxi province, where they could strategize their next moves. Eventually, more surviving communist generals heard about the gathering and joined the group.
As Mao's followers grew, they began calling themselves the Red Army. But as far as armies went, they were still tiny. Mao knew that the only way to survive was through guerrilla warfare. So he led his followers through the mountainous region for the next couple of years, quietly.
Or mostly quietly.
Along the way, the Red Army confiscated land and redistributed it among the peasant population. Eventually, Mao and the Red Army settled in the small town of Ruijin in Jiangxi province. And in the middle of 1930, 36-year-old Mao officially declared the surrounding region a new communist state, the Jiangxi Soviet.
Mao planned to use the Jiangxi Soviet as a long-term base to establish a communist government. At the same time, he wanted to refine his version of Marxist ideology. After all, he'd always been a thinker as well as a freedom fighter.
Unfortunately, not everyone within the party was enamored of his thinking. Most members of the Chinese communist leadership did not support his insistence on using peasants, and they especially hated his radical ideas for land distribution.
Mao held on to his power over the Jiangxi Soviet for several years. But in 1932, when the rest of the Communist Party's leaders fled to the area to avoid the nationalists, they wrested away control.
His position within the party was in jeopardy. Little did he realize that the Japanese, of all people, would revitalize his career.
Around the same time that Mao Zedong's star seemed to be fading, Japan invaded China and captured Manchuria. The conquest met little resistance because nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek still had his eyes on the communists.
Except the Japanese were a legitimate threat, looking to influence or invade further into China. By 1933, Chiang realized he was going to have to deal with the Japanese eventually. To free up as many troops as possible, he needed to finish the communist extermination once and for all.
The nationalists encircled the Jiangxi Soviet and heavily shelled the communists. Miraculously, the communists managed to survive. However, after a year of constant bombardment, the CCP decided they needed to abandon Jiangxi. The revolutionary cause depended on it.
On October 16, 1934, 86,000 communist troops and supporters departed Jiangxi, and no one knew precisely when or where it would end.
This lack of a plan proved disastrous. The communists were forced to move at a snail's pace because of all the equipment they carried, and the slow speed exposed them to constant attacks by the nationalists.
A month after their departure, the communists found themselves trapped at the Xiang River. The nationalists capitalized on the moment, and a bloody battle ensued.
When the dust settled, the nationalists had killed roughly 50,000 communists. In almost one fell swoop, the CCP was on the verge of extinction. Something needed to change immediately.
In January 1935, the party held a conference to discuss their next steps. During the meeting, Mao Zedong was elected as chairman of the Politburo, the executive committee. It isn't clear exactly why Mao received the promotion, given his dwindling status. Perhaps in the face of recent disasters, someone who hadn't been at the helm lately seemed like the most appealing pick.
But regardless, Mao saw a chance not only to reclaim his position, but to solidify it.
Mao proposed the party break up into multiple columns and to take different routes. This would not only confuse the nationalists, but hopefully break up their troops and thus even up the numbers in future battles. He also suggested that they change their destination to Shanxi province near the Great Wall and closer to the Japanese. Because in Mao's opinion, if the communists could focus their attention on battling China's longtime enemy, the Japanese, they could win over the people.
This strategy came with some problems. It did mean breaking away from Moscow. Joseph Stalin, now head of the Soviet Union, still wanted a revolution through class struggle, and some of the party's military leaders didn't like it.
When the conference ended, those generals took their armies and headed toward Tibet.
But Mao wasn't deterred. He gathered up everyone who was left and made for Shanxi.
On October 20th, 1935, a little over a year after the communists left Jiangxi, they finally made it, or a few of them did. Of the 86,000 people who started the march, roughly 8,000 survived the 6,000-mile journey.
And those 8,000 were exhausted, starving, and morally defeated.
The euphemistically named Long March may have almost destroyed the Communist Party, but it cemented 42-year-old Mao Zedong's place as the party's head. There was still some dissent to Mao's revolutionary goals, but by 1935, there was no one left to usurp his position.
Now, he could focus his attention on defeating the Japanese and expelling them from Manchuria.
Unfortunately, Mao quickly realized the only way to achieve it was a deal with the devil. Once more, he needed to ally with Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang nationalists.
But this time, he'd make sure he came out of the alliance on top.
Coming up, Mao makes his bid to lead China. Now, back to the story.
By October 1935, 42-year-old Mao Zedong had made it to the top of the Chinese Communist Party and led his followers on a 6,000-mile journey to a new base in northern China.
Mao knew right away that he was going to need to cultivate his image. If he wanted to hold on to power and keep the dispirited, shrunken CCP alive, he would need to inspire others to join the communist revolution.
And what better way to do that than to present yourself as a fierce but humble freedom fighter living in a cave?
Mao and the communists eventually set their base in the small town of Yan'an. The peasants in the semi-arid region were known for their cave-dwelling lifestyle. It was, by all measures, the complete opposite of luxury. To Mao, it was perfect. And not just because of the appealing imagery.
Here, far from the nationalists, he could study, think, and figure out what exactly he was selling to the Chinese people.
So he dove headfirst into communist literature. Mao devoured books and essays written by Marx, Lenin, and Stalin, and put his own interpretation of Marxism-Leninism down on paper. One designed specifically for China. It became known as Mao Zedong thought, or Maoism.
In short, Maoism was the culmination of Mao's belief that the peasants were the vanguard of the communist revolution, not the urban proletariat. It took what Marx, Lenin, and Stalin had been preaching for years and shifted the setting.
With his beliefs cemented and documented for posterity, Mao could finally call himself a theorist, carving his name in the Mount Rushmore of socialist ideologues.
Of course, not all communists, even within China, agreed with Maoism. Many still held traditional Marxist views, but Mao was convinced that his way of thinking was the right way for China.
Not only was he planning to convert the whole of China under his new doctrine, but he was also going to apply it to the way he waged war. Peasant guerrilla warfare was the way for Mao to succeed, and he was going to use it to face down China's greatest enemy, Japan.
By the late 1930s, the threat of a Japanese invasion further into China seemed more real than ever. However, nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek still wanted the communists eliminated first.
Unfortunately for Chiang, some within the Nationalist Party vehemently disagreed. In their eyes, the Japanese were a military force to be reckoned with, and the communists just a ragtag group of mountain-dwelling agitators. Plus, an alliance with the guerrilla fighters might give them the advantage they needed to get rid of the Japanese.
So, they decided to take matters into their own hands. In December 1936, a nationalist general kidnapped Chiang Kai-shek and held him hostage until he agreed to stop fighting the communists and work with them to defeat the Japanese.
Mao hoped that this pressure on the nationalist side would mean Chiang, his longtime enemy, might get sidelined. Unfortunately, Chiang was allowed to remain in power.
But Mao, as always, didn't let a small disappointment distract him. Unlike Chiang, he knew that defeating the Japanese imperialists would be the most crucial factor to political success moving forward. So, he did what gave him the best chance of defeating them and agreed to an alliance with the nationalists.
After a broken partnership and years of trying to kill each other, the United Front was back.
The Second Sino-Japanese War began in July 1937, when Japan launched a full-scale invasion of China. Despite the new alliance between the communists and nationalists, the militarily superior Japanese swept through the country, making it to Shanghai by November.
Once Shanghai fell, the Japanese turned their attention toward the nationalist capital. What happened next would go down as one of the worst atrocities in world history, the so-called Rape of Nanjing.
From the middle of December 1937 to January 1938, roughly 300,000 Chinese were brutally murdered. The vast majority were civilians. But they weren't just quickly executed. Many were buried alive or bayoneted.
And as if the atrocities couldn't get worse, tens of thousands of women were sexually assaulted and forced into sex slavery.
In the face of these disasters, however, Mao stepped forward and provided hope.
He assured China that the fight was not over. After all, the country's rough terrain and size would slow down the Japanese and keep them from complete victory.
And while the war might be long and hard, Mao told China, on the other side, the country could achieve something great.
What exactly that greatness might look like reached much of the Chinese public in a January 1940 pamphlet.
On New Democracy laid out Mao's vision for China. As historian Frank DeCotter writes, Mao portrayed the Communist Party as a broad front striving to unite all revolutionary classes, including the national bourgeoisie. Mao promised a multi-party system, democratic freedom, and protection of private property.
Mao never intended any of this. Instead, he was appealing to the people who had become disillusioned with the nationalist government. Since taking power in 1927, the nationalists had become increasingly militaristic and fascist in their rule of China, especially when it came to censorship of books, newspapers, and film.
Mao already had the support of the rural peasantry, but with On New Democracy, he gained the fealty of the intellectuals, students, writers, teachers, journalists, and artists.
And then, seemingly out of nowhere, his message that China could still win this fight against the Japanese received an unexpected boost.
On December 7, 1941, the Japanese attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor. The next day, the United States declared war on Japan.
The attack on Pearl Harbor destroyed much of America's navy. To buy themselves time to rebuild, America began funneling money to the Chinese. If the Chinese distracted the Japanese with the fight in China for a little while longer, they would arrive to help as quickly as possible.
Unfortunately, the money America was sending went to the Kuomintang nationalists, and with the Soviet Union stretched thin fighting the Nazis, cash and weapons weren't making it to the communists. Luckily, the communists were in good shape.
While Mao himself never stepped foot on the battlefield, just as Mao had always predicted, fighting the Japanese had done wonders for the CCP's reputation. And especially in the aftermath of On New Democracy, the party was recruiting new members left and right. By the early 1940s, the communists had roughly 1 million dedicated soldiers.
And more of those soldiers saw Mao himself as the embodiment of all the CCP's promises.
This burgeoning cult of Mao loved their leader, trusted him, and turned to him for hope. With each passing year, more and more followers swore allegiance directly to him.
In 1943, the CCP officially bequeathed him the title of chairman, or chairman of the Central Committee and chairman of the Politburo, honorifics no Chinese communist had held before.
More than ever, Mao Zedong was Chinese communism.
A status that was about to become relevant in a new way, when at the end of the summer of 1945, the war against Japan came to a sudden end.
At the beginning of August, the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The bombs broke Japan. They surrendered to both the Americans and the Chinese.
For a brief period, the nationalists and communists tried to broker a long-term peace agreement as well and stamp out China's civil war alongside the World War. Even Stalin on the communist side was in favor.
But not only were the two camps' ideologies distinctly opposed, Chiang Kai-shek and Mao had been enemies for decades. Without the immediate threat of the Japanese to unite them, there was little hope of collaboration.
Negotiations fell apart in the summer of 1946, and fighting broke out in the newly reclaimed Manchuria.
The Civil War was back on.
On the surface, the American-backed nationalists should have routed the communists, and early fighting seemed to signal that. Though the communists fought tooth and nail, the nationalists managed to capture communist ground, including Yan'an, Mao's mountain hideout.
But Mao refused to back down. If his success during the Long March taught him anything, it was that he knew he could defeat the Kuomintang nationalists, and he could do it without Stalin's blessing.
Taking everything he had learned from the Northern Expedition and the Long March, Mao decided to employ a smash-and-grab strategy. Communist soldiers aggressively captured a town, stole nationalist weapons, enacted land reform, and moved on. By doing this, especially the land reform, Mao placed the onus on the peasants in the surrounding countryside to control the newly liberated territory.
Shockingly, it worked. Within a year, the communists had taken control of most of Manchuria. In fall 1947, they stormed south, sweeping through the rest of China at an incredible speed.
In June 1948, Mao's Red Army encircled the nationalist city of Changchun. It was the last real nationalist stronghold in Manchuria, and Mao would not give up until it was his. He told his men to starve them out until they broke.
It took nearly 5 months. By the time the city fell in October, an estimated 160,000 civilians had starved to death. The 40,000 or so who survived had made it by eating grasshoppers, leather, and the dead lying in the streets.
For them, it was China's Hiroshima. As one lieutenant colonel wrote, the casualties were about the same. Hiroshima took 9 seconds. Changchun took 5 months.
But for the communists, it was a great victory. In the years that followed, the siege of Changchun was heralded as one of the most significant victories in the Civil War. In the aftermath, nationalist morale was low. They saw defeat on the horizon.
For Chairman Mao Zedong, that made it all worth it.
Over the following year, town after town fell to the communists. Beijing, Nanjing, Shanghai. By the fall of 1949, the Red Army had the final nationalist city, Canton, surrounded. By the end of the year, Chiang Kai-shek would flee to Taiwan, signaling the end of Kuomintang nationalist rule over mainland China and the start of something new.
On October 1st, 1949, 56-year-old Chairman Mao arrived in Beijing. On the steps of the Tiananmen Gate, he announced the creation of the People's Republic of China. It had been nearly 40 years since the Qing dynasty fell. Since then, Mao and the Communist Party had been on a mission to defeat imperialism and capitalism.
Now they had won. China was a communist state.
But success had come at a price. The years of war, both with the Japanese and the nationalists, had devastated China. Mao needed to rebuild from scratch.
But Mao never balked at doing whatever it took to carry his party to success, from walking past the soldiers who collapsed on the Long March to starving the civilians of Changchun.
He would lead China into the future, and fast, whatever he had to do to make it happen.
And whoever was hurt in the process.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore Mao's reign as leader of the People's Republic of China. We'll discuss how his great leap forward led to one of the worst famines in history. And we'll delve into the devastating toll of the Cultural Revolution.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler. Sound design by Mike Ramos, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Joshua Kerr. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Chelsea Wood and Brian Petrus. Dictators stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. Hi, it's Richard again. Searching for your new favorite show? Remember to follow the newest Spotify original from Parcast, Our Love Story. Every Tuesday, catch an intimate glimpse inside a real-life romance with couples recounting the highlights and hardships that define their love. Listen to Our Love Story free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Due to the graphic nature of this dictator's reign, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of violence that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
There was a weird thing that happened. The guy in Pennsylvania was reelected to his position. 1966. It was a quiet August afternoon in Beijing, and Bian Zhang-yun hoped it would stay that way as she walked through the halls of the girls' school she helped run.
But her hopes weren't high. Along with other Chinese intellectuals and teachers, she had been condemned by Chairman Mao as a rightist, an enemy of communism.
Her students had reacted violently. Earlier that summer, they'd spat on her, shoved dirt in her mouth, made her wear a dunce cap, and physically assaulted her. And things were about to get much worse.
Bian was suddenly met by members of the Red Guards, student-led paramilitary units devoted to Mao Zedong. There was nowhere to run. She was quickly captured and shoved into a room with 4 other school administrators.
Where the group was tied up and declared a black gang, or counter-revolutionaries, the Red Guards covered them in ink and forced them to their knees. Then, the beatings began.
For hours, Bian was pummeled with a nail-spiked bat. When she passed out, the Red Guards threw her body in a garbage cart. 2 hours later, Bian was discovered, taken to a hospital, and pronounced dead.
Bian Zhang-yun became one of the first victims of the so-called Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, a 10-year period of terror and chaos that killed millions. And it was all orchestrated by the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, Chairman Mao Zedong.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This season on Dictators, we're exploring the reigns of Asian Marxist-Leninist dictators Mao Zedong and Pol Pot. Throughout the 20th century, their bloody takeovers and totalitarian approach to communism led to millions of deaths.
Last week, we dove into the rule of Mao Zedong following his rise to power. At first a reluctant communist, Mao eventually embraced the ideology, albeit his own peasant-centric version. Using his peasant army, he was able to defeat the Kuomintang nationalists and take over China.
This week, we'll explore Mao's contentious relationship with the Soviet Union, his failed Great Leap Forward program, and the Cultural Revolution, all of which decimated China's population, littering the so-called path to progress with bodies.
We'll have all that and more coming up.
After nearly 40 years of conflict, from the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911 to the warlord era, to 20 years of civil war and Japanese occupation, China was finally at peace. And to the victor went the spoils. 55-year-old communist leader Mao Zedong.
He was now the leader of the People's Republic of China and 500 million people.
But victory was not without its problems. After decades of turmoil, China was devastated. The economy was a wreck, inflation was through the roof, and the country's infrastructure was non-existent. Mao was faced with the daunting task of rebuilding.
And he quickly realized he needed help.
For a new communist nation, that help could only come from one place.
The Soviet Union, and the most powerful man in the communist world, USSR leader Joseph Stalin.
Mao had long kept a contentious relationship with Moscow. Though he understood its importance as the de facto leader of all communists, Mao didn't always agree with the Soviets. In Mao's eyes, the rural peasants were the real revolutionaries, not the urban proletariat. Plus, Stalin had consistently urged the Chinese communists to collaborate with the nationalists, Mao's enemies and avowed capitalists.
But Mao set aside his resentment. He was determined to drag China into the future, and he would do whatever it took to get there.
So in December 1949, he boarded a train to Moscow.
For 9 weeks, Mao and Stalin hashed out a deal, and unsurprisingly, it wasn't entirely in Mao's favor. His biggest win was getting Stalin to promise aid if China came under attack by the US or Japan. Stalin also agreed to help China financially with a few pennies from the Soviets' plentiful coffers.
But Stalin flat out refused to help Mao crush the nationalist holdovers who were hiding out on the island of Taiwan, 100 miles from mainland China.
Mao wasn't charmed with Stalin's lack of compromise, especially considering it was paired with a lack of respect. Stalin was dismissive of Mao's innovations on Marxist theory and belittled him for needing to edit his writing before it was translated into Russian. But Mao knew he had no leverage to push back. China was his, but the country was in shambles.
He'd take what he could get from communism's international leaders and plan for the day when he was powerful enough to reshape the Sino-Soviet relationship to his advantage.
Because he had big plans for turning China into a modern international powerhouse, one that could take on any country in the world.
His vision included agricultural collectivism, state-owned industries, state-controlled education and media, increased national defense, and a repaired and expanded rail system.
And he got to work realizing that vision as soon as he returned from Moscow, starting with land reform.
As Mao saw it, the only way to achieve the ultimate goal, agricultural collectivism, was for the land to be redistributed to the peasants, even if violence was a necessary part of that redistribution.
From 1950 to 1952, peasants with CCP guidance rounded up the landlords and tried them for crimes against the poor. In many of these show trials, the peasants essentially took decades of grievances out on the landlords. The verdicts of these trials were always guilty, and the penalty was always death.
But while Mao instigated violence against the landlords, he was also looking to build international alliances.
The result was the Korean War.
When the Japanese surrendered in 1945, their colony on the Korean peninsula was divided in two. The Soviet-administered North and the American-administered South. But after North Korean leader Kim Il-sung came to power in 1948, Kim decided the whole peninsula should be communist.
And he had the support of Chairman Mao Zedong.
It seems absurd that Mao, a whopping year into full control of China, would consider challenging the nuclear-armed Americans. And yet, that's just what he did. He believed the atomic bomb was a paper tiger, and that Americans were afraid to go to war again so soon after defeating Japan.
Mao was dead wrong. After the North Koreans pushed the South Koreans to the edge of defeat, the Americans came to their rescue. They were able to move the North Koreans back to the original dividing line.
So in October 1950, Mao sent Chinese troops to help the North Koreans.
But those troops weren't enough for the North Koreans to regain their advantage. By 1952, the war had turned into a stalemate.
A year later, both sides agreed to an armistice. The peninsula was divided at the 38th parallel.
Not an obvious communist win, but for Mao, the Korean War was a success for two reasons. First, it showed that Mao was able to wield influence beyond the borders of China, even if the border was next door.
And second, it successfully distracted from his campaign to squash so-called counter-revolutionaries.
From 1950 to 1952, Mao unleashed a reign of terror to combat any political dissidents. According to Mao, 700,000 people were executed during this campaign against counter-revolutionaries. However, most historians believe this figure to be wildly low. The real number is likely between 2 and 3 million.
In Mao's eyes, however, the deaths were a means to an end. By 1953, China was on the path to stability and prosperity. Sure, millions of people had died, but it was all necessary for making China a world power. And his next steps came straight out of the Soviet Union playbook.
As we discussed in our episodes on Stalin, Stalin recognized that Russia had missed the Industrial Revolution, setting the country back in a rapidly modernizing world. So the Soviet Union initiated rapid economic programs known as the 5-year plans.
Mao, for all his mixed feelings about Stalin, was inspired by these initiatives. So he launched his own 5-year plan. It called for state ownership of specific industries like steel and coal production, forced agricultural collectivization for rapid agrarian growth, and centralized economic planning.
To help get the ball rolling, the Soviet Union deigned to help out and sent some of their scientists, technicians, and engineers to help educate the Chinese.
And just as it had in the Soviet Union, Mao's first 5-year plan yielded quite a bit of success.
By 1957, industrial production was averaging a 19% increase each year. More steel was produced each year than in the 49 years before Mao came to power. The state controlled or partially controlled every industry. Private ownership was eliminated, and almost 95% of farms were collectivized.
On a social level, life expectancy increased from 36 to 57 years. Household income rose 9% annually, including a 40% increase in cities. On top of all that, workers' housing, healthcare, and education were subsidized.
Perhaps that's why the Chinese people were shocked, but not disbelieving, when 63-year-old Chairman Mao made an unprecedented announcement in February 1957.
Mao, despite his history of purging dissidents, gave a long, poetic speech encouraging intellectuals to criticize the government. China was now well on the path to progress, and the only way forward from here was constructive criticism. He declared, "Let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 schools of thought contend."
The 100 Flowers campaign was incredibly popular. By the summer of 1957, millions of letters flooded into Beijing, criticizing the Communist Party and Chairman Mao.
Nothing was off the table. People complained about bus times, chastised copying the Soviet 5-year plans, and even attacked Mao's ideology. One writer called Maoism the antithesis of socialism, writing, "True socialism is highly democratic, but the socialism we have here is not democratic. I call this society a socialism sprung from a basis of feudalism."
Soon, some began to call for Mao to give up his power and end the communist regime, something Mao would never consider.
By July, he had decided on his response to the abomination of these demands, a new purge.
Mao labeled academics, intellectuals, students, artists, and writers rightists and ordered their arrests. Between 300,000 and 500,000 of these dissidents, or supposed dissidents, were sent to re-education or labor camps. Once there, some were executed, while others took their own lives.
Some historians have argued that the 100 Flowers campaign was a trap from the start. Mao only pretended to care about people's opinions to identify political enemies. Others claim Mao saw the outpouring of criticism as an opportunity that couldn't be wasted.
But whatever Mao's true intentions, by the fall of 1957, the critics were silenced. And now, Mao could focus on the second five-year plan, the Great Leap Forward. It would soon become one of the most devastating economic programs in world history.
Coming up, Mao's failed Great Leap Forward leads to millions of deaths and pushes him out of the political spotlight. Hi, listeners. If you're like me, you're always looking for the next great podcast to sink your teeth into. Well, here's one I know you'll enjoy. It's the Spotify original from Parcast, Medical Murders. Every Wednesday, meet the worst the medical community has to offer. Men and women who took an oath to save lives, but instead used their expertise to develop more sinister specialties. Join host Alastair Murden as he examines the formative years and the motives of history's most infamous killers, dissecting their medical backgrounds with expert analysis and professional insight provided by practicing MD, Dr. David Kipper. Medical Murders highlights a wide range of heinous healthcare workers, like the general practitioner believed to be the most prolific serial killer in modern history, or the dentist who led a double life as a hitman, or even the doctor who mixed deadly potions for unhappy housewives to use on their husbands. When it comes to these true crime stories, the only thing the doctor ordered is murder. Follow Medical Murders free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. Now, back to the story.
Checking out the signature. It's referred to as pre-canvassing.
1957's Great Leap Forward was supposed to be Mao Zedong's crowning achievement. He hoped it would make him the face of global communism, a position that suddenly seemed to be open in the aftermath of Joseph Stalin's recent death.
At its core, the Great Leap Forward was an extension of the first five-year plan: continued agricultural collectivization, rapid industrialization, and an overall increase in socialist policies. But this time, industrialization would be by far the biggest priority.
People literally had to erect furnaces in their own backyards to help produce steel.
But more importantly, for rapid industrialization to occur, food was needed to feed factory workers. So increased collectivization had to happen simultaneously. More agricultural communes were put together by the government.
These communes would then adhere to a strict set of rules. Each contained between 100 and 300 households, and each adhered to an almost militaristic lifestyle. Historian Philip Short explains, officially, everyone was supposed to have at least 6 hours sleep every 2 days, but some brigades boasted of working up to 4 or 5 days without stopping.
The ambitious agricultural program was also inhumane, and ultimately its expectations were unrealistic. Even in the face of brutal treatment, peasant farmers could not meet the demands required to feed Mao's growing urban populations.
Bad weather also plagued the 1957 program, slowing production down further.
And almost immediately, famine swept through the countryside, killing millions.
One of those affected by the Great Famine was journalist Yang Jishang.
When he was 18 years old, Yang Jishang was told by a schoolmate that his foster father was starving to death. He rushed to his rural village and discovered that it was a ghost town. Everything had been stripped down for food. There wasn't a chicken, a dog, or even the tree outside of his family's home.
When he made his way inside the house, he discovered his foster father was a shell of his former self. Yang tried to feed him rice, but the older man was too weak to even swallow.
Less than a week later, Yang's father died.
He was just one of the tens of millions of peasants who starved to death, all in the name of Mao's ambitions to turn China into a so-called modern nation.
The Great Leap Forward was supposed to prove Mao was the world's preeminent communist leader. Instead, he became a threat to national security.
But Mao wouldn't admit it or listen to any advisors that suggested it. As historian Rebecca Carl writes, Mao had patience for neither plotting planners nor overly cautious bureaucrats. He had even less patience for leaders at any level who said higher production targets could not be achieved.
In fact, he was so deeply in denial that many were beginning to wonder if perhaps Chairman Mao's time as a leader should come to an end.
In the summer of 1959, only a year into the Great Leap Forward, Mao decided to hold a party conference to figure out a way to fix China's economic problems. Instead, it turned into a condemnation of Mao's leadership.
The leader of the opposition was Minister of Defense Peng Dehai. A veteran of the Chinese Civil War, Peng and Mao were quite close, or had been, until the disastrous Great Leap Forward turned Peng against his former friend.
During the conference, Peng condemned Mao for the national crisis he had thrown China into and went so far as to describe Mao's plans as petty bourgeois fanaticism.
And Peng wasn't alone. For the next 2 weeks, various party leaders unleashed their criticism of Mao's leadership. Many called for an end to the Great Leap Forward entirely.
Mao's response to the criticism shouldn't have shocked the party, not after the 100 Flowers campaign.
While at first he accepted some blame, ultimately, Mao retaliated.
He threatened to raise a new peasant Red Army and overthrow China's military force, the People's Liberation Army, which Peng controlled.
Party leaders were terrified. They knew that even after the purges and the famine, many peasants were still loyal to Mao for bringing peace and reform to China. And the last thing they wanted was to send China back into civil war. So, they fell in line.
And with that, the Great Leap Forward continued unabated.
By the time the initiative ended in 1962, an estimated 45 million people would die because of the famine. It was one of the worst crimes ever committed against humanity.
Luckily, if internal dissent couldn't stop the horror, another disaster was heading straight towards Mao, and this one would be harder to weather.
Mao's relationship with Stalin's successor, Nikita Khrushchev, was tenuous at best. Mao was utterly taken aback when Khrushchev denounced Stalin and began the process of de-Stalinization. While Mao had never loved Stalin, in his eyes, this was an indictment of the communist old guard and Mao himself.
Plus, Mao believed in seniority rule. Stalin's death meant he was now the leader of global communism. Therefore, Khrushchev should show some kind of fealty towards Mao.
But Khrushchev refused.
He publicly criticized the Great Leap Forward, claiming that Mao rushed into communism without consolidating socialism first, mocking Mao as a Marxist theorist in the process.
Mao was incensed. He retaliated by criticizing Khrushchev for getting too friendly with the Americans and thus betraying the global communist revolution.
The tensions came to a head in 1960 when Khrushchev recalled 1,400 advisors and technicians the USSR had sent to help China modernize. China and Mao were now on their own.
The break seemed to have rattled Mao. Perhaps he felt he simply didn't have enough support left to lead China. So, shockingly, he stepped aside. By the end of 1960, he was no longer the head of state, and for the next few years, Mao seemed to fade into the background.
In the meantime, two party leaders took control, Deng Xiaoping and Liu Shaoqi. Right away, they began to roll back elements of the Great Leap Forward. Communes were scaled down, while private family farms were restored. This led to a surge in wealth inequality, but the food shortages ceased.
At the same time, Mao's critics, who had been sent to work camps during the 100 Flowers campaign, were restored to civilian status. Academics returned to their educational institutions without fear of reprisal for speaking out against Maoism.
Mao watched this process quietly for a time, but it didn't take him long to regret stepping aside. He wrote that bourgeois elements had entered Chinese society, which meant that socialism hadn't succeeded in China yet.
And Mao knew better than anyone the only way for real socialism to succeed was through revolution. But of course, starting a second revolution wouldn't be easy.
He had his peasant following, but Mao knew he needed more than that. So he turned to one of his most loyal supporters, and the recently appointed head of the army, Lin Biao.
Together, they came up with a plan. Lin would spread the cult of Mao throughout the army's ranks. First, by propping up a recently deceased soldier, Lei Feng, as the model comrade.
According to Lin, Lei Feng kept a diary that chronicled his complete and utter devotion to Mao and Maoism. Lin Biao told his men that if they wanted communism to succeed, they needed to be like Lei.
Then, Lin Biao took over editing Mao's newest writings. The collection of texts, aphorisms, and words of wisdom were transformed into a cheat sheet for followers of Mao Zedong thought.
The book was published in January 1964 and titled Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, but it's better known as the infamous Little Red Book.
Thanks to the work of Lin Biao, the army was well on its way towards falling under the thrall of Mao. But Mao wanted more support to ensure that his new revolution had all the fighters it needed. So he turned towards a notoriously feisty population. Students, and especially students living in the countryside.
These young people hadn't been around to fight the nationalists in Mao's last war, so they didn't have revolutionary experience, which Mao began insisting was crucial to being a real Maoist.
He also began arguing that educational elitism was taking place in China, a disparity between city students and rural students.
Mao was essentially sowing the seeds of class struggle among the student population.
And it worked. Within a few years, Mao had a whole student sect devoted to him.
All the pieces were in place. The only thing that remained was setting his second takeover into action.
In May 1966, 72-year-old Chairman Mao Zedong attended a meeting of the Politburo, the party's highest level. During this conference, Mao denounced several party leaders for plotting to steer China back toward capitalism. Thanks to Mao's lingering influence over the party, 4 of these leaders were subsequently arrested and replaced with Mao's sycophants.
Mao followed this move by issuing the May 16th notification. This declaration justified the Cultural Revolution, claiming that there were enemies of communism that needed to be purged. Mao even characterized these bourgeois enemies as mini Khrushchevs and insisted that the only real communists followed Mao Zedong thought.
The rallying cry was felt everywhere, especially among his student followers. Throughout the summer, schools in the cities began to shut down. Demonstrations flooded the streets. During this chaotic period, the first Red Guards were established.
These student-led gangs essentially evolved into a paramilitary unit wholly devoted to Chairman Mao. They were willing to do whatever it took to purge bourgeois elements from China. And within weeks of forming, violence became their modus operandi, thanks to instructions that came directly from Mao.
On August 18, 1966, Mao stood atop Tiananmen Square and addressed roughly 1 million Red Guards. Donning matching military uniforms and raising their copies of the Little Red Book, they awaited Mao's command.
Which was, destroy the 4 olds. Old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas. He proclaimed, to rebel is justified, bombard the headquarters.
The next day, Mao told police to stand down while the Red Guards took to the streets. The Cultural Revolution was officially on.
Coming up, the Cultural Revolution brings a decade of terror to China.
Now, back to the story.
The disastrous effects of the Great Leap Forward and the Sino-Soviet split forced Chairman Mao Zedong into the background of Chinese politics. Under new leadership, China underwent a series of economic reforms to clean up Mao's mess.
In the process, Mao became convinced that capitalism had returned, and he needed to stop it. By the summer of 1966, 72-year-old Mao inspired millions of students to violently take back communist China.
The Cultural Revolution is generally divided into 3 distinct periods. The goal during all 3 periods was to root out capitalism by stripping China of its ancestral heritage, and also to strengthen Mao Zedong thought throughout the nation.
The first period began in August 1966. After the initial August 18th address, Red Guard troops swept through Beijing on a mission of terror.
They held mass book burnings, vandalized churches, destroyed centuries-old temples and cemeteries, and raided businesses and private homes.
Within days, the property damage shifted to violence against the people. Anyone suspected of being a counter-revolutionary, and therefore a member of the bourgeoisie, was rounded up. And suspicion could be the result of simply wearing clothes that looked bourgeois.
People were tortured, both physically and psychologically, before being summarily put to death. For 2 months, over 1,700 people were executed in Beijing. An unknown number died of suicide. And that was just the beginning.
After Beijing, the Red Guards stormed the rest of China, first in major cities, and then the countryside.
They destroyed art that could be considered subversive. And then artists themselves started to destroy their work, hoping to avoid retribution. Even family photographs and diaries were burned, out of fear that they might appear capitalistic.
Chaos reigned over China. The streets and soil ran red with blood as the cult of Mao replaced ancient Chinese heritage.
Mao knew he caused the disaster, as he told party leaders, "Since it was I who caused the havoc, it is understandable if you have bitter words for me."
But his mea culpa was purely for show. His students loved him and his ideas. They quoted his works. They carried his portraits and erected statues of him in city squares. On the sides of buildings, they wrote, "Long live Mao," or "Our great teacher, great leader, great commander, great helmsman."
And he loved it.
The first period of the Cultural Revolution came to an end in the summer of 1968. By now, the Red Guards had become factionalized and out of control. To quell the violence, Mao sent the People's Liberation Army to round up these overzealous students and send them to re-education camps in the countryside. Once in the countryside, they were ordered to learn what life was like as a peasant.
At the same time, the government was systematically purged and replaced with sycophantic military leaders. During the 1969 Party Congress, a new Central Committee was elected and a new constitution was ratified. Mao then named his successor Lin Biao, the man who helped ignite the Cultural Revolution.
China was now officially under a military dictatorship.
The dictatorship lasted from 1969 to 1971. During this period, border clashes with the Soviet Union led General Lin to declare martial law, and in the process, increased Lin's power.
Which the aging Mao did not like. He had just reclaimed his position, and now Lin looked like a threat to that power. But there was no way Mao was going to lose power again, to Lin or anyone.
On September 13, 1971, Lin Biao and his family left China and flew to the Soviet Union. About an hour into the flight, the plane suddenly crashed in Mongolia. No one survived, and it took dental records to identify Lin as one of the passengers. To this day, details surrounding the crash remain a mystery.
Whether or not he was involved in the plane crash, Mao wasn't going to waste this golden opportunity. Seemingly overnight, Mao began yet another purge within the government. This time, removing high-ranking military officials he had just installed a few years earlier.
Replacing Lin as Mao's successor was the more moderate Zhou Enlai, which signaled the start of the third and final period of the Cultural Revolution.
By now, the revolutionary zeal had been abandoned by the people. Between the military dictatorship and the constant party infighting, most young people had become disillusioned with militant Maoist ideals. Instead, many began to turn their backs on Mao Zedong thought and reconnected with China's past.
However, that didn't mean there weren't still radical elements in China. Most notably, this was the period of the now infamous Gang of Four.
Led by Mao's wife, Jiang Qing, the Gang of Four were a group of influential politicians from Shanghai who pushed for Maoism. Even to this day, much of their activities remain a mystery. However, in the early 1970s, they were elevated to the CCP's Politburo and controlled China's press, thus becoming Mao's propagandists.
The rise of the Gang of Four was seemingly Mao's final attempt to keep the revolutionary spirit alive, a Hail Mary to continue the communist fight.
And yet, despite elevating the group to the upper echelons of the party, Mao consistently undermined their credibility. He often criticized them in public, claiming they didn't know anything about socialist theory.
This odd contradiction likely stemmed from his hatred for his wife, Jiang Qing.
Mao and Jiang had been married since 1938, and she was Mao's fourth wife. Prior to her involvement in Marxist politics, Jiang was an actress. But as the civil war between the communists and the Kuomintang nationalists escalated, she felt a sense of duty to the communist cause.
Jiang stayed out of the spotlight until the Cultural Revolution. In the early stages, she helped Lin Biao peddle the cult of Mao, and by the third period, she was the de facto mouthpiece of the revolution.
But as the Cultural Revolution raged on, Mao started to distrust Jiang. In a letter, he wrote that there was no point in their seeing each other because she continually ignored his advice.
So why Mao elevated her with the other Gang of Four members remains a mystery, especially since all Mao seemed to do was troll them in public.
Even when it came to making the most important possible decision about China's future.
In 1972, Mao suffered a stroke, and Zhou Enlai, his successor, was diagnosed with cancer. Looking for yet another new successor, Mao decided to pick a man who would infuriate his wife, Deng Xiaoping.
Deng Xiaoping was one of the leaders who undid Mao's Great Leap Forward policies. During the early days of the Cultural Revolution, Deng was spared execution, but forced to work at a tractor factory out in the country.
But despite all that, Mao had always liked Deng, stating, "If Biao's health should fail him, I will let Xiaoping back."
With Lin Biao dead and Mao and Zhou's health rapidly declining, Mao made good on his word. In 1973, Deng Xiaoping was brought back into the party.
This decision stunned Mao's wife. To her and the rest of the Gang of Four, Deng was far too conservative. His return to power essentially put the Cultural Revolution on the edge of extinction.
Again, why Mao would undermine the very thing he was hoping to keep alive is hard to fathom. It's possible that he realized he made a mistake in elevating the Gang of Four in the first place, but didn't want to appear weak by acknowledging it. Regardless, Mao seemed to understand that Deng Xiaoping was the only person who could keep his wife in check.
Over the next few years, the Gang of Four and Deng Xiaoping were locked in a political struggle over China's future. But ultimately, Deng was Mao's successor, and he knew that all he had to do to win the fight was survive until Mao's death. Luckily, it appeared he wouldn't have to wait long.
Throughout the early 1970s, Mao's health deteriorated. He had difficulty eating, reading, speaking, and walking. Finally, in 1974, Mao was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, known commonly as Lou Gehrig's disease.
Throughout 1976, Mao suffered 3 major heart attacks, the third of which came on September 2nd and left Mao comatose. 6 days later, Mao awakened and had enough strength to slowly read over official reports.
Year-old Chairman Mao Zedong died.
After Mao's September 18th funeral, the Gang of Four tried to seize power for themselves. Unfortunately for them, Mao wasn't the only one who disliked his wife. His widow was widely despised within the...
On October 6th, the Gang of Four and their associates were arrested. 3 of the 4, including Jiang Qing, were given life sentences in prison, while the 4th received 20 years. Mao's Cultural Revolution was officially, finally, over.
It's been over 4 decades since Mao's death. In those 40 years, China has become the fastest growing country on Earth. However, it wasn't because of Maoism.
Deng Xiaoping became the head of China a few years after Mao's death. Though he was committed to the Communist Party, Deng realized that reintroducing elements of free market capitalism were needed to bring China out of poverty. This included decollectivizing agriculture and increasing foreign investment.
Though the government still technically controlled certain aspects of the economy, it made room for free market areas. For example, farmers were still required to sell their goods to the state, but they were now allowed to sell them in the marketplace as well, for a profit.
Deng's economy led to an economic boom, but it also had consequences. Overpopulation led the government to implement the draconian one-child policy. Wealth inequality became rampant, and a wave of corruption followed.
China in the 21st century has embraced an indeterminate combination of Maoism and capitalism. It is essentially a mixed economic system that is entirely controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. In a way, China is actually an example of state-controlled capitalism.
And if China is a capitalist state, where does that leave Mao Zedong, whose whole mission was to make China communist?
Mao never really left China. Deng himself refused to completely condemn Mao, likely fearing it would impact the legitimacy of the CCP. It was the communists who defeated the nationalists and the imperialist Japanese. So it was important to maintain a type of hero worship, even if Mao was a tyrant.
This idea remains in place today. In recent years, Mao and Maoism have experienced a wave of nostalgia. Though many condemn him for the famine and the Cultural Revolution, others see Mao's reign as a lost era of simplicity and purpose.
China's current president, Xi Jinping, has even capitalized on this notion. After coming to power in 2012, Jinping took on the corruption that began with Deng, in the process equating himself to Mao Zedong.
And just like Mao, Xi Jinping has managed to consolidate power within the CCP, setting himself up as a sole leader.
By 2016, he was in charge of virtually everything: the economy, foreign affairs, defense, and even the internet. He removed term limits, effectively making him leader for life, utilized mass surveillance on citizens, enforced a prison-like system of re-education on Uyghur Muslims, and created a cult of personality. And he's able to justify it all in the name of confronting Western imperialism.
The only real difference between Xi Jinping and Mao is that Mao was also a mass murderer. In his effort to rid imperialism from China, be taken seriously as a Marxist theorist, and keep the revolutionary spirit alive, millions of people died.
The Great Chinese Famine killed between 35 and 45 million. Meanwhile, the Cultural Revolution resulted in 1.5 to 2 million deaths. And another million is estimated as a result of various purges throughout Mao's reign.
Mao Zedong may have had a communist utopia in mind when he took control of China in 1949, but his arrogance and lack of humility made him one of the deadliest dictators in world history.
Do your part. Recycle smart. If you're dealing with the agony and frustration of chronic New York hip pain, let me recommend
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we move to Cambodia and explore the life and reign of Pol Pot.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Call for PPO insurance verification, set up a consultation.
Dictators is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound design by Mike Ramos, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Joshua Kern. This episode of Dictators was written by Joe Guerra, with writing assistance by Nora Patel, fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Chelsea Wood and Brian Petrus. Dictators stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner.
There were only sporadic gunshots on the morning of April 17, 1975. The soldiers defending Phnom Penh, Cambodia's capital, had all but given up.
Their leaders had fled the city days ago, taking the last American and European flights to Thailand before the rebel forces arrived.
As the troops began their inexorable march through Phnom Penh streets, a serious-looking man in all black paced around his tent and waited for word of the capital's surrender.
He was secretive, and he commanded his rebel troops from the shadows, surrounded by security. Some said it was harder to meet with him than with the Cambodian king.
His name was Pol Pot, just one of the many aliases he used throughout his life. But it was the one that stuck, because that name, above all his others, would be associated with brutality, misery, and death.
His reign of terror can best be summed up by the first two stanzas of the national anthem he would approve a year later. Legend has it, he wrote them himself.
Bright scarlet blood flooded over the towns and plains of our motherland, Kampuchea. The blood of our great workers and farmers, our revolutionary fighters' blood, both men and women.
Their blood produced a great anger and courage. On the 17th of April, under the revolutionary banner, their blood freed us from slavery.
Most national anthems glorify struggle and warfare, but the anthem of the Democratic Republic of Kampuchea glorifies something else, something the Cambodian people would become all too familiar with.
Suffering. Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Richard.
And I'm Kate. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other originals from Parcast for free on Spotify. This season on Dictators, we're exploring 20th century dictatorships in China and Cambodia. During the first half of the century, Mao Zedong and Pol Pot rose to power on a tide of anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist sentiment. But once in power, their attempt to create a communist paradise resulted in death, destruction, and terror.
Today we're looking at Cambodian dictator Pol Pot, the secretive leader of the communist Khmer Rouge, whose regime ended up killing around a quarter of Cambodians' population. This week, we'll see how he went from a well-off farmer's son to the leader of an anti-monarchy rebellion.
Next week, we'll explore the consequences of Pol Pot's rule, from forcing the entire country to live as peasant slaves to the infamous killing fields. Finally, we'll see how his unstable alliance with Vietnam led to his downfall.
We'll follow the rise of Pol Pot right after this.
Cambodia of the 20th century was a shadow of its old self.
Up until the dawn of the 15th century, it was the heart of the Khmer Empire, which stretched from the Gulf of Thailand to Laos and included much of southern Vietnam.
But by the 14th century, the Khmer Empire had reached its apex before facing a decade-long stretch of inadequate monsoon rains. The parched region fell into chaos. The land couldn't sustain its people or its government.
By 1431, the empire was in ruin. Its capital, Angkor, once one of the largest cities in the world, was all but abandoned.
From that point on, Cambodia was a small country fought over by its Thai and Vietnamese neighbors, and then, in 1867, taken over by the French. This so-called French protectorate lasted almost 100 years.
But the Cambodian royal family survived the transition.
Because royals were widely considered almost godlike by the Cambodian people, the French found it convenient to use them as local puppets.
But not everyone was fooled by the sham, and some Cambodians were growing restless under the yoke of imperialism.
Pol Pot was born Saloth Sar on May 19, 1925. Always a secretive man, he would adopt many nicknames throughout his life.
His family owned 50 acres of land, which made them wealthy compared to other villagers. They were also well-connected. Pot's cousin was a royal concubine of the king and had borne him a son.
Thanks to these connections, Pot was able to travel to Phnom Penh in 1934 when he was 9. There, he spent a year as an apprentice at the Wat Batam Vade Buddhist monastery.
There, Pol Pot suffered through the monks' rigid totalitarian discipline. He woke at 4 every morning to prepare the monastery for the day's activities. Originality was discouraged, and the ultimate goal was to instill unquestioning obedience in the apprentice.
It was an uncomfortable environment, but its tactics were effective. Something Pol Pot noted even as a young child, and remembered when his environment shifted dramatically in 1935, and he went to study at a French primary school.
Pot's schoolmates at École Miche described him as full of laughter and fun to be around, but they all freely admitted that he was not good at his studies.
He should have graduated from primary school in 1941, but he didn't pass his final exam until 1943, when he was 18. He then attended the Collège Près Sihanouk, where he was also known less for his academic prowess and more for playing soccer and basketball.
Sports were more compelling to young Pol Pot than national politics, despite the fact that he was in Phnom Penh in 1941. When the king died, 18-year-old Norodom Sihanouk ascended to the throne, and change began to sweep across the country.
Sihanouk envisioned himself as a new kind of monarch who could bring Cambodia into the future and out from under the yoke of French colonial rule.
He wasn't wrong. In the aftermath of World War II, the political landscape began to change. France allowed Cambodia more self-determination, permitting the creation of a constitution and a national assembly.
Perhaps they loosened their grip on the country because of what was happening around it. To the north, Mao Zedong was launching his communist revolution, and just to the east, the Vietnamese were beginning their struggle for independence from the French.
Cambodians watched the conflict in Vietnam warily. As much as Sihanouk and many of his subjects wanted out of French rule, the colonial power provided the country with protection against its larger neighbors. If the French were forced out of Vietnam, the future was entirely up in the air.
Pol Pot was unbothered by these massive geopolitical shifts. He'd moved on from soccer and basketball to carpentry, which he began studying at a trade school in 1948.
It was regarded as the easiest subject, and the teacher generally gave his students good marks.
This, along with his family's royal connections, most likely explained how Pol Pot received a coveted scholarship to study radio technology in France in 1949.
Where finally, far from home, Pot began to pay attention to politics for the first time.
In Paris, Pot joined the Cambodian Student Union, the AEK, at some point in the early 1950s. It was a left-leaning organization, and Pot fell in with a group of Cambodian communists called the Cercle Marxiste.
The Cercle was a secret organization which operated in cells of no more than 6 people. Its goal was to influence the AEK and all Cambodian students in Paris who would one day become the intelligentsia of Cambodia. But they never characterized their ideology as communist. Instead, they supported a simple philosophy: independence.
The cells met once a week and read Marxist works such as Lenin's ABC of Communism, the Communist Manifesto, and Mao's On New Democracy. Pol Pot, secretive as always, preferred to remain silent during the meetings and observe.
But in reality, many Marxist-Leninist concepts went over his head. He didn't really understand the discussions about labor, wealth, or political philosophy. He would later admit that, by and large, he didn't understand the works of Marx.
What he did get out of the Cercle was a sense of purpose. He didn't care for his studies at the radio technical school and failed most of his exams. In Marxism, however, he was beginning to see something simple, clear, and appealing: an eternal struggle between good and evil, in which he could take part.
Pol Pot's favorite book on the subject wasn't anything written by Mao or Stalin, but was instead
The Great French Revolution, written by Russian anarchist Peter Kropotkin.
Kropotkin explained that the French Revolution was instigated by both bourgeois intellectuals and the popular masses. He also wrote that those who owned property were, by virtue, against the revolution itself, and that egalitarianism was the only way forward.
Chillingly, Kropotkin also argued that the Terror, a series of infamous massacres and public executions during the French Revolution, didn't go far enough, an idea Pot absorbed unquestioningly, along with the rest.
He'd found the truth, and with every year that passed, he was more eager to bring his new philosophies back home.
As it turned out, the political situation in Cambodia was about to make that possible.
Just as Pol Pot was discovering his purpose in life, King Sihanouk's power and influence was fading. In the early 1950s, the monarchy was still propped up by the French, even though the relationship was fraying. Meanwhile, anti-colonial rebels called Khmer Isiraks were fighting in the hinterlands to rid their country of the French altogether.
There were also democratic rebels, nominally led by a disgraced former cabinet member named Son Ngoc Thien. This group was more right-wing and held a decidedly pro-American stance.
Outside forces were pushing for change as well. The Vietnamese viewed Cambodia as a key ally in their war against the French. They smuggled most of their weapons across the Cambodian border, and to ensure the scheme continued, they wanted a supportive, independent Cambodia.
By the early 1950s, the east of the country was not just full of Khmer Isiraks, but also Viet Cong guerrillas and bases, which were busy training Cambodians to instigate a communist revolution.
Naturally, the French launched a campaign in the east to suppress the rebels, but it proved to be wildly unpopular and led to protests around the country and within the government.
On June 9, 1952, King Sihanouk reacted by assuming direct control of Cambodia's affairs.
Back in Paris, the AEK and Pol Pot were violently opposed to what they described as Sihanouk's coup. And Pol Pot, for the first time ever, was moved to document his evolving political views.
He wrote an essay called Monarchy or Democracy and published it in the Khmer Student Journal. In it, he claimed that democracy, which was just a byword for socialism, was priceless like a diamond, whereas monarchy was as foul as a putrefying sore.
The AEK, however, was unsure if in lieu of monarchy, they should support the communists, the Khmer Isiraks, or the democratic rebels. To make a determination, they asked for volunteers to travel to the homeland and assess the various groups.
Even though the AEK was left-leaning and the Cercle was communist, the first step toward an improved Cambodia was independence from the French. To that end, the AEK wasn't set on supporting only the communist rebels. They wanted to support those who had the best chance to oust their French oppressors.
So, Pol Pot volunteered to return home and report back on the strength of the rebels.
In December of 1952, he ended up sailing back to Cambodia on the very same ship that had taken him to France years earlier.
The ship hadn't changed, but the man had.
Surrounded by French soldiers en route to suppress his people, Pol Pot finally knew he had found his purpose.
He was returning home to become a revolutionary.
Coming up, Pol Pot positions himself to take control of the Cambodian communist movement. Hi, listeners. If you're like me, you're always looking for the next great podcast to sink your teeth into. Well, here's one I know you'll enjoy. It's the Spotify original from Parcast, Medical Murders. Every Wednesday, meet the worst the medical community has to offer. Men and women who took an oath to save lives, but instead used their expertise to develop more sinister specialties. Join host Alastair Murden as he examines the formative years and the motives of history's most infamous killers, dissecting their medical backgrounds with expert analysis and professional insight provided by practicing MD Dr. David Kipper. Medical Murders highlights a wide range of heinous healthcare workers, like the general practitioner believed to be the most prolific serial killer in modern history, or the dentist who led a double life as a hitman, or even the doctor who mixed deadly potions for unhappy housewives to use on their husbands. When it comes to these true crime stories, the only thing the doctor ordered is murder. Follow Medical Murders free on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Now, back to the story.
By 1953, Cambodia was in turmoil. It was gradually being drawn into the Vietnamese War against the French, and several rebel factions within its borders were fighting for Cambodia's own independence.
28-year-old Pol Pot returned to the country under orders from the Khmer Student Union, or AEK, to assess which rebel faction was the strongest. He didn't know what to expect going in, but the situation on the ground was worse than anyone in the AEK could have imagined.
Pol Pot visited the Isarak's forces, but found them disorganized and ineffective. One of his classmates visited the Democrat rebels, but found them unpalatable.
That left only the communists.
The AEK didn't love that the communists were associated with the Vietnamese, who had been Cambodia's bitter rivals for generations. But they threw their weight behind the Vietnamese communists, or Viet Minh anyway, and hoped that once Cambodia was free, the AEK and Cercle Marxiste would be able to seize control of their national communist movement.
In the meantime, they had a revolution to launch.
Pol Pot traveled to the Viet Minh headquarters, where the Vietnamese immediately put him to work.
Cultivating cassava and working as a deputy mess officer.
It was a bitter reminder of the Vietnamese attitude toward Cambodians.
But Pol Pot's charm and pedigree helped him earn their trust, and he was slowly given more responsibility. He taught himself passable Vietnamese and soon became the Eastern Zone commander's aide. One of his main duties was to help his boss prepare political seminars.
In the process, Pol Pot's feelings about the Vietnamese began to shift. The fates of their two countries were intertwined. Communist success in one meant communist success in the other. Together, they could win the epic battle of good against evil.
Unfortunately, Pot's ambitions were complicated in late 1953 when the French withdrew from Cambodia.
It was a huge coup for Sihanouk, who received much of the credit, despite the fact that the French pulled out thanks to pressure back home, where the war in Cambodia was even more unpopular than the war in Vietnam. Plus, the French simply didn't have enough manpower to fight a war on two fronts.
They also gambled that by granting Cambodia independence, they'd quell communist sentiment in the country, and thus steal a possible ally from communist Vietnam.
For the rebels, this all added up to a tremendous blow. Their go-to rallying cry was that the king was a French puppet, and now he'd apparently secured their freedom from the French.
Things only got worse when Sihanouk initiated negotiations with the governments of the USSR and Vietnam. He wanted the Viet Minh out of his country, and he wanted the communist rebels to stand down.
And shockingly, the Vietnamese agreed. They were busy fighting their own war, and for now, their primary goal was to ensure Cambodia had a friendly regime that would allow them to smuggle weapons across its borders.
Without Vietnamese support, Cambodia's first communist revolution was dead before it really started. Rebels were instructed to either travel to Vietnam and continue the fight, or stay in Cambodia and abandon the revolution.
But Pol Pot wasn't ready to throw in the towel. As a student of Mao, who he found less dense than Marx and Lenin, He knew that the first step for a colonial Marxist revolution was to overthrow the colonial power. Since that was done, the real work could begin, even if he had to forge the path towards revolution himself.
The first step was gathering up whatever communist allies were left in Cambodia, many of them his old friends from Paris. Then together they created a framework for the communist organization that they were certain would one day take control of Cambodia.
Pol Pot was in charge of infiltrating the Democratic Party and attempting to influence them to support communist ideas. Everyone else was involved in secretly plotting to overthrow the government or working for a leftist political party that was really a front for communism.
The front party was called Prachichan, or the People's Group, and it seemed poised to achieve some power in parliament in the 1955 election. The eventual goal was to turn Cambodia communist via the legislature. Trouble, however, was brewing in the form of King Sihanouk.
Sihanouk had never fully trusted the United States, which he saw as just another imperialist power. The Democrats, on the other hand, viewed the United States as a possible ally.
The Democrats were the largest political faction in post-France Cambodia, and Sihanouk felt threatened. So he made a radical decision. He abdicated the throne in order to run for office as the head of his own party.
It was a brilliant move. Conservatives flocked to his banner, and his party was very popular with the peasantry. It was headed by the former king, after all, who still had the quasi-mystical aura of royalty.
The Democrats maintained their base and still posed a threat, but they proved no match for Sihanouk, who launched a campaign of voter suppression and won control of the legislature by a landslide.
In essence, transforming Cambodia into a single-party state.
Pol Pot and his allies were frustrated. They began to realize that if elections continued to run like the one in 1955, there was no way they would ever achieve power through legitimate legislation. The only other option was an armed struggle.
An armed struggle that they didn't have numbers or the support for.
Many former communists gave up. They abandoned the party.
But not Pol Pot.
To him, there was only one obvious choice. They would just have to wait.
The party now became almost entirely clandestine, retreating into the background, forming small local cells, and instructing each of those cells to do everything they could to attract more Cambodians to their cause, while keeping their heads down.
Most party members lived a double life.
Pol Pot, for instance, spent his days as a history and French literature teacher at a private school, but spent his nights meeting with other communists.
It was a brave effort, but to Pot's increasing frustration, it wasn't amounting to much.
The party was in shambles, due in part to the fact that they had no clearly defined policy or ideology. Apart from vague socialist or egalitarian ideas, their goals mostly stopped at revolution. It wasn't the most inspiring pitch.
To truly start a revolution, they needed to rally the people with the concrete promise of something better to come.
Things only got worse in 1957, when Sihanouk and Lon Nol, his chief of staff, launched a campaign of terror against Democrats, communists, and leftists ahead of a general election. They harassed left-wing politicians and bullied voters.
Predictably, only candidates approved by Sihanouk won seats in the legislature.
The already minuscule Communist Party shrank in response, from 850 members to around 250.
Something had to be done if the communists were going to survive, so the party finally convened a congress to hammer out an ideology and form a real plan to turn Cambodia red, including, first things first, giving themselves a new name. They would henceforth be called the Kampuchean Labour Party, or KLP.
They described it as a party of the working class, taking Marxism-Leninism as its foundation, closely linked to the masses, organized on the basis of democratic centralism and using criticism and self-criticism as its guiding principle.
The Congress never defined who the working class was, most likely because Cambodia didn't really have a working class. It was not industrialized, and most of its population were peasants. The country was still essentially a feudal state, with much of the wealth and power concentrated in the hands of a small group of nobles.
So, the first Congress left some questions unanswered, but 2 weeks later, they assembled another Congress and admitted that their revolution would have to come from the countryside, just like Mao's. It would be a peasant revolution.
Pol Pot, who long preferred Mao to Marx, wasn't bothered by this, and things started to get even better when the party leadership was elected. He found himself in the third most senior position, behind Tu Samut and Nun Chia.
This was a new start. They were focused. He was at the helm officially after years of quietly keeping the communist spirit alive.
And now, they just had to take down the tyrannical Sihanouk and the feudal regime that backed him to make way for the future.
Still, Pot and the communists faced an uphill battle. In January of 1962, Sihanouk and Defense Secretary Lon Nol sentenced 12 members of the Kampuchean Labour Party to death and shut down its newspaper. A few months later, they even captured and executed Tu Samut.
The party's misfortune turned out to be another blessing for Pol Pot. He became the KLP's leader in July.
But Pol Pot's life was about to take a dramatic turn.
Someone had leaked a list of 34 suspected leftists to the government. Pol Pot was on it. And when Sihanouk summoned him to the Prime Minister's office, he fled into the jungle.
Pot was now a wanted man. He'd most likely be killed if he ever returned to the capital, and his fate in the jungle was uncertain.
But he was undeterred.
He was still convinced that one way or another, whatever the cost, he was going to start a revolution.
Coming up, Pol Pot transforms the Kampuchean Labour Party into a revolutionary fighting force.
Now back to the story.
37-year-old Pol Pot began life in exile in 1962, living at a Viet Minh base on the Cambodian side of the border. The conditions were miserable, but he was enmeshed with communist allies, and among these like-minded folk, he never stopped working toward the communist revolution.
He spent much of the next 2 years traveling. During his travels, he met North Vietnamese leaders Ho Chi Minh and Le Duan in Hanoi. He also met with Chinese Communist Party leaders Deng Xiaoping and Pan Xin in Beijing.
His main goal was to drum up support and allies for a Cambodian revolution.
Unfortunately, no one was particularly interested.
At the time, Communist Asia's focus was on the conflict in Vietnam against their arch-rival, the United States.
Pol Pot was disappointed at the lack of support, but part of him was also secretly thrilled.
After all, if the Vietnamese wouldn't help him, his Cambodian communists wouldn't fall under their thumb, and he'd get to lead the charge himself.
In the fall of 1964, Pol Pot set up a headquarters for his coming revolution in the jungle, just next to the Vietnamese border. It was called Office 100, and it was host to an assembly where the party began to hammer out yet another official policy.
The party under Pol Pot would be slightly different from its previous iterations. Pol Pot had spent the last several years living in the jungles among the peasants, and he had developed a strong distaste for both city dwellers and intellectuals, even those within the lower castes.
In fact, Pot assumed that Cambodia's few factory workers had most likely been infiltrated by foreigners and therefore couldn't be trusted. Taking this idea a step further, Pol Pot actually banned factory workers from joining the Communist Party.
This ran counter to traditional Marxist teachings. To Marx, workers represented progress and peasants represented backwardness. Most Marxist movements movements wanted to transform peasants into workers.
Pol Pot wanted to transform everyone into peasants.
To that end, the new Kampuchean Labor Party was a party of action, not thinking. They didn't need to study Marxist-Leninist material. They would create their own form of communism, born essentially out of their own ignorance.
As Pol Pot later put it, we applied ourselves and then put it into practice without knowing whether it was right or wrong.
In essence, they were making it up as they went along.
It's hard to say if this vivid, if unconventional ideology contributed to a marked increase in recruitment. The party's numbers were up to 2,000 by 1965.
It's more likely, however, that these recruits were the result of Sihanouk's increasingly repressive policies and some major changes in the country's workforce.
Sihanouk had aggressively reformed Cambodia's educational policies over the last few years, but the economy couldn't keep up. As a result, there were 10 times more students than when Pol Pot was in school, with the same number of jobs for educated workers.
This meant that each opportunity for a white-collar job received over 100 applicants. Thousands of unemployed educated students were left to roam the streets, grumbling about lack of opportunity.
Furthermore, thanks to a series of bad harvests and high interest rates on bank loans, many peasants now found themselves landless. With no other options, they traveled to the cities looking for jobs, where of course there were none.
These disillusioned students and peasants were perfect recruits for the Kampuchean Labor Party, and Pol Pot ordered his communist cells to go into recruitment overdrive. Despite the fact that he didn't love having to include intellectuals in his party, he knew this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up.
But changing membership meant naturally the need for new plans. So at the end of 1966, Pol Pot held another party congress. The communists made 3 important decisions.
First, they were now the Communist Party of Kampuchea, the CPK.
Secondly, they moved the party headquarters to the northeast to get away from the Viet Cong.
They also agreed that at long last, all party leaders should begin making preparations for an armed struggle.
The uprising finally officially commenced on January 18, 1968, when rebel soldiers raided an army post at Bai Damron.
The operation, unfortunately for Pol Pot, was a complete disaster.
Still, the first stone had been cast. From here on out, Pot and the party's main goals were to assault military outposts in order to steal weapons, and to let disaffected peasants know that there was a revolution taking place against the repressive government.
To that end, the CPK was surprisingly successful. After an inauspicious start, they managed to steal hundreds of rifles from the government, and by early March, more than 10,000 disaffected peasants had flocked to the CPK.
The CPK was most successful in the Northeast region, where by the fall of 1968, they controlled many of the region's communes and villages. By the end of 1968, there were an estimated 1,500 communist insurgents backed by several times more armed peasants.
But these successes didn't necessarily mean Pot's revolution was ready to take over the country. Most of CPK's soldiers were poor soldiers. If they were trained at all, it was usually in CPK ideology and concepts like the proletarian consciousness, not military strategy or using their weapons.
Pol Pot would certainly not be deterred now, when things were finally starting to go his way and revolution was actually happening.
Fortunately for the CPK, Sihanouk made a conveniently timed, ill-advised decision. He undermined Cambodia's relationship with China by banning the teachings of Mao, as well as the Mao pins and paraphernalia that had become popular with students.
Now, out of China's favor, he had no choice but to seek support from the United States. and he couldn't protest when the U.S. began to secretly bomb the Cambodian side of the Vietnamese border in an effort to stop supplies from getting to the North Vietnamese.
This choice, along with other repressive policies, sent droves of recruits to the CPK. Finally, Pol Pot had the numbers he needed to wage a full-fledged war against the government.
But there was just one problem. After all its raids of military bases, the CPK still didn't have enough weapons to arm its people.
Pol Pot and Sihanouk were locked in a stalemate through the end of the 1960s. Each army had enough firepower to repel assaults, but not enough to counterattack.
But Pol Pot was once again about to receive some aid from Sihanouk himself.
On March 8, 1970, villagers along Cambodia's eastern border began to protest against the Viet Cong presence in their villages. Sihanouk liked the idea, so he ordered Lon Nol, his right-hand man, to create some spontaneous protests in the capital.
His misguided aim was to convince the Vietnamese to withdraw their troops from Cambodia. But his plan backfired spectacularly. The protests turned to riots, and by the end of the day, both the South and North Vietnamese embassies were reduced to ashes.
Following this debacle, members of the National Assembly brought forth a resolution to remove Sihanouk from power and install Lon Nol in his place. The resolution became official on March 18, 1970.
For all his failings, Sihanouk could be a shrewd politician, and in a desperate act of self-preservation, he flew to China, where he announced that he was willing to work with the CPK to overthrow Lon Nol.
Pol Pot didn't trust Sihanouk, but the Chinese urged him to consider the former king's offer. They felt it would add an air of legitimacy to the CPK regime.
So, Pol Pot made a decision just as radical as Sihanouk's offer. He accepted it.
Suddenly, the resistance of the people was led by Pol Pot and Cambodia's deposed king. It was an absolutely bizarre situation, and one that would make it impossible for the Phnom Penh government to claim that the communists were foreign puppets.
Pol Pot's fortunes changed almost overnight. With Sihanouk in charge of Cambodia, it had been almost impossible to convince Vietnam and China to aid the revolution.
But against Lon Nol's right-wing government, which was quickly proving to be very pro-American, it was a different story.
And Vietnam's support was exactly what the CPK needed. While the CPK's forces were poorly trained and poorly armed, the Vietnamese had been fighting since the 1940s.
The Vietnamese carried out most of the fighting in the 1970s. Cambodian troops were only used intermittently on the front lines, so villagers wouldn't confuse the communists for invaders.
By this point, the only thing propping up Lon Nol's regime was American aid and a cadre of 11,000 South Vietnamese troops.
Vietnamese forces began to withdraw in 1972 to prepare for a new offensive in South Vietnam. But Pol Pot and the CPK already appeared poised to achieve exactly what they wanted.
Unfortunately, when Pol Pot left his command center to travel the liberated zones, he was furious with what he saw.
People were still buying and trading items. Rich peasants still had bigger farms than poorer peasants.
Something had to be done.
So, following in the footsteps of Mao, Pol Pot decided it was now time to begin the social revolution. They would no longer treat villagers with kid gloves. It was time to declare trade, inequality, gambling, alcohol, unsanctioned travel, and even extramarital affairs forbidden.
Land was redistributed so that all inhabitants in each region had the exact same amount. Poorer peasants were obviously thrilled. Wealthy peasants, not so much.
But the real problems began when people resisted Pot's new mandates in the liberated zones.
In one stark example, after a village had killed 3 CPK officials, soldiers rounded up 3 ringleaders and their entire families and killed them all, even children and infants.
These moves were intended to snuff out the individual. In Pol Pot's perfect Cambodia, everyone was a peasant working together with absolutely no thought of the self or ideas of self-determination.
All that was left for Pol Pot to achieve his utopian dream was to take Phnom Penh.
But that was easier said than done, especially after the 1973 Paris Peace Accords.
The peace accords officially ended U.S. involvement in Vietnam, which made Pol Pot nervous. Aid from China and Vietnam could very well dry up if Cambodia was no longer valuable to them.
The 2 larger countries were already pressuring him to sign a peace deal with Lon Nol. Such a request was impossible. Both sides were utterly unwilling to make peace.
In response, the U.S. redoubled their bombing efforts in Cambodia, which was not off limits according to the treaty.
These bombs bought Lon Nol's regime another 3 years.
They also provided the perfect excuse for Pol Pot to enact his own show of force.
Claiming they might be struck by errant bombs, Pol Pot uprooted entire villages and marched them to different communes in the liberated zone. No one was allowed to bring any of their possessions. There wouldn't be room for them anyway, as these communes often had 30 or 40 families living together. They were crowded, dirty places, rife with misery and disease.
Pol Pot was beginning to reveal his true self, the self he had kept hidden from the world for almost 50 years. He was a man who believed that anything that got in the way of his perfect communist Cambodia had to be eliminated, whatever the bloody cost.
In fact, things would soon get much worse.
In March of 1974, Udong, one of the old imperial capitals, fell to CPK troops. They split the population into 2 groups, soldiers and officials, and everyone else. The first group was marched into the jungle and murdered.
The government lost more land throughout the year until by December, only Phnom Penh remained. It was completely cut off from the rest of the country and barely surviving only thanks to American food drops.
Then, on April 17, 1975, CPK forces entered the capital and the war drew to a close.
Pol Pot was finally the leader of a unified Cambodia, and it only cost the lives of 500,000 of his countrymen to do it.
Nonetheless, there was a sense of relief throughout the capital. The war was finally over. Now things could go back to normal, and perhaps, as the CPK promised, their lives would even get better.
They couldn't have been more wrong. The horrors had only just begun.
You're going to judge the drywall. I've never gone into the airplane just I do all my work as a computer.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. Next week, we'll explore Pol Pot's reign as leader of the Democratic Republic of Kampuchea. We'll discuss how his cultural revolution led to the deaths of nearly a quarter of the Cambodian population.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals from Parcast free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound design by Dick Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Isabella Way. This episode of Dictators was written by Charles Brock, with writing assistance by Nora Patel, fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Chelsea Wood and Brian Petrus. Dictators stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. Hi, it's Richard. All of us at Parcast want to thank you for your continuing support throughout the year. Parcast couldn't be what it is today without you. We also wanted to give you a heads up that we're taking a break for the holidays and won't be back until after the new year. But since the season is all about giving, we do have something special lined up for the next 2 weeks, so be sure to tune in. In the meantime, enjoy the season, and we'll be back the first week of January with your regular programming. Have a happy and safe New Year. Due to the graphic nature of this dictator's reign, listener discretion is advised. This episode includes discussions of violence that some people may find offensive. We advise extreme caution for children under 13.
From the outside, the 3-story concrete building in South Phnom Penh was unremarkable. There was a bright green lawn out front, graced with several trees. It wouldn't look out of place on a college campus, and in fact, it once was a school.
But starting in 1975, it had a far darker purpose.
On the orders of Pol Pot, Cambodia's ruthless dictator, the building was christened Security Prison 21. Colloquially, it was known as Tool Slang, or the Hill of Poisonous Trees.
And it was used as a massive torture chamber.
Suspected enemies of Pol Pot and his Communist Party were brought into the school's halls and tortured until they admitted spying for the CIA, the KGB, the Vietnamese, or all three.
The tortures could be as unimaginative as beatings, or as outlandish as mechanical pumps that drained all the blood from victims' bodies.
While they were still alive.
By the end of S-21's run, over 20,000 people passed through its doors. Most of them never made it out alive.
And it was only one of almost 200 similar detention centers.
Pol Pot had a, quote, glorious vision for Cambodia's future. And if anyone was even suspected of disagreeing, they had to be eliminated.
Welcome to Dictators, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm Kate.
And I'm Richard. You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
This season on Dictators, we're exploring 20th century dictatorships in China and Cambodia. During the first half of the century, Mao Zedong and Pol Pot rose to power on a tide of anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist sentiment. But once in power, their attempt to create a communist paradise resulted in death, destruction, and terror.
This is our second episode on Cambodian dictator Pol Pot, and the final episode of the season. Last week, we explored his rise from a humble schoolteacher and secret Marxist revolutionary to the leader of Democratic Kampuchea, or Communist Cambodia.
This week, we'll learn how he effectively turned Cambodia into a slave state, and how it all came crumbling down thanks to the very policies Pol Pot forced on his country.
Coming up, Pol Pot's sickening power trip.
Smoke hung heavy in the sky as Pol Pot's soldiers entered Phnom Penh on April 17, 1975. The city breathed a sigh of relief. The 5-year civil war that had killed 500,000 Cambodians was finally over.
The winning side was the Communist Party of Kampuchea, or the CPK, more popularly known as the Khmer Rouge, in honor of the red scarves they wore.
But the Khmer Rouge soldiers didn't all look like winners.
Many were peasants from Cambodia's mountainous regions and had never seen a city before. Modern life confused them.
They were filthy from fighting and didn't understand urban habits. They drank out of toilet bowls thinking they were wells. They were suspicious of food or drink in bottles or cans, yet willingly drank motor oil and ate toothpaste thinking they were food.
But the real trouble on the winning side lay not with its countryside soldiers, but with its leader, Pol Pot.
Pol Pot had studied the works of Mao and Stalin, and he was convinced that for a revolution to be truly effective, all resistance must be smoked out and crushed.
The executions began almost immediately. The first to die was the ousted regime's prime minister. Several other high-ranking Republican figures soon joined him.
Pol Pot's goal was to establish perhaps the most radically communist government the world had ever seen. One that didn't just uplift the peasantry, but forced everyone in the country to become a peasant.
To that end, on the very afternoon that his soldiers entered the city, Pol Pot ordered Phnom Penh emptied of inhabitants. All 2 million of them.
The pretense was that the Americans, who had been mercilessly bombing Cambodia since the conclusion of the Vietnam War, were going to launch a raid on the capital. But it was a lie.
In reality, Pol Pot worried that Cambodia's cities were a hotbed of anti-communist thought. He also correctly figured that it would be much more difficult for Western spies to operate without anyone in the capital. Cambodia's CIA chief would later admit that his entire intelligence apparatus was neutralized when Pol Pot evacuated Phnom Penh. But that didn't mean the operation was an all-around success.
The exodus was a fiasco from the start. In a pattern that would be repeated throughout Pol Pot's entire rule, he acted with almost no planning.
There was nowhere for the evacuees to stay during their march through the countryside. No food, no transportation, and no medical aid. April is Cambodia's hottest month, and many civilians suffered from heat exhaustion. Those who could no longer keep walking were killed.
They were forced to march hundreds of miles to new farming cooperatives. Soldiers and CPK officials chose who went where. The new peasants had no say in the matter.
The exodus also doubled as a highly effective way to screen nearly a quarter of Cambodia's population for former government officials, and thus people Pol Pot viewed as potential threats.
At checkpoints along the road, soldiers would ask all government officials to come forward. The ruse was that they were being asked to help the new government to rebuild Phnom Penh.
In reality, they were dragged off into the jungle to be killed.
In the end, upward of 20,000 people died in the evacuation. And Pol Pot was just getting started.
Once the capital was emptied, Pol Pot's peasantification could begin. His goal was to make Cambodia completely self-sufficient by building an economy on the backs of rice farms. The plan was to mechanize farming within 10 years and then to industrialize within 20 years.
It wasn't a terrible plan. Pot wanted to construct a vast network of irrigation canals to increase rice yields, and many independent Western observers claimed that it was a praiseworthy initiative.
But what they might not have approved of were the methods he used, like forced labor.
In essence, Pol Pot transformed Cambodia into a slave state. The only people who were allowed to make meaningful choices were party members. Everyone else did as they were told, or paid the price.
Money was outlawed. There were no markets, and bartering was heavily discouraged. What's worse, the enforcement of these rules was often arbitrary. Many of the decisions were made by the village authorities and soldiers on the ground. Therefore, in some regions, you might just be assigned extra work for bartering. In others, you'd be dragged out into the jungle and killed.
The population was divided into three groups: full rights members, candidates, and depositees.
Full rights members were usually lower-class peasants. They got their rations first and were allowed to occupy political posts. Candidates got their rations second and could hold minor offices. Depositees had no rights, could hold no office, and received their food last from the communal kitchens.
There was another classification as well. People from the early liberated areas, who were under Pol Pot's rule before the fall of Phnom Penh, were called base people. Everyone else was called new people.
Base people were allowed to grow their own crops and were punished lightly for ideological infractions. New people were treated as little more than enemies.
In April of 1975, when the new peasants were struggling to adjust to their radically new lives, 50-year-old Pol Pot traveled abroad. He signed a preliminary treaty with Vietnam, which established close ties between the countries.
And on June 21st, Pol Pot even met Mao Zedong.
Mao was fascinated by Pol Pot's ideological fervor. He presciently warned the Cambodian leader that though his goals were just, they were dangerously unrealistic. He also warned Pot not to be so heavy-handed when dealing with his enemies.
Quite the warning coming from Mao, who was no stranger to the heavy hand.
Nevertheless, Pol Pot's trip was a success. China agreed to send Cambodia aid, technical training, and military supplies, all in exchange for a secure alliance.
China didn't trust the new Vietnam and wanted to use Cambodia as a forward operating base. The hope was that despite Pot's other alliance with Vietnam, China's involvement with Cambodia would limit Vietnam's hegemony over Southeast Asia.
The international alliances were secured, and with that, Pol Pot was ready to turn his attention inward to his experimental new slave state.
For example, he created a national quota of 3 tons of rice per hectare. The goal was to use more rice output to grow the population by several million, and thus bring Cambodia's size closer to Vietnam's.
Unfortunately, the plan was wrought with issues from the start.
Cambodia could never grow that much rice without chemical fertilizer, which it lacked.
So, unable to meet the quotas, party officials did 2 things. They barely gave the peasants underneath them anything to eat, and they lied about the crop yields they supervised.
Because of these lies, the government took a large part of the peasants' already meager rations for national stockpiles, leaving the majority of the country either extremely malnourished or outright starving.
Unfortunately, it was the beginning of a pattern. These rice quotas were the root of an endless cycle of famine and repression that would typify Pol Pot's rule. Although technically, Prince Sihanouk was still the head of the government, at least as far as he knew.
Prince Sihanouk had been waiting out the war in Beijing. Now that Phnom Penh had fallen, in September he felt comfortable returning to Cambodia. But unbeknownst to him, Pol Pot and the CPK had secretly drafted a new constitution dissolving the monarchy.
They needn't have bothered. Sihanouk toured the countryside, saw the state of the peasantry, and said, "My people had been transformed into cattle. My eyes were open to a madness which neither I nor anyone else had imagined."
On March 10, 1976, he officially resigned as the head of state and tried to go to China for quote-unquote medical reasons.
But now that he was getting comfortable with his new all-powerful position, Pol Pot wouldn't allow it. He denied the request.
Sihanouk was now a prisoner in the very country he used to rule.
Which meant that Pol Pot was now publicly and visibly more than just a revolutionary. He was Cambodia's leader.
But if Cambodians hoped that this new status meant Pol Pot was going to rule more kindly and wisely in the future, they were dead wrong.
Coming up, Pol Pot's paranoia and purges lead to his downfall. Hi there, it's Kate. If you haven't had a chance to check out the entertaining new podcast, Blind Dating, now's the time to binge what you've missed before catching all new episodes every Wednesday. In this Spotify original from Parcast, we're expanding the places you can meet your match with a twist you'll never see coming. Join host Tara Michelle as she introduces one hopeful single to two strangers in a voice-only call. Through a series of illuminating games and questions, the trio will get to know one another without the distraction of appearances. But once the cameras are turned on, is personality still enough for these strangers to fall for each other? Or will they say farewell? Connect with new episodes of Blind Dating every Wednesday. You can find and follow Blind Dating free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, back to the story.
By 1976, 51-year-old Pol Pot had implemented the majority of the policies that, in his mind, would transform Cambodia into a thriving modern nation. There was just one problem. The policies weren't working.
He believed he had solved the country's agricultural problem by implementing strict quotas. Why then were people starving? Why were freshly built dams collapsing? Why was the economy in shambles?
There was only one rational solution: traitors and sabotage. People who, quote, question the stance of independence mastery and self-reliance.
As if to confirm his fevered paranoia, a series of unexplained events occurred in early 1976. A munitions dump exploded in February. On April 2nd, a grenade exploded outside the royal palace.
And then an aide died after tasting Pol Pot's food before he had taken a bite.
Someone was trying to kill him.
Pol Pot immediately suspected the Vietnamese, who had reunified their country that July. Outwardly, he sent them congratulations. Secretly, he began to make preparations for war.
But Pol Pot was also certain that his government was full of traitors, so he fabricated proof that these traitors existed.
The logic was that with the fabricated proof, he could arrest suspected traitors, and then he could torture them until they confessed.
He sent his secret police to round up anyone who was not an anti-Vietnam hardliner, as well as anyone who didn't have a so-called revolutionary mindset.
Among his first victims were a general and 6 of the general's associates. They were black-bagged and sent to S-21, one of many new security prisons established throughout the country.
After 4 months of torture, the general, quote, admitted he was part of a fantastically vast conspiracy theory aimed at killing most of the CPK leadership. He implicated several other party officials who were arrested and tortured. They, in turn, implicated even more party officials. This process continued ad infinitum.
Pol Pot wasn't completely delusional. He knew that most confessions obtained under torture were false. Therefore, the CPK adopted a solution of a sort. Nothing would be done unless someone was accused 3 times.
In Pol Pot's mind, these leadership purges weren't just necessary, they were a good thing. The people who didn't believe in his socialist revolution were the same people who wanted to ease tensions with Vietnam. They weren't radicals, and they deserved death.
It's an idea he held on to throughout his reign. In the first half of 1976, 400 people entered S-21. In the second half, there were more than 1,000. By the spring of 1977, S-21 was processing 1,000 new victims a month.
But if the purpose of the purges was rooting out disloyalty, they had just the opposite effect.
Pol Pot was becoming more unpopular by the day.
The peasants hated him for his regime's cruelty. Party members hated him for his mercurial justice.
But Pol Pot wasn't paying attention to his reputation at home. because, once again, his attention was being monopolized by international politics.
Mao Zedong died on September 9, 1976. Democratic Kampuchea declared a formal period of mourning.
Meanwhile, Vietnam was getting increasingly frustrated with its neighbor. Refugees were fleeing the Cambodian countryside in droves, and many of them were heading west to Vietnam.
On top of that, clashes with Cambodian troops along the border were increasing in both frequency and severity, likely thanks to local leaders who wanted to prove their loyalty to Pol Pot, since every Cambodian knew he was anti-Vietnamese.
The Vietnamese wanted to return the refugees to Cambodia, despite the horror stories they told, and they wanted to renew the friendship treaty between the two countries. Cambodia rejected them on both counts.
There was a method to Cambodia's madness. Pol Pot and the country at large never trusted Vietnam, who they saw as their ancestral arch-nemesis. In the Cambodian mind, it was always only a matter of time until Vietnam attacked.
Therefore, Pol Pot wanted to show his neighbor that Cambodia would not only stand up and fight, but they would do so more viciously than Vietnam could ever fathom. The idea was that if they acted crazy enough, Vietnam might leave them alone.
To punctuate his point, Pol Pot sent soldiers over the border on April 30th, 1977. They destroyed several villages and murdered hundreds of Vietnamese civilians, including women and children, in brutal ways.
The Vietnamese retaliated with bombing raids.
Things were spiraling out of control at an alarming rate. And so naturally, foreign powers began to involve themselves in the conflict.
China had a vested interest in remaining Southeast Asia's preeminent power, and they worried that if Cambodia fell to Vietnam, they would lose that status. They had propped up Pol Pot since his rise to power, and they were worried his bellicose attitude would end his regime where it really began.
Guo Feng, the Chinese premier, was also worried that Vietnam was a Soviet puppet, and he didn't want the USSR to establish a sphere of influence in Southeast Asia either. Eventually, China would get the U.S. to take an interest in the conflict for this reason as well.
And in fact, Vietnam realized that allying with the Soviets might just be their ticket to success.
The alliance immediately yielded results. The Soviets sent their new friends weapons, ammunition, and other aid.
Vietnam began to train Cambodian refugees, forging them into an anti-Khmer Rouge force that was loyal to Hanoi.
Finally, things were looking good for Vietnam, and despite China's support, they were looking distinctly bad for Pol Pot.
By the spring of 1978, the dictator was beginning to see just how bad his position was. His attempt to protect his country from Vietnam had just caused Vietnam to become more aggressive, and internally, Cambodia was on the edge of disaster too.
People were starving. Leadership was chaotic, weak, and disorganized thanks to constant purges.
Though he would never admit publicly that he did anything wrong, privately, Pol Pot confessed that his policies had failed Cambodia. He couldn't ignore government reports that up to 30% of the population was malnourished.
In an effort to alleviate the peasants' suffering, he softened many of the country's hardline communist policies. Foraging was again permitted. The distinction between base and new people was abolished, and everyone now had full rights.
But in typical Khmer Rouge fashion, Pol Pot accompanied these changes with his largest purge to date. Tens of thousands of dissidents were murdered in secret interrogation rooms or throughout the jungle.
Pol Pot also expanded from targeting party officials and village leaders to soldiers and their commanders.
And then, entire villages.
Any village he suspected of showing pro-Vietnamese sentiments was slaughtered wholesale.
Years later, when many of these villagers returned home, they found the jungle literally covered with bones.
But in the meantime, it led some soldiers to defect and launch guerrilla campaigns against the Khmer Rouge. It was the first instance of open revolt against Pol Pot's rule.
The country was falling apart faster and faster. Military leaders estimated that they were spending upwards of 60% of their manpower dealing with internal enemies.
Pol Pot's purges would ultimately take the lives of up to 250,000 people that we know of. The true number of dead will probably never be known.
But the end was finally coming.
The hammer finally fell on December 25th, 1978, when the Vietnamese launched a diversionary assault in northeast Cambodia before committing 60,000 troops to a main assault in the south.
The Cambodians were ill-prepared. Defenses had fallen by the wayside in favor of purges. And then, Pol Pot completely ignored China's advice to resist the Vietnamese with guerrilla tactics.
This was a catastrophic mistake. His forces were outnumbered by at least 2 to 1 at every point on the front. The Vietnamese forces penetrated deep into the country and made swift progress toward the capital.
But Pol Pot, who had spent the majority of his reign spouting lies, didn't change tactics now. He claimed he was allowing the Vietnamese to enter Cambodia so he could encircle and then crush them.
He also lied about where the enemy forces were, even to his own military commanders. Some of them were surprised when Vietnamese soldiers suddenly arrived at their headquarters.
But however many times he denied the reality, the Vietnamese army marched on.
By January of 1979, Chinese technicians working at a rubber plantation in Cambodia radioed Beijing saying there was basically no more army.
These technicians, along with other Chinese nationals, were airlifted back to China on January 6th. Sihanouk, who had been completely sidelined during the entirety of Pol Pot's reign, was with them.
On January 7th, as the Vietnamese closed in on the capital, Pol Pot and many of the CPK leaders secretly fled the city and back to the jungle near the Thai border, where Pol Pot had started his revolution years before.
They left 40,000 peasants, factory workers, and bureaucrats behind in Phnom Penh without leadership.
But they may not have minded. Most Cambodians were disgusted with the Khmer Rouge by now. A CPK official later said simply, they hated us. They just wanted us gone.
But if they were done with Pol Pot wasn't done with them.
He would spend the better part of the next 15 years fighting a jungle campaign against the Vietnamese.
For the Khmer Rouge, the war had only just begun.
Coming up, Pol Pot's slow, ignominious slide into defeat and the dark impact of his years in power.
Now back to the story.
By the start of 1979, all but the westernmost stretches of Cambodia were under Vietnamese rule. Pol Pot was back in the jungle, yet he refused to admit defeat, even if it meant a long, slow, and unsuccessful struggle with a small guerrilla force.
China did step in and throw a bone to its longtime ally in the form of a punitive expedition against Vietnam on February 17, 1979.
85,000 soldiers stormed into North Vietnam and laid waste to whatever military and economic infrastructure they came across. By the time they withdrew a month later, Vietnam's already weak economy was crippled. But that was a secondary goal. Their primary objective was to force the Vietnamese to send troops to reinforce the north and give Pol Pot some breathing room on the Cambodian border.
The Vietnamese didn't take the bait, however. Instead, they launched a new offensive against Pol Pot's jungle bases. Pol Pot had just hours of warning. He and his cronies barely escaped with their lives.
But escape they did, in time to watch the Vietnamese loot Cambodia's cities and even dismantle its factories, sending all the booty back to Vietnam.
The Vietnamese set up a provisional government in January. Much like under the Khmer Rouge, any new official had to go through lengthy indoctrination sessions. Those who didn't cooperate were imprisoned.
The end result was that many Cambodian peasants just gave up and fled the country. The refugees into Thailand grew from 150,000 that October to over 500,000 in December.
And Pol Pot and Sihanouk, seeing an opportunity and following the advice of their Chinese allies, grudgingly formed an alliance.
By December of 1981, the Communist Party of Kampuchea was no more, becoming the first and only communist party to willingly terminate its own existence. In its place was a new united front, one that did its best to separate itself from the past atrocities of the CPK.
And not just in name, there was some real reform. Dissidents were now re-educated rather than killed. Followers were allowed to have individual possessions. Captured soldiers were spared and given the choice to join Pol Pot's guerrillas or go home.
And Sihanouk was made head of state.
But for all the change, the alliance's numbers remained minimal. And when the Vietnamese finally launched an offensive to address their jungle dissidents, they were resoundingly crushed.
In December of 1984, Pol Pot was forced to flee to Thailand.
And watch as the world changed.
In March of 1985, the USSR's Mikhail Gorbachev came to power and cut back Moscow's overseas commitments, including aid to Vietnam. Vietnam, without Soviet backing, no longer had the resources to keep its hold on Cambodia.
It took time, but in September of 1989, Vietnam finally withdrew its troops from Cambodia. The Berlin Wall came down shortly thereafter, as did the USSR, and Russia normalized relations with China.
It might have been an opportunity for Pol Pot to once more claim center stage in Cambodia. But Vietnam wasn't the only one pulling out of the country.
Without the USSR to worry about, the United States and China were much less concerned with Cambodia, and they began withdrawing their support from Pol Pot and his remaining allies.
Finally, after decades of conflict, there were no more resources left to keep the fight going. In June of 1991, all the political factions left in Cambodia met and decided that there would be an indefinite ceasefire, including, to his chagrin, Pol Pot.
Out of the ashes of the country, a former Khmer Rouge commander and Vietnamese puppet politician emerged as a leader, thanks in part to the vicious mobs of supporters he sent to harass political opponents.
Sihanouk's son, Prince Ranrid, also emerged as a significant political player in post-Soviet Cambodia.
But Pol Pot did not.
Even after his career of atrocities, he still had the backing of about 5% of Cambodians. But that wasn't enough to win elections. So he went back to his old standby, guerrilla warfare.
It didn't go well. He suffered steady losses throughout the mid-1990s. His health began to fade. He developed a heart problem and required an oxygen tank.
He also began to make even more erratic decisions than he had in the past, like executing a popular party leader, Sun Sen, in June of 1997.
It was his last great mistake.
Another Khmer Rouge commander, fearing his death would come next, rebelled and sent troops to arrest Pol Pot. They held him under house arrest until July, when a Khmer Rouge panel sentenced him to life imprisonment.
Which ended up meaning 1 year. Pol Pot died on April 15, 1998, in his sleep.
It was a quiet end for a violent dictator who spilled untold quantities of blood and starved so many more.
Pol Pot's influence on Cambodia, unfortunately, lingers on past that quiet death.
Hun Sen, the former Khmer Rouge member, is still the country's prime minister. Other former Khmer Rouge members hold various government positions.
Cambodia still remains one of the poorest countries in the world and still suffers from crime and corruption. According to the World Justice Project, Cambodia is second to last on its Rule of Law Index, just ahead of Venezuela.
Tensions with Vietnam are still high, too. There were border spats between the two nations as recently as 2018. China still supports Cambodia as a way to check Vietnamese expansion almost 30 years after the Cold War's end.
Most tragic, however, is what hasn't outlasted Pol Pot's reign. The lives lost thanks to his violent and negligent policies. He was responsible for the deaths of between 1.5 and 2 million Cambodians.
That's around a quarter of the country's 1975 population.
Things might have been very different if he hadn't purged the people who knew how to manage a state and economy. If he hadn't chosen anti-intellectualism in favor of rigid dogma and illogical policies, he might have actually achieved some of his goals of progress and built a more equal society for all Cambodians.
But he didn't, and he will go down in history as one of the most brutal dictators to ever walk the earth.
Thanks for listening to Dictators. We'll be back next week to begin our new season on 20th century caudillos, starting with Cuba's Fulgencio Batista.
Among the many sources we used for today's episode, we found Pol Pot, Anatomy of a Nightmare by Philip Short to be extremely useful.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other Spotify originals from Parcast free on Spotify.
We'll see you next time.
Dictators is a Spotify original from Parcast. It is executive produced by Max Cutler, sound designed by Schroeder, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Joshua Kern. This episode of Dictators was written by Charles Brock, with writing assistance by Nora Battelle, fact-checking by Cara Mackerline, and research by Chelsea Wood and Brian Petras. Dictators stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rossner. Listeners, there's no better time than right now to open your heart to the hit Spotify original from Parcast, Blind Dating. Every Wednesday, find out if there's more to a love connection than just looks. Follow Blind Dating free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, listeners. It's Richard from Parcast Network. This holiday season marks 75 years since the unfolding of a real-life Christmas tragedy, the cryptic case of the Sauter family. If you enjoy this special three-part series, be sure to follow my Spotify original from Parcast, Unexplained Mysteries. There you'll find some of history's greatest conundrums, twice a week. Follow Unexplained Mysteries free on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. It was late on Christmas Eve, 1945. That evening had been filled with merriment and cheer. Now everyone was in bed. George and Jenny Sauter and 9 of their 10 children. One of their older sons was away fighting in the army, but for the rest of them, everything was fine. The house was quiet. And then
Jenny awoke with a start. She smelled smoke. Slowly, she got out of bed. She didn't wake her husband right away, perhaps because she hadn't yet found the source of the smell. Maybe one of the kids was making toast in the kitchen.
But when Jenny discovered flames in another room, she realized that their lives were all in terrible danger.
She woke George. and the pair located what children they could. In a mad dash, they shouted upstairs for the kids on the second floor to come down. But as the flames grew, the parents fled the house, trusting the younger ones were right behind them.
Once they emerged onto the lawn, George looked back to see the tongues of fire licking the structure of their home. He also saw their beautiful decorations and electric Christmas lights gleaming through the windows, relics of joyous memories slowly becoming engulfed in flames.
And that's when he realized there were only 4 children outside with him. The other 5 were still inside. But maybe, just maybe, he had time to get them out. Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take we don't know for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is our first episode in a special 3-part series about the mysterious fate of the Sodder children. On Christmas Eve 1945, a house fire killed 5 sons and daughters of George and Jenny Sodder. Or did it? For more than half a century, family members and sleuths have investigated the odd occurrences around the fire and put forth the theory that maybe the missing Sodder children are still out there, somewhere.
This week, we'll explore the background of the Sodder family and learn about a number of strange events leading up to the Christmas Eve fire. Then, we'll dive into a series of unsettling occurrences from during and immediately after the blaze.
Next time, we'll detail George and Jenny's investigations into the blaze and its aftermath. As they dug deeper into the bizarre circumstances, they began to suspect foul play and held on to the hope that against all odds, their children might still be alive.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us. Long before his house burned down and he lost 5 of his children, George Sodder saw the United States as a land of opportunity, or at least of escape.
He was born as Giorgio Sodo on the Italian island of Sardinia in 1895. He spent the first 13 years of his life there, growing up in a small town on a hill. Not much is known about his youth, mainly because he refused to speak about it.
It was obvious to those who knew him later that something happened in Italy that made young Giorgio want to leave. In 1908, he seized the chance to escape his home country and boarded a steamship with his older brother, headed to Ellis Island.
Because we don't know his brother's name, we'll call him Raphael. Giorgio was 13 years old when he and Raphael saw the Statue of Liberty and New York City skyline for the first time. But whatever excitement the new land may have inspired in Giorgio, his brother didn't seem to share it.
For reasons unknown, Raphael returned to Italy immediately after delivering his younger brother to the immigrant inspection station. Perhaps he was only tasked with delivering Giorgio safely to America. Maybe he was just along for the ride.
It could have been any number of reasons. He could have been turned away from Ellis Island for criminality or disease.
Regardless, when 13-year-old Giorgio emerged from Ellis Island, he had a new anglicized name, George Sodder. He was alone in a brand new country. For better and for worse, his new life in America began that day in 1908, and he quickly got to work.
George didn't stay in New York State for very long. Instead, he headed west to Pennsylvania in order to find opportunities there. And find them he did.
It took a few years, but before long, he left a railroad job in Pennsylvania for West Virginia and worked his way up through the hauling industry to open his own trucking company.
But that wasn't all he wanted out of life. In the early 1920s, George met Jenny Cipriani.
Jenny, like George, was also an Italian immigrant, but unlike him, she moved to the United States when she was just 3 and couldn't remember much of her life in Italy. It didn't matter, though. The two had plenty in common and hit it off right away. They fell in love, and soon enough, they got married.
Ready to start a family, they moved to nearby Fayetteville, West Virginia. Their new town was nestled in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains and was home to a small but tight-knit community of other Italian immigrants.
Over the next 20 years, they became respected members of the Fayetteville community. Their neighbors viewed George as a successful local businessman, and Jenny was known as a caring housewife who adored her 10 children.
But a mystery lingered at the heart of the Sauter family, and it involved George's past, or rather, the lack of it.
Everyone in their Italian-American community knew that George had emigrated to the States, just like many of them. And he may have had his secrets, but he certainly wasn't shy about his political opinions.
During the 1920s and 30s, Italy's fascist prime minister Benito Mussolini expanded his power and allied with the Nazis in World War II. During this time, George made it known that he despised the dictator. He sometimes got into passionate arguments with other Italians who supported Mussolini, and reportedly expressed relief when he heard the dictator had been killed in the spring of 1945. But even still, George was reticent to talk about his past.
However, it seemed the community opted to let these quirks go. They were fond of the Sauter family's many children.
The Sauters had 10 kids. Understandably, they ranged quite a bit in age. By 1945, their oldest, John, was 23 years old, while the youngest, Sylvia, was 2.
The family was large and, by all accounts, happy. And Christmas Eve, 1945, was no exception. That is, until a fire changed their lives forever. By the time the sun rose in the morning, half of their children would be gone.
Coming up, the omens before the fire.
Now, back to the story.
After they both immigrated from Italy in the early 1900s, George and Jenny Sauter settled down in the peaceful town of Fayetteville, West Virginia. They lived there with their 10 children for decades. George had a successful trucking business, and some of his kids worked local jobs.
On a brisk autumn morning in 1945, George woke up early. There were many chores that needed to get done before he had to leave for work. While his children helped their mother make breakfast, he raked the leaves on the lawn. As he did, he heard a tentative voice behind him ask, "Are you George Sauter?"
He turned. A young man stood at the foot of the lawn, hat in hand. George answered him in the affirmative, and the fellow eased a little bit.
The man was there to ask if George had any hauling work available. George thought about it. He'd been in the young man's position more than once. He said, "Just a minute, let me put away this rake."
George went around the back of the house and leaned the garden tool against the shed. But when he turned, he saw that the man had followed him like a lost puppy. The behavior made George uncomfortable.
Then, the young man became preoccupied with 2 fuse boxes mounted on the back of the house.
He pointed at them and said, "This is going to cause a fire someday."
George thought this was odd. A worker from the local utility company had recently checked the box's wiring, and they passed the inspection. The man declared them safe and sound.
Naturally, George assumed the stranger didn't know what he was talking about. George sent him on his way, and that was that. He put the interaction out of his mind. For now.
But a few weeks later, there was another strange encounter at the Sauter house. This time with someone the family had a history with.
In In a Times West Virginian article about the Sauter family, this man's name and personal details were omitted to protect his identity. But for our purposes, we'll call him Peter.
In 1943, George Sauter and Peter worked together in some capacity. That is, until they had a disagreement.
The exact nature of the spat is unclear, but given George's unapologetic anti-Mussolini sentiments, it's very possible their argument involved politics. Regardless, Peter and George stopped working together that year.
But Fayetteville was small, and its Italian-American community was smaller still. George and Peter were once close enough that Peter co-signed the Sauter's home insurance policy.
Apparently, this was a bad decision. Peter later raised the $1,500 insurance premium to $1,750 without the family's knowledge. Then, in autumn of 1945, he showed up at their front door to plead them of more money.
Peter now wanted to sell the Sauter's life insurance. Out of the blue, he decided the Sauters should take out policies on their children's lives, just to be safe.
When George heard this, he likely stared at the man in stunned disbelief. Why on earth would his kids need insurance? They were healthy. They were children, with long lives ahead of them.
But Peter pressed the issue. Life insurance was a matter of practicality and prudence, not emotion. What if something happened to the children and they didn't have a policy?
But George would have none of it. Soon, the conversation devolved into another argument. Finally, Peter threw his hands up in frustration. He scowled at George. According to several reports about the incident, he said, "Your house is going to go up in smoke, and your children are going to be destroyed."
This was the second time someone had predicted that his house would burn down. But Peter wasn't finished. He added, "You are going to be paid for the dirty remarks you have been making about Mussolini."
So that was why Peter was so heated. He was bitter about George's politics. George didn't care, but he'd had his fill of being polite, so he ordered the man off his property and shut the door. Hopefully, that would be the end of it.
But it wasn't. A couple months later, the Sauter family had another, albeit more distant, encounter with someone.
In late December, only a few days before Christmas, the younger Sauter children walked home from school for one of the last times that year. They were on their typical path along US Route 21. The trees were bare and the sky was gray. As they normally did, a few of the older Sauter boys watched for their younger siblings from the house to make sure they got home safe.
It was easy enough to see the road from the Sauter home. Most days, nothing much happened on the quiet rural street.
But this day was different. As the younger kids made their way along the road, the older Sauter brothers saw a man in a car parked on the gravel shoulder, staring at the Sauter children as they walked.
The boys didn't know what to do. They thought about telling their parents, but decided against it. The younger children were almost to the house, and if the man tried something, well, the boys would put a stop to it.
Fortunately, nothing did happen that day. The children made it home and got inside in one piece. By the time the older boys closed the door, they forgot about the strange car entirely. They had Christmas to be excited about now. It was only a few days away, and the Sauter household was buzzing with activity and anticipation.
Christmas Eve was a whirlwind of small gifts, twinkling lights, and holiday songs on the turntable. The children could barely contain their excitement about the next day's festivities, and that was in part because their oldest sister, Marion, had brought all of them toys from her job at a local dime store. The majority of the kids wanted to stay up late playing with the gifts.
George was tired after a long day of work and wanted to get to bed soon. But his kids wanted to stay up past their bedtime on Christmas Eve. Given the special occasion, he told them that they could. But George and the two older sons, who were also feeling tired, went to bed.
The house finally went quiet sometime around midnight, but it didn't stay peaceful for long. Around 12:30 in the morning, the phone rang.
Jenny Sauter stumbled out of bed. If someone was calling at this time of night, it must be important. She practically ran to the phone, grabbing for the receiver and lifting it to her ear.
She heard a stranger on the other end, an unfamiliar woman, asking for someone who Jenny didn't know. In the background, Jenny could hear people laughing and the tinkling of glasses. It sounded like a lively party on the other end of the line.
Jenny realized that this call wasn't for her or for anyone else in her family. Or maybe it was a prank. She told the woman that she had the wrong number, and then Jenny hung up.
She started to go back to bed, but in her hazy, half-asleep state, she noticed that all the stairs were still on. But Jenny hadn't been in there, which meant that someone else must have turned them on.
Jenny creeped through the house. Most of the children were upstairs sleeping. She figured that it couldn't have been one of them. So done it.
Before she could come up with an answer, she noticed the curtains were hanging open. And as she moved down to close them, she noticed that the front door was unlocked.
Jenny listened. Maybe there was an intruder in the house, but she didn't hear anything. Then she noticed Marion had fallen asleep on the couch. She shook off the eerie feeling, locked the door, and headed upstairs to sleep.
Only a few moments after nodding off, a thumping noise woke her from her slumber. It sounded like something hitting the roof and then rolling. She had no idea what it could be.
Jenny listened closely to see if it would happen again. But it didn't, and so she slowly drifted back into sleep.
An hour or so went by before Jenny was woken up again. This time, it wasn't a sound that roused her, but instead, the smell of smoke. She noticed it creeping into her and George's bedroom.
Jenny went to find out where it was coming from. She moved through the rooms looking for flames, but the only thing she encountered was smoke, billows of it, until she rounded the doorway into George's office and froze.
Fire climbed the walls, and the flames were growing quickly.
That's when she realized that everything she held dear, her home and her children, was in serious danger.
Coming up, George tries to rescue his children from the fire, and everything that can go wrong does.
Now, back to the story.
On Christmas Eve, 1945, George woke to the sound of his wife screaming his name. Their house was on fire, and their children were trying to get out.
George climbed out of bed, shaking off his confusion, as Jenny ran through their home looking for their kids. After the festivities hours before, several of the youngest ones had fallen asleep scattered about the house. Finding them wasn't as simple as checking their beds.
Jenny located their 17-year-old daughter, Marion, on the couch downstairs. Jenny asked her to get baby Sylvia to safety and then meet everyone outside.
Marion was terrified but did as she was told. She ran through the burning house, headed into her parents' bedroom, and grabbed Sylvia from the crib. Then she retraced her steps while a distant but roaring heat prickled at her skin.
But she made it, pushing out the front door with the baby in her arms. Marion and Sylvia were safe, but Jenny wasn't relieved. 7 more of her kids were unaccounted for. She had to go back inside.
Jenny moved to the base of the stairwell that led up to the second floor. She cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted for her children to come down. The fire was spreading quickly.
Meanwhile, upstairs, their 23-year-old son, John, heard his mother's shouts. He opened his eyes to a room filled with black smoke.
He and 16-year-old George Jr. ran out of their bedroom to escape. As John passed his younger sibling's room, he shouted for them to wake up and get out.
He fled down the stairs, assuming that they would be close behind, but they weren't.
George Jr. and John both reached the first floor of the house, only to realize that some of their siblings hadn't come down yet. But John and George Jr. couldn't turn back, and the smoke was too bad for them to stay in, so they retreated outside.
Jenny was horrified to see only 2 more of her kids emerge from the house. Where were the other 5?
As the flames in their home grew, George Sr., John, and George Jr. put together a plan to rescue the younger siblings still upstairs.
First, the patriarch broke a window on the bottom floor in order to go back inside the house. He cut his arm, but didn't notice. He was too consumed in the hope that somehow he could still put the fire out.
But as he stood in the house and faced the growing flames, he realized he couldn't fight them. They were too strong. They forced him back outside. He'd have to get upstairs another way.
George and his sons tried to find their ladder and reach the second floor from the outside. Fortunately, George always kept one leaning against the exterior of the house. Except they turned the corner to find it. The ladder was missing.
George didn't have any time to wonder why. They had to get those children down. He ran to one of his heavy work trucks he used for hauling coal. He could drive the vehicle up to the house, then stand on the truck's roof to reach the second floor. But when George tried to start the vehicle, it wouldn't turn over.
He ran to his second truck, but he had the same problem with that one. It just wouldn't start. It didn't make sense. Both vehicles had worked fine the day before.
Still, George didn't have time to linger on the whys. He jumped out of the truck, ran to the rain barrel they kept on their property, and tried to get some water from it to fight the fire. The barrel was frozen.
He and his sons desperately tried to formulate a new plan, whatever that could be, but they couldn't. There was no other way in. In anguish, George and his boys watched the fire rage with members of their family still inside.
As her father and brothers struggled, young Marion Sutter decided to take matters into her own hands. They needed help.
Marion broke away from the rest of her family. She ran across the yard to the neighbor's house, her breath steaming in the cold. She slammed her fists on their front door, begging for them to answer.
When they did, Marion told them they needed to call the Fayetteville Fire Department quick. The neighbor did as they were told, but there was one problem. They couldn't get an operator on the line.
The connection simply wouldn't work.
But there wasn't only one person trying to help the Sutters that night. Another resident of Fayetteville drove by around this time and saw the home going up in flames. This person wasn't identified in any of the reporting we could find, but we'll call him Nick. Once Nick saw the fire, he immediately drove to a nearby tavern.
There, Nick picked up the telephone handset, but again, there was no operator on the other side.
So Nick pushed out of the tavern and got back into his truck and motored into town. It wasn't far, but he knew every second counted. He pushed down the accelerator and sped up.
Once there, he found the fire chief, a man named F.J. Morris. This time, Nick reached F.J. and told him about the emergency. But instead of getting into a fire truck right away, F.J. hung up and then immediately picked up the phone again. He had to call the rest of his fire department.
Fayetteville was a small town by any measure, and in the wake of World War II, its public sector institutions were especially modest. Many of the local men had left to fight overseas and hadn't returned. As a result, the town's already small fire department had been hit hard by the national call to duty. There just weren't many people available to fight the Sutter house fire.
But that wasn't the only thing slowing emergency services that night. Apparently, despite being the chief, F.J. Morris couldn't drive the truck.
What's more, Fayetteville didn't even have a professional fire department at the time. There wasn't a centralized location where Morris could simply wake up another firefighter, perhaps someone who could actually drive their rescue vehicle.
Instead, Morris had to call one of the town's firefighters. Then, that man called a different firefighter, who then picked up their phone and called another.
It was an incredibly inefficient process for an incredibly time-sensitive emergency. By the time Morris managed to get the town's emergency services on the case, nearly 8 hours had passed. Morning light was hitting the Sauter property.
And it was too late. Reportedly, it took only 30 to 45 minutes for the Sauter's house to burn to ash. By the time the fire department finally arrived, they found the despondent survivors mired in grief. 4 children and 2 parents.
George and Jenny had to assume that their 5 missing children were dead. They'd never made it out of the house. It was an awful tragedy by any measure, but it didn't fully hit them that morning. There was still so much to do.
Not long after Morris and members of the fire department arrived, George Sr. and his surviving sons searched the wreckage for their family's remains. Neighbors and firefighters joined in as well.
They hoped to find something of their loved ones that they could bury, if only to help them mourn. But according to the Sauter family, they didn't find anything.
Most of the rubble had collapsed into the basement, and they sifted through it all and came up empty. Morris told the Sauters that the fire had most likely cremated the bodies completely. That's why there was nothing left.
At the time, the Sauters took this on faith, and after the fire department and their neighbors departed, the family started the long process of recovery.
A few days later, George Sauter took a bulldozer and filled in the basement with dirt.
Perhaps he and the rest of his family wanted to turn their former home's foundation into a memorial to their deceased loved ones. Maybe they envisioned a bed of flowers with a nice fence around it. This would allow them to remember the loved ones they'd lost, and it would hopefully help them move on.
Soon after the bulldozing, the family received the death certificates for the children, along with a small piece of news. The state police inspector ruled that the fire was accidental, a result of faulty wiring. The death certificates listed the causes of death as fire or suffocation.
George found the judgment a little strange, considering that he remembered seeing the Christmas lights on during the fire. To him, that fact meant that the wiring couldn't possibly have been faulty, but he ultimately swallowed the ruling anyway. Acceptance seemed easier than fighting the experts.
But in the weeks afterwards, as 1945 ended and a new year began, an uncertainty took hold of George and Jenny Sauter. They reflected on the many unusual events that preceded the fire. The man who told George his house would go up in flames, the threats from Peter, the car that watched the children come home from school.
They replayed the events of that Christmas Eve over and over in their minds. The phone call from a stranger, the unlocked door, the thud on the roof. They agonized over the cruel twists of fate, the missing ladder, the cars that wouldn't start, the fire department running late. And of course, the Sauters had to grapple with the most wrenching mystery of all. No human remains had been found.
Then, as the months passed, the Sauters received bits and pieces of startling new information. For example, when a telephone repairman came by, he reported that the phone lines hadn't been burned by the fire. They'd been purposefully cut.
Later, a local man named Lonnie Johnson admitted that he'd snipped the cable. He claimed it was an accident, sort of. He thought he was cutting a power line and not a phone line. Turns out, Johnson was a thief planning to rob the Sauters as soon as he caused a blackout.
But that was hardly an explanation. It brought more questions than it answered. It seemed too coincidental that he just happened to break into a building on their property the same night that their house went up in flames.
The timing was suspect. The phone had been working at 12:30 a.m., which placed the thief at the house no more than a half hour or so before the fire started. It was just too close to be chance.
George and Jenny didn't believe that Johnson accidentally cut the phone instead of the power. They thought he wanted to make sure they wouldn't be able to call for help.
The question was why and who was he working for? Thanks again for tuning in to Unexplained Mysteries. We will be back on Thursday with part 2 on the Sodder family's decades-long search for the truth. For more information on the Sodder House fire, amongst the many sources we used, we found the Smithsonian Magazine article, The Children Who Went Up in Smoke by Karen Abbott, extremely helpful to our research.
You can find all episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify.
See you next time.
And remember, never take "we don't know" for an answer.
Unexplained Mysteries is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive producers include Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Dick Schroeder. With production assistance by Ron Shapiro, Carly Madden, and Freddie Beckley. This episode of Unexplained Mysteries was written by Nicholas Swart, with writing assistance by Angela Jorgensen and Connor Sampson. Fact-checking by Claire Cronin, and research by Brad Klein and Brian Petrus. Unexplained Mysteries stars Molly Brandenburg and Richard Rossner. 42-year-old Jenny Sodder watched as the flames licked against singed flesh, burning viscera, gristle, and bone.
She stared at the blaze intently, not wanting to miss a thing. This fire wasn't accidental. It had been carefully set by none other than Jenny herself.
She was conducting an experiment of sorts in her home oven, one in a long series. Jenny had used every cut of meat she could get her hands on, from beef joints to chicken bones. It was as close as she could get to human remains without robbing a grave or doing something even more morbid.
She had questions about the tragic Christmas Eve fire that had allegedly claimed 5 of her children. She found it odd that no human remains had been recovered in the burnt-out house.
Actually, she thought it was more than odd. It was downright unbelievable.
The fire chief, F.J. Morris, had suggested that the blaze had completely cremated the bodies, reducing them to ash. But Jenny had her doubts. She just couldn't believe that every trace of her children had been destroyed, like they never existed.
Jenny's suspicions led her to test the claim for herself. She tried different burning times, temperatures, and cuts of meat to see if it was possible to completely broil away every shred of flesh.
If she could recreate the scenario that had claimed her children's lives, if she could see it with her own eyes, then maybe she could accept the chief's version of events. She could acknowledge the devastating loss and try to move on.
But no matter what Jenny tried, no matter how long or how hot the fire burned, she was always left with a pile of scorched bones.
Welcome to Unexplained Mysteries, a Spotify original from Parcast. I'm your host, Molly.
And I'm your host, Richard. In life, there's so much we don't know, but in this show, we don't take we don't know for an answer.
Every Tuesday and Thursday, we investigate the greatest mysteries of history and life on Earth. You can find episodes of Unexplained Mysteries and all other Spotify originals from Parcast for free on Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts.
This is our second episode in a special 3-part series about the mysterious fate of the Sodder children. On Christmas Eve 1945, a house fire killed 5 sons and daughters of George and Jenny Sodder. Or did it? For more than half a century, family members and sleuths have investigated the odd occurrences around the fire and put forth the theory that maybe the missing Sodder children are still out there, somewhere.
This episode will explore the fallout from the mysterious fire. In the aftermath of the blaze, the official story that the kids' bodies were completely cremated became increasingly unbelievable, especially when, for years afterward, witnesses from all across the country reported seeing the Sauter children alive.
Next time, we'll wrap up this series with some possible explanations for the peculiar events of that fateful Christmas Eve. We'll discuss spontaneous combustion, human trafficking, and even the Italian mafia. We'll also cover the possibility that perhaps the children escaped from the blaze and are still alive today.
We have all that and more coming up. Stay with us.
After a devastating fire on Christmas Eve 1945, the Sauter family desperately tried to make sense of the horrible tragedy. They hoped local officials could explain what had happened and help them understand how they'd lost their house and their 5 children. But Jenny and George were deeply dissatisfied when the coroner's inquest was conducted.
It ruled that the fire had been caused by faulty wiring, but this didn't make any sense because Jenny and George knew for a fact that the lights had been working that night. So it seemed impossible that an electrical problem had sparked the blaze.
They were also confused by the ladder that had gone missing on the night of the fire. They could have used it to rescue the children trapped upstairs if they'd been able to locate it.
Later, someone found a ladder 65 feet away from the house in a ditch. The Sauters never learned why it was moved or who had done it.
Without the ladder, George and his sons had tried to use their 2 coal trucks to climb into the house and rescue the trapped children. But lo and behold, neither truck would start, even though both had been working perfectly the day before.
And that wasn't all. A witness claimed that he saw a man taking a block and tackle from the scene of the fire. For context, this is a system of hooks and ropes that can be used to remove an engine from a car. The thief was later found to be a local man named Lonnie Johnson.
As it turned out, stealing the block and tackle wasn't the only crime Lonnie Johnson committed that night. Lonnie also admitted to cutting the Sauter's phone line just 30 minutes before the blaze broke out.
At this point, it wasn't much of a stretch for Jenny and George to believe that someone, maybe Lonnie, had intentionally burned down their house. After all, Lonnie was skulking around their property, committing vandalism and theft. If he was capable of that, arson didn't seem like too far a leap.
The problem was they couldn't prove anything. Sure, Lonnie confessed that he wanted to rob the house, but that didn't mean he'd lit the flames. The Sauters couldn't even prove the fire had been set on purpose.
But tips kept pouring in, and they seemingly confirmed George and Jenny's suspicions. For instance, a bus driver came forward, saying he'd driven past the Sauter home late on Christmas Eve. He claimed that as he went by, he saw someone throwing, quote, balls of fire onto the roof.
If the bus driver was to be believed, someone had intentionally set the Sauter house aflame, perhaps using a Molotov cocktail or another explosive. If true, this meant that their children hadn't died in a tragic accident. They'd been murdered.
The surviving Sauters were still grappling with the possibilities when they returned to the site turned memorial a few months later. It was a somber moment for the family, a chance to grieve and remember the source of their pain.
But 2-year-old baby Sylvia was too young to understand what had happened or why her older siblings had disappeared. Blissfully unaware, she played in the yard until she found something that was decidedly not a toy.
It was an olive green, hard, cylindrical rubber object. After examining it, George determined it was an explosive device, a napalm pineapple bomb, to be exact.
If it was indeed an explosive, that would explain the balls of fire the bus driver had seen being thrown onto the roof. and it was consistent with the loud thump and rolling sound that woke Jenny up in the middle of the night.
In short, Lonnie Johnson's suspicious behavior, the napalm bomb, and the lack of human remains made the Sodders sure of two things. One, the fire was set intentionally, and two, they weren't getting the full story about their missing 5 children.
Jenny conducted a series of informal experiments in her wood-burning stove, hoping to understand why her sons and daughters had turned to ash. All of her tests left bones behind, which gave her an odd sense of hope. It meant that her children couldn't have died in the fire. They might still be alive somewhere.
But with the stakes so high, she couldn't only rely on her own amateur investigation. She took things a bit farther to confirm her suspicions.
Jenny consulted with an employee at a crematorium. After all, who would know better about what it takes to reduce a human body to ash?
The employee told her that when they burned bodies at 2,000 degrees for 2 hours, bones still remained. Since the blaze that had destroyed the Sodder home had only burned for 45 minutes at the most, it was virtually impossible that it had reached the extreme heat of a closed crematorium. So it seemed highly unlikely that the children's bodies had been completely cremated, as Fire Chief F.J. Morris had suggested.
On the heels of this revelation, Jenny heard about another local fire that had taken place recently. That blaze had destroyed a 3-story house with 7 people trapped inside. All 7 skeletons were found in the rubble.
The otherwise tragic news was music to Jenny's ears. She took it as even more proof that her children couldn't have been in their house when it burned to the ground.
By this point, her husband George was convinced as well. Something darker had happened that night, but they still held on to hope that their children might have survived, which left the question, where were they?
Coming up, information pours in, suggesting that the Sodder children are very much alive.
Now, back to the story.
Officially, a 1945 Christmas Eve fire killed 5 Sodder children, but their parents, George and Jenny, refused to believe their sons and daughters were gone. For one thing, investigators hadn't found any remains in the ashes of their former home. It was unbelievable that the kids had burned away to nothing in so short a period of time. Then, tips started to pour in.
First, a woman claimed to have seen all 5 of the missing Sodder children alive. She said she caught a glimpse of them looking out from the window of a car on the night of the fire. It is unclear where exactly this sighting took place, or how the woman knew that the kids were actually the missing Sodders.
But if she really did see the children that night, it raised all sorts of questions for Jenny and George. Namely, who abducted them, and where did they take them?
Before they could come up with a good theory, another woman came forward. She worked at a tourist stop between Fayetteville, where the Sodder house was located, and Charleston, a city about 50 miles northwest.
The woman claimed to have seen the missing Sodder children with her own eyes the morning after the fire. Not only had she spotted them, she'd served them all breakfast.
Sadly, she didn't have any information about where they'd gone after their meal, but she did notice that the car they traveled in had a Florida license plate. And soon, the Sodders heard from a different woman, one who worked at a Charleston hotel. She'd helped check in a strange party about a week after Christmas Eve. It was past midnight, and the group consisted of 4 Italian-speaking adults, 2 men and 2 women, and 4 children.
When the clerk tried to chat with the kids, the adults turned hostile and began conversing amongst themselves in Italian. Whatever they were saying, it seemed they didn't want to be overheard. They refused to speak with her anymore, and the next morning, they made sure to check out early.
The woman had almost put the strange incident out of her mind Until one day, she opened the newspaper to a shocking sight. It was a picture of the 5 missing solder children, and she recognized 4 of them, though it's not clear which ones.
Now there's a lot to unpack here. First off, the woman only recalled seeing 4 children, which raises the question of whether something sinister happened to the 5th child. And then there's the mysterious Italian quartet the woman described. Perhaps they were kidnappers. It was even possible they had some connection to George's mysterious past in Italy. If only we knew what they had said in Italian.
Sadly, and for unknown reasons, nothing came of this seemingly promising lead. But over the following weeks and months, several witnesses pointed south toward Florida.
As it turned out, Jenny Sauter's brother, Frank Cipriani, lived in the Sunshine State. And for a time, she entertained the possibility that he had taken the children. It's not clear why Jenny thought this. Maybe she was just holding on to any hope that her kids were safe.
To follow up on her hunch, Miami police combed through birth records to prove that all of the children living with Cipriani were actually his.
The records were in order, and that path had turned out to be another dead end.
But that wasn't the end of the mystery. Before too long, George and Jenny uncovered another lead, which once again suggested their sons and daughters were in Florida.
A missionary in the small coastal village of Cortez recognized the Sutter kids from a picture he saw in the paper. He claimed that he'd seen the children alive and well, living in a house nearby.
Immediately, George and Jenny dispatched a private detective to investigate. But by the time he arrived, the children were gone.
Allegedly, the detective confirmed that the children the missionary spotted had been there previously. If this was true, it suggested that there was some kind of dark cover-up going on. Someone had made the Sauter children disappear before the PI could find them. And unfortunately, nobody had any idea where to look next.
Over the next couple of years, several more tips from people claiming they'd seen the Sauter children came through. And George Sauter followed up on every single one.
He traveled the country, but each time his hopes were dashed, and George never got any closer to finding his missing children.
Still, the family wasn't ready to give up the search. So in 1947, almost 2 years after the fire, they appealed to the highest investigative authority in the land, the FBI. The head of the Bureau, J. Edgar Hoover, sent them a response. But his letter left them more disappointed than ever.
Hoover wrote, "Although I would like to be of service, the matter related appears to be of local character and does not come within the investigative jurisdiction of this bureau."
However, the FBI didn't completely leave the Sauter family out in the cold. Hoover's agents said they would assist in the case if they could get permission from the local authorities.
One might think the Fayetteville police and fire departments would appreciate the help, but for reasons that still remain unclear, they turned down the offer. It may have been a matter of egos getting in the way, with local Fayetteville authorities wanting to maintain their jurisdiction. Or maybe they didn't want the case to be solved.
Regardless of the reason, the Sauters didn't get help from the FBI. But even that disappointment wasn't enough to make them give up on the investigation.
Later in 1947, Jenny and George hired a private investigator named C.C. Tinsley. Tinsley dug into the case and quickly found disturbing information pointing to a prominent Fayetteville citizen. We'll refer to him as Peter.
As we covered in part 1, George had a rocky history with Peter. The salesman was a co-signer on the Sauters' home insurance policy. But when he offered to sell George life insurance for his children, George turned him down. In response, Peter threatened that the Sauters' house would, quote, go up in smoke. Just a couple of months later, the house burned to the ground, just as he said it would.
All that certainly makes Peter look suspicious. However, the Fayetteville police never even brought him in for questioning, and even if they looked into him, it seemed the local prosecutor was unwilling to bring a case against him. Peter was too prominent and well-connected.
Luckily, Tinsley was on the case, and he had no such reservations. He soon discovered that despite all of his incriminating behavior, somehow Peter had become the chairman of the coroner's jury. The same institution which had ruled that the solder fire was accidental.
At the very least, this was a conflict of interest. The guy who had an insurance policy on the building helped determine the cause of the fire. With his ruling, Peter guaranteed himself a payout.
If the fire wasn't accidental, then it seemed downright nefarious that Peter was in a position to sway the jury's decision.
Tinsley couldn't find any indication that Peter had set the fire himself, but he had another lead in Lonnie Johnson, the man who robbed the Sauter house and cut their phone line. Allegedly, while under investigation, Johnson cracked and said that he was, quote, getting tired of taking the rap for those people at Fayetteville.
That wasn't much to go off of, but the statement suggested that Lonnie was in league with some, quote, people at Fayetteville. Maybe he was keeping quiet to protect them.
And perhaps that person in Fayetteville was Peter. Who else stood to gain as much as he did?
The problem? This alleged conspiracy was all speculation. Tinsley couldn't find any hard evidence to prove a connection between Peter and Lonnie, let alone that they'd set the fire or kidnapped the missing children.
So, the detective explored other angles. He put the screws to the fire chief, F.J. Morris, and under pressure, he soon made a shocking revelation. After swearing that the children had been completely cremated, he reversed course and claimed that he did find human remains in the rubble.
Specifically, a human heart. And instead of reporting it or alerting the Sauter family, for some unfathomable reason, the fire chief claimed that he buried the heart in a dynamite box.
The circumstances were suspect, to say the least. George and Jenny Sauter wouldn't be satisfied until they could dig up this heart and see it for themselves. But first, C.C. Tinsley arranged for the chief to escort him to the burial site.
Once they arrived, the chief pointed out where he buried the box.
They dug until they found it. It wasn't deep, but it probably felt like it took an eternity to uncover.
And when Tinsley finally opened it up, there was some kind of organ in the box. Strangely, it didn't look like it had been burnt at all. But Tinsley couldn't tell for certain if it was actually a human heart.
He took the box to a nearby funeral director. After examining the organ inside, the director concluded that it wasn't a human heart at all. It was beef liver.
It was a fake, and not even a very convincing one. The liver didn't have a trace of burn marks on it.
Rumor has it that Chief Morris eventually confessed that he'd hidden the beef liver and pretended it was a human heart because he wanted to put an end to the investigation once and for all. He thought that if the Sauter family found proof that the children had perished in the fire, they'd finally be able to move on.
But if that was Chief Morris's goal, it only showed how much he'd underestimated the Sauter family. They were determined to go to any lengths to discover what had happened to their children. After the beef liver debacle, they continued to follow up on any leads that came their way.
For example, towards the end of 1947, George was reading a magazine when he came across something that made his heart skip a beat.
It was an innocuous picture of school children in New York City, but there was something about one of the girls. He'd know her anywhere.
As he stared at the picture, he became increasingly certain that she was his missing 7-year-old daughter, Betty.
George was so sure of his hunch, he drove to New York to investigate for himself. We can only imagine the excitement he felt on that long drive, thinking that he might just be hours away from being reunited with his young daughter.
He made it all the way to Manhattan and tracked down the child's school. But when he arrived, they didn't let him see the little girl.
Perhaps they shut George out because they were trying to cover something up. Maybe that little girl in the picture really was Betty after all. Sadly, George Sauter was never able to get close enough to her to find out for sure.
After the latest painful dead end, some years went by without a break in the case. But Jenny and George still didn't abandon hope.
By this point, they tried just about every avenue of investigation imaginable. So they decided to return their focus to the scene of the crime, searching for any clues that might have gone overlooked the first time around.
In August 1949, the Sauters hired a pathologist from Washington, D.C., named Oscar B. Hunter, to go over the site with a fine-tooth comb. Hunter's first step was to excavate the lot, which had since been covered over.
Once the pathologist had dug through all of the dirt, he made a startling discovery. Something the family had searched for years, but hoping against hope they would never find. Human remains.
Coming up, the Sauter family confronts the possibility that at least one of their children met a fiery death.
Now, back to the story.
For years, the Sauter family searched for evidence of what had happened to their 5 missing children. And then, finally, in August 1949, they found a somber clue: human remains.
Specifically, pathologist Oscar Hunter found the shards of 4 vertebrae, all from the same body. And this time, the bones were undeniably from a person. It wasn't a repeat of the beef liver debacle.
Except there was something suspicious about the backbones. They didn't have any of the scorch marks that you'd expect to see on a burn victim. This made it unlikely that the vertebrae belonged to any of the Sauter children.
To make sure, Dr. Hunter sent the bones to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. for further analysis. The report that came back estimated that the deceased was around 16 or 17 years old and no older than 22.
Maurice was the oldest of the missing Sauter children, but he was just 14, likely too young for the backbones to be his. The report did allow that in rare cases.
Dice, man. Enjoy it.
Brownies are 180. Two brownies are 180. These are 125. Because my kid loves it. We're live. We're live. What? You want one of these? No. Explain what's going on in there, Joey. This is Force One, right? This is Star. These are the stars at that. So these purple ones, the 200 milligrams. This is what, this is. I take one of those, I'll sleep for 3 days. This is what. This is just popped it like it's a show. How many milligrams are in those? 200 in this one. Oh, you just threw a 200 down the hatch? I want something to go. You gotta get go. Dice, I don't know if you know, but like an effective dose is 20. And what does he pop? It just popped to 200. An effective dose is 20. Oh, fuck yeah. He'll drive well. Well, I can smoke. I can eat 3. I can open up with 3 of these. I can open up with 600 milligrams. That's so insane. It just right out the fucking way. Yeah, you have no idea how insane that is. I go to bed at night like a baby. I put the lights on. I sleep like a fucking baby. Sometimes I get paranoid when I sleep. And I wake up at 3 in the morning. My heart pounds. I wake up at 3. Come to the living room. I'll tell you why I stay away from the edible. Because, like, I like to smoke at night, right? All right, so I got high one night. And when I was at this one place, they gave me some edibles. They gave me a bag of popcorn. Okay? So I'm all stoned out, and I just want something to eat, so I open up the popcorn. Okay? Now, the next day, Valerie she can't figure out why I'm not waking up. I slept for 19 hours. And she found the wrapper under the bed. She was starting to panic. Like, what happened to I slept till midnight the next day. She goes, you ate this so big? I said, I didn't know. I was stoned out. I just wanted some meat. It was popcorn. I didn't think they really liked it. And they even get it in the popcorn. They make it with the butter. They use cannabis butter. They pop it in the butter. And then they might even sprinkle some butter on top of it. Some cannabis butter on top of it. They got frogs now. Some guy, they had a benefit, a pot benefit at the store, and they were handing out those bags of that popcorn. It was fucking death. Roll it up, it smells like pure so weed. Scared. Pure fucking weed. I felt so vulnerable. I just love how open it is now. It's crazy. You can talk about it. But Dice not everywhere else. You try to do this in Texas, they'll fucking have cops waiting for you outside. Yeah, but I have no reason to be in Texas. You don't do shows in Texas? I don't believe it. No, I go to Texas. But like, Vegas, it's great. Now they're opening up places. Yeah, they got 5 stores, right? Yeah. I haven't gone to any of them. I normally bring my own stuff. If I go to New York, I'll bring my own stuff. It's one of the easiest businesses. And at the end of the day, businessmen want to be businessmen. They want to make some money. And they look at this thing and they go, hey, do you know how much fucking money they're making in Colorado? They make more money in taxes in Colorado for weed than they did alcohol. That's never happened anywhere. That's I'll definitely take weed over alcohol any day. Oh, 100%. You know what I always say, like with weed, like as stoned as you are, let's say God forbid there's some kind of emergency. You know what I mean? Just throw water in your face. It's gone. It's not like alcohol. Right. Where you don't know what you're doing. Right. You know what I mean? You can perform on the weed. You can bang on the weed. You can bang more on the weed. Feels better. You can be banging on the weed. You eat one of these stars. There ain't no water going to help you. You're eating like a pint of this stuff. Yeah, you get smoking pot. It's affecting them already. I go home at night after doing comedy. I'm so fired up. That calms me down with one of these H-bombs. And a fucking joint of death, like how slow 3 pipe blows. Oh my God, it's hysterical. Have you ever seen his Periscope show? No, it's the best thing I do at 8:30 in the morning. I just go out there and start giving advice and stuff. He gets hot. I got in trouble for tight balls. Like I was doing a Periscope with wheels. And I get a call from Bruce. He's going, what are you guys doing? Because we got all stoned out. And now we're in the bathroom of my hotel room. We turned it like into a steam room. and you can hardly see us. You see it fogged up fucking glasses. And I get a call from him. He's going, what are you guys doing out there? I go, no, it's a new show I'm doing. The Periscopical thing, And he goes, they're spending millions of dollars from Showtime to film this. And you're doing it for nothing. Get it off the air. Right, Bruce? Didn't you get a whole thing out? That's ridiculous advice. Why would you take that off the air? Because we were first going to film my series. And they go, they're writing episodes about this. You can't just Periscope it.
Yes.
The manager in here. You gotta understand. This guy's got a history. You would love him. Because number one, he built the whole career again. But you can't tell someone to not do Periscope, or to not do Twitter, or not don't have fun. Understood things online. When a network's putting up millions of dollars to first film a show about these things I do. You don't just get it up on the air. Fuck yeah, of course. Yeah, so I'm excited about seeing you. Well, the only bad part was I had this fight with Wheels. Like when I attack him in the room, and Wheels is going, he goes, I'm a wrestler. And I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm not worried about it. And I'm having Eleanor do the filming, where I come into the room and I jump him on his bed. And he actually got me. He flipped me out like a professional wrestler. He legitimately got me. Do you know how angry that got me? I look like an asshole. Did he tap you out or did he just pin you? No, he pinned me. I was done. Like, he really knows how to do that shit. He's like a genius. Like, I would understand if you could do it. I get what you can do. But I'm going, it's Wheels. There's no way. He's on the bottom already. I got it. And he just flipped me. Like a toy. See, now if you film that and put that on YouTube, I put it on the Periscopical thing. Why would you ever take something like that down? Because I got yelled at. I always get, listen, I know that way of thinking. I know the way of thinking, but the more of you, the better. It's just gonna make people want to see. It was funny fucking shit. Yeah, it was funny. I remember when you were doing that. Sorry, I remember doing that filming at the store. You were doing that fucking years and years and years and years ago. You do little sketches. No, well, I want to take all that stuff now and just cut it up. Do like little 3-minute things and put it on that funny guy stuff. Yeah, because everybody was in. You were in it. Everybody was in it. Everybody played a part. Bob Hay, Arnold Shafir, the foreign comic, Michael Gibrani. We call him the foreign comic. You know, and it was just these crazy. But I remember you coming over to me one night, and you go, "Guys, can I ask you something?" Because I was using the Comedy Store like a set. You know, I'd be filming. I changed all the lighting in the kitchen. I put the red lights, blue lights for filming. Right. I was doing it for a year, and waitresses would come in to get like drink orders, and I go, "I can't have you in right now. We're filming. You can't be during my shot." And everybody's asking like managers, like, "What show is this?" There was no show, but everybody was in it. Steve Renazizi was in it. Mike Black was in it. Mike Black. You know how I become friends with Mike fucking Black? So, for whatever reason, I come over to this guy. He's sitting in the booth in the kitchen. And I go, "Hey, Mike, you want to be in the show?" And he's going, "What show?" I go, it's a reality show. And reality wasn't really happening. It just wasn't happening. So people were like, "Well, what is it?" I go, "You just do what I tell you to do. Just say what I tell you to say. Do what I say." So he goes, "Yeah, I want to be in it, you know." I go, "Okay, we're going to go to the top of the bellies, the belly room, the steps. And I'm going to throw you down the steps. Okay? And I got to get a couple angles, so we'll have to do it 2 or 3 times." You know, and he goes, "Wait a minute." He goes, "What do you mean you're going to throw me down the steps?" I go, "Yeah, from the top." So you just go with it, you know, just fall down the steps. And he goes, I don't want you to do that to me." I go, "Why not? What's the big deal? It's what you do." He goes, "What do you mean it's what I do?" I go, "Aren't you a stunt man?" And he goes, "Where'd you hear that?" I go, "The comics told me that that's what you do besides comedy, you're a stunt." He goes, "I'm not a stunt man. I don't want to be thrown down. I want to be in it, but I can't have you just toss me down a full flight of steps like that. I'm going to get hurt." So we had to do it in pieces, you know, which like a fake fall. Well, no, he would go like halfway, and then I go to the bottom of the steps to get the rest of the fall, and then I try to like kill him with a chain, and Ari Shafir jumps on me at the right moment to stop me from killing this guy, just so I could do a line from Bronx Tale where I'm on top of him now, and I go, "I did this to you." And he goes, "Well, what will that mean?" I go, "Don't worry about it. When it's edited, you'll see the whole serious image." Yeah, I go, "Just do it when I tell you this." Because I go over the comics. I go, "All right, look that way." And force that can say, "That guy's going to have a fucking problem." He goes, "But there's nobody there." I go, "Don't worry about that part. There'll be somebody on the other end another time." And that's how I would piece those. So I want to take these tapes, just have some editor do like 3-minute, because I did it for 2 years. They come to my house for a barbecue. It wound up fighting. Eleanor gets into a fist fight with Steve Renazizi's wife, where he knocked the shit out of her. He got her up against the garage because she said that Eleanor, like, you know, is like the house is filthy. You know, and Eleanor was screaming at me in the kitchen going, "She said that when I'm so fucking nice to her? I'll handle this right now." And Eleanor comes out of the backyard. Now the comic's sitting there, don't know this is gonna, and she goes, "Hey, bitch, this is Steve's wife, right?" And she chases her, slams her against the garage, starts beating the shit out of her. And there's Mike Black and Dave Taylor and Steve Simone and my own kid screaming, "Kill her! Just fucking kill her!" And the end of that episode is Dave Taylor, you know, at night sitting around going,
So
"Do you
now we
understand?
have to just go at it. Yeah,
You know why Eleanor did that? Because
that was
girls like Tracy are taking guys like you from Eleanor all her life." And everybody's good. And Steve Simone's going, "Yeah, the way Eleanor was hitting her, like you could just feel it, you know, like raging bull, like she really wanted something damage. Yeah, it's hysterical. That's why I would have barbecues, just to film. It was non-stop, and he comes over to me at the store like, what are you doing exactly? I go, it's a show. It's my show. What show? Where is it? Where can I see it? I don't know. It'll be around. And you still have the footage. All of it. Hundreds of tapes. Hundreds of hours. Till fucking Pauly Shore, stops me at the comedy store, because my kids were in the show, and they were like 7 and 11 at the time. It's when I first broke up with their mom. So they'd be at the comedy store. Pauly Shore comes over, and I'm filming this fight between Ari Shaffir and Bobby Lee, where, Ari's like throwing boxes of, bottles over Bobby's head. And everybody's cheering to kill Bobby. And Paulie comes over and goes, how many times I gotta tell you, get these fucking kids out of the comedy store? And he says it in front of Dylan, who's a kid. So I tell Steve Simone, I said, what are you doing outside? Because that's severe to me. So I figured I might have to really damage this kid. Attack him. But I was going to hurt him. But I'm going, all right, then, so I just lay into him, and I throw a glass at the wall, to throw it to the garbage, and I leave. The next day, Mitzi calls. She doesn't just ban me from the comedy store, she bans my children. I go, you're the youngest kids, Devin. If you've never been banned from the store, it's not a good day. And you're the youngest to get banned. You're not even 8 years old. You know how good this is for you? I go, but we're not allowed to go back in. I go, don't worry, it'll all be straightened out. Who hasn't been banned from the store? Exactly. It's the greatest. It's like a badge of honor. Been banned after the shit. What was the fight you had a couple weeks ago? Oh, with fuck up. No, I didn't get banned for that. You don't talk about that at all? Because I heard fuck up. Did you almost get into it with Wild Willie Parsons way back in the day? No, he said some shit in the main room. Well, it was just crazy. Look how that's a comedy. Here's the problem. Now I see, when we got there, we were the young guys. And some of the older guys were on the way. I didn't like that. Right. So once in a while, there would be something would happen, And the same thing. And it was like guys that were there for 10 years and nothing happened. Yes. There was a few of those guys. I'll tell you a great Coco story over here. So we just became friends like the first year I know this guy, And he would tell, about every restaurant in the United States. I don't know, he knows every restaurant, where it is, what they serve, if it's good, man. One night, I come outside, and he's getting into it with some customer. Okay, and he's sitting on the back stairs, and I'm just watching, because I wouldn't want to really see anybody get hurt, But, he thinks differently. Joey thinks a little differently. But he doesn't just want to hurt the guy. What he does, he gets all heated up, and he grabs one of those tall, glasses from the comedy store, and he breaks it. Like he's still in the middle of Cuba with the sharp edge, and I'm going, Joey, what are you doing? Put the glass down. Put the glass, and he really wanted to stab the guy in the throat with the glass. He's a customer. He's just a fucking customer. And he starts laughing. And he throws the glass, so the fight was over. So now he's going to put this guy in the hospital. Because the guy said something about his act. The stupid customers. I seen you go in. It's the funniest shit in the world. I saw it. He's like, I don't even want to say what you were doing. It was nuts. But you were trying to get to this guy over the crowd outside on the side. That was that guy that came. He threw something at me. He threw something at me. So, he came up to the stage. Threatening me. And he said he was going to wait for me outside. That guy was an asshole. He was heckling somebody before me, too. Somebody was real mean. Somebody before me. I don't remember who it was. It's just the violence involved in comedy now. This was 20 years ago. Whatever. Yeah, but it's been going on now. It's been a nice hill. There's always going to be drunks. There's drunk assholes. There's some people that are drunk and they're fun. They're great. There's other people that are just they're gone. They're gone. One time I was selfies. You do a 10 o'clock show in Vegas. You're arrested for fucking Trump. How would you do it? Remember those Riviera shows? Oh my God. That's. Yeah, if I don't like it. I go, this is my real emotion. I go, I have a hatred for you. I go, you gotta leave this room. And then they think it's a joke, and there's like 2 security guards standing behind him. I remember one guy looking and going, you're kidding, right? You're getting thrown off what? I go, you talk. There is no talking in here. Like it's a classroom. It's just all in a fit. And I know how you perform, and I know how you perform, but I really get mad when they don't care what's going on with the performer on stage. Chappelle was in the store, and some kids yelling at him. They interrupted, just yelling shit out, just yelling shit out. What about this? What about that? Just different questions at him, and finally people just started going, shut the fuck up. Like one guy yelled at him, and then some other people in the room yelled at him. And it just got to this point where people were like, stop this. But it should never get to that. The management should step in, right? The bouncers, the door guys is comedy. Yeah, that's the thing about the store. The one thing about the store that's always been amazing is how many people work there who eventually became comics. Joey, Duncan, but he kind of loved Trump, so with the fucking puppet, when people go running from the room, does he still do the fucking thing with where he's like starting to pray? No, I'm not giving the bit away. I'm just saying what happens to me. There's nothing better than sitting in the back of that room when people start getting frightened because of what the puppet is happening through the puppet, and they start running from that seat to leave the store. It's the greatest moment. Smash my head against the wall. Somewhere out there, someone has a puppet. Somebody stole it. Stole it. Let's go that puppet's got a problem. Fuck up. You don't think that you're funny. You get up here with this head over there now. That puppet was fucking scary. Remember that Twilight Zone episode? One guy, a puppet was fucking cool. My puppet was trying to get him to steal. It was great. It was creepy. It was the glasses. Right, he had this glasses. Yep. Hey, who was the guy from The Odd Couple? Jack Klugman did the Pool Hustler. Yes, he did. And Jonathan Winters played the other guy. That guy comes back to life to play him. That's a good episode. But that dummy one was one of the most disturbing ones. You know, because the dummy would like wait for everybody to leave. You can rob it. The purse is just right over there. Just don't be a coward. Like, whoa. Did I ever change the language a little? There he is. This is you filming this? Yeah. So people know on, right? Of course. We tweeted it too. Yeah, I'm Dice. Anyway, just in case. Just to know you are the greatest show. You just get in it. I've done this before. You just get in it. Yeah, it's like Opie and Anthony used to do a show. There's no fucking around. Yeah, just have some fun. I love it. I love when people ask me questions. This shit that you're being learned to do. Yeah, just have some fun. Oh, no, I don't think we ever do interview. I don't know where to start. You two, friendly to me, too influential. Yeah, we're friends, yeah. For sure. Yeah, you also turn into Joe, bro. No, serious. Like, from the time you get into the store, like, you're figuring it all out. I remember coming over to Joe. He has a hidden fucking sitcom on it. And I'd always see him at the comedy store. I come over to him one night and I go, how come you're here? Like, you have a hit show. Why aren't you on the road? I was going, yeah. I go, that's a lot of fucking money on the road for a guy that has a show. And that's, I think, when you started doing the road. 100%. I also told it to, what's his face? The guy... Who's the guy that works with Whitney Carmel? Crystal Lee? Yeah. So, I would see Delia like in the coffee bean all the time, and he crushes on stage. I go, don't you go on the road? He goes, no, writing material. I go, the road, you have a hit show. Like, what's wrong with people? Yeah, I always thought as long as I was still doing stand-up, the goal for a lot of guys was always to get a TV show. Well, Ari Shafir, so we met on the phone. Like when he started doing his show now on Comedy Central, I'm on the phone with him. It's like the first season. But at the beginning, so I call him, I congratulate him, I go, so do you know your next 2 or 3 moves? You know, if the show like starts taking off. He goes, fine, I'm not really fun. I go, why not? You waited 15 years for this. You talked to me about not having money to pay your fucking rent. Now you have a show. I don't know. Maybe a club tour. Maybe record an album. Maybe do a Comedy Central special after that. You know, something like that. So you have a show and a bunch of toilet in the first season. You have a career because now people know you. So,
Let's get back.
every time. Well, Mark does a lot of stand-up. So now he called me recently and he told me all the shit he's doing. It was 100% because of you I started doing it. 100%. Yeah, where we were. We're still at West Virginia. It was, you know, I don't even want to go back that far because you've done it and come so far since then. But it was like, whenever I see a comic doing well, I'll always look to like, oh, look, this is what you got to do. Like, you're nuts if you don't do it. Well, that meant a lot to me because when I was a kid, way before I got into comedy, I was a fan of yours when I was listening to you with this girl that I was dating once in the car, and we were listening to it on a cassette, and we were fucking howling. We were howling. This girl thought it was the funniest thing ever, and that was what made her cool. Like, she wasn't uptight, because a lot of people, back then, you know, people that don't realize, like, sort of the course your career has gone, like, Dice was unquestionably a different thing. Like, you were the biggest comic ever when I was a kid, 100%. Like, when you were filling up arenas, there was a different thing going on where people could repeat your shit. They could say, what's in the bowl, bitch? And you would see 15,000 people going, what's in the bowl, bitch? It's so fucking crazy. And it was a different thing. So, you know, frustrates me when I talk about the arenas with anyone. You know, like, you know, they always bring up the Garden, which was an honor, you know, to play. It's the most famous arena ever. And I did the 2 nights there. But I always tell these interviews, I go, do you understand I did over 300 songs? I go, the first tour alone was 26 cities. Over 300 of these. And they'd be gone in a matter of a couple hours before the Facebook, before Twitter, before fucking followers. I go, all people did was follow me on Twitter. I go, I wasn't tweeting and arguing with fans on Twitter. You know, it all became a thing. You became a thing for writing. Yeah, on your page, like that one, it was so fast. It was gigantic. Like, and then with this is all word of mouth. Well, my point being, there was a lot of backlash against you. It was so it's starting again. It's nuts. Really? Like, yeah, I'm doing some interviews and like this one guy. I don't want to say what news guy he is because it's all giant papers. They're doing these profiles on me now. I'm going to New York next week. They're going to sit down with the New York Times. It's like crazy shit again. This is like the build-up since I started doing the show from Entourage to, you know, to the Woody Allen thing, Scorsese, now my own show. It's like, you know, number one work my guys like Woody and Scorsese was unreal. And yeah, those two. But this one guy doing a profile piece comes in and sees me every day. He's laugh at me. Like, little residency to stay like sort of low key to his things now. And I'll announce names later on the show. But anyway, so I really wanted to give this guy a real show. And the way I perform now is very, very theatrical. It's all acted out. You know, I sit in a chair, I'll stare at a guy. If a guy goes, I'm married 32 years, I'll actually fall down onto a chair and just look at him like, you're kidding me, right? I've been married also a lot, but not to the same one. Like, I break it up. You do redheaded, the same thing. I go, you know, we might be becoming friends now, but I gotta tell you, as your friend, in a lot of ways, you hate yourself. I don't hate myself. I go, you don't hate yourself. You're fucking the same girl for 32 years. What does that tell you? You admitted to me you never had an affair. Who does that? Who doesn't want to go out there and stick every fucking wet box they can get their hands on the tip of your fucking dick, the roots of your balls, just for the gold? And even if you get caught, you flip the switch on your chick.
You go, I did this for you. You were busy with the kids. You were busy with your new business. I want to understand what every load she took, I was thinking of you. Now go make me a fucking steak. I don't want to talk about this no more.
So you gotta see this? What's that? The reporter sees this?
Yeah. And so after the show, he says to me, but obviously my show's a goof. It's comedy. Yeah, he goes, guys, now that you looked at it like there's this like great actor now, why would you perform? And I'm like, you kidding me, right? I go, it's what I do. It's what I love to do. I love to affect people. I like people to walk out of a room going, I never seen anything like that. Like, when you're looking at a guy in the crowd who's sitting with his wife, and he's with his best friend, okay? Double date. And I go, let me tell you something, you got a best friend? He goes, yeah, this guy, you're friends with him for 25 years. He's your best friend? Did your best friend ever call you one time? You got a hot looking wife. You just got them big kettlebell fucking tits down. Every holiday he gets to hug a little too close, baby. When was the last time your best friend ever called you and said, last night, I turned off thinking about your
What
wife?
happens? Fuck.
I go, nothing, right? Because he's really not your friend. I would call you. I would tell you, last night I wheelbarrow fucked this animal. She's walking on her hands, picking up water with her teeth for me. I go, and then you bang on the way I tell you, and if it works out like my scenario, I give you the next scenario. That's a friend.
Yeah.
Not a guy hugging your wife, never turns around and
Ain't
says, oh, I
nobody
love you.
got 10. Everybody's gonna do this
The way
video.
those pants split her fucking grease between her legs.
Nobody
You
got
might think your
10,000.
wife is ugly because your friend never takes the time to tell you how many loads he drops just thinking about her. So don't tell me he's your best friend. He's your worst fucking enemy in the world. I'm the friend. It will make sense. Do you get negative feedback from this? That doesn't make any sense. No, because it's all done as a goof. Of course. Like the guy's going, well, why would you do that material? I go, don't you know instead, you've been together with a woman 32 years, obviously. You love your family. You raise beautiful children. Nobody wants to hear that. But here's the question. Why does it have to make sense? Why can't it just be fun? That's what I like. I like that. I've always said that. Like, when people ask me, like, what's your favorite kind of comedy? Like, I just want to laugh. Like, when Joey is saying the most ridiculous shit, I laugh harder than I've heard in my life. It doesn't have to make sense. It's gonna go, but it's all fun. It's like movies. How come movies can be ridiculous in what they're showing? Ridiculous, exactly. Right? Especially violent. Think about how many violent movies there are. Every fucking couple months, some crazy movie where 100 people get shot. It's constant, right? But a guy on stage just talking, but even in the comedies, absurd ways about sex. Why is it pissing people off? But even in comedies, and it really started around the time they came with some of those classes on Jesus. Exactly. It's beautiful. But the thing is, like, it started with that Bailey movie and that villain, she's got a road to come on, and everybody's hysterically laughing at that. Okay. But if you say it's a comedy, it's like, what are you saying? Especially because it's what I do. The way you're saying it's so over the top, it's absurd. It's so absurd. I don't understand why people don't just think it's ridiculous. Like, the last time I went to see a comedy, it was me, Norton, and Anthony Cunha, and Roger Kelly, and Brian Redman, and Jordan Billington. We went to see you in the Red. It was awesome. I had a fucking blast. I had a great time. Just sitting as an audience member watching, and some of the shit you're talking about is so preposterous. It almost makes me angry that anybody would have an argument with you of like saying something wrong with what you're saying, because you're saying shit that's so like you were talking about to show someone how your kid can catch a gay by the way you bag your wife. but also now I'm getting questioned. Who's nice? Who's Andrew? So what the line is, we share the same, because I wear the fingerless gloves all the time. So I go, we share the same fucking closet. What am I going to tell you? I don't know how to separate the two.
With the mask.
Like,
They didn't
they
have
go
a mask.
crazy from that. Yeah, well, they don't want it they don't want to allow that for some reason. Like, there's all sorts of weird art forms that they allow people to act differently, acting, you become a character, and you go a little more upstairs. But in comedy, for some reason, they want to combine the two. Always. But sometimes, you know, like some guys are, like, you know, but like even now, self-deprecating on stage, talking about being old and this and that, all that shit, right? Years ago, I never did any self-deprecating stuff, right? You know what I mean? It's just, it just wasn't a Dice, right? You know, Dice was supposed to be just a comedic hero. That's it. And Dice came out of your act where you used to do a bunch of different impressions, right? Impressions. Fucking fantastic Stallone. He's kind of like a great Travolta. I love Jake that you got to work with. Yeah, when I saw him in Grudge Match, I was like, he's fucking great. To two of my heroes. One of the Roberts. Back when Eric Roberts was famous. Job took my fucking pouch. Sometimes you gotta whack him. I'll say you code on me. That's just humble. That was a great fucking movie. That was a great movie. Don't man say they don't cook. The contents of Red is I can't believe you remember that. I'm driving by the comedy store one afternoon, just looking for a free lunch. See, maybe selling the sandwich at the comedy store. And I'm rehearsing in the original tapes. Yeah, I have to take the one of let's go to bed.
You're going to get all kinds of riffraff who never dreamed of floating in their lives. So what do? Look what we got.
Can't take my cock out of you. Your box is too good to be true. Yeah, Frankie Valli really liked that one. The other day asked me, like, why would you do that to my most famous? I go, it's hysterical. I love you. You know, I could have been swearing to God, but I wanted like a bow. Don't you think that the blowback is less ridiculous now, though? Oh, no, 100%. I'm like embarrassed by the shit they're saying about what the actors say. When you sit there and go, you know, when you came to know me, I was filling out all those arenas and all that shit. Like, I take a lot of pride in that because I know I set a standard for comics that today when I see, you know, like Louis C.K. called me before he went on at the Forum, you know, he's nervous. You can't blame the guy. It's 18,000 people. Right. And I'm going, Louis, you don't have to do anything other than who they've come to love. Don't exaggerate it. You don't have to. Just be you. You know, because it's so many people. You know, but what I love is that some of the guys have filled those places now. And I go, of course I do. You know, and I don't mind it. I didn't mind it back then, but I didn't realize the effect it would have on the future of comics. What was very important, it was overlooked by a lot of people who were, you know, talking about free speech all the time. What happened was open deal the money. It wasn't what was anything more crazy than anything else. Anything else, you know, books, magazines, you know, articles. What you were doing was just a extreme version of stand-up comedy. That's all it was. That's what life was. Fun to watch. And some people decide that your character promoted, you know, in the most ridiculous ways, promoted misogyny or hatred against gays. And it wasn't. And that's the funny, it was just funny fucking jokes. How come? And it was at a time, you know, because I remember when Ellen came out of the closet. I loved that girl.
You know what I mean? I had nothing against gay people, but at the time I was doing this act is when they want fighting for their rights, when they want to come out of the closet. You know, but when I was to Hollywood, now, you know, like, you know, with, what's his face? Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah. Okay. Now, years ago, when I would do a joke about that, you know, I would go, and what's with these dreams testing? I go, you meet the girl in your dreams, right? You whine her, you dine her, you take her home, you put your hand up your skirt, you hold the tree. That's not hate. It's funny, right? You know, and now today, everything's changed. So, like, when that happened with Caitlyn, there she is doing a 2-hour interview about it. Right. You know, it's all accepted. It's all good. I don't care what anybody does. You know, but it's just like I couldn't believe that backlash because I'm going, I say nothing about hating anybody, even with the sexist remark when they call it sexist. I go, it's not sexist. I go, I happen to love women, and I love having sex with women, and I love making fun of how people make such a big deal over sex. I go, that's all it's about. So I like to paint these life cartoon pictures of people having sex that they laugh at themselves because we put so much on it, you know, just so much on the act of banging and shit, you know, and it's the one moment in life with everything in the world that goes on. You know, I'm sure you guys I just lose myself in there. When my balls are bashing into white love for hours on end, that my own wife has to say, I'm only a girl, you know, but it just take up think about that. But the point is, it's like the one moment in your life. You know, when you're blowing it out from the bottom of your nut bag, all the pressure you might have gone through that day, you forget the world for those moments. The greatest feeling ever. If I could laugh hysterically and be coming at the same time, I could die at that moment and I'll be happy. The two greatest things ever, to laugh as hard as you can from like something the best buddy would tell you that you can't control. The kind of laugh where you go, you gotta stop, I can't breathe, and you're blowing your load. I can take death at that time. All good. That's a good way to go. Yeah, but how do you get the laugh going? It's hard. It's hard to laugh and comment at the same time. You have to play a prank on her. You have to fight off guilt to really enjoy it. Prank on your chick, she looks at you. The same prank I do to you that you might laugh hysterical. She'll go, well, why did you say that? I go, all right, let's go to the mall. Ari and I were talking about that yesterday. About comics that say and do the meanest fucking shit to each other. It's hilarious. We were talking about guys knocking the bar and knocked a pill bottle out of some dude's head. Sent all his mints flying, but there was some, I guess, Valium, is that what it was? Or the milk twigs did. Something like that. But that's typical comic shit, right? Joey, you've been with this thing for a long time. Have you seen little Joey yet? No. His daughter's adorable. We started talking a few months ago. I wanted him to play this bouncer in Still Rebel's first video. You know, but he was out of town, so he was surprised. Are you having more fun now than you had before? 1,000%. It's like you seem real relaxed. Like even when everything was going great for you, it was stressed. You were real stressed. Like you seem like because I was under a microscope. Right. And you were one of the only guys. Yeah. That was it. These kids died. And you were still alive, and you were the guy that people get mad at. And I remember when Kurt Logan was mad at you. Remember that shit? What was that? Wasn't he mad at you? Everybody was mad. Did you keep telling some jokes about feminine hygiene products? No. What happened? The way I tell these stories that they keep growing and we all say. What happened was I was booked. Arsenio was the host. I was booked to bring out Cher, which I looked at like that's because I'm a Cher fan. she was coming to my show. She came to the Wilton Amphitheater, the LA Forum. You know, so when they asked me to bring her out, it was like, that's great. You know, so now a couple minutes before I go out, Nick Clark calls me over backstage, and he goes, look, you might have to stretch a little because she's getting dressed. I'm like, she's getting dressed. She wears nothing. She wears a thong, some nylon. That's the outfit. You know? And he goes, well, if you can't stretch, I'll sit on the wall. Yeah, he'll do something. I go, no. That's not how it works. I go, I've been watching this whole show. I saw Richard Lewis come on and just like eating, you know, polarize and try to come out and talk about this to an MTV audience. You know, 6,000 people in the amphitheater. Polarize is talking about the hags and Frank Sinatra, crickets. You know, my friend Hot Tub Johnny says to me, he goes, go out there, teardrop.
I feel bad for him, but he got the fucking ball.
So what this guy's doing, he's gonna stretch. So now, because he took me on the side, and as he takes me on the side, he started introducing me. So I'm angry. So I come out and I just go into my act. I do the poem was the famous poem. George and Porgy put it in pie and jerked off in his girlfriend's eye. When I was George, you fucked that one-eyed slut. Oh! You know, so that was like the poem. You know, and then I was talking about like kill. That's not pushing. You know, my manager at the time, Sandy Gallen, after I came on stage, they have all these tents with press, and they took me from each tent, and not one question was asked. But I got press for 2 years after that. I mean, every day. And the arena shows, if I was doing one arena show, let's say Milwaukee, that was 3 now. You know, so it's doing, 60,000 people for a weekend rather than 20. It was, I did over 12 million people in a 4-year span in arenas. And when it got bad, I was doing 10,000. So, this is after they crushed Fort Fairlane. I'd be walking around New Orleans with my father and he'd go, you're supposed to be done. And you're doing 20,000 people to Sunday. What is wrong with you? It was just insanity. And he had just decided that they were going to play. That was it. Push you way out. So I remember watching it going, this is kind of fucking creepy. It's kind of creepy that they all just decide that this isn't a valid art form. Like the kind of shit that makes me howl laughing. Like if you really meant what you said, you really were a bad guy, it wouldn't be that funny. It's funny because I know I'm a good guy. And it's the actual I had this little argument with this interviewer because after he saw me in Vegas, the guy was telling you a few weeks ago, first he interviewed me in LA. So he got to meet Max, he got to meet Dylan, and I know you guys know the kind of guys they are. They're great. I actually say that the two nicest guys I've ever hung with in my life. So well adjusted. I'm not talking about the rock band. When they're on stage, they are who they are. They're rock stars on stage. That's who they are. When they're on stage, they're the most respectful, funny, nicest guys I've ever hung with. Not even his sons, just his guys, because they're both men that are 21 and 25. And to hang with them is like a privilege to me because they're just great guys. They can hang, they can talk to me about any fucking thing. Imagine nice on your dad. No, but that's the beauty of them. They know they can come to me with anything. Of course. Like they just recorded their first full album. Okay? So there's one song called I Gotta Have. And I call that the sex song. Because it's all sexual. All the words are sexual. And Dylan writes all the songs. So the night before he's going to record it, he comes over to me in the backyard, we're smoking a blunt, and he says, Dad, did you ever really hear the words to I Gotta Have? Because we're going to record it tomorrow. I go, well, in the clubs, it's hard to pick it all up because of the sound situation. So he does the words, and it's all sex. And I go, it's perfect. It couldn't be better. I go, and what's beautiful about it, it's not filthy.
It's just sexual. And that's a great
Even
thing.
that follow,
21-year-old.
he taught me
What shit you
what?
talking about?
Really?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all you know about. So, but I'm saying this guy got to meet my sons, hang with my sons, hang with Valerie, hang with Eleanor. You know, so he got to talk to me just one-on-one, see with me. And then if he sees me on stage in Vegas, it's like, why would you do that?
I didn't even know
You know, it was
cuz.
Dice. He's Andrew. I go, I'm sorry I ever took that name on. You know, because it's like, it's the same guy. I am from Brooklyn. I do have an attitude. I do smoke cigarettes. You know, but I don't walk around my house, you know, waving my dick home. Take that. You know, it's a joke. It's all a fucking joke. It's, I don't want to get mad. It's too early on. It's okay. Don't get real mad. You know, but but you know, the TV show now, it is a hybrid. You get to see different sides of who I am. So what are they trying to say now that you're doing these big movies, you're doing TV shows, like you're on that Viral show too, right? You get all these legit acting gigs. And these legit acting gigs, they're
I'm
saying,
from
why would you go back to what you do best, what everybody loves you from? Because I never stopped doing it. But think about how crazy it is.
I've been saying things about
Let's do Robin Williams. Did Robin Williams continue a stand-up career? Did Richard Pryor continue a stand-up career? Robin Williams took a long time off.
I've been saying things about
He did the stand-up till whatever happened to him. But when he started doing the big movies, he was still doing
playing
concerts.
things kind of about Chris.
What's wrong with doing your first love? Well, how that? What's wrong with doing it? When, you know,
I'll
that's
get
what
him back.
people want to say.
This is what
It's just bizarre. Decide that this is the movie that's wrong with you. You know, it's like what everybody's really going for. You know, I love acting. I've always loved acting. That's why I got on stage as a comic, because I didn't want to go to acting school once a week. I wanted everyday training. So I put together the act that you brought up earlier with Jerry Lewis to Travolta, and I took that all the way up to doing Don Kirshner's rock concert. And after that, I was thinking, well, you know, at that time, directors would come into the comedy store. As a matter of fact, the first movie I didn't get, but I got close to, was the movie Diner, you know, that Barry Levinson directed. And he saw me at that, but now I was on stage being Dyson. So this guy flies me to New York. He puts me in a school to learn the Boston accent with a teacher, and I was killing with the part. And I didn't get it in the end, but that's why I'd be on at the Comedy Store, because I just wanted to hone acting jobs. And then I finally did get, you know, Michael Mann when he did Crime Story, which was thrilling to me. You know, to be in a show with guys, Kevin Spacey, David Caruso, you were fucking great. Crime Story was fucking great. Shut in your mouth, Johnny. Why you threw that? This is the one-on-one. You gotta loosen up the stress. You gotta pop another star. Actors that were on that show, you know, that was Dennis Farina, that was Tony Dennison. But, you know, when you're working with guys like Kevin Spacey, who was already starting to get known, you know, just everybody, with Michael Madsen, you know, just Ted Levine, you know, that wound up Buffalo Bill, you know, he's done a million movies, but the most famous is, you know, whatever the fuck. Okay, so tell me that story about how you got Crime Story. That's everything I do to audition. Fucked around with the camera. They called you while you were at Rascals and told you got it. No, I got it. What happened is I got it 5 months late. What happened, I went to read for Bonnie Timmerman. You know, and I figured Michael Mann would be there, you know, like, you know, watching, but he's not there. She's just filming it. So I get mad at Michael. So I start talking to the camera because I was reading for the gangsters. Right, yeah, and I'm like, oh, so you're a tough guy. You don't have to show up for fucking audition. What's your problem? I'm not big enough for you to sit in an office and watch. Okay, so after 3 days of not hearing anything, I figured, all right, I didn't get this part. 5 months later, I was visiting in New York, and my mother's waking me up going, your agent called 3 times already for 4 years. So I call her up, and I'm having coffee with my mother, but what I'm hearing on the phone, I can't believe. She goes, you got booked on the show Crime Story. 5 seasons. You know, and
is, I think the pay started at like 2,500 an episode, guaranteed 7 out of 13.
Very, very.
You know, and I'm going, and I'm looking at my watch. Is everything okay? And I hang up. I go, I just got a TV series. I got to go to Chicago. NBC. Oh, was it Slam? It was a fucking fight scene. Yeah. Who does that? That was nuts. So it was paying off the acting. You know, and then I did the movie Casual Sex near the end of that. And then the Rodney special. And that was it. I still remember Joe So we had to accomplish right? So that's really what if I fucking like it? She's a fucking dirty fucking cunt. You know what I'm saying? But it's the voice I had in my head. So I watched dice. This is to be a poetic thing. This was she's a dirty cunt. This is the voice. They don't have a fucking idea. The voice is like, I was listening to a bunch of times. Which I thought the world was beautiful. I'm in the back of my head. I had this voice that always looked at me. So the first time I saw you, halfway out, just try it. This guy's the guy that's looking to my head. It's good to know about all your things. Well, if this boy looks like Joey, we just gotta figure out how to get him out. I remember when I met Joey, and he goes, you know, the back steps, like, I'm here because that's a compliment. It's like, wow. Well, we all should decide you were at the final line for free speech or comedians. You know, you can decide whatever you know it's offensive or no, it's this, no, it's that. At the end of the day, it's a kind of art. You might not like it. I'm not asking you to listen to Gangster Rap. You listen to whatever the fuck you want to listen to. I'm not saying you should go see a mob movie and watch a bunch of people get shot up. But if you want to do that, you should be like, do that. So you should be like, yeah, and this guy's sitting there telling the dice because I was watching Flick because I did like certain tapes that were out there, like Fox. Because I was watching the Wedge because I saw you like before that. You know, so when they told me this, that they taken me, when this is, what do they call Mr. Worldwide? So you know, and like it blows my mind, like the kind of people that he was 7 years old watching. You know, that's like crazy shit. Bruno Mars a few years ago. I mean, that's like not, and these are people I look up to that I don't know. You know, yes, he's not playing the back. Oh, it's small, it's 340. And now, you know, I'll come back there in April, and then in May, they're putting me in the big big showroom. But I told Harry Basil, I said, I'll go in the big showroom for that night. I don't care. I'd rather work 3 nights for the same money in the small room. They get more money. I go because I love being on top of the people. I'm not out. I mean, there are certain big things that are now coming my way. There was talk about going into the garden in September again because I sort of owe that to myself and the fans, because things have built to this crescendo again. So it's like, why not? And plus, my sons could be there and see it all come down. And that's thrilling for me because I feel the reason they're doing really well now is because I teach them by example how to go after something. And about 8 years ago, when I had to start gambling again just to pay my mortgage, I would tell my sons,
You gotta start gambling to pay your mortgage?
yeah, because I just wasn't making enough money in the games. So I quit gambling for 10 years.
What's your gambling?
Blackjack.
Are you just really good at it?
Well, I had 30 grand. Long story short, I turned it into $1,150,000 in a couple of days. Okay? And I only play alone. That's how I play blackjack. And, I was nice enough to give a lot of it back, over time, but that's what gambling is. But through these last few years of building up again, trust me, Woody Allen didn't go, I want you in my movie, here's a couple $1 million. It doesn't work like that. But it was an honor to do a movie for him. So I still had to do the gambling, and I ended the gambling with getting all the money for them to record their album. Because, it's still not ridiculous figures. I'm paying back taxes. I'm taking care of things that take a few years to take care of. But I also knew rock and roll was coming, with vinyl and roadies and Guns N' Roses back together, and now Jethro Tull, and all these great rock bands are coming back, so I wanted my boys prepared. So I gambled till I got every dime I needed for them to record. Like I would call Dylan from Vegas and go, book another week in the studio. It's handled, and then I stopped. Just done. Because now I am doing well again. I'm doing concert tours. It's happening.
How long did you gamble for?
This last run was about 8 years.
That is hilarious. But you did it profitably.
Yeah, I would lose like any gambler. And they show gambling in Dice, the show. This is a hybrid of my life.
But then you use that as a strategy to figure out how to make money. That's
Well,
hilarious.
you know what? When my back's against the wall, when my back is against the wall, the bottom line is I'm always going to take care of my family. That's the way it is. And I do what I have to do, to handle those things. So, I mean, Bruce over here would say, don't gamble, this and that. I've helped him out. I helped everybody out that needed the help when we needed it. And now we're doing good, so I just stopped.
That's just a crazy thing to plan on, to try to make money by gambling.
Well, the bottom line is when you sit down to gamble, number one, I only play alone, right, with a dealer.
And you only play blackjack.
And only blackjack.
So it's just you and the dealer. That's it.
But whatever you put up in front of you, the only way to win is you got to be willing to lose every penny in front of you with no fear to beat them. And a lot of the times I won, and a lot of the times I'd walk out of there not winning. But it's nothing I recommend. Just like a performer, I had a certain feel for it. I could walk into a casino, years ago I'd play, $500,000 in a clip. That was years ago when I was doing like the arena shows. And that was just
like $500,000 a day.
I could win or lose $500,000 in a half hour. There was a day I lost $500,000 by noon, and by 5 in the afternoon, I won it all back, plus another $55,000. It was plays like that. But now it was more about win 10 grand, which to me is pretty simple to do. Because I'm so used to
playing gigantic figures from years ago. So if I lose, if I sit down at the table with $5,000 and I'm down 2,500, I'm not gonna sweat that, right? Because I know I can get that back in 30 seconds. You know, most of the time I would. You know, so you win 10 grand, you call your kids, you go book the studio, let's get it done. So we'll start another one now? No, I gotta go. I wish you a lot of luck. Maybe they should have followed on the time. Show up, I love you. Thank you for being here. I'll see you back for lunch. All right, we'll look like thank you for the Joe Rogan. Where you at this week? I'm in Boston. Doing the Wilbur Friday, Saturday. I don't want to make this short, but I got it. No, I'm still interviews. I can sit with you for 3 hours. You do it again anytime. I will come here anytime. You're the best. You're the best. So Joe Rogan, for me, it's an honor, for real. That's the TV show. You're the best. All right, folks. See you soon. That was great. It's always great. What's up, man? How are you? Thanks for doing this. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me. And thanks for introducing me to your dog. Because I have to tell you that video of you grabbing that raccoon and chucking it down the stairs was easily one of the most gangster things I've ever seen online. Is this it? Yes. I had to put a little disclaimer up here so that, you know, the animal rights folks would get pissed off. Yeah. Well, they're gonna get pissed off. Yeah, so right now I hear him crying because there's no audio on the cameras, but he's like just getting mauled by this thing. You just picked it up and fucking chucked it like a gangster. I mean, you didn't just push it away. You picked it up over your head, went back behind the head, like you're throwing a medicine ball. It's the medicine over the back of the head, and shoom, bang. We're talking to Kevin. Rose, the fountain of dig. I gotta say, no, it was a little liquid courage. I had a couple glasses of wine. And number two, my intention was to go down there and just kick it, right? But he was on top of my dog, so I'd be punching my dog at the same time. It was tangled. Yeah. So, I mean, you know, it's bristly. So, but, you know, whatever. It's when it's your baby. I know that sounds weird to say with the dog, but it's just like I thought he was dying. He was getting howling like he was getting shredded from his claws, you know. So I'm thinking my dog is being killed. Did you think it was a coyote? No, you know, we had seen raccoons in the backyard before, and it was just one of those things where they always just kind of like run away. So you lights them on. I don't know what he was. I don't know if he had babies. Actually, there were some other raccoons that we saw with him at the same time. So, I don't know. Man, those weird sort of fringe wildlife creatures like raccoons and coyotes that kind of hang around cities are so creepy. Yeah, there's a ton in San Francisco. Yeah, just all over the place at night. They just dig through the trash, basically. Well, San Francisco, believe it or not, at least the outside edges, has a bit of a mountain lion problem. I've heard that. Yeah, they did this study recently where they checked the digestive tracts of all these mountain lions, and they thought we're going to find a deer or a rabbit. No, they found mostly pets. Yeah, like 50% cats and dogs is what they found. Yeah, you don't want to take over that mountain lion. That's crazy. Lots of sweet people have chosen to exist in the periphery of these cities and sort of feed on these pets, house animals. Yeah, it's too bad. Yeah. It's not normal though that a raccoon attacks a dog like that, right? Yeah, they typically just take off. That's been our experience with them. And then I proceeded to go on Amazon and buy a trap. So then I was able to trap with there, and it was evil. I mean, I went down there just to check out the trap, and I saw it from above. When I got down there, it was just hissing and trying to scratch the cage and eat it. I mean, they're not the friendly ones you see on YouTube. Like, there's some that are domesticated, where they feed them and they kind of pet them and whatnot. These wild ones are just like that. I cut your throat kind of animals. I had a feral cat for a while. I love cats, but feral cats, it is a completely different experience. Like mine was a kitten, it was a little baby. I mean, it was really young, like maybe 3 months old at the most. And you could go in here and you would have run up the side of the wall and tear apart the curtains, trying to get away from you. You just get rid of it. No, I kept it. I locked myself in the bedroom with it for a couple days. Yeah, well, it's not even that I break it. I just had to get used to it. It was a real weird experience. My friend Lainey, she and her boyfriend lived in this apartment in West Hollywood, like West LA, like Santa Monica area. And there's these feral cats that had babies underneath the apartment building. And so they're like, oh my God, what are we going to do? All right, we have to trap them. And so she knew that I already had 2 cats. So she's like, do you want a cat? I was like, all right, fuck it. Give me a cat. Yeah. And if you give those to the animal shelter, they'll just chill out. Yeah, it's too bad. Well, it was so hard to get used to this stuff. But yes, I pick it up. It would go, like, wow, this birds. It was so happy. It's almost touching. And you put it down just for a second. Like, run away. It took forever. And like, it took years before it would let anyone else get close to it. Like hiding under furniture. Yeah. It's actually run away from you. I was the only one that could touch it. Even me. I had to like go, hey dude, it's me. You know me, right? Yeah, right? We're cool. I get close to him, he would swing at you. He'd definitely bite you. Yeah, I don't know why about a month ago I was looking up how to break a horse. I just thought that'd be a really fun thing. Fuck that, man. Why not? It would be amazing. Spawn you have? Yeah, you'll kick your ass though. They're so big. This episode is sponsored by Liquid IV. Liquid IV is a product I use almost every single day. I use it after hard workouts, sauna sessions. I use it if I got a little tipsy the night before and I want to make sure that I don't get hungover. Liquid IV is a fantastic way to hydrate yourself and replace your electrolytes. The science behind it, your hydration multiplier. It is great tasting, non-GMO, and the electrolyte drink powder is powered by cellular transport technology to deliver hydration into the bloodstream faster and more efficiently than water alone. It's a precise ratio of sodium, glucose, and potassium, plus 5 essential vitamins, B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. And it tastes great. There's awesome flavors, tropical punch. I love acai berry. They got pina colada, guava, lemon. They all taste great. And there's a ton of different flavors. You can grab Liquid IV in bulk nationwide at Costco, or you get 15% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code Joe Rogan, all one word, at checkout. That's 15% off anything you order when you use the promo code Joe Rogan at liquidiv.com. Experience better hydration today at liquidiv.com, promo code Joe Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to shop it out. Fun yeah, I get like weekend projects. They got the computer going horse. I know a bunch of people that have gotten hurt from horses. Yeah, falling off horses, broken arms and legs and stuff. It's just, I know what to do. Oh, that's like you did it. They killed like all kinds of animals. Dogs and barking dogs and kick up and it's insane. It's an animal that can take you to right now, man. One get on its back in hours. Like, just raw power. It's Montreal. There's this amazing restaurant called Joe. And they serve horse meat. And it's one of those places where I know the owners so they said, just let us do it for you. So we're like, okay, go ahead, man. Fucking show us like horse meat. It was just one that brought over. We didn't know what it was until like he said, this is horse tartar. Amazing. What? Horse? Yeah. I don't play tartar one time. I was 65. That was it's very fat. So it's a lot of like running around the pins at the end. Like the little mouth Until I found out what it's what it is. You think of title shit. No, that's mud.
Yeah.
It's like veal. It's like cows. It's the most delicious. Well, that's why we get lamb chops.
Yeah.
Small bone. Just lamb is much more digestible. Protein-wise, I've heard it's very good for a lot of people feel like it's more high quality, closer to like a wild cow than say cows. How do they measure that? It's a good question. I know they can measure protein content somehow. And you know that like some animals, like I think moose is like the highest protein content like per gram. Yeah. But I think it's also that's probably based on how lean it is too. Because an ounce piece of moose far less fat than an ounce piece of domestic beef. Right. That's probably not crazy. Well, it looks different. You know, like lamb looks different. Unless it's grass-fed. Have you tried yes, yeah, that's one I haven't tried, but I'm curious. I've heard it's pretty well. No, it's not. No. Well, it really depends on how but their sausage is delicious. That extracts the whole. It's really good grilled. But bear, you have to be really careful. Because you can get trichinosis. A lot of bears have trichinosis, so you have to make sure it's cooked to 165 degrees. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's like it's actually there's no medium rare bear. The only way you can ever do that is if you got it tested first. You could do that, like you would send it to a lab, like you take the bear's tongue, they send it out to a lab, and they test it. You might have to actually send the actual meat itself from piece of meat. But if it has trichinosis, it's throughout its whole body. Is it tough? No. Oh, and bears are weird. Their bodies are very mushy. You would think of their bodies like an elk or a deer. It's very strong, like very muscular, like a horse is, right? But a bear is almost like a cushion. When they die, they love a fat person. That's what makes sense. They have a soft body. But it's like I had some delivered next time. I'll bring you some it's really good. It's also one of those animals where my friend Stu calls them charismatic megafauna. Or if you say you eat bear, it's this like knee jerk, right? But it's one of those game animals where it's actually very good people hunt them because they don't have any natural predators, so if they don't get hunted, if someone doesn't control the population, they decimate moose and deer because they eat all the fawns. They eat all the ground nesting birds, and they also eat each other. So I have a friend that collects butterflies, my friend's wife. Apparently, there are places in the world where the butterflies are a serious problem. Like they overtake crops and like decimate everything. There's beautiful, like 6-7-inch butterflies, but she sourced them from there. We actually have to kill them, otherwise it's yeah. So she collects the dead ones. Yeah, so she has them like up on the wall, one of those cases you can light up. Yeah. When you first walk in, you're like, you're an asshole. There's like all these beautiful butterflies all over the place, but yeah, apparently that's the deal. Is you have to just source them. Well, there's a really cool butterfly pavilion in Denver. It's really awesome. And it's you go there, and when you go inside of it, they have all these misters everywhere, and the entire place is just filled with butterflies. San Francisco has one of those as well. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, and they land on your head, and they're all around you. And when you leave, you didn't have to like dust you off because there's so many butterflies on you. But they die. I mean, there's some flies where their life is very short, right? So they die all throughout the place. Not they kill them, but not like we watched a couple of them just sit down and all that. Say no on the butterfly lips. Yes, I say a butterfly lips. It sounds about right. Like last. Yes, I say it. It's so amazing. It's such a strange thing in nature to create all these designs, shapes, just different forms of life. Yeah, absolutely. Especially bugs. Bugs are some of the most, I think, tackle bugs for this the idea of them. So novel as a single monster, like they love so much. Have you done any of that bug routine? Yeah, so it's not that. Do you like that? I like bugs. I really think it's probably just my kind of
I'm not a cousin.
bugs.
We had cousins who were not making another cousins who had a cousin who for 1 week joined us like my dad never got to
Like land, ground. And for whatever reason, even vegans, most vegans don't have a problem with eating bugs. Like most vegans will slap a mosquito. Right, you know, they're not going to let some mosquito just vampire off, right? They will kill a mosquito. So we have this hierarchy of life. You know, plant life is at the lowest. You're allowed to kill and eat plants. And then it gets up to weird animals like bear. We've heard of fruitarians. Those are even more extreme than just the general plants they will eat fallen fruit. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, God, that scared. She was crazy. Was she in bad shape? Because they don't get a lot of essential stuff. We haven't talked in a long time. But she was crazy when I was a little kid. She was vegetarian when I was 7 or 8. She only fallen fruit, like fruit that fall on the tree. That's the strain version of that. I didn't really know her very well. She never on. But she had some kids. She lost her fucking mind. Yeah, she was deep. But she wasn't healthy, like mentally or physically. So it wasn't like someone that was like, wow, that's the way to go. Right. Oh, look at this crazy. You know, like, right. She didn't even like her kids. Like, she didn't have a good relationship with her own children. She's like, how am I going to take you seriously about fucking fruit? Right. How will you be next to people? I mean, there's certain, I think we've all looked at like vegetarians and been like, since you're really healthy, wow, you're glowing. Yeah, like I would also like to glow. Like, yeah, I can see myself doing that, but yeah, fruit stuff's not too far. Well, before I started hunting, I had two thoughts in mind. One, this is going to turn me into a vegan, or two, I would become a hunter. So those are the two things we're going to do. I think there's a lot of health benefits to getting a lot of that shit down. It's this, the real issue is it becomes sort of a weird religion. It becomes almost like an ideology, like a cult. Like you can't, there's no variables. It's like eating animals is evil, and animals are sentient beings. Despite what they do to each other, despite the fact that, like, I had a friend who's vegan. We had this conversation, and I said, "So no animals should be killed ever." He's like, no. Okay. I have 2 words. Wild pigs. Yeah. And he said, well, they have to be controlled somehow. I go, how the fuck do you do that? You have hundreds of millions. And you have wild pigs. The amount of wild pigs in this country is staggering. Yeah, not only is it staggering, it's exploding. There's a highway they opened up in Texas. They built this highway. They opened it up one night. One night they opened it, had like 40 car accidents. That's crazy. Texas is out of fucking control. That's taking over. Look at the tiny pet pigs. They're like the size of a small toy poodle. They always have those. like didn't they've been around for a while. Especially like and walk with my dogs. I would think that I would like because I live out here that I would understand this, but my interaction with LA is going to the comedy store and improv, going to the comedy clubs, going to where I buy food, going to my neighborhood and being with my friends, and going to the gym, like wherever I work out. Do you enjoy the city then? Or? I think there's too many people here. Yeah, I just think, oh, look at that little cute dog. Cute little bastards. Look at that little guy. That's me. Yeah, that's a funny question. That's how you get them. How big did they get when they're full grown? I think it's like twice the size. I bet they're great pets. Apparently they're really smart. Yeah, they look at cars. They entertain you. Yeah, it makes for them, but a little cute. They're very cute. But again, it's like there's a big goddamn difference between a domesticated pig that you raise yourself that becomes like a pet and a wild pig. Wild pig is fucking scary. We were in this ranch, this tall ranch, walking down this road, and it's the first time I had any contact with them. I heard them. They were in this tall grass, and they were maybe like 20 yards from us, and they were fighting. So we're walking down this road, we're like tiptoeing down this road. This is like some Lord of the Rings shit, man. They have like the full tusks and everything. Oh, yeah. So these are boars, basically. See, a pig is something called Suscrafa. I think that's how you say it. And that genus is, they're all the same thing. They're like dogs, so they can breed with each other. And they're the same animal, which means, this is a weird thing about pigs. If you take a domestic pig, regular pig, pig, right, and you leave them out in the wild, they transform into that feeling. Yeah, so they grow tusks and everything. They grow tusks. Their nose extends. Their body fur gets thicker and more dense. And it happens really quickly. I believe the transformation starts taking place within 6 weeks. So it's within 6 weeks of being wild and out in the wild, having to fend for itself, not having food given to it, its body starts to transform. It's a very strange animal. Yeah. So, do they know how to fend for themselves and eat and all that? Like, I think instincts take over. Yeah. They get desperado. Whatever instincts are still left in their genes. Fasting and ketosis brings it out of them. Yeah. But they eat a lot of carbs. But they'll eat everything. I mean, that's the thing about, again, ground nesting birds get decimated. Everything in front of them. I mean, and for agriculture, for places where they have farms, they're absolutely devastating. It costs millions and millions of dollars for the damage. But the idea that you can leave all animals alone, like, well, you won't be able to go outside. You'll have a very dangerous environment, right? The mountain lion issue is a big issue in California. And right now it's pretty much under control, kind of. There's good things to it too, though. Like, one of the good things to it is that we don't have deer ticks. We don't have a lot of ticks out here like they do on the East Coast, because the East Coast doesn't have mountain lions, right? So because of that, and they don't have nearly as many coyotes. See, coyotes can't really take out a full-size deer. They can really, they fuck up the fawns and they kill a lot of the babies. But they can't really, the big deers can kind of fend off a coyote, but they can't fend off a mountain lion. And mountain lions jack so many deer that we don't have problems with like Lyme disease out here, right? Lyme disease is a huge problem. I had a friend that got it here a couple of years ago. Out here, fun. No, East Coast. Yeah, East Coast is real bad. There was some estimate that there was something in like the Hudson Valley where they did like tests of all these different ticks, and some ungodly percentage of Lyme disease. Yeah, 20-50% ticks have Lyme disease. It was terrifying. Yeah, that's awesome.
Or the cheese was really good. Someone got Lyme disease on her.
Some people get it,
Beyonce left.
keep it forever. Yeah, it just fucks with their system forever. Yeah, anybody that had to go on hardcore antibiotics right away, it's like you should diagnose with cycles to try to get it out. It's really hard. Got it. He brought his son. His son got it too. He brought his son to the doctor, and he was a shit doctor. The doctor didn't want to believe the kid had Lyme disease. And then all of a sudden, the kid's face went palsy. He had Bell's palsy where his mouth started drooling. His lips wouldn't move. Did that come back? Yes. Okay. But he had hardcore antibiotics. And they had to do it for a long time, like a month. Hardcore antibiotics. Well, it's a scary disease, man, because it also is related to there's that, it's called Morgellons disease, which for a long time they thought Morgellons might be some sort of a psychosomatic disorder where people believe they have like fibers going out of their skin, itching themselves constantly, and they would bring these fibers to doctors to examine. They said your body's growing these fibers here. Yeah, but it wasn't really going on. What was going on was that the fibers were like carpet fibers that were stuck to their skin. And so I interviewed this guy who was a Morgellons sufferer, and he was also a doctor. So it's kind of fascinating to get his perspective on it. And he was very frustrated by the way the medical establishment treats this disease, because they were treating it like it's like a completely psychological disorder. And he's like, I don't think so. He goes, I think there's a neurotoxicity to this disease, and that one of the things about this disease was a vast majority of the people that had Morgellons also had Lyme disease. So what he thinks, there's not enough people who have it. He thinks is Lyme disease affects your brain. There's some sort of toxicity to this Lyme disease when it gets to some people. Another thing he said, you get Lyme disease, like you have a tick that gives you this disease, and the tick carries it in his body. He goes, it's not like it's getting you in a syringe. It's so you're getting a variety of different pathogens along with that. And when he was describing it to me, I was like, oh, this totally makes sense. It's probably such a very small sample size of people who have this problem. But the people who have it, man, they get fucking crazy. So do you go out to the East Coast at all then? Do you avoid all the ticks? I go, I'll spray out and stuff. Yeah, there's clothing that like designed for people in those areas. Make sure like socks up to like the belt line kind of thing. Yeah, you know, you can get bit with your socks. It's really pants, gaiters, all these different things to make sure that they don't get in the crevices. And if you come in contact with an animal that has it, you have to be really careful. Make sure those things don't come off and get on you. You gotta be careful. It's no joke. Yeah, it's not fun. It's just so scary because it fucks with your immune system. And it really, depending upon how bad you get it, who you are, what your makeup is, some people just have a nasty first reaction to it. As a matter of fact, my friend's dad got it from a vaccine. They used to give a vaccine for Lyme disease, and they don't do it anymore because it could turn into full-blown. That's the stuff you always worry about. Yeah, it's one of those things like, you know, it's like the people that get the flu shot every once in a while. Yeah. Someone comes down with a full-blown flu. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was always the argument about vaccines too. Like people were always saying, you know, there's just always this thing like, hey, vaccines give people autism, vaccines do this, and then there's the other camp that says vaccines are harmless. Well, it's never harmless. You shoot a chemical in your body. It's harmless the vast majority of the time. It's beneficial the vast majority of the time. Right. If you're one of those 1 out of 1,000 people, there's not that much comfort in the fact that your brain gets fucking fried because they tried some experimental fucking weird vaccine on you. Do you do any of that stuff? Do you do any of the flu shots every year? No, I don't do flu shots. But I did it this year and I came down with the flu. I got decimated. I'm one of those guys that has a really strong immune system until I don't. And then I'm like out for like a month. You know, like I'm like, you know, licking my fingers all the time. And like, you just feel invincible. Yeah, like I haven't gotten sick for like, 8 or 10 months. And I don't wash my hands sometimes. And it's disgusting. But then I just went down hard. It's so many factors, right? It was like health, sleep, diet. I think I was doing too much cold therapy stuff. Cold therapy, like Wim Hof stuff? Yeah, Wim Hof stuff. Too much. I was talking to Rhonda Patrick, who you've had on the show before, about this, and just too many stressors. Because that's a stressor. You have cheese a stressor. You have turmeric is a stressor. You have exercise is a stressor. And if you're doing that every single day, and I was doing the cold stuff, 5-6 days a week, along with not talking cryo, but like cold ice cold showers. And then along with exercising and interval training and everything else. Ice cold showers, you're in Northern California, right? Yeah, that's this is actually in New York. So they were really went to my gym has a freeze. I don't know why, but the showers when you turn the cold setting are lucky. At home I don't have that. I go to the gym and on the cold setting, I put my hands as I'm washing my hair in the cold shower, and my hands are numb with it. 45 seconds. Like, it's really, really cold. Jesus. Well, New York has some fucking severe cold winter. Yeah, and you get that cold water in the winter. That's real cold water. Oh, I love it. You talk about cold water in California. Kind of cold. Right. Unless you go into like Glacier River. Yeah, I'm so bummed when I come out here because I go and I stay in a hotel or something. And the first thing I do when I get in the hotel is turn on cold setting in the shower to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, it's all weak. Yeah, you have to go do a proper cryo. Well, it's great after yoga in the winter. Like, you can actually get pretty cold water here in like January in the winter, but like after a hot yoga class, it feels unbelievable. Yeah, like you can't breathe. It's like probably more of a reaction to cryo. Oh, interesting. Cryo is weird because it's cold as fuck, but it's dry. Right. So you get in there and there's something. They talk about the desert. They're like, it's a dry heat. Like, it's a dry cryo. Well, that's California's heat too, in comparison to like Texas. Like, have you ever been to Houston in July? Oh yeah, it's brutal. It's like trying to breathe through. It's like you're getting waterboarded, right? It's like, no, it's not. Yeah, it's like a hot fucking wet blanket on your face. But there's a definite difference in that cold. That's where you're not getting wet. Like, Wim Hof actually prefers ice baths, right? He thinks the ice baths are better for you, and the way he describes it, better for your spirit. Yeah, I've done the ice baths a few times. That was week 10 for me on his course. I went and got 10 bags of ice from the corner store, filled up my bathtub with cold water, and then put all 10 bags of ice in there, submerged myself up to my neck, and did that for 15 minutes. Wow. You got anything else? I will say I'm a huge believer in just cryo and cold therapy in general, in that my mood is elevated. It's more than anything else, it's my mood. Yeah, I find myself like I'm generally a really happy guy. Like, we all have our ups and downs as it were, but this kind of just raises the bar an additional, I'd say, 20%. Yeah. And so you have a higher high, if that makes sense. You're always going to stay up pegged up there and be like a whole new person, but it's just different. It's amazing. It's been a game changer for me. So I've gotten really deep on the research side. Different than Rhonda. Rhonda goes the science route. I go into the history. So I've been researching people that have done this for hundreds of years now and their protocols and what they've done. What have you found? Oh, how dare you? So I've got teas. I've been doing a ton of research. I'm either going to put out like a big PDF on it or a little mini book or something that I'll give away. I don't know. But you can't give us a taste. Well, a good taste would be... There's people in Russia that have done it for a long time, hundreds of years. I got a hold of their original documents and have them translated so I can figure out what the protocol is. They do banya and then freezing water. That's right. Fedor Emelianenko, UFC enemy runner fighter of all time. He was a pride heavyweight champion. No, that was his thing. We do the banya, we beat each other with those eucalyptic branches. Right. I've done that a ton of times. I've done the branches, but I've watched it be done. That looks cool. It does look cool. I bet it would be refreshing. So they're not hurting each other. No, they slap you around with the branches. And they climb from the hot sauna, they climb into the water. I always thought it was just like something that makes you feel a little bit better. But when you read and listen to Rhonda and her research on sauna, and 40% less mortality across the board from all factors, whether it's cancer, disease, heart attack, all these different things. It's like, what? Yeah, it's a percent drop in mortality. Like, that's incredible. And then she talks about the actual physical, measurable responses to sauna, extreme heat, shock protein, and also cold shock protein. You realize, like, oh, there's something really going on. Yeah, absolutely. And you can feel it after a couple weeks. For me, my friend, I got to do one. They're like, I need this too cool. I can't. And I'm like, you don't understand. It's not about just that one time. I don't know about for you, but it's about week 3. All of a sudden, I just woke up and I'm like, wait a second. I feel like I'm 16 again, or just like a little bit. Like, it was just crazy good. Well, what you call norepinephrine. That stuff, that feeling that you get is very tangible. It's like a drug. It's almost like getting a little, just a tiny taste of pot. Just a little. Actually, I brought that our podcast that I did with her. It's like you're at a concert, you have like a little hitter, and then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, right, yeah, just a little, yeah, it does. It makes the sun feel better. It's great. And also for aches and pains, and for someone who trains a lot, the measurable effect that they found as far as like reducing the inflammatory markers in the blood, you can feel that. You can absolutely feel the response to that when you do it like a week or two in a row. Yeah, that's right. So do you know that cold therapy used to be used as a treatment for insanity? Did you know that back in the day? I think it was so Van Gogh, when he cut his ear off to put him in an insane asylum, they forced him to do 2 weekly, 2-hour-long sessions of cold therapy. And he writes about it. This is a little teaser of some of the stuff research I've been doing. He writes about it in his letters to friends. And so his letters are documented online. You can find the letters. And then I dug into all his letters and found any mention of cold therapy and what it's done to his mood. It's fascinating. What was he saying? He was just saying that, you can look it up. He was just saying that he was a big believer and he's feeling so much better. And then I found pictures of the tub that they used to use. So what they would do is you would lay down in a bathtub, and they would put this wood cover over the tub with just your head sticking out, so almost like a guillotine kind of thing. It's not cut off. Okay. And so they had his head sticking out, and then they would just pour ice cold water through the tub for 2 hours. Twice a week. Yeah. And so you can't do anything. You're stuck in it. Wow. And they would do this to treat insanity, and it worked. And then, of course, drugs came along and everything else, and then all this just gets forgotten. But that's one example. Another one is I found some monks out in Japan that study this form of meditation in Buddhism, where they sit underneath waterfalls, ice waterfalls, and they meditate. And I found their chants and all that go along with that. So that's something I'm going to put in this document as well. So, do you know who Hickson Gracie is? That sounds familiar. Hickson Gracie is not the grappler Gracie. Yes. Okay. Hoist Gracie is the guy who won the original UFCs, but he has brother. His brother Hickson is almost like a mythical creature in the world of martial arts, because he's universally hailed as the greatest jiu-jitsu fighter of all time. Okay. This is the guy they call like the Michael Jordan of jiu-jitsu. Yeah. Because like jiu-jitsu is one of those things where there's so many good guys, it's so hard to figure out who's the best. Like this guy might beat that guy, and then next year that guy can beat this guy. This is Hickson. He's also a legit yogi. Like he practices yoga. I've heard about this guy. He's amazing, and he's actually been on the podcast too, and I had a chance to talk to him. That's the buffest yogi. He was very buff, especially when he was young. Well, he was a mixed martial arts champion, Brazilian jiu-jitsu champion, but he was also the champion. He was in that movie, The Hulk. He was the guy who was teaching Ed Norton how to control his calm, control his anger to try to keep him from turning into the Hulk. But there's this documentary called Choke, and it documents Hickson competing in the 1994 Japan Valley Judo. He went over to 96. But he went over to Japan and competed in this big mixed martial arts tournament. And when he was over there, part of the time that he spent was climbing into these freezing cold rivers and getting out of these waterfalls and meditating. Oh, that's awesome. And this video of him doing it, like his other family members try to do it. They get in the water for a couple seconds, like, fuck this! Right. There he is. He's in there doing these yogi breathing exercises. Yeah, that's what Will teaches, a lot of that breathing to go along with. You have to be really, really careful. Yeah. There's been people that have passed out doing the breathing exercises because they're so deep, and it's really like giving you all that oxygen. I put an oxygen meter on my finger when I do the breathing exercises. I take it, I hover right around 98. Like no one's ever really at 100 all the time. Some people, weird people are, but I can bring myself up to 100%. And what is it measuring? It's the oxygen, the level in your blood. Just pure oxygen. Yeah, it's like those little meters that they clip on you when you go to the doctor's office. You can buy those for $15 on Amazon. So, but how's it? Was it tapping into your blood somehow? Like how's it measuring? It's a little LED light that it shoots into your finger. And through looking at the LED through your finger, like the same way, like your phone can measure your heart rate. Right. So this does heart rate along with blood oxygen level. How the fuck does it know your blood oxygen level? Magic. God damn, this is what a wonderful. And it's available on Amazon Prime for $15. Not only is it amazing, it's also, we'll be here in 1 hour if you use Postmates. It's one click. I'm so addicted as a fall Western civilization. The people that run those UPS stores that get packages delivered to them and shit like that, they did not know what they were signing up for with one click that came around.
Their suicide rates have gone through the roof.
Like, you gotta be hating life. I guess. Maybe they just really into packages. I love it.
Someone has like a package fetish. It's like, fuck yeah, more Amazon's coming.
People are into weird shit.
They are into weird shit.
I mean, I don't think there's ever one thing that people have been into where I was like, I can't believe it.
You know how there's those people that get into video games like, Farmville and all that, they spend like hundreds of thousands. There has to be the equivalent on Amazon, right?
Oh,
There have to be people that just want to click the shit out of Amazon every single day.
Well, my grandfather was dying. My grandfather, when he was really old, after my grandmother died in particular, he was like super depressed. He got addicted to catalogs.
It's really sad.
Yeah.
They like, my dad, before he passed away, he started, as he was getting into his 70s, started doing just more QVC shopping. And just stuff just shows up. And you're just like, damn, why'd you buy that? And granted, I mean, he always had, you always get cool stuff. I was always like, oh, that's a cool way to slice tomatoes or whatever. Maybe it showed up, but it was like, you don't need it. I think old people, as their brain starts to go, they become more susceptible to that kind of stuff. Just buy everything.
Yeah, that's why those late night televangelists are so dangerous. Super dangerous. They're preying on people with faulty mechanisms.
Right. And then they call in and donate $100 or whatever, and they think they're going to save their child from diabetes or who knows,
They found a method a few years back that was really troubling. And what it was is they would prey on the poorest of poor people. And what they would explain is, like, they would say, I know you won't have money. I know your bills are due. I know that. But if you send that money, God will multiply that money tenfold. And they'd have all these people that say, my rent was due. My car, they're going to repossess my car. But I sent $100. And the whole audience is clapping and cheering. I give $100. And all of a sudden, I hit that lottery ticket. And that lottery ticket, I said, good Lord, it's $500. It's true. Jesus gave me $500. And everybody's clapping and cheering. And then you go into another story. This guy's got a fucking $5,000 suit on, driving a Bentley. It's dark.
Yeah.
They're preying on people that have just faulty mechanisms. Their brain is not working right.
They're their lowest possible point. You're just kicking them while they're down. It's really, really sad.
The old ones are worried about death. Death is imminent. It's on the way. The body's failing. And as the body's failing, there's some guy on television saying a bunch of things that, and I think it's just like sort of the window of cognitive function that starts to close, and it's very hard to perceive. And you're on the outside, you have to kind of like talk to them a lot to see like, oh, your ability to think is really compromised right now, right? But they talk, and they seem fairly normal, right? But if you're around them a lot, then you kind of get the full picture of what's going on. And those types of people, man, that's what they're going to prey on.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. This is, I don't know if you ever get forwarded those email chains that like sent around. My mom is obsessed with this kind of stuff in her 70s, and it's just like, people saying that something is a fact, especially in politics as well, when it's just made up, and then it's like, well, I got an email and it said that it was from CNN. I'm like, Mom, did you click the link? Did it actually take you to CNN? Did it actually say that in the article? It's just difficult because they believe anything that is on the internet.
Yeah, well, there's also, obviously, confirmation bias. Like, you can always find a forum that will tell you that the right is flat. There's a whole flat Earth community out there.
Right.
They openly mock me. They're angry at me.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah, they've made videos.
How big is the flat Earth community?
Look, if you stop and think about the sheer numbers of people, right, just in this country, let's go with America. There's 300 million people in this country plus, right? At least 1 out of 100 is a fucking idiot. Right, at least. So you have 3 million fucking idiots just in this country, and out of those fucking idiots, you can. I have a friend who thinks the Earth is flat.
That really fully believe.
Max Everly, I'm talking to you, bitch. He's crazy. He's a great guy, great pool player, professional pool player. Thinks the fucking world's flat. He was arguing with my friend Justin about whether Earth was flat. Max, there's all these fucking pictures, because I think those pictures are fake. So everyone's in on it. From the beginning of time, since they started taking pictures of planets, all those planets, the sun, moon, Jupiter, all that shit just happens to be around, and you're not buying it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. You just have to feel compassion for those people.
It's flat. It's circular, but it's flat.
Something's not right upstairs.
Well, I think people love to be the person who discovers. I think there's something going on in the human brain where the human brain has always been curious. We're trying to innovate, and there's like a part of the brain that has this insatiable desire to create better things and to innovate and to constantly find a better way. Well, in that, we're always constantly searching for secrets as well. Oh, well, if you do that, then it works. Hey, you take this flint and you bang it against this steel, you can make a fire. So we find these things. And then we're always trying to find the things that people are hiding. What are they hiding from us? Right? What kind of secrets? And you find out about some secrets that are true, and some conspiracies that absolutely do exist, whether it's William Randolph Hearst, whether it's fucking Rockefeller trying to keep, alcohol from being legal because he wants to protect the gasoline market. There's all these real conspiracies that you find out, and they fuel the speculation. And then they want to be the one that tells you, that this guy is following.
Right.
They want to be the one.
There's no way around that. It's just going to happen until the end of the day.
It's fascinating. It's a weird aspect of people. It's also,
but I bet you believe in a few of those as well. I mean, what is your take on UFOs?
I don't think it's impossible that we have been visited by no evidence.
You don't think it's impossible? So you do think it's possible?
I think it's absolutely possible that we could have been visited by a life form from another planet at one point in time, but there's no evidence.
Zero. So you don't think any of the photos, any of the videos, those objects moving? How did they?
There's nothing that I've seen some objects that move in space and fast.
Yeah, is that weird?
Yeah.
So fast, how did that jump across?
I mean, that's amazing to me. I don't know what that is. But there's also some weird shit that absolutely exists that they can prove on Earth, like ball lightning. Have you ever seen ball lightning?
No.
There's videos of ball lightning. Ball lightning is like some weird phenomenon where lightning, instead of coming down to the ground, it can fly around like a ball.
Weird.
Yeah.
So that's probably half of the videos of it.
A good percentage. There's a lot of them that are just stars. People are just retarded.
Right.
They look it's like move.
Yeah, I mean, there's been fighter pilots that launch missiles at stars.
Yeah.
Planets or whatever. There was something about that.
Venus, people think Venus is a spaceship. And I think there's also absolutely been experimental aircrafts.
Right.
When we were filming Fear Factor in way out in the middle of the desert, Palmdale, which is near Edwards Air Force Base, they had the stealth bombers. It's right after September 11th. And you watch those things fly over, you swear to God you're in Star Wars. You're like, okay, that's a spaceship. Darth Vader lives on that. Right. He's flying that. This is not a person in there. It looks like a starship.
I've spent a lot of time out in the desert. I used to work at the Nevada test site up by Area 51 way back in 2000.
What did you do out there?
Well, I was into technology, and this was kind of when I was studying computer science. And so I was working out there, pretty low-level job, but I had to bounce around between the different areas. So the test site is divided into 50-plus areas, and it was like Groom Lake, like that. Groom Lake is one of them. That's Area 51. That's the best known. But there's so many other areas. There's different things on every plot of land. And so there's one called BEEF, which is the Big Explosive Experimental Facility. There's a lot of subcritical nuclear testing that's done underground, so it doesn't break any treaties, but they can figure out the yield based on the tests that they do. So they can still do kind of nuclear tests, but it's not actually producing. But they still close off all the areas when they do it. And then there's three-letter agency you can imagine rents out a piece of the test site to do tests, experiments. So it was my job to set up all the, at the time, Novell networking equipment between areas so that they could talk to each other.
What year was this?
2000. Just before that, 99, 98, 99, 2000.
And what was the year where they had to admit that was actually a base because they had to expand the area that was forbidden to trespass on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what
year. I think it was in the 90s because they had denied it forever.
They did, even time when I was there. But it was so obvious. You would go into the. It was weird because they were just. You would go into the. Well, first of all, you couldn't go to any area unless you had a reason to be there. And you also had to have a proper security clearance. So I had what was called a Q clearance, and then even if I had, which was top secret, but even if I had top secret, unless I had a request, and then if I went into an area that had sensitive information, I would also have to be escorted at the same time. But some of the areas that weren't classified, they were just secret areas, like the power facility, for example. You'd walk in and they show power clearly going to Groom Lake. Like you would see the line going straight from Groom Lake, but they would say it didn't exist, but it would show the line going up there. And it's just like, that's so silly. Like, why would you even show that if that was the case, you know?
Well, I think they probably feel like no one can go there. So what are you gonna do?
Right.
It's easier to deny it. Go fuck off. It's not real.
Yes, the Air Force took that over when I was there. So the Air Force was running it. It was Department of Energy nuclear program, but then the Air Force, and then there's extra guard gates before you get there. So when you head into Mercury, Nevada, you get through one guard gate, which is show your badge. Guard comes on the bus, touches your badge, looks at your ID, all that good stuff. Touches it. Why did they touch it? I don't know. It was just a thing. It was a requirement. They wanted to feel that it was real. It was just like laminated a certain way, so I don't know why they had to touch it. And then once you get through the front gate there, then to go into further areas, you could drive out there, but there'd be other gates if there was secret information going on between where you left and where you were headed. So if you want to get to Groom Lake, there was one other guard station just outside of the Stan crater. I think it was Stan crater on Google. There's this massive crater that was done via nuclear tests. Right past that is one more guard station.
So it's severely compartmentalized.
Oh, absolutely. Wow. And then an area can go dark, and then Department of Defense can come in and take it over and just do tests there for 3 months, and then it's dark again, and they just destroy everything they're working on.
Not like this massive crater from the nuclear test, like
They're all over the place. The test site is just filled with craters.
fucking craters. That's so crazy.
Yeah. And you can stand on the edge of there. They have a little platform there. It's kind of fun.
Well, they did some pretty extensive nuclear tests out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We had to wear a little dosimeter around our necks to make sure you're okay. Well, it wasn't real time, sadly. So you would send it in and get it analyzed afterwards. They tell you how much radiation exposure you
Oh,
had.
fucking Christ.
But, we were all going in. It was so mellow back then. It had already kind of all cleared out.
That's so spooky, though.
It is spooky.
There's all these craters all over the place where they're just.
And you can just drive up to the edge. Yeah. Just drive to the edge, get out.
Now, when you were there, was there anything that made you think that the government had any knowledge of extraterrestrial aircrafts? Was there any whispers of it?
There was whispers of a few things, but they weren't like ET related stuff. It was just it was government projects, other secret testing projects that were going on.
So you think that's what a lot of people were seeing when they're talking about?
I think it was. I truly believe, even though this isn't, I never heard of anything, but I don't know. There were friends that we had that worked out in those areas, and I think they were experimenting just based on the skill sets that were going out there on kind of anti-gravity related stuff. So that's kind of what. Groom Lake wasn't being used at that point in time for any more research and development. I think all that had been, I think it was all kind of underground, because a lot of that is underground. It's an underground base as well. So there's hangars out there, and there's a really long runway. But that was all for testing that was done in like the 70s and 80s that were done out there.
Fuck, man, I would love to go see what an underground base looks like.
Yeah, that must be state of the art. You would think that, but a lot of this is underfunded stuff. I went underground one time in one of the areas, and they make you take this respirator training before you go underneath there, so you have to know how to use emergency packs in case there's no air. First of all, it's really cold. It gets really cold immediately as you start going around. But yeah, like where I was wearing a jacket, like it was 40. I don't know, it was so long ago, but it was where I had to wear like a lightweight jacket,
Like a meat locker or like a refrigerator?
Well, it was once we got down in there. It was kind of during when you go down the shaft. That was when it was chilly. But once we got in there, it was a little bit more climate controlled. But they go down underneath the ground to do some of these experiments, and so that's part of the reason why I had to go down there. The other big thing out there is really awesome. It's called the DAFT, the device assembly facility, DAF. You can Google that one as well. This is where they assemble nuclear weapons in the United States, which is just nuts. So that was another fun one to check out. That was a super guarded facility. That one was extremely hard to get into. So these underground bases are underfunded. Well, this one in particular was used for experiments, so it wasn't like a permanent thing. Right. A lot of these, so for example, when they did the subcritical nuclear test, they would have you go all the way underground and set up all the test equipment. They would seal it with concrete, they would detonate it, and then they would close off the hole. So it was always locked down and just underneath there. And so that's kind of just underground forever.
That sounds like such a crazy way to do it.
I mean, they just didn't have the funds, or they're not going to go in there and dig up a bunch of busted equipment that already detonated. So it's like,
Well, it seems like a halfway thought out idea. Like someone go, well, we gotta contain the explosion. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna blow it up and we're gonna seal it off. Okay. And then they just went with it. Like, and nobody came along and go, hey, fuckhead, you can't do that. No, that makes that place like toxic for 100,000 years.
This is a facility that's the size of Rhode Island. It's massive.
There's so many wacky nuclear experiments that they did between 1940. Oh yeah, like when they stopped. This one of them is the most bizarre. It's called Operation Starfish Prime. Detonated a nuclear bomb in the atmosphere. They shot a nuclear bomb up into the magnetosphere just to kind of see what would happen. Why would you do that? They wanted to see what would happen. I mean, I don't know what their experiment. You would have to actually talk to the original scientists because the fact that we know about it at all is fucking insane. Right? They did this. They shot it like up into the Van Allen radiation belts and just launched a fucking bomb up there. I don't know, to see if they could blow a hole through it. This was when they were doing manned space missions too, so they might have been trying to blow a hole so to make it less radiation up there when they're sending astronauts through it. Like, who the fuck knows? But the fact that they didn't know what was going to happen and they decided to try it anyway. Right. Just like, okay, we'll just shoot a fucking megaton bomb up right in the atmosphere.
The worst case scenario, though, is really bad, right? Like, really bad.
Yeah, like fucking 1 million people die of cancer or something. Who the hell knows? What is this one?
I was asking, is that real picture? It says that Operation Starfish happened during Operation Starfish.
Starfish Prime.
It happened during Operation Dominic. This picture pops up.
Well, it's probably real. I mean, they did so many of them. One of my favorite ones of all time was one where they did it in the ocean, and they really didn't know what kind of a reaction they would have inside the ocean from a nuclear bomb.
Oh, I've seen that one, that video footage of that.
Oh my God, yeah, absolutely. Jamie, see if you can see that detonated nuclear bomb. You can find that, but it was beyond what they thought the impact was going to be. Like, they actually had battleships stationed.
Right, I saw the battleships.
They got wrecked. I don't know how many people died. I didn't know if there was even people on those battleships.
I think there were dummy ships, right? I thought that was
Hopefully, because when it happened, I mean, what in the fuck? I mean, that water goes a mile high up into the sky. It's insane. This is not the best video. There's a way better video where there is a bunch of ships around it, and you see the ships just get overwhelmed by the water. Here's one of them. Look at that. Like there's a perspective shot because you kind of get a sense. I mean, fuck, man. Nuclear power is insane, and nuclear bombs are way more insane. The idea that you're going to split atoms and it's going to cause a reaction that is just so almost inconceivably powerful to the average person. Like, what could be? Well, we have like sort of a metric in our head about, okay, this is a firecracker, right? And then this is an M80. Here's the video. Yeah, this is the big one. It's a mile into the air. You know, here is an M80. Here is a stick of dynamite. Okay, here's a nuclear bomb. Like, oh, it's so exponentially more powerful than anything that we could kind of wrap our brains around. And this is also, you know, what was this? What year was this, Jamie, that this happened? 1950 something? 58. Imagine what they have now, right? I mean, the 2016 version of that, I mean, there's just no more water, right? The ocean's gone. You know, the ocean becomes a Sahara desert. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, humans are bananas, man. We're a weird little animal. And how long did you work out there at this test facility?
I was out there for about 2.5.
Were you familiar
familiar at all with Robert Lazar?
Yes.
What did you think about that guy?
I had heard that he was a contractor, and the story wasn't all that.
Right.
I heard that the area he talks about, S3, I heard that's true, that is a real thing. But I don't know about his stories. His whole thing was folding space and time, and yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, he's one of those guys that if you're a dummy and you listen to him, I mean, you go, oh, what makes making sense? He seems so confident. Like, I listen to him, I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Like, he's talking about magnetic drives because I'm a dummy. So I'm listening to this magnetic drive talk and talking about these spaceships. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's telling the truth. Right. Because I don't know any better. And I'm sure if I was a real physicist and I listened to him, I'd be like, oh, this is not how it works. What? You saw what? What did you say? No, that doesn't work like that.
You just have him on the show.
Robert Lazar?
Yeah, with
Someone exactly. I don't even know if he gives interviews anymore. I mean, I haven't heard about the guy forever.
Yeah, he was. They were saying he was a contractor working for, was it DOD or something like that? Or
I don't remember.
It was weird because he was never in the official catalogs or books or anything like that. So his story's a little bit, I don't know.
Well, also, one of the guys is named Stanton Friedman, who's one of the premier ufologists. He's actually like a highly educated guy. It's very skeptical. Most UFO claims are still believed as possible. He did some research into the guy's background and believes he lied about his education and lied about like different places that he worked. But I don't know. You know, it's not. It's fun to pay attention to, but it's one of those things where you're like, man, I'm not really going to get a resolution here.
Right.
So it's
for me, it's the once a year, 11:30 at night YouTube video fest.
Yes.
Right. Just sit back and I'm just like, I watch like 3 hours of YouTube videos. I'm like, oh my God, UFOs, and I go to bed the next day, but it happens again in a year or so.
Yeah. Well, I think for sure it's possible that there's life out there in the universe that is as intelligent as us. But it's also possible that we're the only one. And the reason why I think it's possible that we're the only one is there's hundreds of millions of life forms on Earth. But we're the only one that we have. We're the only one with iPhones. We're the only one that knows how to use the internet. We're the only one. I mean, out of these hundreds of millions of life forms on this Goldilocks planet,
It would make, oh, you mean of just our planet?
yes, out of our planet.
So I was thinking of all planets, we're the only ones.
No.
I was like, well, that kind of makes sense.
But I mean, out of this planet, you know, it's not like we go into the fucking Congo and we find some strange species that knows how to send emails to each other.
Right.
You know, we're the only one.
Yes, but then again, dolphins,
Yes.
they do weird shit with each other. They don't talk and whatnot.
Well, not only that,
You can't do most of that stuff.
not only that, we don't understand what they're saying.
Right. Which is kind of weird. Because we're supposed to be top being here.
Are you familiar at all with John Lilly?
No.
John Lilly is the guy who created the sensory deprivation tank.
Oh, yes, I've done that.
A pioneer of interspecies communication. He used to do acid and get in this sensory deprivation tank next to a dolphin tank. He tried to communicate with the dolphins. And did that work? It sounds like kind of good. Probably kind of good. I mean, maybe at the moment, while he's tripping balls, floating, and hearing, you probably kind of got a sense of what they were saying.
Right.
I was in a tank once, and I swore that it was an experience that I mean,